Inside a university dormitory, a young man sat cross-legged on his bed, following the method in the textbook, slowly sinking his consciousness into the dark and boundless sea of his mind. Deep within the sea of his soul, a wisp of golden light quietly emerged. Then, this faint light continued to spread, gradually illuminating the sea of his soul that had been shrouded in darkness. From that moment on, waves began to surge in Chu Hao's mind, and the long-dormant divine fire was finally ignited. The instant the divine fire ignited, Chu Hao could not hide his excitement. Finally, I succeeded! As the divine fire was ignited, Chu Hao began to gradually break free from the shackles of mortals. Unlike his previous life where he relied on technology to create a god, this time, he successfully ignited his own divine fire solely through cultivation. More importantly, after the divine fire was ignited, the system within him, which had been dormant for a long time, was finally officially activated. From this moment on, he was finally able to use the power of the system to establish his own divine realm planet in this other world. Thinking of this, Chu Hao's heart surged with excitement. In his past life, his world was completely swallowed and destroyed by the abyss. Just as his life was about to end, he unexpectedly transmigrated to a different world where everyone was a creator. In this world, everyone can ignite the divine fire within them upon reaching adulthood, receive the resources of the origin of creation, transform into a creator god, and personally build their own divine realm planet. Some created an elegant and prosperous elven world, some nurtured a magnificent and vast dragon's nest plane, and some constructed the primordial world of the ancestral witches at the dawn of chaos. However, completing creation was only the beginning. All creators must complete the assessment according to the academic process, select a research topic, publish 5 core papers related to the topic, and pass 3 simulated alien invasions to prove that the world they created meets the standards. Only by passing all the tests can the divine realm permanently belong to the user, and the created units be summoned into the real world. If the tests are failed, the created world will be directly reclaimed. At the very beginning of his transmigration, Chu Hao awakened a special abyss system. This system not only stored a vast amount of abyss knowledge, but also possessed the core formula for creating worlds. However, the system can only be officially activated after the divine fire is lit. Now, on his coming-of-age day, he has finally successfully lit the divine fire and fully activated the system. Next, what he needs to do is create his own world and pass all the future tests. As for the direction of the world's development, Chu Hao already has a clear plan in mind. He planned to use the system's unique low-dimensional abyss construction formula, along with a large amount of abyss knowledge recorded in the system, and combine it with his understanding of the abyss from his previous life, to personally create an abyss world filled with endless slaughter. There, the demon race will be born. Primal demons, abyssal behemoths, and countless terrifying creatures will all become part of the Abyssal Legion. He will then lead this demon army to continuously invade other divine realms, plunder resources and souls, and constantly strengthen his own power. He will nurture this abyssal world step by step from its initial embryonic stage into a terrifying existence capable of devouring the universe. Ultimately, he will become the strongest creator and rule the entire universe. After calming himself down, Chu Hao immediately activated his abyss system. As the system was activated, countless pieces of important knowledge quickly flooded into his mind. The most crucial element was the formula used to create the endless abyss. Feeling the knowledge surging within his mind, a smile appeared on Chu Hao's lips. I can't wait to choose my research topic. Chu Hao has lived in this world for 18 years. During this time, he has gained a deep understanding of the world's operating rules and background information. First, his world is governed by 13 supreme gods of order. Each person can receive resources from their respective academy or a god of order to build their world. However, these resources are not free. Every gift comes with a hidden price. Potential deities must undergo a long period of study before being forced to choose or create an achievable task related to world building. In completing the project, they not only had to publish 5 papers related to the research, but also pass 3 grueling world simulation invasion tests to prove that the world they built met the standards. Only after completing all of these tests could they truly claim ownership of the world they had built using these resources. Chu Hao entered the office area for selecting research topics, preparing to register his own. Various available research topics were openly displayed on the walls: optimization methods for any rule in the Starsea world, and verification of the rationality of establishing a low-dimensional world. These projects are assigned individually by the supervisors and cover topics such as global construction technology, rule-based algorithm innovation, experimental result verification, and integrated innovation and horizontal and vertical application. Completion of any project requires the publication of several related papers and approval from multiple supervisors. These projects constitute Tianding University's academic plan spanning several years. Upon completion of the projects, the university can request substantial resources from the 13 Order Gods and Sequence Gods. But these topics were not Chu Hao's main concern. He walked calmly toward the tutor in charge of recording the topics and said, "I plan to create a new topic on my own." The professor paused slightly, but wasn't surprised. Every year, graduate students creating their own research projects is an important part of the program. "Okay, what is your project? Does it include conventional research topics?" Chu Hao glanced at the system and replied with a smile. "Yes, my research topic includes the rationality verification of establishing a low-dimensional world, while the research topic I registered is the endless abyss of a completely new type of world." When Chu Hao announced the title of his research topic, the supervisor in charge of registration was stunned for a moment, and then showed an incredulous expression. At first glance, Chu Hao's research topic seemed unremarkable, simply the construction of a model for a completely new type of world. However, what truly astonished his mentor was that Chu Hao's topic involved the concept of low dimensionality. "Young man, you know, right? The theory of low-dimensional space is still just a conjecture. No one has ever been able to successfully verify it." The mentor's tone carried a hint of advice and helplessness. "This is not an exaggeration. In this other world, countless gods, including the Supreme Chief God, have attempted to construct a lower-dimensional world, but without exception, all have failed. The reasons for failure varied, but the final result was always the same: a low-dimensional world could not be formed. Therefore, the mentor did not rush to help Chu Hao register the project, but tried to persuade the young man to think twice before proceeding. However, he did not know that from the moment Chu Hao obtained the Abyss system, he had already resolved to build an unprecedented low-dimensional world. Chu Hao's confidence was not unfounded. His Abyss system already contained the core formula for constructing a low-dimensional world, the fundamental framework of the endless abyss. In this entire alternate world, no one has ever successfully created a surviving low-dimensional world without a core formula. But Chu Hao is the exception. He will personally design a unique, endless abyss. Moreover, he isn't worried that his presentation will reveal the abyss's secrets. Because all he'll be doing is building a model and completing his thesis, not revealing all the abyss's mysteries. Faced with his mentor's well-intentioned advice, Chu Hao simply smiled, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. The mentor clearly couldn't comprehend his convictions and ambitions. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the professor could only sigh and register Chu Hao's project. In his heart, he silently prayed for the young man, hoping he could miraculously complete the project and graduate smoothly, even though he himself didn't believe anyone could accomplish such a difficult task. After completing the registration, Chu Hao received the resources needed for his research project. Because his project was marked as highly important, he received far more resources than other ordinary students. 66 radiant clusters of energy, the core materials for constructing this world. Holding these clusters of energy, Chu Hao's gaze gradually deepened and hardened. He murmured softly, "Now I can finally begin building my divine realm world." He closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the ball of energy in his hand. Guided by the divine fire, he gradually integrated these world cores into his body, establishing a stable connection with them. When his consciousness returned, Chu Hao found himself in a state of chaos. All around him flowed elements erratically, without any discernible rules. This world resembled a pot of bubbling porridge, chaotic and utterly disordered. "Is this what the divine realm world originally looked like?" Chu Hao murmured to himself. However, his gaze quickly sharpened. He knew that the first step was to infuse this world with rules. Chu Hao took a deep breath, controlling the core and infusing it with his will. He murmured, "In this world, every established divine realm needs a complete set of core rules. These rules interact and influence each other, ultimately forming a stable and reliable world. In ordinary divine realms, the rules are balanced, like the various parts of a precision machine, none of which can be missing. However, the endless abyss is different." Chu Hao's voice gradually deepened, his eyes flashing with divine fire. "The core rule of the endless abyss is chaos. Chaos will be the sole dominant force." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the power of the system to inject the special formula unique to the endless abyss into the core of the world. Instantly, the rules of extreme chaos began to operate, and the originally chaotic world immediately reacted violently. Those chaotic, attribute-less elements began to collide and coalesce wildly, eventually forming a massive continent. However, this continent, barely born, began to collapse rapidly into lower dimensions due to the influence of its chaotic rules. The continents began to crack and sink, everything sliding into the depths of a lower dimension. It gradually became a lower dimensional region where life could hardly survive. In this region, all matter moved chaotically. Some continental fragments continued to break apart, while others reformed. However, this movement had no discernible pattern, and even the most powerful deities could not predict its changes. Such a world is clearly incapable of supporting life, let alone civilization. By conventional standards, this world model would undoubtedly be a failure. But Chu Hao remained unmoved. He calmly watched the first continent collapse, and then began constructing the second, the third, until the 66th continent. After all the continents had collapsed, Chu Hao finally revealed a slight smile. He gazed upon this newly born world through the power of the divine fire. In the depths of the low latitudes, 66 continents spiraled downwards, forming the embryonic form of a massive abyss. Success, Chu Hao murmured softly. At this moment, the prototype of the endless abyss had been born. Chu Hao had completed the first step in constructing a low-dimensional world, proving that the existence of low-dimensional worlds was not a myth, but a real possibility. Everything started from here. Chapter 3: A world dominated by chaos. Chu Hao had just completed the prototype of the endless abyss, but he didn't rush to input the rules of other worlds. He carefully used his limited divine fire to record the current appearance of the abyss and create an observable model. He then searched the system for the design and creation principles of the endless abyss, making appropriate modifications and interpretations. As a demigod, Chu Hao's processing speed was extremely fast. In a short while, a paper on the rationality of establishing a low-dimensional world appeared in his hands. This paper is not only the standard for completing the project, but more importantly, it earns him substantial resource rewards for each completed paper. Moreover, the more difficult the project, the higher the value of the paper, and the more abundant the resources he can obtain. Although Chu Hao had already overdrawn 66 units of resources at the beginning, those resources were far from enough for a world of the scale of the endless abyss. He needed to invest more resources in its construction. With this in mind, Chu Hao withdrew his consciousness from the endless abyss, returned to his dormitory, and submitted his thesis to his advisor for review using the divine fire. After doing all this, he immediately returned to the endless abyss to continue his world creation plan. Alright, now we can focus our attention on the endless abyss itself for the time being. In the process of building the world, besides the most important endless abyss core formula, the next crucial thing is the elemental attribute rules. With the differences between elements, matter can undergo various changes at the fundamental level. Having said that, Chu Hao gripped the origin of the world in his hand and began weaving rules. He gradually constructed the elemental rules of earth, wind, water, and fire, which had evolved from chaos, and successfully integrated them into the entire endless abyss. The moment the elemental rules were integrated, the entire endless abyss underwent a violent transformation. 66 abyssal planes simultaneously began to evolve naturally, with booming, exploding, and elemental vibrations constantly echoing throughout the world. Because all 66 planes were governed by chaotic rules, the evolutionary direction of each plane was completely different. Some planes have been transformed into boundless deserts, devoid of any moisture in the air. Others are covered by scorching magma, with flames capable of devouring everything in sight. Other planes were completely shrouded in dense poisonous gas, with no light visible across the entire continent. Some planes even entered a state of absolute freezing, with the land, mountains, and rivers all frozen into an eternally icy world. All of this stems from the extreme chaos of the endless abyss itself. Newly generated elements simply cannot be evenly distributed across all planes. While some planes may be dominated by a single element, many more are in a state of severe elemental imbalance. Meanwhile, under the influence of the rule of chaos, countless berserk elements are constantly altering the environment of each plane. In some planes, the sky may be clear one second, and the next, dark clouds may roll in and thunder may fill the sky. In some extreme dimensions, flames capable of drastically lowering temperatures, storms that could bind everything tightly without dispersing it, and various elemental phenomena defying common sense appeared. In the end, even the concept of elements itself was corrupted by the chaotic rules of the endless abyss. The elements no longer followed fixed rules, but instead evolved in completely unpredictable directions. This environment made the already dangerous endless abyss even more terrifying. Looking at the world gradually taking shape before him, Chu Hao nodded in satisfaction.
In that case, it should be considered the prototype of the endless abyss. However, it is only a prototype. The real endless abyss, apart from the chaos of elements, should also be full of unknowns and unpredictability in other rules. With this in mind, Chu Hao once again mobilized the world's origin, weaving together several new world rules. The most important of these was gravity. Once the gravity rules successfully integrated into the world, the entire abyss changed once more. The various elements, which had been floating like loose sand, began to rearrange and recombine under the influence of gravity. Many planes that had remained unchanged for a long time finally ushered in a completely new reshaping process. Large-scale volcanic eruptions began to occur on plains once covered by magma, with billowing lava shooting into the sky. Meanwhile, the continents shrouded in poisonous gas gradually formed a pervasive, highly toxic fog. However, Chu Hao soon discovered a new problem. Although the gravity intensity of most planes was not much different from that of the normal world, due to the influence of the chaotic rules, many extremely special gravity environments were still created in the abyss. The gravity of some planes was so strong that it was almost terrifying, as if it could crush everything in the world. In such an environment, not only can life not survive, but even the elements themselves are constantly being compressed, crushed, and condensed. Other planes, however, are quite the opposite, where gravity is so weak as to be almost negligible. Countless substances float in the air, completely without any fixed shape. Gazing at these strange sights, Chu Hao fell into deep thought. In other words, under extremely chaotic rules, the endless abyss has given birth to a large number of completely different gravity characteristics. No wonder those extremely special abyssal creatures will appear in the abyss in the future. These creatures lack a true physical form. Rather, they merely possess the concept of their own existence. They are more like a special kind of life form existing on a conceptual level. Although they lack a real physical body, they truly exist in the world. Perhaps only such a life form can survive in the extreme environment of the endless abyss. So, this is the direct effect of irregular gravity, Chu Hao murmured to himself. However, he knew his work was far from over. Many rules still needed to be refined, and the most important of these was giving this world the concept of the flow of time. I want to truly bring the entire abyss to life. Only with the rules of time can the world undergo changes on its timeline. Only with time can life grow, civilization be born, and all possibilities truly emerge. The rules of time are the root of all changes in the world. With this in mind, Chu Hao slowly closed his eyes and began to mobilize the world's origin. A completely new rule of time was gradually taking shape in his hands. A unique rule of time that could adapt to the environment of the endless abyss. Chapter 4: The Infinite Possibilities of the Endless Abyss. The rules of time seem a bit difficult to edit. Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had spent almost a whole day constructing this special rule of time. The time flow rule differs from other rules. If a problem occurs, the entire endless abyss could be damaged, or even collapse. Therefore, instead of directly applying an existing template, he redesigned a time rule more suitable for the endless abyss. Next, it's time to merge with the endless abyss world. Chu Hao carefully integrated the edited time rules into the world. The moment the rules merged, the entire endless abyss changed once again. Time, which had been stagnant, began to flow slowly, and all environmental changes and rule evolutions finally gained true meaning. As time began to turn, the fundamental elements of the entire world changed. Neither the environment nor the rules were static, they were constantly evolving. Simply put, the world of the endless abyss finally truly came to life. For the first time, the entire world began to function in a truly meaningful way. This world is finally starting to become complete, Chu Hao murmured as he observed the abyss. Although some planes developed differently from other planes due to the existence of the chaotic general rule, at least the entire endless abyss now possessed a time system that could function properly. The next step was to continue perfecting the world. Chu Hao sat cross-legged in the deepest level of the endless abyss, surrounded by golden light transformed from the world's origin. He knew very well that merely having a world framework was far from enough. He also needed to give this world true rules for its operation. Only by possessing the formula for the world's operating rules can future life forms understand this world, master its power, and survive here. In Chu Hao's view, the various world rules and manifestations he had created before were more like the hardware of a computer. The so-called world operating rules, on the other hand, were equivalent to the computer's built-in software system. Although the two are completely different, the world cannot function properly without either one. With this in mind, Chu Hao began to weave the first rule governing the operation of the world within the endless abyss. Basic formula of magical rules. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of azure lightning appeared in his palm. The lightning began to change wildly the instant it appeared. Crackling. Countless magical patterns of various colors appeared at his fingertips, each pattern representing a powerful magical path. the lightning transformed once more. It became an endless torrent of earth, wind, water, and fire elements, spreading outwards from Chu Hao throughout the endless abyss. Chu Hao simply watched this scene silently, without interfering further. At the very moment this rule was born, faint cheers echoed throughout the endless abyss. It was the most instinctive reaction of the nascent world, celebrating its step closer to completeness. All 66 composite planes simultaneously welcomed their first rule for world operation. Once the magic energy conversion formula officially began operating, countless elements immediately started rearranging and recombining. Driven by the rules, each plane began to develop its own magical system. The fiery plane unleashed its blazing fireballs. The frozen plane unleashed its freezing blizzards. Various magical abilities adapted to different environments were being generated at an astonishing rate. However, Chu Hao was not satisfied. But it's still not enough. According to the Endless Abyss model provided by the system, this special world could accommodate far more than one set of rules for world operation. The power wielded by abyssal creatures is not limited to magic. Chu Hao recalled the information in his mind. Besides the countless demons, some creatures possessed extremely terrifying physical strength, some mastered battle chi, some could wield the power of nature, and there were many completely different extraordinary systems. The source of all these powers lies in the formula governing the world's rules. In other words, the potential power systems that the Endless Abyss can generate in the future are virtually limitless. Therefore, he needs to continue injecting more rules into this world. With this in mind, Chu Hao quickly wove out the second formula for the world's operation, the Death Aura formula. As the formula was projected into the Endless Abyss, a sudden change occurred. Like multiple software programs vying for system resources on a computer, the Death Aura formula immediately clashed with the Magic Energy formula upon entering the world. The two sets of rules began to interfere with each other, fiercely vying for control of the world. In fact, worlds with multiple operating rules are not uncommon. Some Western fantasy worlds possess both magic and martial arts. Some worlds contain both the aura of death and divine power. However, for these rules to coexist in the long term, an extremely complex and precise design is required. Only by keeping all the formulas in balance can they operate stably. But if an error occurs, the consequences will be severe. At best, intelligent life cannot be born. At worst, the very origin of the world will be polluted. In the worst-case scenario, the entire divine realm could completely collapse. And such a risk is not insignificant. Yet, facing the current conflict, Chu Hao remained completely calm. What I want is chaos. In the Endless Abyss, chaos is the first order. Seeing the two sets of rules that were practically tearing each other apart, Chu Hao not only didn't stop them, but instead added fuel to the fire. As the creator of the world, he began weaving new sets of rules once again. The next second, the third rule governing the world was thrown into the abyss. What was originally a one-on-one duel instantly turned into a three-way melee. The entire Endless Abyss boiled once more. Countless continents crumbled. Countless volcanoes erupted. Three completely different energy conversion formulas collided wildly across the world. Chu Hao's smile only grew wider. It's not over yet. The fourth rule. The fifth rule. The 34th rule. As one rule after another was introduced into the world, the original chaotic battle gradually evolved into a completely out-of-control melee. At this very moment, the entire Endless Abyss went completely mad. Unpredictable changes were occurring in every plane and every region. 1 second, magic would dominate a plane. The next, it would be governed by natural forces, and the very next second, by mechanical energy. Then, it evolved into a special plane where necromantic power and battle aura coexisted. This change was not an isolated case, but occurred simultaneously in all 66 layers of the abyss plane. Magma, flames, ice, and storms appeared in constant alternation. The entire Endless Abyss no longer had its former lifeless appearance. Logically speaking, such a violent clash of rules would have caused the nascent world to collapse long ago, or even be reduced to ashes. But the Endless Abyss created by Chu Hao was completely different. Not only was it undamaged, but it grew stronger amidst the continuous chaos. Because theoretically speaking, the Endless Abyss itself is a world with infinite possibilities. Chu Hao looked at the ever-evolving Abyss world and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 5 Questions and Surprises. Inside Tianding University, Vice President Wang Jijing sat in his office, reviewing student papers with several professors he had a good relationship with. As the reviewer, these papers simply couldn't pass without his approval. A tutor smiled and handed over a paper. This student is quite good. He solved a problem in the world of alien beasts so quickly. The paper was titled, A New Evolutionary Method for Alien Beasts, The Power of the Stars. Wang Ji pulled up the paper and examined it carefully. After reading it for a long time, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Very good. You actually thought of using the power of the stars to influence the evolution of alien beasts. If this idea is followed, the creatures in this world can at least reach the legendary level. Looking at the grotesque beasts in the model, their forms more bizarre and their strength significantly enhanced by the influence of the cosmos, Wang Ji raised his hand and pointed. A miniature storm swept by, and a mark indicating approval immediately appeared in the corner of the paper. The paper has passed. Notify him to apply for resources. After finishing this paper, Wang Ji continued to review other people's work, offering his evaluations. This one's good. The design of deception through mythology regarding intelligent beings is very innovative. Pass. This one won't do. The model has 2 obvious flaws. Fail. This one barely passes. Using hidden myths to drive civilization's evolution is quite ingenious. Zhao Qing's paper is quite interesting. It cultivates a new type of world tree through the characteristics of natural civilization, thereby reshaping the entire structure of the natural world. With his superior god-level computing power, Wang Ji was able to quickly analyze the paper's model, verify its rationality, and then decide whether to approve it. In the world of gods, the strong dictate the rules, and the weak can only accept the consequences. Even among gods, this situation still exists. Just then, a tutor walked over with a solemn expression. Vice Principal, take a look at this. He then handed a paper to Wang Ji. Wang Ji glanced at the title, A New Type of World, the Endless Abyss. The research direction of the paper was the verification of the reality of low-dimensional worlds. The title of the first paper was particularly eye-catching, spiraling downwards, what a low-dimensional world should look like. Upon seeing this, Wang Ji couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. It was astonishing that students still dared to choose this topic this year. After all, the low-dimensional world has always been a recognized unsolved problem, and no one has yet truly verified it. A nearby professor couldn't help but chuckle. I bet some kids got their eye on the project and already secured the resources. That's why they deliberately chose this direction. The other professors nodded in agreement. They all knew just how difficult this project was. However, when Wang Ji opened the paper, his expression instantly changed. This is... What appeared before him was a rudimentary model of an endless abyss. The entire model consisted of 66 continents. These 66 independent planes were connected end to end, allowing only one-way passage, and spiraled downwards continuously, seemingly without end. What's even more astonishing is that each of these 66 planes has a completely different ecological environment. Some are covered in ice and snow. Some are as hot as a lava inferno. Some are filled with poisonous fog. Some are dark and desolate. No 2 planes are alike, and there isn't even a similar environment to be found. Upon seeing this, the mentors were stunned. How could it be such a structure? Even in a lower dimensional world, it shouldn't look like this, right? Faced with everyone's doubts, Wang Ji slowly shook his head. No. A lower dimensional world could indeed look like this. Upon hearing this, the professors all looked at Wang Ji. In terms of low-dimensional research, they were far inferior to this vice principal. Wang Ji pointed to the paper and said, Chu Hao's explanation of low dimensions is brilliant. Then, he read aloud a portion of the paper. The so-called low dimension is essentially just a concept that exists relative to high dimensions and ordinary dimensions. The higher the dimension, the more indescribable the life within it becomes. For ordinary life, such beings are often referred to as gods. Higher dimensional regions are closer to the rules themselves and are more inclined towards order. Many powerful divine realms are essentially special worlds formed by enhancing their own dimensions. Wang Ji paused here. He continued, but in fact, the lower dimensional world also has indescribable characteristics, only their forms of existence are more difficult to understand. The world of the dead, which is closest to the lower dimension, is an example. Ghosts, as negative energy life forms, are themselves a manifestation of lower dimensional tendencies. The paper contains a large amount of further argumentation, totaling tens of thousands of words. Wang Ji only selected the key points to continue explaining. In short, higher dimensional regions continue to extend upwards, while lower dimensional regions continue to collapse into even lower dimensions. Therefore, the spiral downward structure of the lower dimensional world is actually highly reasonable. This is also an important basis for Chu Hao's proof of the existence of lower dimensional worlds. After hearing this, the mentors fell silent. They had to admit that this theory was indeed very convincing. Wang Ji then began a comprehensive test of the endless abyss model constructed by Chu Hao. Meanwhile, the other mentors grew increasingly excited. Could it be that the low-dimensional world mystery that has plagued countless people is finally about to be solved? However, after the test, Wang Ji shook his head. No. Quite the opposite. This statement stunned everyone. Wang Ji explained. Chu Hao only completed the first step. In the past, many powerful gods have constructed similar low-dimensional world models, but without exception, they all collapsed and perished in the end. What low-dimensional worlds lack is never a method of creation, but a core formula that can exist for a long time. Without that core, even the most perfect world will be quickly destroyed. At this point, Wang Ji looked at the model in front of him. What Chu Hao has made so far is only a theoretical proof of a low-dimensional world. Next, it still needs to pass world intrusion tests, survival tests, and long-term stability verification. Only by passing all of them can it be proven that this world truly has real-world value. The office fell silent. Everyone understood that the truly difficult part was yet to come. Even so, Wang Ji still made his decision. I agreed to temporarily approve this paper. He stamped the approval mark, his brows slightly furrowed. Unfortunately, I can't see its core formulas. If I could know the core logic that underpins this world's operation, I really want to see what a low-dimensional world that can exist for a long time will eventually look like. After speaking, Wang Ji looked up and said to the mentor next to him, Notify Chu Hao that he can continue to apply for resources. I'm looking forward to seeing what surprises this clever little guy will bring us next. Chapter 6 The First Being, the First Fallen One. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was constantly perfecting his Divine Realm world. This domain, known as the Endless Abyss, already contained hundreds of world rules, and he had just added a special ability to it. Bloodline Inheritance. A red light flashed, and this abyss world seemed to gain a glimmer of life. Chu Hao let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at the abyss that was gradually coming to life before him, finally relaxing for a moment. The Endless Abyss had now gradually come together from nothing, with the rules of time and space established, and gravity and elements beginning to operate. The formula governing the world's operations further endows the abyss with dynamic environmental changes. This ecosystem seems close to being able to nurture life, and may even give rise to a world will. Chu Hao gazed at this complex and ever-changing world and nodded in satisfaction. He then began writing his second paper. This paper primarily documented the chaotic phenomena that the Endless Abyss would exhibit under conditions of rules, time, and gravity. Although the content was complex, the system's support made the task much easier. He only needed to modify some parts and add his own explanations. Soon, Chu Hao completed and submitted the paper, simultaneously receiving the university's internal resource reward for his first paper. After finishing these tasks, he returned to the construction of the Endless Abyss. Chu Hao knew that, according to the normal world design process, the next step was to design living beings or the world's will. The existence of living beings was of great significance to him. On the one hand, he could draw upon the power of souls and transform it into faith to aid the burning of the divine fire. On the other hand, the strength of the living beings was also an important indicator for his graduation project assessment. However, the current environment of the Abyss world was too chaotic, causing Chu Hao to fall into thought. He closed his eyes and carefully observed the workings of the Abyss. Although a chaotic environment would eventually give birth to life, overly harsh conditions might cause the initial creatures to perish quickly, which was clearly contrary to his goal. Time has become his most pressing issue. A week has passed since his graduation project began, and Chu Hao has been focused on perfecting the rules of the Abyss, but has failed to bring about the birth of life. Although his divine fire value far exceeds that of his peers, a world without life is ultimately incomplete. Fortunately, I have the system, Chu Hao muttered to himself, opening the system's life modification plan. Faced with thousands of options, he decisively selected a plan that could cultivate the strongest combat force in a short time. When the system presented the plan, he frowned slightly, hesitating. This plan required him to use his own soul fragments as a foundation, utilizing the Abyss environment to nurture the first naturally corrupted soul. Subsequently, this soul will be disintegrated and reshaped, its fragments scattered across various abyssal planes, ultimately forming diverse abyssal creatures adapted to different environments. Chu Hao, however, will need to use his soul affinity to control the entire abyss, becoming a newly born abyssal consciousness, ruling over all abyssal beings. After much deliberation, Chu Hao decided to attempt this plan. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness in the endless abyss. He easily extracted a fragment from his soul, allowing it to pierce through the dimensional barrier and slowly fall into the abyss. In that instant, the once lifeless abyss seemed to awaken, and all the planes began to vie for this fragment of soul. The uppermost abyss plane acted first, using its own rules to attract the fragment. However, the lower planes exerted a stronger pull, ultimately drawing it towards the abyss's deepest depths. The fragment continued to fall within the abyss, each fall accompanied by nourishment provided by the abyssal planes. This fragment of soul gradually transitioned from nothingness into a complete soul, with each layer of the abyss vying for its ownership like hungry beasts. As the struggle intensified, the soul fragment continued its descent, eventually reaching the very bottom of the endless abyss. In that moment, it underwent a complete transformation. This soul fragment became the first soul drawn to the abyss, and its defining characteristic. The first fallen, the first being of the endless abyss, was finally born. Chapter 7 Takeover and the second paper. Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he looked down into the deepest part of the endless abyss. His gaze pierced through layers of darkness, landing on the soul of the first fallen one. At this moment, this soul was completely different from the fragment of his soul that he had thrown into the abyss. Back then, Chu Hao used divine fire to tear apart the last remaining fragments of his soul, which contained nothing more than simple soul fluctuations, not even qualifying as independent consciousness. According to textbooks, such fragments would quickly dissipate in the abyss, becoming nothingness. But the endless abyss did not annihilate it. Instead, it nourished the soul with its unique rules, transforming it into an existence belonging to the abyss. Success? Chu Hao stared at the soul of the first fallen one floating at the bottom of the abyss, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had always been curious about the endless abyss and had pondered repeatedly why the abyss could continuously attract evil and chaotic souls to fall into it, and eventually transform them into abyssal creatures. I used to think that the soul's unconscious choices led them to willingly fall into the abyss, but that's not the case. Chu Hao took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with shock and complex emotions. The truth is, the endless abyss has possessed the ability to actively capture souls since its inception. It doesn't passively accept fallen souls, it actively hunts them. At this moment, the first fallen one, transformed by the abyss, opened his eyes. Unlike ordinary beings, he had no physical body, only a pure soul reshaped by the rules of the abyss. However, this did not affect his existence, for in this lower dimensional plane of the 66th level, he was the only soul. From the moment of his fall, the entire abyss had begun to provide him with nourishment. The nutrients here are not matter in the ordinary sense, but rather the rules, elements, and energy of the endless abyss. These ownerless entities are being gradually absorbed by the first fallen one, becoming the power he controls, authority, the great Tao, and even the essence of the abyss. This is a sign that a world is maturing. Chu Hao murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on everything. He knew that the soul before him was instinctively learning the rules of the abyss, and if he didn't intervene in time, he would lose control of it. I must take over its soul, Chu Hao thought resolutely. He extended his consciousness into the depths of the soul of the first fallen one, planting his own soul imprint. This move was not only to give him control over the initial fallen ones, but also to pave the way for the future growth of the abyss. Otherwise, the extreme chaos of the endless abyss would completely spiral out of control, and even he could not predict the consequences. Meanwhile, another research achievement of Chu Hao was quietly unfolding. His second paper had already reached the hands of Vice Principal Wang Ji. A second paper? Wang Ji opened the paper, his tone revealing surprise. How long has it been, and he's already finished it? He looked down at the title of the paper, which was labeled with the operating mode of the rules of the low-dimensional world, with model, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. If the contents of this paper are true, then Chu Hao not only successfully established a functional low-dimensional world, but also added rules to it sufficient to support life. This means that Chu Hao has far surpassed all his predecessors in the field of low-dimensional research. With great interest, Wang Ji began to carefully study the paper. His eyes were sharp, analyzing it almost word by word, even down to the punctuation. However, as he read deeper, his brow furrowed more and more, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Was this really written by a student? Wang Ji wondered to himself. Even with Chu Hao's abyss model as a reference, he still couldn't fully understand the core principles behind it. After all, the core formula of the abyss, the most crucial element of the paper, was not publicly disclosed. Wang Ji could only rely on his computational abilities to try and reconstruct those obscure logics. However, as a god focused on order, Wang Ji ultimately could not fully comprehend the chaotic nature of the endless abyss. In his eyes, Chu Hao's world rules were more like a series of incomprehensible bugs. However, these very bugs, under the influence of some mysterious force, miraculously merged into a well-functioning whole. This abyss has actually come alive! Wang Ji took a deep breath, looked up at Chu Hao's thesis, and was filled with shock. Not bad! He nodded slightly and coughed softly twice. This paper provides a relatively complete explanation of how the rules of a low-dimensional world operate. It's a rare find. He then handed the paper to the other tutors. These mentors were also awestruck by Chu Hao's imaginative ideas. Although none of them could fully understand the paper, the existence of the abyss model forced them to acknowledge its authenticity. So, does it pass? A tutor asked tentatively, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Pass! Wang Ji nodded without hesitation. Looking at the paper, his eyes shone with anticipation. I really want to know how far Chu Hao can go in this field of low-dimensional research. Chapter 8 Abyssal Beings. The speed at which rules are transformed into power is very fast. It's already more than halfway done. Chu Hao opened his eyes, and a completely new perspective appeared in his vision. And this perspective was the perspective of the First Fallen One. At this moment, the First Fallen Ones were absorbing the divine fire belonging to Chu Hao while transforming those originally ownerless rules, gradually turning them into powers that could be used freely. In ordinary divine realms, it's almost impossible for beings to truly master the rules. This is because any being that merges with a single rule undergoes a transformation in its very essence. Simply put, a being who masters the rules possesses a portion of the world's authority, and can be considered a godlike being. This kind of being, when weak, controls the power of metals and elements. When strong, it involves space and time. More importantly, once it masters the rules, it becomes deeply integrated with the world. If the creator forcibly erases it, it may even destroy the fundamental rules of the world. This is why most world creators do not allow living beings to violate the rules. Ordinary beings can borrow the power of the rules, but they cannot truly control them. Because this is a forbidden zone for the gods. But Chu Hao had no such concerns. From the moment he created the First Fallen One, he possessed absolute control over this soul. Although this soul was bestowed by the Endless Abyss, its origin still came from Chu Hao. Therefore, Chu Hao could take over it at any time, retaining only his own will, and thereby control the growth and evolution of the entire Endless Abyss. Completed, a total of 333 powers. Chu Hao manipulated the soul of the First Fallen One, looking at the hundreds of powers that had condensed in his hand. Next, it's time to imitate the next step of other advanced transcendent worlds. The First Fallen One slowly opened his eyes, looking from the bottom of the Endless Abyss to the top. Subsequently, Chu Hao, using this soul, began creating a completely new life system belonging to the Abyss. The development process of almost all advanced transcendent worlds is remarkably similar. Initially, there is always a powerful being that, based on itself, gives rise to countless races and life forms, eventually forming a complete world ecosystem. And now, the First Fallen One has taken on this responsibility. With Chu Hao's manipulation, the soul of the First Fallen One began to expand continuously. As the soul expanded, its physical body gradually materialized. As the only life form in the Endless Abyss, the entire abyss was nourishing it at every cost. Soon, a gigantic, writhing, and wildly mutated mass of flesh appeared in the abyss. This was the First Fallen One's most primitive form. The moment it was born, it was plunged into a violent transformation. Under the rule of extreme chaos, no life could maintain a fixed form for long. Countless eyes of varying sizes grew from the surface of the flesh, scanning their surroundings with gazes of doubt, hatred, and madness. These eyes possessed different abilities. Some could unleash destructive rays, some emitted eerie petrifying light, and others were born with the power to distort time. The next second, however, all the eyes vanished simultaneously. They re-entered the flesh, replaced by new organs. Then, one after another, grotesque maws opened from the surface of the flesh. Some were covered in sharp fangs, some resembled the terrifying mouthparts of insects, and others continuously spewed highly toxic mist. Then the mouths disappeared. New limbs appeared. Arms, claws, limbs, torso, head, and fur grew and then disintegrated and reformed. It sometimes transformed into an insected form, sometimes into a beast. One moment it was a bizarre life form covered in eyeballs, the next it became an indescribable monster. It even briefly evolved into a plant form during the transformation process. Each mutation signifies its successful adaptation to a new abyssal environment. Each reorganization signifies its mastery of a completely new way of wielding power. Only through such an evolutionary process can its future offspring quickly adapt to the environments of different planes within the Endless Abyss and grow into true abyssal creatures. As the rate of change gradually slowed, Chu Hao finally nodded. It's ready. The next moment, he directly manipulated the soul of the First Fallen One. Oh whoa! The First Fallen One suddenly let out a shrill roar. For the first time, it felt true fear and pain. But it was too late. Boom! With a deafening roar, its soul and body exploded simultaneously, shattering into countless fragments that shot towards various planes of the Endless Abyss. These soul fragments pierced through layers of dimensional barriers, entering different regions. Some fell into terrifying hells shrouded in poisonous fog. Some entered a deathly world frozen solid. Others plunged into blazing furnaces filled with molten lava and raging flames. Although the environments were vastly different, each plane attracted fragments of the souls of the original fallen ones. Meanwhile, those fragments of flesh and blood were absorbed by the abyss itself. The entire abyss began attempting to analyze and replicate this life structure, using the original fallen ones as a template to create its own biological system. Thus, within the 66 layers of the endless abyss, an unprecedented evolutionary race officially began. Countless basic abyssal creatures were born one after another. In one plane, a fragment of soul, aided by the power of the abyss and the flesh and blood of the first fallen, grew into an insect-like life form. But before it could continue to evolve, it was devoured by an even more powerful monster. Not long after, that monster was hunted down by an eyeball-shaped demon. This cycle of elimination and slaughter played out continuously in every level of the abyss. Countless soul fragments grew. Countless soul fragments shattered. The victors continued to evolve, the vanished completely. However, some special souls, upon death, were not completely destroyed, but instead returned to the deepest level of the endless abyss. As time passed, more and more fragments of souls gathered there. Strangely, however, no new life was ever born at the very bottom of the endless abyss. Because that place did not belong to any abyssal creature. That oldest, most bizarre, and most indescribable region forever belonged to only one being, the first fallen one, and the future, the consciousness of the endless abyss. Chapter 9a Frenzied Evolution. Squeak! In a certain plane of the endless abyss, a newly born insect-like abyssal creature was instantly swallowed by scalding lava. Accompanied by a shrill scream, it quickly vanished. However, nothing of its value was wasted. Its life structure was deemed scrap by the endless abyss and directly recycled. Its shattered soul was collected by the abyss to nurture the next generation of life. One fragment of the soul slowly sank, drifting towards the deepest part of the endless abyss. There, the soul of the first fallen one was nearly whole, a process it had undergone countless times. Each time the soul was restored to wholeness, it would undergo a transformation. Each mutation gives rise to hundreds or even thousands of new life forms, which are released into various planes of the abyss. Unfortunately, the endless abyss is far too chaotic and brutal. Many new species are torn apart by the bizarre environment and chaotic storms as soon as they appear, not even surviving for a few tens of minutes. The deeper one goes into the abyss, the harsher the environment becomes. Those life forms unable to adapt are quickly eliminated. In the eyes of the abyss, they are nothing more than a batch of failed experiments. After repeated selection, only a very few life forms survive. They establish themselves in some plane, gradually growing their own races and becoming the native inhabitants of the abyss. Even so, they cannot stop. Because every creature in the endless abyss is destined from birth to embark on an endless path of slaughter. This is both the law of survival determined by the abyss environment, and the will of the consciousness of the endless abyss itself. Meanwhile, Chu Hao compiled everything he had observed into a paper, completing his third research paper, which he then sent to his supervisor for review. The paper was titled, "The True Form of Life Under Low-Dimensional Chaotic Conditions." In addition to a large amount of research data, the paper included specimens and model projections of hundreds of abyssal creatures. Not long after, Wang Ji, who was reviewing the first two papers, received the third paper from Chu Hao. Even with his position as vice dean and his extensive experience, he couldn't help but be stunned. Completing 3 high-quality papers in such a short time was simply unbelievable. Besides being exceptionally talented, Wang Ji couldn't think of a more suitable word to describe Chu Hao. Upon seeing the paper's title, Wang Ji immediately became interested. The inherent form of life? He repeated these words over and over, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Could it be that Chu Hao has already successfully evolved life in a lower-dimensional world? With this thought, Wang Ji no longer bothered reading the obscure theoretical content and directly opened the model projection in the paper. The next second, he was completely stunned. My God! What kind of monsters are these? As the projection unfolded one after another, abyssal creatures with twisted shapes and bizarre structures appeared before everyone's eyes. They all looked different. Some were covered in bone spurs, some were covered in scales, and some had limbs deformed beyond description, completely beyond the comprehension of normal life. But these monsters have one thing in common: power. Some are born immune to deadly poisons, some can withstand extreme cold, some possess astonishing strength, and some are born with special magical abilities. They are all survivors of the cruel selection process of the endless abyss, and the life forms that best represent the essence of this world. These creatures are the products of the abyss's relentless carnival of slaughter. The 900th soul reshaping. Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes, a trace of weariness on his face. For the past week, he had been repeating the soul reshaping process of the first fallen one almost every day. In addition to constantly nurturing new life adapted to the abyss environment, Chu Hao was also doing something even more important, binding his own soul to the first fallen one. With the authority of a creator, he was attempting to cultivate a true, newly formed world consciousness. And at that very moment, he succeeded. The consciousness of the endless abyss was finally born. As the abyss consciousness took shape, Chu Hao immediately felt an unprecedented sense of control. At this moment, he truly held sway over the entire endless abyss. With just a thought, he could see every corner of the abyss. Whether it's the eternally frozen icy hell or the raging lava inferno, all scenes are clearly presented in his consciousness. More importantly, as the controller of the abyss's consciousness, he can establish a mental connection with any native abyss creature. He can sense their thoughts and influence their actions. He can even directly manipulate their evolutionary trajectory, bestowing upon them knowledge, power, and special abilities, allowing certain chosen life forms to grow rapidly according to their own will. And all abyssal creatures, from birth, naturally worship him, regarding him as a supreme being. Logically, Chu Hao should be quite satisfied with how things have developed. However, he still harbors some regrets. Because even now, he hasn't discovered a life form that truly meets his expectations. The race he most desired to create was the demons. Although many powerful creatures have now appeared in the abyss, their combat power far surpasses that of many beings in the divine realms. But in Chu Hao's eyes, none of these were perfect. They've merely adapted to the abyss environment, Chu Hao muttered to himself. But demons, as beings, should be completely integrated with the abyss. Thinking this, he fell into deep thought. But how exactly should I create a demon in the truest sense? Chapter 10: The Influence of the Abyss. While Chu Hao was still pondering how to design the important race of demons, Wang Ji and others on the other side were having a heated discussion about the paper Chu Hao had submitted. As mentors and researchers in the academy, they had seen countless world construction plans, but they were still deeply shocked when they saw Chu Hao's design. I never imagined I'd see such a biological design in my lifetime. Is this the effect of low-dimensional environments on organisms? An elderly instructor stared at the image projected on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. Within the projected world, countless abyssal creatures are engaged in a frenzied battle. They often gather in groups of thousands, yet perish continuously in the bloody conflict. Often, after a major battle, only a tiny minority of creatures survive. But it is precisely these survivors who are most shocking. Because every surviving abyssal creature possesses similar traits: purity, ferocity, ruthlessness, and an almost insane evolutionary instinct. They seem to have been born to fight and survive. When many students study world building, they like to design races according to fixed templates, focusing only on whether the creatures are standardized, but ignoring whether these life forms are truly compatible with the world environment. A young mentor nearby picked up the conversation. That's right. While the races created that way are balanced and intelligent, their drawback is that they are too mediocre, lacking distinctive features and anything that catches the eye. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Wang Ji suddenly spoke up. Do you really think these creatures were designed by Chu Hao alone? Everyone was stunned by these words. Were these abyssal creatures not designed by Chu Hao? Or perhaps, there were other people helping him behind the scenes? Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Wang Ji couldn't help but shake his head. Evolution! It's evolution formed by natural selection. You've all become stupid from reading too much, including myself, of course. After he finished speaking, he laughed self-deprecatingly. In recent years, we have become too accustomed to imitating mature systems, and have increasingly neglected innovation. Take a closer look. How could such a vast number of organisms and such complex species variations have been designed entirely by one person? Leaving aside whether Chu Hao has such a vast knowledge base, just considering his energy, he couldn't possibly complete this workload. As he spoke, Wang Ji's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I think I understand now. Chu Hao didn't design any specific type of organism. He simply created a special low-dimensional environment and let life adapt to the world and evolve on its own. We hardly intervened in the early stages. In other words, he didn't design creatures, he designed rules. After hearing this, everyone immediately fell into thought. Wang Ji continued. Just like that famous saying, life will find its own way. At this point, one of the tutors raised a different opinion. But Vice Principal Wang, if we leave them completely unattended, these creatures will definitely descend into chaos. At that time, a large number of intelligent races will be born in the world, and they will fight each other, making it impossible for them to coexist peacefully. Didn't this point specifically demonstrate in previous theories about how different intelligent beings could coexist? Wang Ji did not get angry in the face of the criticism. At this moment, the two sides were more like having an academic discussion. You're right. But I want to ask you a question. Wang Ji looked at the other person. How high is the potential of those worlds that operate perfectly according to plan, like precision machinery? The instructor was clearly taken aback. Potential naturally has its limits, but in the future. Later? Again, later! Wang Ji interrupted him directly. How many people's divine realms have been eliminated before they even reach that stage? The potential of a world can be seen from its very beginnings. As he spoke, his tone gradually became serious. Whether it's the legendary myriad worlds, the vast starry sky, or the unrepeatable heavenly mountain, which of these top-tier extraordinary worlds didn't demonstrate an astonishing growth potential in its initial stages? So what really matters is not how strong we are now, but how much we can grow in the future. Biomass can accumulate. Resources can be accumulated. The rules of the world can also be continuously improved. But the world's potential is insufficient. Once potential is set, it is difficult to break through the limit no matter how hard you try later. After saying these words, Wang Ji let out a long breath and sat back down in his seat. The mentors in the conference room all fell silent. Many of them were also geniuses in their youth. I once dreamed of creating my own unique world. Ultimately, however, they abandoned the pursuit of adventure and innovation, choosing instead the safest path. Seeing Chu Hao's designs now, they couldn't help but feel a sense of gankai, mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a new paper was suddenly presented to them. This is Chu Hao's fourth paper. The title of the paper is very eye-catching. The unique characteristics exhibited by ordinary life forms in the endless abyss. Below the title, Chu Hao added a note. This is a paper that is not yet fully completed. Wang Ji immediately began to read it. The paper mainly presents two core viewpoints. First, ordinary life forms, whether from higher or lower dimensional worlds, cannot truly adapt to the unique environment of the endless abyss. Secondly, a small number of life forms will exhibit extremely terrifying mutations under the influence of the abyss environment. All of this stems from the unique rules of the endless abyss itself. Regardless of their original environment, once these creatures enter the abyss, their fighting ability, vitality, and will to survive will be greatly weakened. Upon seeing this, Wang Ji nodded slightly. Logically speaking, this speculation is reasonable. However, there is currently a lack of sufficient data to support this, so it can only be considered a theoretical stage. This is why Chu Hao marked, "Not yet completed," on his paper. When Wang Ji flipped to the last page, his gaze suddenly stopped. Because an application report was attached to the bottom of the paper. Chu Hao requested that the 3-world invasion simulation tests be conducted ahead of schedule. He planned to use the assessment opportunity to pit his abyss world against other powerful alien races, collect data through actual combat, and further refine the content of his thesis. Looking at the application, Wang Ji remained silent for a moment. In his view, Chu Hao's approach was somewhat hasty. After all, the world is still in a stage of development, and there is considerable risk in rashly participating in high-intensity simulation tests. But then I thought about it again, and true research requires practical verification. Ultimately, out of respect for academic exploration and out of curiosity about Chu Hao, Wang Ji signed his name on the application. He decided to make an exception for Chu Hao. He was allowed to conduct 3 separate simulated intrusion tests in advance. Chapter 11 Chu Hao's conjecture. After receiving the results of his mentor's approval for him to conduct a simulation test of world invasion on his own, Chu Hao was slightly excited. The reason he did this was because he had figured out how to catalyze the creation of legendary creatures similar to demons. A demon is a volatile, malice-filled, and utterly immoral creature. Chu Hao thought to himself as he walked. But these are just the superficial appearances of demons, not the most distinctive features of demons as creatures. The most prominent characteristic of demons is their insatiable desire for expansion. These terrifying creatures are born to be masters of destruction and annihilation. Their greatest pleasure is invading all sorts of dimensions and spreading fear and destruction. Chu Hao sighed. The endless abyss that I have created has replicated chaotic and disorderly rules and an extremely harsh environment, but most of the abyss creatures are currently killing each other and fighting for a limited living space. While such acts of killing may seem exhilarating, they are ultimately just a matter of adapting to the environment. Therefore, I must put external pressure on all the creatures of the endless abyss. We must let them know that their purpose is not to dominate the endless abyss, but to expand outwards. Outside the endless abyss lies a wealth of riches and opportunities. Similarly, they must also understand that the creatures from other dimensions are the greatest enemy. Only in this way can demons, creatures that are extremely eager to invade, be born from the endless abyss. As he pondered this, Chu Hao arrived at the assessment area specially set up by Tianding University. Meanwhile, the professors were flipping through the various papers that were pouring in like snowflakes. Wang Ji then told the group to return to their respective offices to work, and indicated that he might not have time to approve papers for some time to come. Upon hearing this, the mentors looked somewhat surprised. Vice Principal Wang, these verified papers need your approval. Are you prepared to temporarily suspend the approval process for the paper? Wang Ji shook his head. No, it's just a temporary pause, at most a day. I need to go to the principal's office first. Upon hearing the words, principal's office, the expressions of the mentors present became somewhat solemn. The principal's office? Isn't the principal in seclusion perfecting his own world? Yes, I remember the principal said before her last retreat that she should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Several years have passed since the last time the principal made an appearance, and during these years, the internal affairs of Tianding University have been mostly handled by Vice Principal Wang Ji. Throughout Tianding University, no one dared to disturb the principal's seclusion. After all, the president of Tianding University is a being standing at the pinnacle of higher deities, a substitute god who controls the resources of the entire school. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji shook his head. No, you don't understand. The current situation is exactly what she meant by necessary. After saying that, Wang Ji ordered the guests to leave. Next, Vice Principal Wang, working alone, began to organize the contents of Chu Hao's 4 papers, re-verifying dozens of theories using data to make it easier for the principal to read later. Although many of Chu Hao's theories were so profound that Wang Ji could not fully understand them, he still tried his best to analyze and deduce them in detail. While marveling at Chu Hao's unconventional way of thinking, Wang Ji silently recited to himself. Perhaps Chu Hao will be able to solve the problem that has been keeping the principal stuck at that stage. That legendary low-dimensional theory that can change the world order. With this in mind, Wang Ji quickened his pace in analyzing Chu Hao's topic. On the other side, Chu Hao filled out the required information and submitted it, along with the application form signed by Vice Principal Wang Ji, to the teacher in the Academic Affairs office. The teacher casually accepted the application form. Previously, he thought Chu Hao had only come to the assessment area to borrow some samples, but when he saw the individual test application signed by Wang Ji himself, his expression immediately changed. He looked Chu Hao up and down, scrutinizing him closely. His inner thoughts, goodness, I didn't expect our academy to be so full of hidden talents. Someone actually managed to get Wang Ji to ask him to conduct a separate world invasion test. It's important to know that each run of a world invasion simulation test requires a significant amount of valuable resources. Therefore, the simulated intrusion tests on a regular basis are conducted by dozens of students together. Those who could secretly help someone as upright as Wang Ji were either direct descendants of some high-ranking deities or spoiled brats from powerful families. Thinking of this, the teacher looked at Chu Hao and thought to himself, no, I must seize this opportunity and find a way to get him to say a few good words about me to Wang Ji. Even among gods, there are still human relationships and social customs. On the other side, for some reason, Chu Hao always felt. The teachers seem to be looking at me strangely. No way, even the gods are this perverted now? The world is really going to the dogs. Chu Hao thought to himself. Ahem. Teacher? Chu Hao coughed, bringing the other person back to the topic of wandering. Cough. I understand, handsome. Wait here for a moment, I'll have someone bring the assessment world to you right away. This time, the teacher's attitude towards Chu Hao was almost obsequious. He not only proactively told Chu Hao several key points about conducting the world simulation intrusion test, but also intentionally or unintentionally revealed some tips for passing the test to Chu Hao. What's even more outrageous is that this guy intentionally or unintentionally showed off his brand name in front of Chu Hao. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. In fact, the teacher practically shoved his name tag into Chu Hao's head. But in any case, that mysterious world of assessment, which held the fate of many people in its hands, was finally revealed to Chu Hao. A golden, enormous, and vast sphere of light. Chapter 12. Welcome to the Endless Abyss. As per the rules, you will materialize your world, and then I will help you establish the link. Guided by the other party, Chu Hao slowly materialized the world bound to him, which was the prototype of the Endless Abyss. The moment the nascent world of the Endless Abyss appeared, the teachers couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. He stared intently into the Endless Abyss, as if that world were a black hole, sucking away all his attraction. It wasn't until Chu Hao reminded him again that this guy realized what was happening, and quickly proceeded to the next step of Zhu Beibei's work. Alright, Chu Hao, the simulated invasion battle is about to begin. Please prepare. One of the teachers extended a finger, and summoned a golden beam of light from the core of a certain assessment world. The so-called assessment world is actually a special divine realm world artificially created by Tianding University to facilitate the verification of the combat capabilities of each world. This divine realm is special for one reason: it contains a large number of different races. From dragons to elves, from humans to orcs, all races are represented. Rather, it's because, in order to increase the difficulty of the assessment, the probability of these races appearing is completely random. It's possible that the alien race you encounter in your first test will be the beastmen, while the alien race you encounter in your second test will be the dwarves. The third test turned into an army of vampires. Each race has its own unique methods of attack, weapons, equipment, and tactics. Such unpredictable changes can leave many test takers feeling hopeless, because their world is unable to withstand the attacks of such a diverse array of races. What makes this divine realm even more unique is, this divine realm is a powerful entity that combines 13 different worlds and dozens of races. In other words, the test takers had no idea whether the enemy they were facing was a supernatural being or a powerful army of steam and steel. Therefore, it is highly likely that the first wave of tests for the candidates will be magical attacks from mages, while the next wave will be against humans who have mastered steampunk technology. With all these factors combined, every candidate had to be extremely focused and attentive during the assessment. It is worth mentioning that, although during the assessment, all candidates are not allowed to take action themselves, the candidates are demigods, which is a dimensional reduction attack for the strongest being, the legendary. However, the candidates can use their status as creators to enlighten the beings in their divine realm, so that they don't die too miserably, so that they don't despair too much when facing the invasion of alien legions. At the same time, the teacher who was guiding the golden beam of light successfully connected Chu Hao's divine realm world with the assessment world. 40 barely perceptible particles of light, and one slightly brighter particle of light flew rapidly toward the endless abyss. The next instant, Chu Hao's heart clenched. A feeling of being invaded echoed in his mind. Because Chu Hao had already connected himself to the endless abyss, this feeling of being invaded by alien races was particularly intense for him. Annoyed and furious. The assessment begins! Upon hearing this, Chu Hao immediately closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the endless abyss divine realm. Crackling. With the clanging of armor, dozens of orc-like, fully armed aliens descended upon the first level of the endless abyss. But as soon as they arrived here, they immediately regained their senses. Roar! Awoo! Roar! After exchanging words in a beastman language that Chu Hao couldn't understand, they immediately formed a team under the leadership of a level 5 orc leader. Then, driven by their intruder instincts, they began to head towards the core of Chu Hao's endless abyss. Their sole purpose is to destroy the core of the endless abyss. However, they hadn't gone far when one of the orc soldiers suddenly knelt down and vomited. Its body, which was originally as strong as an ox, felt extremely uncomfortable even before the battle began. Meanwhile, more and more orc soldiers began to experience symptoms of illness such as vomiting, dizziness, and coughing up blood. Even the strongest orc leader turned pale and looked uncomfortably uncomfortable. It was only then that the orc leader realized the anomaly they were encountering. Something's wrong with the world environment. The region they inhabit is completely different from the worlds they have previously invaded. There are no birdsong and fragrant flowers here, nor magnificent scenery. There is no gentle morning breeze here, nor is there a crystal clear water surface. The orcs looked up and found that the sky above them was as red as blood. They turned around and found that the area they were in was a desolate, terrifying, and malevolent land. On this land, one after another ugly creature filled with malice, greed, and bloodlust gradually emerged. This is not an ordinary mid to high-dimensional world. It is a low-dimensional world they have never seen before. Any creature from a non-low-latitude world, once it appears in a low-latitude world, will instinctively exhibit signs of maladaptation. This is due to the chaotic nature of the rules here. Such a chaotic and distorted environment immediately dampened the spirits of these orc warriors. They had never seen or imagined that they would come to such a terrifying hell. And when the first abyssal creature howled and pounced on the first orc soldier, the abyss's counterattack has begun. Then came the attacks from the second, third, and fourth abyssal creatures. Insect-like, mammal-like, humanoid, deformed, indescribable types. Those who use claws, magic, mechanical energy, poison, or mental attacks. Every creature in the endless abyss roars, telling these invaders about the terror and twisted nature of the abyss. One after another, creatures from the endless abyss, without any formation or order, excitedly tore at and attacked the dozens of terrified orc soldiers. They showed these beastmen where they were through their actions. This is an endless, terrifying place that suffocates most living beings. This is a dangerous place with an extremely harsh environment and distorted, chaotic rules. This is an evil place filled with betrayal, slaughter, and destruction. Welcome to Abyss. Chapter 13 is truly a despairing truth. Roar! An orc soldier roared and swung his black iron greatsword with tremendous force. The three abyssal creatures, each with a different shape, were instantly cleaved into dust by its giant axe. At the same time, a faint red battle aura erupted from its body. Countless pale red battle auras formed a circular shield around it, causing the fourth abyss creature's sneak attack to crash into the shield as if it had hit a metal plate. Squeak! The abyssal creature with two scythe-like claws had its head crushed by the orc soldier the very next second after it landed, stunned. And around him, most orc warriors were no different from him. These 40-odd powerful orc warriors were all like war gods bathed in blood. Their bodies are as strong as stone, their nerves as tough as steel, and their fighting spirit stands as proud as a mountain peak. Each of them was an elite soldier from the orc kingdom in the original world. Each of them possesses superb martial arts skills and the battle aura, ability bestowed upon them by the orc gods. At this moment, the endless abyss creatures they faced could hardly harm them, even though they possessed fighting spirit. Their weapons, however, can tear these ugly, twisted, and chaotic monsters apart as easily as chopping wood. However, the orc soldier did not show any surprise upon seeing this scene. Instead, he looked with despair at a beefalo warrior in the distance who was nearly 4 meters tall, wielding a giant hammer, and covered in steel armor. Team leader! We can't hold on much longer. The orc warrior was right. By this time, he and his comrades had spent 7 or 8 hours since they descended into the abyss. At this point, he had very little fighting spirit left. Its once sophisticated weapons now have more than a dozen holes. His armor now bears hundreds of marks, caused by poison, bites, or magic. It could be said that he was nearing the end of his life. What's even more terrifying is, the abyssal creatures they faced seemed endless. Although these abyssal creatures are very weak, only at the first or second stage of strength. But they still swarmed in like a tide, relentlessly attacking the dozens of strong orc soldiers without fear of their own strength. Even the corpses of these creatures piled up into disgusting mountains of flesh along their way. Logically speaking, if it were an ordinary creature from another ordinary world, it would have fled in fear long ago when faced with such horrific casualties. But it didn't know why these damned creatures were just like this damned world. Bizarre, twisted, and illogical. They not only enjoy attacking their own orcs, but they also attack each other. The creatures of one world actually attack each other when faced with a different race. What's going on here? Could it be that all the creatures here have gone mad? Do they even have the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm like other living beings? However, besides these, what terrified this orc soldier the most was, these damned abyssal creatures are getting stronger and stronger. Some of these monsters actually learned from and imitated them during the battle. Some monsters learned from them and grew metallic armor, while others learned from them and used their combat techniques. Even several monsters, by sheer accident, learned how to use battle aura. What exactly is going on in this world? Don't panic! Hearing his subordinates' complaints, the burly Minotaur leader replied while kneading a brain demon with a twisted brain structure into soy milk. The orc god told me that we are less than a few thousand meters from the core of this world. Hold on, once we get there, we can destroy the core of this world and end this. A twisted, disgusting, and suffocatingly terrifying place. After saying this, the Minotaur leader let out a huge roar, which revitalized the dozens of exhausted orc soldiers. Just one more thing. 2 wisps of hot air shot out from the Minotaur's nostrils. In this unbearably hot environment, its blood temperature is noticeably higher. Several kilometers. Before it stood hundreds and thousands of howling abyssal creatures. A few hours ago. In the opposite area from where the orc soldiers were located, which was the deepest part of the endless abyss where Chu Hao was. He has transformed into the will of the endless abyss, taking control of the entire endless abyss. He sat on a black earth, issuing his commands to the entire endless abyss. As soon as he issued the command, all the creatures in the endless abyss trembled. This is the power of the Creator. A mere thought from Chu Hao is enough to make these creatures born from him bow down in submission. This is an instinct etched deep within the soul of every person in the endless abyss. Chu Hao didn't waste any more words, he simply issued a simple command. Children, kill those invaders! After issuing this command, waves of mental energy quickly spread to every plane of the endless abyss. Upon hearing Chu Hao's command, every creature in the endless abyss immediately set off. They all used teleportation, spatial transfer, flight, magic, and other means to reach the will of the endless abyss, which was the uppermost level of the endless abyss marked by Chu Hao, as quickly as possible. Each of them, stimulated by the will of the endless abyss, became even more bloodthirsty. Because when issuing the order, Chu Hao also provided them with some basic information about the orc soldiers. That is, devouring these orc soldiers will grant you greater power. You will become stronger. But a few hours later, Chu Hao began to regret issuing the order. Because these orcs were much weaker in combat than he had imagined. Roar! The Minotaur leader smashed the last abyssal monster beside him to pieces. Within a few dozen meters of him, there were no more abyssal monsters. Similarly, there were no other living orc soldiers besides him. But it was all worth it! The Minotaur leader excitedly crossed the hill. Ahead lies the core of this damned world. Once I destroy it, my mission will be complete. But when the Minotaur leader actually crossed the hill, he froze. Because what it saw was not the world core of the endless abyss. Instead it is I wonder how deep those dark, deep tunnels are. This dark and deep tunnel is teeming with abyssal creatures that have crawled out from everywhere. They emerged from the darkness and crawled toward the light above. The Minotaur leader was stunned. The core of the world is right here, but... Indeed, the Minotaur leader's senses were correct. The core of the world is not on this land, but at the very bottom of this entire world. The place where we fight is only one layer of this world. At the very bottom of this tunnel lies the core of the world in the endless abyss. Only, it wasn't on the first level where the orc soldiers and others were, but at the deepest, most profound bottom of the abyss. It can be said that even if these 40-odd orc warriors fought to the death, they still wouldn't be able to clear the first level of the endless abyss. They never had the chance to see what the second layer of the endless abyss looked like until their deaths. And the endless abyss now has a full 66 levels. The abyssal creatures of the first plane alone wiped out all of its soldiers. Sensing this, the Minotaur leader knelt on the ground in despair, watching the surging abyssal creatures, and completely gave up resistance. What a desperate truth! Countless abyssal creatures surrounded it. The First World Simulated Invasion War has ended! Chapter 14 Civilization and Inheritance. First test completed! As the voice of the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office rang out, a golden light instantly dissipated from the top of the endless abyss. Just like the invasive feeling when establishing a connection, the abruptness and ease of leaving the assessment world are equally intense. At this moment, Chu Hao, as the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss, only felt a powerful force being drawn out of the endless abyss. This was also the first time Chu Hao had vaguely sensed the vastness of another world. Although the endless abyss has very high potential, at this moment, its size is still far smaller than that of the assessment world. Chu Hao sat at the end of the endless abyss, silently raising his head to look at the sky. At that moment, he truly felt that the assessment world was a divine realm world with such abundant resources. Vast war resources, hundreds of races and lineages, well-established world rules, and a stable world core. Everything was attracting Chu Hao. Or rather, it deeply attracts the will of the endless abyss. At this moment, Chu Hao also felt the true value of it. Craving and greed. That desire to disrupt the stable and orderly mid to high-dimensional world, born from the harsh environment of a low-dimensional world. That kind of greed, the desire to acquire more resources for survival so that one can live a better life. As the golden light dissipated, all life forms in the endless abyss sensed the true thoughts of Chu Hao, the will of the abyss. That is, beyond their world, there are endless worlds. And in those worlds, there are even more treasures. They need to invade that world and seize everything from it. More and more abyssal creatures are beginning to reshape their life characteristics and change their survival strategies. An impulse called the desire to conquer began to take deep root in the evil and chaotic souls of every creature in the abyss. Soon, Chu Hao temporarily freed his mind from the constraints of the endless abyss. For Chu Hao, who had just ignited his divine fire, maintaining a prolonged connection between his thoughts and the chaotic, endless abyss was an extremely difficult task. Chu Hao, detached from his thoughts, sat at the very bottom of the endless abyss and took a deep breath. Phew, I finally achieved the effect I wanted. After expressing his feelings, Chu Hao used his divine sense to carefully examine the changes in the endless abyss. Sure enough, most of the abyssal creatures began to change at this moment. They began to etch the desire for invasion and conquest into their very bones. These creatures, no longer content with competing with their terrifying counterparts for limited and harsh resources, have changed their mindset and are now trying to invade other worlds to obtain everything they desire. Just as I expected. Chu Hao smiled faintly upon seeing this. Only when organisms realize how harsh their environment is will they try to invade other environments in order to survive. And demons, a species that desperately craves invasion and expansion, are among the best of the best. At the same time, after the battle with the alien race, the mindset of the endless abyss underwent a brief shift. It began to realize that the alien races outside were completely different from the creatures of the endless abyss. Although these creatures were enemies, they successfully demonstrated to the creatures of the endless abyss what civilization and heritage truly meant. Only with civilization could those weak orc warriors accumulate the superior weapons they possessed through generations of development. Only by inheriting their lineage can these fragile orc warriors master the powerful combat skills and ways of using battle aura they exhibit through bloodline inheritance and learning. That's right. Although Chu Hao had already injected battle chi as the basic energy conversion formula into the core of the endless abyss when he created this divine realm world, he was still able to achieve his goal. However, the entire endless abyss is still too vast, and the number of abyssal creatures that can master battle chi despite the interference of dozens of energy conversion formulas remains small. More importantly, these abyssal creatures who possessed battle aura performed poorly in their battles against the orcs. They simply relied on their biological instincts, crudely enveloping their entire bodies in battle aura as a shield and charging towards the orc soldiers. This is completely different from the orc soldiers' sophisticated use of battle aura. Orc soldiers can not only use their battle aura as a shield, but they can also wrap their battle aura around their weapons to extend their attack range. Some elites can even integrate their battle aura into their bodies to protect their fragile internal organs, thereby prolonging their combat time. All of this greatly shocked the endless abyss and the creatures within it. After all, they have always been fighting for limited living space and have never encountered such a different way of fighting. So, after all the orc soldiers died, all the abyssal creatures immediately began a great evolution. They first engaged in a frenzied bloody battle around the corpses of the orc soldiers. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures fought to the death, but less than 1% of them survived. Ultimately, only the strongest few hundred abyssal creatures obtained the right to eat the corpses of these orc soldiers. These hundreds of abyssal creatures began to change immediately after absorbing the corpses of the orc soldiers. Some abyssal creatures began to swarm, some began to devour metal in an attempt to replicate those metal armors, some began to learn combat skills, and others refined their battle aura abilities. Countless new abilities, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rapidly spread throughout the endless abyss. All these evolved abilities were rapidly and unstably inherited along with the bloodline abilities of the abyssal beings. Among the descendants of these abyssal beings, some are born with these abilities. However, these were not the areas that Chu Hao was truly focused on. What he was really concerned with was how to use this trend to create demons. As for those abyssal creatures, most of them were merely accessories to the demons. Alright. Chu Hao closed his eyes, withdrawing his thoughts from the world of gods. At the same time, Chu Hao also began to accelerate the flow of time throughout the endless abyss, allowing these creatures to evolve faster. Let's accelerate this divine realm first, give them a day to let them evolve naturally. And I also need to use the data from the previous battle to complete my thesis. Chu Hao did not forget that he had two real purposes. One reason is that it drives evolution. The second reason is to refine one's thesis using this combat data. After saying that, Chu Hao left the endless abyss. Chapter 15: A New Debate. Huh! Is it new data uploaded by Chu Hao himself? In the offices of several mentors, they saw the new data uploaded by Chu Hao through their own Divine Fire network. With the emergence of Chu Hao's new data, many of the arguments in his previous papers have been largely proven true. But after seeing Chu Hao easily pass the first test, seeing those terrifying and realistic combat statistics, and seeing those powerful orc warriors fall on the first level of the abyss, all the mentors acknowledged Chu Hao's formidable combat abilities in the endless abyss. After all, data doesn't lie. Even with 40-odd strong orc warriors combined, they couldn't even break through the first level of the endless abyss. However, after seeing that Chu Hao's paper had been supplemented with data, the mentors spontaneously put down their work and gathered together. Compared to the tedious and boring process of reading papers like cattle and horses, discussing the biological models provided by Chu Hao seemed so tempting. Shortly after they gathered, the group began a pleasant discussion about a particular issue. The question arises regarding whether the abyssal creatures in Chu Hao's world were designed by humans. Ahem, everyone, I think. One of the instructors coughed. The creatures in Chu Hao's divine realm must have been cleverly designed by him. Brush. He projected out the most impressive creature from Chu Hao's paper. Look at this creature. It's an absolutely exquisite work of art. The creature the instructor was showing was a creature called the Abyssal Eye Demon. This is one of the most deadly and most deformed and twisted life forms in Chu Hao's endless abyss. The birth of each eye monster represents the chaotic use of magical energy and magic in the endless abyss. At the same time, they are also among the most stable species in terms of population and life forms in the entire endless abyss. From the rotten swamps at the bottom of the endless abyss, to the poisonous mist mountains in the middle of the abyss, and even to the myriad origin plains at the top of the endless abyss, this creature is everywhere. The structure of this creature's body is simply a living magic factory, and an incredibly pure one at that. Its spherical body, which is less than 16 feet long, is covered with special organs, some kind of eye organs, used to supply magic. Each special organ can provide a unique magical ability of a specific attribute. In other words, a creature with such a simple structure can easily unleash dozens of completely different spells, from petrification to slowing, from curses to fire. Most importantly, this creature's magical abilities are innate. Every beholder is born a mage, and a mage of all magic types. In a short period of time, the tutor had thoroughly understood the biological structure and living habits of this creature through Chu Hao's thesis. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he is a biology enthusiast. If you say that such a life form is not the result of a sophisticated design, but rather a natural evolution, then I'll definitely blow your head off. The instructor spoke with a fascination as he reached out his rough hand to touch the distorted and terrifying projection of the eye demon. Fart! But before he could finish speaking, another mentor immediately retorted. You said the life forms in the abyss are all designed. Then tell me how to design the internal structure of this creature. He projected another creature's image. And this creature also has a remarkable origin. This is a titan-like creature that originated from the abyss. The 100-handed giant. Unlike the titan-like creatures that naturally evolved and were designed in the ordinary divine realm, the 100-handed giant, besides resembling a titan in size, was otherwise. In every other aspect, whether in appearance or physical structure, it has absolutely nothing to do with the sacred titans who are naturally in control of the laws of nature. The entire body of the 100-handed giant was covered with deformed and indescribably twisted arms. Moreover, the 100-handed giant's body was also in a state of utter chaos. Multiple hearts, kidneys of different shapes, dysfunctional blood vessels, and a chaotic musculoskeletal system. The 100-armed giant can be considered a monster haphazardly pieced together from clumps of flesh and blood. And this monster's only ability. It is the strongest physical ability in the entire endless abyss. Besides these, there are no magical abilities, martial arts skills, battle aura, or natural energy. The 100-armed giants were all beyond their control. All it can do is use its enormous size and terrifying power to crush the body of any enemy. Come on, come on! The second mentor glared fiercely at the first mentor. Tell me, how exactly should such a creature be designed? Whether it's its irregular arms, its messy internal organs, or even its dozens of eyes of different shapes, tell me, how could such an ugly creature possibly have been designed? This is clearly life that naturally arose purely from a chaotic environment. Upon hearing this mentor's statement, the other mentors nodded in agreement. Clearly, after seeing this monster, they were more convinced of the theory of natural evolution. You old scoundrel! You're talking nonsense! The top-ranked mentor was clearly unconvinced. There are so many lives in the endless abyss, isn't it normal for one or two to occasionally escape Chu Hao's design? Hearing this, the second mentor also became anxious. Who are you calling an old scoundrel? You hairy gorilla! You're the one spouting nonsense. Can you deny that the environment of Chu Hao's divine realm isn't chaotic and distorted? In such an environment, what kind of sophisticated creature design could survive? Seeing that the argument between the two mentors was getting more and more serious, the other mentors immediately tried to calm them down. However, another mentor raised a new question. However, everyone, a new question has suddenly come to mind. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at the mysterious fellow. Stop talking nonsense, what are you thinking? The tutor chuckled. In fact, he was thinking further ahead than the other two tutors. The problem is, since Chu Hao has designed such a complex life system in the entire endless abyss, and is constantly giving birth to new species, is there any possibility? Chu Hao never took these creatures seriously. Instead, he wanted to create some new kind of creature? So here's the question. What exactly does the only creature that meets Chu Hao's requirements look like? And how strong how strong they will be? Chapter 16 The Beginning of the Devil. So, here's the question. What exactly does the only creature that meets Chu Hao's requirements look like? Upon hearing this, all the mentors present were stunned. Not because of anything else, but because of fear. They suddenly realized that what their mentor said seemed to make some sense. although Chu Hao had successfully filled the endless abyss with all sorts of life forms. The sheer strength and multitude of abilities of the creatures from the endless abyss truly astonished the mentors present. Even when he was already far ahead, Chu Hao still did not stop creating more living beings. All of this suggests that Chu Hao is not satisfied with the biodiversity of his divine realm, which is the endless abyss. What is he still pursuing? He seems to still be pursuing the establishment of some kind of a creature that the mentors could not comprehend at all. Just how powerful would such a creature be, and what kind of abilities would it possess? All of this terrified these mentors. While the professors were still discussing Chu Hao's thesis and the biology he mentioned in it, Chu Hao, on the other hand, made new discoveries in his own world. That's a kind of insect. A creature that has absolutely no relation to demons, yet exhibits characteristics similar to those of demons. Let me elaborate. These insects, born after their first encounter with alien races in the endless abyss, exhibit two completely different and unique racial characteristics. Let's start with the first type. Coward. That's right, this insect is probably the most cowardly creature in the endless abyss. If we were to describe the environment of the entire endless abyss in human terms, we could call it a cage. An inescapable steel cage, a place from which one is forever trapped. Within this steel cage, tens of thousands of creatures are imprisoned by the dimensional crystal wall, and crucially, there is no way out of this entire cage. At least before coming into contact with the outside world, before coming into contact with the rest of the world, there is no concrete way out of the endless abyss. They are forced to live forever in such a suffocating low-latitude world. This world has abundant natural resources. However, the environment was too harsh. No life form can guarantee that it will survive peacefully. Because in the next second, they could die in a drastically changing environment, or be eaten by other predators. Thus, these tens of thousands of species were forced, driven by the pressure of survival, to kill each other in this hopeless environment. Throughout the cage formed by the endless abyss, bloody battles between living beings can be seen everywhere. Only the strongest of these creatures are qualified to live. Only then are they qualified to pass on their bloodline abilities to their descendants. Yet, even in this distorted environment, this insect exhibited a special trait that does not participate in competition. This insect has evolved an exceptionally strong ability to adapt to its environment, a special ability that allows it to adapt to environments whether they are in toxic fog, icy or scorching cold, or even environments where gravity and time are disordered. Such adaptability is something that no other creature in the entire endless abyss possesses. Most abyssal creatures can only live in a few fixed environments. Even the more adaptable abyssal creatures cannot adapt to certain extremely extreme environments, such as planes where gravity changes every moment, planes where time flows at varying speeds, or even planes where matter cannot take shape. These insects can adapt completely. They live in various planes of the endless abyss, and no matter how harsh the environment, they can always adapt and thrive. Moreover, their numbers are expanding very rapidly. Strangely, they did not evolve any powerful attack capabilities. In other words, these incredibly weak creatures are merely the primary food source for most of the creatures in the endless abyss. And it was a rather delicious type of food. Although they have teeth capable of crushing rocks, their obese bodies and not so tough skins still prevent them from escaping their position at the bottom of the abyss. The word cowardly is deeply ingrained in the soul of this insect. Of course, if he were just a coward, Chu Hao certainly wouldn't have devoted so much energy to studying this kind of insect. The main reason Chu Hao paid attention to this insect was its second unique form. Transform. That's right, the offspring of this insect can transform. Of course, this transformation isn't some kind of magical ability, but rather, if these insects live long enough, or if they have some kind of adventure, they can actually transform into life forms that are completely different from their previous larvae. Some larvae, after accidentally consuming the corpse of a powerful creature, will store the genes of that powerful creature into their own bloodline. If such larvae survive and accumulate enough energy, they will spin a cocoon. After the cocoon breaks open, a larva, with those powerful biological characteristics emerges. This creature, though its strength is currently inferior to that powerful creature. However, his physical form and the abilities he possesses, they're all improved versions of that powerful creature. That's right, it's not a replica, it's an improvement. If they continue to grow, they will become stronger than the original powerful creatures and will be more adept at mastering the various abilities of the original creatures. Moreover, besides these, Chu Hao also noticed, these lucky larvae seem to possess the ability to evolve further. Once they become strong, they will retaliate by devouring other abyssal creatures that have eaten them before. Of course, they also like to eat their own kind, namely larvae. After they consume those abyssal creatures, they immediately attempt to replicate those creatures' abilities and store them in their own gene pool. However, after reaching this point, the most regrettable thing happened. These seemingly invulnerable larvae often die from exploding during their second evolutionary process. Even if some larvae don't die, they turn into some kind of indescribable, twisted monster, living a life worse than death. For some unknown reason, their bodies and genes have been unable to successfully undergo a second evolution, let alone continue to evolve. But seeing this, Chu Hao was already content. Because he saw the basic characteristics of a demon in these insects. Extreme adaptability, and the ability to evolve sustainably. Chu Hao held an insect in his hand, his eyes shining. Perhaps these insects... It is the beginning of demons in the endless abyss! Chapter 17 Genius and Man. Looking at the larvae that kept twisting and screaming in his hand, Chu Hao fell into deep thought. This seemingly weak insect actually possesses the potential to become a demon. Extreme adaptability and continuously evolving survival strategies. However, the current situation in the endless abyss is not enough for this larva to evolve a second time and perfect its abilities. After all, the true demon race is, in theory, a super race without any limits to evolution. In Chu Hao's memory, the demon races that could truly sweep across countless worlds took on a variety of forms, with virtually no upper limit. Some demon species, such as inferior demons, roam the twisted and terrifying abyssal wilderness like greedy hyenas, feeding on various carrion and weak creatures. Other demons, such as the more powerful Balrogs, are semi-elemental creatures formed from the combination of biomass and fire energy. From birth, they naturally possess fire and lava elements, making them the overlords of the entire land of fire. The Corruptor is a demonic creature with extraordinary magical power. Of course, it also has a more resounding scientific name, the Dreadlord. The Dreadlords are not only cunning and evil, but also well-versed in powerful shadow magic. The Dreadlord not only relentlessly sows chaos and destruction in the abyss, but can also ignite frequent wars among the native inhabitants of other planes when invading them. Because these Dreadlords, given the chance, will corrupt the native inhabitants of the invaded planes, turning those poor innocents into terrifying demonic subspecies. All of these demons are powerful creatures that have undergone repeated evolutions to reach their final form. Their birth process must have involved countless mutations before they finally reach such a fixed form. Therefore, at this stage, the larvae are still far inferior to demonic creatures. At least in terms of secondary evolution, they simply do not meet Chu Hao's requirements. Thinking of this, Chu Hao rubbed his head and sighed. It seems I have to find a way, a more extreme method, to accelerate the evolution of these larvae. The current conventional abyss environment is no longer sufficient for these larvae to mutate and develop the ability for a second evolution. However, I can use the second world invasion simulation test to collect data while simultaneously provoking these guys. With that in mind, Chu Hao immediately submitted a new application. That is the application for a second separate world invasion simulation test. This time, Wang Ji and the other mentors responded quickly. It was clear that before leaving, Wang Ji had told the mentors to remember to approve Chu Hao's application. He had foreseen all of this. While Chu Hao was still studying the larvae, a guy who was once highly regarded, but now seems somewhat down on his luck. Zhao City. He was once the most promising genius at Tianding University. At that moment, he had just come from his mentor's place, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. How could this be? His tightly clenched hands betrayed his panicked state of mind. You should know that from the beginning of his graduation project until now, he has been diligently building his own natural world. Through his efforts, his world now contains a world tree, Delugan, which has mastered 3 different rules. The establishment of this world tree successfully ensured the safe and sound creation of his world. And with the help of the world tree Delugan, the world of Zhao City is also growing rapidly. Delugan's unique ability to absorb void caused his world to expand wildly, gradually growing to a land area the size of 3 Earths. Even the world's environment is gradually transforming into an extreme natural environment thanks to the powerful world tree, Delugan. In such a world, high-quality natural life will naturally emerge. More importantly, in Zhao Qing's world, he has already designed beautiful elves who are now firmly occupying the world's main ecological niche. Even fairies, druids, and tree spirits have begun to take shape. All of this was reported to his supervisor through his research paper. He had thought that with such achievements, he would become the focus of everyone's attention, regarded as a well-deserved genius, and the #1 student at Tianding University. But now, when his mentor earnestly told him that a guy named Chu Hao had designed a world called the Endless Abyss, which was the focus of this event. Whether it's the completeness of the paper or the importance of the low-level topic, this guy named Chu Hao has more than one advantage over Zhao Qing. All of this, it corroded Zhao Kongqing's heart like a mocking demon. This filled Zhao Qing with bitterness and helplessness. After trembling for a long time, Zhao Qing finally calmed down. Although he was frustrated, he wasn't the kind of person who went to extremes. Don't let your true feelings waver. Calm down, Zhao Qing. He forced himself to calm down. He's just a lucky guy. If you change your plans, you'll definitely overtake him. With that thought in mind, Zhao Qing silently left the crowd and returned to his dormitory. After returning to his dormitory, Zhao Qing took a deep breath. Looking at the towering tree in his world, Zhao Qing made a crazy decision. Since the conventional methods can no longer make me number one, then I'll give it my all. Dilhagen begins to condense fruit. We want to reshape the entire natural world. Madness and genius are sometimes two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was also ready for the world invasion simulation test. The alien army has once again descended upon the abyss. Chapter 18, the second assault assessment area. Chu Hao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and once again manifested his divine realm's endless abyss. As soon as the endless abyss appeared, all the instructors in the entire assessment area immediately turned their attention to Chu Hao. There is no other reason. As soon as the phantom of the endless abyss appeared, the entire assessment room was immediately filled with the unique pressure of the endless abyss. This oppressive aura naturally carries a powerful, ancient, and primordial energy. Within this aura, the teachers sensed malice and greed emanating from an endless abyss. It felt like a terrifying creature lurking in the shadows, watching them all the time. It was obvious that the endless abyss was much more powerful than when they first encountered it. Despite their amazement, these dedicated teachers have not forgotten their responsibilities. Get ready, Chu Hao! The second test is about to begin. A teacher walked over. In his hand, a golden light was being drawn. Unlike the first test. This time, the golden light in his hand was noticeably thicker. Within this golden light, the number of golden specks was significantly greater than during the first test. After the first assessment, Chu Hao understood that these so-called golden spots were the biological characteristics of those at or above stage 5. Chu Hao half opened one eye, glanced at the beam of light briefly, and silently said to himself, "It seems my luck isn't very good. There aren't many powerful creatures around." His goal was never to overcome the difficulty of these tests that he considered easy. What he wanted was to use the external pressure exerted by those powerful creatures to further evolve the beings in his endless abyss. The number of powerful creatures is too small, clearly not meeting his requirements. The world corridor has been established. The teacher shouted a reminder. Then, that golden light was also connected to Chu Hao's endless abyss. The assessment has officially begun. The alien race has been teleported. The next instant, Chu Hao, as the will of the endless abyss, felt a powerful world pressure descend upon him. However, this oppressive aura lasted only a moment. As the alien races were cast into Chu Hao's endless abyss, this feeling vanished without a trace. Instead, there is a sense of invasion, like maggots clinging to bones. My lords, this is the world we are about to invade. The uppermost level of the endless abyss, on the abyss plane where those dozens of orc soldiers were once buried. A lizard-man soldier with strong limbs and blue scales covering his body and face knelt before a group of powerful figures cloaked in capes. After the initial magical assessment, the environment here. How's the environment? Don't hesitate, just tell us. The mysterious powerhouse abruptly removed his cloak, revealing a pair of small, cold, and ruthless vertical pupils. And within those vertical pupils, there was a faint emanation. Dragon's might. This mysterious powerful figure's body and limbs were also covered in scales. However, its scales are a dark red color, a mix of red and black. More importantly, this mysterious and powerful figure was outrageously tall. It is already 5 meters tall just by standing on the abyss plane. Moreover, his every move was imbued with the surging of earth, wind, water, and fire elements. All of this indicates that he is a powerful creature at stage 10, a terrifying being approaching legend. The environment here seems different from any world we've invaded before. The lizard-man soldier looked up, gazing enviously at the powerful figure. He thought to himself that it would be great if he could have as much dragon blood as the other person. The intensity of dragon bloodline directly determines the strength of these dragon descendants. This powerful individual is clearly close enough to be a pure-blooded dragon. He has not only almost shed his lizard man appearance, but he has also awakened the ability of dragon language magic. This truly made him extremely envious. But this is not the time to think about these things. The lizard man continued recounting the information he had just gathered. Lord Dylan, the environment here seems chaotic and irregular. In addition to the presence of mild toxins, the air throughout this plane is filled with irregular elemental activity. Moreover, most of the creatures here are deformed and grotesque, and they are bloodthirsty and belligerent, showing no trace of intelligent life. Oh? So, does that mean the abilities of most of the mages in our army will be weakened? Upon hearing this, another powerful individual with dragon bloodline heritage pondered for a moment. It seems we need to play it safe. Something definitely isn't right about this world. After saying that, he raised his head and looked up at the sky above the endless abyss. This world has no stars, no planetary orbits, and even its crystal walls are broken. It's just too bizarre. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, the 10th stage powerhouse named Dylan let out a cold snort. It's alright. Doesn't the state of this world prove that we can easily destroy this place? This time, we have brought nearly 3,000 dragon blood slaves, 2,000 dragon blood warriors, and 100 dragon blood mages. Such terrifying power is enough for us to easily take this world and its core back to our holy land. Besides, weren't we there during this invasion? Dylan said with a cold laugh. The other powerful figures nearby echoed this sentiment. Yes, with Lord Dylan here, we can easily destroy this world. Perhaps, after completing this mission, Lord Dylan will be rewarded again and have his bloodline purified to become a pure-blooded dragon. Upon hearing this, Dylan smiled. In its eyes, there was also a longing for becoming a pure-blooded dragon. However, none of them noticed. Beneath their feet, beneath the 66th plane, at the very bottom of this world called the Endless Abyss, a pair of eyes slowly opened and looked at them. Its eyes were filled with savagery, chaos, and greed. Chapter 19 Bloodline Disorder. Lord Dylan! We have successfully defended against the third wave of this world's counterattack. The first level of the Endless Abyss, the central plane known as the Plane of 10,000 Abysses. A dragon blood warrior knelt before Dylan, reporting on the current progress. Okay, I understand. Dylan touched the magic ring on his left hand with some annoyance, and replied to his subordinate. It emerged unscathed from the previous 3 battles, demonstrating formidable combat prowess. Whether it's his powerful physique or his terrifying dragon language magic, he is undoubtedly the focus of the battlefield. His powerful physical body could tear apart any abyssal creature that dared to appear before him. Whether it's those twisted and deformed monsters or those chaotic beasts with sharp teeth and claws. Not a single creature in the entire endless abyss could break through its scales. He, on the other hand, was like a god of war, whether it was charging or wrestling. No creature in the endless abyss can withstand a single blow. That's right, they didn't even have a chance to withstand a single blow. This powerful warrior, nearing the 10th stage, is practically a perfect killing machine, enhanced by his dragon bloodline. Even those abyssal monsters born with magical energy and magic were suppressed to death by the dragon language magic they possessed. They don't even have the right to cast a spell in front of Dylan. The mere suppression of the elements was enough to turn these creatures into dust the moment they unleashed magic or used magical energy, thanks to Dylan's dragon language magic. This performance filled Dylan's men with confidence for their upcoming journey into the abyss. Among the thousands of dragon blood warriors, Dylan's power was being widely praised. Even the other dozen or so strong individuals, who were at stage 5 or above but below stage 10, were full of confidence in Dylan. The entire dragon blood expeditionary force, with overwhelming momentum, swept across most of the myriad abyss planes. The entire force is getting closer and closer to the core of the world that Dylan perceives. Even so. Okay, I understand. Dylan seemed a little irritated and muttered to himself. The dragon blood warrior knelt before it, reporting on the current progress. And the casualties. In the third wave of counterattack, our entire army lost 432 dragon blood slaves, along with 72 dragon blood warriors. 1 dragon blood mage died from a magical backlash for unknown reasons. I understand. Dylan frowned slightly. And our magical supplies are already 1/5 depleted. I understand. A hint of savagery appeared in Dylan's eyes. At the same time, the water and food for our entire army have also been contaminated with toxins, and the edible parts are currently... I said it. Suddenly, beneath the cloak, Dylan's vertical pupils snapped open. I already know. No one knows why the powerful Dylan suddenly erupted. Dragon language, flames, devour my enemies. All they knew was that in the heart of the army, a terrifying dragon flame suddenly erupted from Dylan's mouth. This poor dragon blood warrior was burned to ashes by the scorching dragon flames. Hiss, hiss. An eerie silence erupted from the marching army. Dylan! A friend of Dylan grabbed Dylan's arm and asked his friend in disbelief. What's wrong with you? It was only at this moment that Dylan realized what was happening. What just happened? In an instant, Dylan's face turned deathly pale. He suddenly knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky above the endless abyss. As it knelt down, the other warriors and powerful figures present also raised their heads. At this moment, a shallow, dark red vortex was gradually taking shape above their heads. To their horror, they discovered that next to this black and red vortex was a space-time turbulence. But what they don't know is that countless rules are becoming disordered in the space-time turbulence. And among these disordered rules, the stronger one is, the more easily one's mind is influenced by them. For example, Dylan is close to being legendary. My bloodline is rapidly mutating. Dylan felt the changes within his body and told the powerful people around him about them. I am falling into depravity. As he spoke, Dylan painfully tore his cloak open. This damn world is forcibly distorting me. And beneath its cloak, its scales began to twist. It wants me to be its slave. Dylan's scales were covered with dense, fleshy bumps. These meat particles are expanding rapidly. Its once resolute face is now contorted with pain. Furthermore, its eyes gradually changed from orange to red. Its eyes were filled with extreme brutality. Just like creatures in an endless abyss. The sight filled the surrounding dragon blood warriors with terror. The black and red vortexes above their heads were raising one question after another in their minds. This terrifying world. Where exactly is it? What on earth happened here? However, unlike the dragon blood warriors who were terrified and unaware of what had happened, at the very bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao, the ruler of the endless abyss, watched Dylan's transformation with delight. Good! 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 The three consecutive good-s made Chu Hao's joy exceptionally obvious. I never expected that the endless abyss would evolve a special environment specifically targeting bloodline abilities so quickly. The black and red vortexes above the heads of those dragon blood warriors are essentially one of the manifestations of the rules of extreme chaos. Nothing in the entire endless abyss remains unchanged. Even time itself cannot escape the fate of being distorted in the endless abyss. A strange look appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. He said in a low voice. Not to mention those fragile and diluted bloodlines. As Chu Hao's thoughts shifted, these black and red vortexes, capable of distorting the environment, appeared. It is gradually expanding into the entire endless abyss. Whenever these terrifying black and red vortexes appear in a plane, the abyssal creatures of that plane begin to transform rapidly. Like Dylan, they underwent an irreversible distortion process, becoming warped. However, unlike Dylan, those disordered bloodlines that drove Dylan mad, however, plunged the abyssal creatures into a new evolutionary frenzy. After all, the creatures of the abyss have long coexisted with chaos. This disordered bloodline is a necessary stimulus for their evolution. Chapter 20 Bloodline, Legend and Coincidence. Although the second simulation test has not yet ended, some data from the endless abyss has already been uploaded to Chu Hao's paper. Look at this, what's going on here? One of the mentors noticed the changes in Dylan and a series of other dragon blood warriors in the endless abyss. Are these alien races that were thrown in sick? One of the mentors was the first to notice this change. He immediately used his divine power to project Dylan's situation onto the large screen in the observation room. In the sufficiently clear projection, Dylan, who was about to enter a legendary phase, was seen in a state of rampage. What's going on here? Has Chu Hao created environmental magic in his world that can make enemies attack each other? Another mentor, who had looked more closely, countered. No, this doesn't seem to be the effect of environmental magic. The instructor gently tapped the screen, enlarging the model in front of him even further. This guy has gone into a frenzy, but the rest of the dragon blood soldiers don't seem to have changed at all. Wait, what's going on? This guy's bloodline has changed. In the model projection of the paper, Dylan is screaming and roaring hysterically. Every inch of its skin, every bone, and every muscle beneath its scales was trembling. Countless deformed tumors grew little by little from under his skin, quickly taking over Dylan's entire body. This extreme pain caused it to involuntarily unleash terrifying dragon language magic, destroying everything in its path. Whether it's items, enemies, or even his own men. Within minutes, Dylan, who had gone mad, easily killed hundreds of dragon blood soldiers and dragon blood slaves. Moreover, the heavy casualties caused the surrounding dragon blood soldiers to quickly flee the area. They stood at a distance in terror, watching the crazed Lord Dylan. The mentors seemed to understand the situation and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really pitiful. His bloodline has been disturbed, and his physical body is probably about to collapse. Yes, its bloodline was originally not pure dragon blood, so under these circumstances, it is impossible for it to stabilize again. The Dragon Blood clan, who invaded the Endless Abyss, are a very special kind of creature. They and the real dragons are two completely different life forms. Their mother race, the dragon race, due to their unique racial characteristics, makes it easy for them to form relationships with other species. The offspring of these other species are collectively referred to as the Dragon Blood clan. The Dragon Blood clan is a slave species of the Dragon clan. The weaker ones are used to clean up the garbage in the dragon nest, build various structures, and sometimes serve as emergency food. Meanwhile, the stronger members of the Dragon Blood clan can become warriors led by the Dragon clan, responsible for expanding the Dragon clan's territory. However, being hundreds or thousands of times weaker than true dragons, they were still cannon fodder at the very bottom of the army. As for Dylan, who is a rather special case. From the moment they are born, they possess a high degree of dragon bloodline purity. The purer the dragon bloodline, the stronger they are. Even the best among them can master a small amount of dragon language magic. They thus naturally became the direct subordinates of the dragons, controlling their armies and slaves on their behalf. Only, even if their bloodline is pure, they are still not pure-blooded dragons. Even the weakest dragons are powerful species born into legend, and this kind of bloodline suppression is, in most cases, an insurmountable gap. However, today, some things are about to change. Because in the Endless Abyss, the bloodline of any creature is never static. In the abyss. Roar! In excruciating pain, Dylan collapsed to his knees, his entire body convulsing. At this time, its entire body was covered with terrifying tumors, and various deformed organs were also developing inside its body. Countless drops of blood gushed from its 5 orifices. Seeing this, the other strong members of the unit finally confirmed Dylan's death sentence. There's no other way. Lord Dylan has gone out of control. We have to find a way to get rid of him. One of the dragon-blooded experts spoke to the others. Although their individual strength was not comparable to Dylan's peak 10th stage, it would still be relatively easy for them to kill Dylan together. Upon hearing this, the others no longer hesitated and picked up their weapons, aiming them at Dylan. Just as they were about to make their move, Dylan suddenly raised his head and looked at them. That single glance was enough to make these powerful individuals tremble all over. Because Dylan was actually emanating a dragon's might. The dragon's might is something only true dragons can possess. Hiss! Ha ha! Under the terrifying dragon's might, these powerful figures dared not make any move. They were like rabbits standing at the mouth of a dragon, having lost even the courage to run away. I'm fine now. Suddenly, the dragon's might vanished without a trace. These dragon-blooded powerhouses immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Dylan slowly got up from the ground and said weakly, "You know you're alright?" The others were immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. Why is Dylan, who was just shouting that his bloodline was corrupting and tearing hundreds of people apart like a madman, suddenly fine? However, Dylan's next words surprised everyone present, including the mentors who were secretly watching. I couldn't believe my ears, my heart was pounding. Not only am I alright, but just now, I crossed the limits of my bloodline, and I evolved once again. I have become a legend. After saying that, Dylan stretched out his arm and showed it to everyone. Sure enough, the scales on Dylan's arm had returned to their regular shape. Moreover, patterns that only pure-blooded dragons could have appeared on the surface of the scales on its arms. Although I don't know why this world is so strange, I'm certain of one thing. A greedy glint appeared in Dylan's eyes. This world is a true blessing to me. This world holds the secret to advancing one's bloodline. Its pupils are red. What no one noticed was beneath Dylan's feet. Several ugly-looking insects were greedily eating the blood that Dylan had spilled earlier in the soil. All the coincidences in the Endless Abyss seemed to be preordained. A pair of hands called caves quietly took control of everything. Chapter 21: The Road of No Return to Depravity. On the Endless Abyss plains. Haha, such powerful strength! Dylan laughed wildly as he ruthlessly slaughtered all the enemies around him. For some reason, he began to enjoy the feeling of slowly tearing his enemies apart with his claws. After his bloodline mutated and he successfully advanced to the legendary stage, his strength had made a tremendous leap. Besides becoming much stronger physically, Dylan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had gained even more dragon language magic after his bloodline mutation. This is a powerful magical ability that resides only in dragon blood. Therefore, the entire dragon blood army launched a frenzied attack immediately after Dylan was promoted to legendary warrior. They have approached the core area of the first layer of the Endless Abyss, the edge of the tunnel leading to the second layer of the Endless Abyss. What a blessing in disguise! Dylan thought to himself. I never imagined that I would have the chance to become a legend during this world invasion. Although the process was very painful and made me lose my mind, but... Dylan stretched out his palm, his heart captivated by the beautiful dragon patterns on the scales. How can the acquisition of power not come without a price? Just as Dylan was still obsessed with the power he had gained, a dragon warrior came to him. Lord Dylan, we have arrived at the core region of this world, but we cannot sense the exact location of the world's core. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Dylan sneered. Humph, you bunch of idiots, this is by no means some kind of core area. Then, Dylan pointed to the deep tunnel in the distance, which was crawling with abyssal creatures, and said to everyone. The true core of this world is hidden at the very depths of this tunnel. This extremely bizarre world is very different from the worlds we have invaded before. This world is a world with a plural structure. In other words, if we want to completely destroy this world, we need to conquer several layers of planes downwards. After saying that, Dylan took a deep breath and revealed a greedy expression. Perhaps, I could choose not to destroy this world and leave behind its core. From the very beginning, the core of this world has been calling to me, calling for me to be given greater power. As long as I have a way, I can get close to him. Perhaps I can uncover the ultimate secret of this world. Become stronger. At this point, Dylan, driven by an excessive thirst for power, had gradually lost his reason and forgotten his ultimate goal. Unbeknownst to it, its soul began to become no different from that of the creatures of this world. Become irritable, extremely greedy, domineering, violent, and absolutely devoid of morality and compassion. Under Dylan's leadership, whose mindset had shifted, the entire dragon blood army began its descent into a path of no return. After reaching the second level of the Endless Abyss, the entire dragon blood army began to advance madly towards the entrance to the third level of the abyss. However, the power of the Endless Abyss manifests itself in such a way that the closer one gets to the bottom of the abyss, the more chaotic everything becomes. Whether it's rules, elements, environment and climate, or even space and time. However, because of this, the closer abyssal creatures are to the depths, the stronger they become, and the more resources they can obtain. After all, the deeper a creature descends, the more likely it is to be favored by the will of the abyss. The creatures that were once active in the first layer of the Endless Abyss were nothing more than a bunch of pathetic worms who couldn't survive in the lower layers of the abyss. Although the abyssal creatures on the second level were not much stronger than those on the first level, they still caused great trouble for the already exhausted dragon blood army. Among them, many new monsters have appeared. Some can tear apart metal armor made of steel, some possess terrifying toxins that can cause people's bodies to fester, and some can suck the blood out of an entire dragon blood slave in one go. For some reason, there are more and more of these monsters. With each dragon blood warrior that falls, a swarm of terrifying, ugly insects will appear beside its corpse, frantically devouring it. Some dragon blood warriors who are seriously injured and unable to resist will even be devoured while still alive. It should be noted that many worlds destroyed by these dragon-blooded armies were only the size of the first layer of the Endless Abyss. Now they have traveled twice the distance, and are utterly exhausted. The area of the Endless Abyss is simply too vast. Many of the dragon blood warriors have reached their limits, and are demanding their right to rest. But Dylan's answer was, "Want to rest? You dare ask? You only have one choice, keep pushing forward until you're completely exhausted." Anyone who dared to contradict Dylan was torn to shreds by him. Whether they were dragon blood slaves, dragon blood warriors, or even those stronger than him in the past. Dylan, with absolute tyranny, urged his men to fight a bloody battle. Under such intense pressure, something truly terrifying happened to the entire dragon blood army. Comrades who once fought back to back now, in order to survive, did not hesitate to grab their comrades and help them block enemy attacks. A superior who once showed boundless care for his subordinates now allows them to die in vain for a mere, uncertain reward. The soldiers, who were once incredibly loyal and never hesitated, began to flee in vain for the slightest chance of survival, while the remaining soldiers, who had no hope of escape, grinned and stabbed them in the back as they fled. Even the powerful began to distort their minds because of old grudges and new hatreds, and because of opportunities they never had. With each step they take deeper into the abyss, this army gets one step closer to mindless beasts. Furthermore, these intelligent beings have displayed a bloodthirstiness and terror that surpasses even the native creatures of the abyss. What is the most terrifying thing in the entire endless abyss? The bottom of the abyss. With his eyes closed, Chu Hao, as the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss, was using his mind as his vision to observe the itinerary of Dylan and his group. He knew perfectly well what had happened to the army led by Dylan. Some might say it's the terrifying environment of the endless abyss, with its suffocating toxic air and indistinguishable sky. Some say they are terrifying creatures from the endless abyss, creatures with inhuman twisted structures and chilling malice and greed. Some say it's the unpredictable, chaotic rules of the endless abyss, where even fate itself is distorted, and no one knows what their future holds. But none of these are correct. Chu Hao stood up and said without any emotion. The most terrifying thing about the endless abyss is the gradual loss of humanity. In the endless abyss, all beautiful feelings will be lost with the passage of time. Family ties can break down, romantic love can fade, and friendships can betray. All beings in the endless abyss will confront the darkness and sin within their own hearts the moment they enter it. This is a path of no return to depravity. After saying that, Chu Hao transferred himself to the third level of the endless abyss, waiting for Dylan's arrival. It's time. At the end of the dark and deep tunnel, a dragon-like creature, its body tattered and covered with all sorts of strange creatures, stumbled and howled in pain as it arrived at the third level of the endless abyss. This farce is over. Chu Hao gave Dylan a strange smile. Chapter 22 The Abyss Corruption. Can the endless abyss truly allow a creature's bloodline to trace its origins, complete the evolution of life, and thus achieve transformation? The answer is sure. But the probability is very low. The world of the endless abyss, to be precise. The nascent form of the endless abyss that Chu Hao currently possesses is a divine realm world dominated by extreme chaos. What is the fundamental principle behind this chaos? Uncertainty. Or rather, unknowability. The uncertainty of all living things, rules, elements, and even concepts themselves can be distorted to the extreme of uncertainty. If we were to use a word that humans can understand to represent it, then that word would be idealism. Therefore, in such a chaotic environment, nothing can be affirmed. Not to mention whether the dragon bloodline can be reliably traced back to its origins and complete the evolution of its life form. In the endless abyss, most creatures are constantly changing and evolving. Their previous generation might have been beast-like monsters with sharp teeth and claws, while the next generation might have insect-like or tentacle-like characteristics. There may only be a generation gap between such creatures, but in terms of their life essence, they can no longer be considered the same kind of creature. All the creatures in the endless abyss are like ever-growing cancer cells, evolving in directions that no one could have imagined. Moreover, there are countless examples like this. Therefore, under such chaotic and terrifying rules, it is difficult to say whether the next generation of creatures will be stronger than the previous generation. Logically, such an outcome could easily lead to an out-of-control quality of life in the world, ultimately causing the creatures to become weaker and weaker in combat. But the endless abyss does not have this problem. Because the harsh environment of the abyss dictates that only the most promising creatures can survive there, the rest are merely food. Therefore, the combat capabilities of all creatures in the endless abyss are actually getting stronger and stronger. Getting back to the main topic. What exactly happened that led to Dylan's bloodline mutation and his successful entry into the legendary stage? It's actually quite simple. The abyss corrupts. Every living being begins an irreversible process of being corrupted by the endless abyss from the moment it steps into it. The corruption of the endless abyss is a process that corrupts from the body to the spirit, then to the soul, and even the sea of the mind. During this period, the body and bloodline of the corrupted will undergo severe distortion. Their minds will be warped, and they will hear the call of the endless abyss. Their souls will undergo a complete mutation, becoming poisonous creatures favored by the endless abyss. Their distorted forms are determined by the severity and duration of their spiritual and soul corruption. Just as the endless abyss is accustomed to attracting those chaotic and evil souls. As someone with dark thoughts hidden deep within his heart, Dylan was easily chosen by the abyss and corrupted. This guy, who was obsessed with bloodlines and power deep down, had all his potential unleashed by the abyss. In Chu Hao's memory, there were many powerful individuals who, despite their advanced age, could not improve their strength and would choose to gamble in the endless abyss during the last few years of their lives. If they succeed, their strength will leap to a whole new level. Although they may become brutal and gradually resemble demonic beings, their power has increased dramatically. Such a price is not unacceptable. If they fail, The endless abyss will only produce one more soul, howling in regret. That's all. Although it seems that Dylan has directly crossed a chasm that is insurmountable for any living being, in reality. From the moment he was successfully corrupted and fell into the abyss, his strength was destined to never improve again. At this point, Dylan's appearance could be described as absolutely ugly. His handsome dragon face was covered with wriggling, venomous tumors. And terrifying bone spurs grew on his strong dragon wings. Even on the scales that he once thought had grown, dragon blood patterns, tiny organs of unknown origin have regrown. The terrifying thing is that these organs are draining his blood, his life force. His once legendary strength rapidly declined due to the abnormality of his internal organs. You are the embodiment of the will of this endless abyss? Dylan's eye was ruptured by a tumor, and he could only weakly look in the direction of Chu Hao with his other, relatively intact eye. Now that he has fallen, he is able to sense the existence of the will of the endless abyss, just like ordinary creatures in the endless abyss. He could sense that the will of the endless abyss was watching him. However, the thing watching him. It was a pure dark vortex. This dark vortex gives people a feeling of absolute depth. Even just looking at it with the naked eye, one feels as if their soul is being sucked away. Chu Hao did not reply, but simply stood calmly in front of Dylan. I have heard your call. I am willing to kneel before you. Please give me. Dylan opened his mouth and spat out fragments of what appeared to be some kind of organ. And on his weakened body, countless abyssal creatures were gnawing at his still-living flesh. Blood was spilled all over the earth. At this moment, Dylan no longer cared about the mission to destroy the world, nor about his so-called subordinates. The only thing he cared about was power. Strength. I pray to you. Looking at the dark vortex before him, Dylan said weakly. But Chu Hao remained silent, quietly watching Dylan being devoured. It was only at this moment that Dylan realized. The other party's attention wasn't on him at all. Instead, it was focused on the tiny insects in the soil beneath him that were secretly feeding on his blood. No! Dylan's eyes exploded, and a rat-like abyssal creature crawled out. It asked in vain. The embodiment of the will of the endless abyss. Why? Chu Hao still did not answer the question. He simply watched silently as Dylan's consciousness dissipated, his soul being reclaimed by the endless abyss and reshaped into a new being, like an unmoving mountain. His body, however, was completely devoured. Finally, Chu Hao made a move. He stood still, and using his mind, he picked up a larva that had eaten Dylan's flesh and blood, and placed it in front of him to admire. At this point, the larvae underwent a transformation from the inside out after consuming the dragon's bloodline. The shackles that bound them to evolve only once in their bloodline have been broken. Then, Chu Hao placed the larva on the ground with satisfaction, letting it burrow into the ground and disappear. He gave a curt reply just before Chu Hao left. You are too easily corrupted, which shows your weakness. Those without potential don't even deserve to live in the endless abyss. Chapter 23 External Stimulus. Finally, it's a success. In the endless abyss, Chu Hao, as the embodiment of the will of the entire world, has been observing the changes in all the larvae in the 66th plane of the endless abyss. Compared to other abyssal creatures, these inconspicuous larvae can indeed be considered, to some extent, the kin that Chu Hao is paying attention to. At this moment, these larvae that covered the entire endless abyss had begun a new evolutionary journey. In addition to retaining their extreme adaptability, they have also been freed from the shackles of their previous second evolution. Their bodies become larger and more ferocious from the early stages, and they are more likely to attack other creatures in the abyss. Chu Hao even observed that some larvae, without natural enemies, had grown to the size of mountains. Of course, being weak from birth, they will not be able to escape their fate at the bottom of the food chain anytime soon. After all, there are far too many powerful and ruthless predators in the endless abyss. However, this inequality is changing rapidly. More and more larvae, by chance, absorb the genes of powerful organisms and quickly become stronger. Moreover, in this process, they will actively seek out stronger creatures, kill them, and seize their power. A new and powerful race is being born in the endless abyss. Given time, with their ability to evolve multiple times, these races, on which Chu Hao has placed high hopes, will eventually change the racial composition of the abyss. At the same time, with the flow of time accelerated by hundreds or thousands of times, accompanied by a black and red vortex that could distort bloodlines, everything in the endless abyss began to change rapidly. Among them, the most obvious are the ordinary creatures in the endless abyss. After absorbing a large amount of the life essence of the dragon blood warriors, the creatures in the abyss began a large and chaotic evolutionary feast. Many creatures began to spontaneously imitate those powerful dragon warriors, and started to use their bloodline to trace their origins. Also, because Dylan and other alien races existed as a large army and invaded the Endless Abyss, they brought various opportunities to the Endless Abyss. As a unique dragon-blooded race, some of them are creatures born from the union of dragons and lizards, possessing many lizard characteristics. Some are offspring of dragons and wild beasts, possessing the abilities of ordinary wild beasts in the outside world. Some are aquatic creatures, some are humans, and some are even rather unusual insects. In short, this chaotic yet interesting bloodline is good news for Chu Hao's Endless Abyss. Because one of the things the Endless Abyss lacks most is bloodline stimulation from the outside world. Whether it's a lizard, a wild animal, or a fish, many unique life characteristics found in the outside world are difficult to evolve naturally in the distorted and terrifying environment of the Endless Abyss. Take fish, for example, which are life forms that can adapt to the ocean. The fish in the Endless Abyss can't really be considered fish at all, because most of them are just a bunch of twisted monsters that can adapt to the toxic waters and acidic fogs of the abyss. They have difficulty breathing in water because the thin elements in the water often contain highly toxic elements. Their appearance is not entirely unrelated to fish, but it is certainly completely different. Twisted bones, deformed limbs, sarcomas that sense the vibrations of the mud. What they do most often is hide in the poisonous water and wait for unlucky people to pass by, then drag them into the water to drown and eat them. However, the addition of bloodlines from other fish species greatly improved the situation. Although their current appearance differs greatly from that of fish, the presence of gills and other organs allows many species to tentatively venture into the water and explore the entire plain. The most outstanding of them all was a colossal predator that Chu Hao discovered by chance and named Abyssal Leviathan. Each Leviathan seems to be able to control an entire ocean on its own, and with abundant food, it grows larger and larger. This creature is an absolute top-tier existence, even in the deepest abyss of the ocean. Besides, more and more organisms, including larvae, are growing scales of all colors. As soon as these scales appeared, they mutated into various special variants due to the excessive chaos of the Endless Abyss. Some scales are harder than dragon scales, some scales can distort light and make the host temporarily invisible, and some scales have developed the ability to be immune to magic. Even a small portion of these organisms began to adopt a more stable oviparous reproductive method. The emergence of oviparous birth has kept the mutations in the bloodlines of these organisms under control. Of course, this also led to a certain degree of expansion in the number of these opportunistic creatures. These situations are just a drop in the ocean of the great changes in the Endless Abyss. More and more abyssal creatures, after tasting the blood and flesh of the alien creatures, became increasingly greedy. Those unique abilities and those special souls are all attracting them. This can be considered the first time in the entire Endless Abyss that the number of living beings has truly increased dramatically. Soon. Seeing this, Chu Hao nodded. This scene is finally starting to resemble the Abyss environment I remember. It seems that if a few more waves of alien races come, the evolution speed of the Abyss will accelerate even further. If the opportunity arises, I might even consider having the Abyss take the initiative. Sensing Chu Hao's thoughts, countless abyssal creatures suddenly raised their heads. They all unanimously expressed the desire to invade other worlds. While Chu Hao was observing the changes in his world, on the other side of Tianding University, the office of the president of Tianding University, where Vice President Wang Ji is located. Seeing the thick layer of dust on the doorknob of the principal's office, Wang Ji couldn't help but frown. Keep in mind that behind that door is the strongest person in the entire school who hasn't left the mountain for several years, and has been working hard to perfect the rules of his own world. Moreover, she herself has said that people should not disturb her unless absolutely necessary. But, although I feel I was being a bit impulsive, I shouldn't hesitate any longer. After much hesitation, Wang Ji raised his hand. The principal has been stuck at a crucial juncture in perfecting the cosmic cycle, and the most challenging aspect is the intelligence gathered from the lower dimensional worlds. He knocked on the principal's office door. Regardless of whether Chu Hao's low-dimensional world will succeed, as a rare genius, he has at least opened up a genuine new way of thinking for me. Bang bang bang. 3 knocks echoed down the otherwise silent corridor. Wang Ji was so nervous he dared not breathe. After an unknown amount of time, a long sigh came from behind the door. Well, that one sound conveyed so much regret, resentment, and remorse. I am Wang Ji, the principal. Before Vice Principal Wang Ji could finish speaking, the door opened by itself. As soon as Wang Ji entered, he heard a faint, ancient singing voice. A blonde woman dressed in a white retro Taoist robe floats in midair, meditating, with her divine realm behind her. A magnificent divine realm world, where hundreds of planets float. In the beginning, there was nothing, no form, no shape. No one knew the heavy and the turbid, who could distinguish the light and the clear? In this world, a supreme, soft song, representing the beginning of heaven and earth, resounds. The entire divine realm descended into chaos as the song gradually faded away. Planets shatter, galaxies collapse. Everything was like hot soup, all mixed together. Rules, elements. Everything was like the beginning of chaos. I separated darkness from light in the chaos, so that the heavens could be healthy and the earth could be at peace. Then, as the song continued, the entire divine realm was rapidly rebuilt, with lighter matter rising and heavier matter sinking. Vanished into nothingness. In an instant, the entire divine realm collapsed. It was all like a dream. But at that moment, the blonde woman opened her eyes and looked at Wang Ji. Wang Ji. Haven't seen you for a long time. And her two eyes. One pupil was as dazzling as a star, while the other was as deep as a black hole. Chapter 24 Fatal Flaw. The Principal. Upon seeing the principal, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Wang Ji was momentarily dazed. In this daze, Wang Ji momentarily forgot that the imposing woman in front of him was not only the official president of Tianding University, but also a powerful substitute for the main god. Baichen, the first-in-line substitute for the star god in the god sequence, and the creator of the supreme star domain of the extraordinary world. But after just one glance, Wang Ji felt an almost suffocating sensation. You should know that Wang Ji is an extremely rare superior god. Although he was not capable of acquiring enough divine authority to become a sequence of supreme gods. However, his strength is beyond doubt, firmly placing him in the top tier of the entire Tianding University. However, the difference between Wang Ji and Bai Chen is not just in terms of divine office and the number of divine flames. Comparing their respective divine realms, the differences between the two are already vast. The divine realm that Wang Ji possesses is considered a relatively advanced extraordinary world. A powerful divine realm world with 20 different environmental planes and mythical creatures as the highest life forms. Such a divine realm is almost the pinnacle that ordinary people can design. But Bai Chen's divine realm is completely different. Because what she possesses is a divine realm world the size of more than a dozen solar systems. In her divine realm, more than a dozen star systems were operating stably. Many of these planets are home to hundreds of millions of intelligent beings. Such a terrifying disparity in strength was enough to make Wang Ji feel suffocated. There's no need to be so nervous. Bai Chen smiled and nodded to Wang Ji. Although she was smiling, her eyes, which were so different from her own, still gave Wang Ji the illusion that his soul had been seen through. You came to see me because something happened at school? As he spoke, Bai Chen tapped his fingers lightly. With a surge of divine fire, several of her subjects, who originally lived in her divine realm, were materialized. These inhabitants of the divine realm were clearly professionally trained. They did not show any surprise or panic at suddenly appearing beside the gods. Instead, they methodically surrounded Bai Chen, placing one delicious fruit after another from the divine realm on the table in front of her for her to eat. Then Bai Chen snapped his fingers, and these people immediately vanished into thin air, returning to their divine realm. Her seemingly nonchalant attitude secretly alarmed Wang Ji. Principal Bai Chen is indeed as powerful as ever. The amount of divine fire consumed by the people of the divine realm world is an astronomical number for ordinary people, but in front of her, it is as easy as eating and drinking. Despite his surprise, Wang Ji did not forget the purpose of his visit. It's like this, Principal Bai Chen. Wang Ji silently organized his thoughts before speaking. I've discovered a guy with a genius-level mind. In the process of solving this problem, he showed us a new way of thinking about how to build a low-latitude world. Perhaps his new ideas about the low-latitude world can help you solve the problem that has been bothering you for hundreds of years. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen stopped eating and sighed. For over a century, Bai Chen has never stopped exploring the construction of a low-latitude world. Many of the low-dimensional research topics offered by universities were funded and rewarded by her personally. But the longer you persist, Bai Chen became increasingly disappointed. When disappointment reaches its limit, despair will spread. Over a long period of time, the more Bai Chen studied the low-latitude world, the more he understood the difficulty of this unsolved problem. Therefore, Bai Chen's disappointment was completely evident in that sigh. Sigh. So you've encountered a genius? Wang Ji nodded. Bai Chen spoke with an expression that revealed no emotion. And a genius capable of building a low-dimensional world? Yes. I was also taken aback when I first saw his graduation project. Wang Ji appeared somewhat agitated. At first, I thought this guy was the same kind of person who cheated others out of research grants. But I never expected this guy. It actually worked. Wang Ji, who was in high spirits, seemed completely oblivious to Bai Chen's despair and continued to talk incessantly. Hearing is believing. Principal, you should see for yourself. After speaking, Wang Ji pointed his finger repeatedly, handing over Chu Hao's 3 complete papers and the 4th paper that was being completed to Bai Chen. In an instant, the different endless abyss models from these papers appeared before Bai Chen's eyes. This is... The moment this divine realm appeared, Bai Chen's expression changed. Within the finite world composed of 66 layers of planes, a terrifying, almost infinite, extreme chaos was displayed. Each plane is a collection of ugliness, evil, and chaos. More importantly, these aggregates were linked together in a bizarre way to form a spiraling, downward-reaching divine realm. The entire divine realm gives the impression that it is undergoing a severe decline. Just by seeing the projection of this divine realm with the naked eye, Bai Chen felt a sense of nausea and discomfort for some reason. As the pinnacle of powerful deities, she clearly sensed that this world was the mortal enemy of all order. It is telling everyone with an absolute attitude. It will welcome all corrupt and evil souls to settle here. That genius's name is Chu Hao. And the model of this world is called the Endless Abyss. Wang Ji smiled. Even someone as oblivious as him could sense Bai Chen's shock. A name that perfectly fits this world. Isn't that so? Bai Chen nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. She quickly took control of the projector and began to examine Chu Hao's papers and models, as well as his research ideas. From the structure of this world, to the rules of this world, and then to the theoretical basis for the operation of some of these rules. Even the twisted and mutated creatures in the endless abyss were examined by Bai Chen with meticulous care, leaving no detail overlooked. Yes, you're right, this guy is indeed a genius. This world called the Endless Abyss is indeed a low-dimensional world that is currently in operation. And... Bai Chen nodded, expressing his approval of Wang Ji. This guy named Chu Hao also confirms one of my views, which is that the creatures in the low-dimensional world are basically ugly and extremely brutal. Bai Chen closed his eyes and said, Wait a moment, I'll use the computing power in my divine realm to calculate the operational structure of this world. I need to see if the operation of this world conforms to those world theorems. Then, countless planets began to revolve around Bai Chen. Meanwhile, the projection of the Endless Abyss, under Bai Chen's control, gradually began to accelerate at a speed of thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Even in her eyes, which had transformed into stars and black holes, an expression of disbelief still appeared. How is this possible? What's wrong? Wang Ji asked curiously, surprised by Bai Chen's change. Bai Chen's answer caused Wang Ji's expression to change several times. This world can actually function effectively. But... Bai Chen looked at the projection, which had evolved into a chaotic and dark endless abyss, and said, This world, however, should not exist. Because it might have a fatal flaw. This is a terrible world that should never have existed. We should stop the operation of this divine realm and prevent it from expanding further. Chapter 25 Coldness and Paradox. Upon hearing Principal Bai Chen's reply, Wang Ji's expression changed. What began as the initial feeling of ease in solving the problem turned into intense tension under deadly pressure. Knowing Bai Chen's strength, he naturally knew that Bai Chen wouldn't speak without reason. She, being nearly at the level of a main god, would certainly not easily issue such statements that sound like an apocalyptic declaration. Moreover, such remarks were directed at a graduate student's graduation project. However, Wang Ji couldn't understand why Principal Bai Chen would say such a thing. He needs an explanation. It seemed that they understood what Wang Ji was thinking. Bai Chen sighed and said to Wang Ji, The Endless Abyss can indeed function. Most importantly, its dimension of existence is gradually decreasing. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji was taken aback. He suspected there was something wrong with his ears. It's worth noting that Bai Chen has been researching the structure and operating principles of low-latitude structures. And the endless abyss she spoke of didn't seem to have any problems. Just like those artificially created high-dimensional worlds, the rise and fall of dimensions in the world are normal phenomena. Moreover, if the endless abyss continues to sink downwards, this actually proves that Chu Hao's endless abyss is a divine realm world that can grow on its own. This is actually a good sign. But why did Bai Chen give such an answer? Wang Ji then raised his own question. But doesn't this prove that the low-dimensional world conforms to the rules of the world? Isn't it one of the types of worlds that can function normally? No, no, no! The reason I say this is because in my deductions I discovered that this world called the Endless Abyss has a very strong tendency to self-destruct. I have tried to build several models of endless abysses, but without exception, they all collapsed completely for various reasons. But I unexpectedly came to a conclusion. That is the entire endless abyss, which is actually constantly falling and collapsing, and the falling here refers to the falling of dimensions. Bai Qin interrupted Wang Ji's attempt to continue refuting, and then added, "You still don't understand. In the process of this world falling to lower dimensions, almost 100% of the time, many unexpected situations will occur. For example, if a plane is too small, it will be annihilated. Or if a plane is too large, it will cause the collapse of the divine realm to occur prematurely. That's why I say the endless abyss has a fatal flaw. No one knows when the endless abyss will truly collapse. In short, any plane similar to the endless abyss is destined to be destroyed by its own sheer size. This is not my conclusion, but the result of simulations conducted by countless superior deities. I am merely confirming once again that the topic of lower dimensions is an unsolvable paradox. Because a world that is constantly self-destructing, in our definition, does not qualify as a world. Therefore, no matter how well Chu Hao did, his research topic was wrong from the very beginning." Wang Ji remained silent upon hearing this. A moment later, he raised his head and said to Bai Qin, "Whether it's luck or ability, although I don't know the formula for creating Chu Hao's world, his world has never had any problems." "You mean the research topic that Chu Hao painstakingly pursued was a paradox from the very beginning? So, that's your conclusion? Are you 100% sure about it?" Now it was Bai Qin's turn to fall silent. "Cannot." She quickly gave her answer. "This guy named Chu Hao, the endless abyss he designed, it really exceeded my expectations. In the divine realm he designed, nothing can be 100% certain, not even the concept of certainty itself. Data logic seems not to be universally applicable in an endless abyss. Although we often say that only mathematics will not lie to you, in the endless abyss, mathematics can also be confused." At this point, the president and vice president of Tianding University stared at each other with wide eyes. Although there's no time left, I need to remind Chu Hao, tell him that his research topic itself has huge flaws. Is it a paradox? Bai Qin closed his eyes, which were crafted from stars, and only opened them after a long while. Of course not. We don't need to tell him anything, and at this stage we don't need to stop him from continuing. We just need to let him continue to refine his research. Although it sounds cold, I really hope to find enough inspiration about low latitudes from Chu Hao's subsequent experiments and papers. The failures of others may be the source of my success. The weak are merely stepping stones for the strong. This principle applies to any world. Wang Ji sighed upon hearing this. I see. Unlike when he arrived, Wang Ji felt somewhat heavy-hearted before leaving. Yes. Upon receiving such an answer, Wang Ji felt only heartache. As the guy who cared most about the quality of the school the most, he was actually the one who made Chu Hao feel the most genuine joy and heartache. Nothing could make him happier than the emergence of a genius. Unfortunately, it seems that Chu Hao's current design is not perfect. An unsolvable mistake could lead a brilliant genius astray. Suddenly, as Wang Ji was about to reach the principal's office, he thought of a most important question. The principal once said that we must stop the expansion of the endless abyss. However, they brought it up again at this moment, no longer interfering with Chu Hao's graduation project. What is the purpose of this? Wait, principal. What did you mean when you said earlier that the expansion of the endless abyss must be stopped? Upon hearing this, Bai Qin, who had closed his eyes again, reopened his eyes, which were made of black holes, and said with a smile. That was based on my calculations. At the time, I found certain characteristics of the endless abyss extremely repulsive, which is why I said those things. Just consider it a mistake on my part. And what you're talking about, stopping the expansion of the endless abyss, is actually nothing for you or me to worry about. Why? Because in my opinion, its potential may not yet reach that level. A world sentenced to death doesn't need much interference. It will resolve itself. Died peacefully. An invisible ripple swept across Bai Chen's black eyes. Fail? Chu Hao sat at the very bottom of the endless abyss, projecting his thoughts outwards. Humph. That's impossible. Meanwhile, in other dimensions within the abyss, countless larvae are being watched by him. At this moment, these larvae are fighting and hunting other abyssal creatures in various planes, or being hunted by abyssal creatures. Among them, a larva undergoing transformation gradually attracted Chu Hao's full attention. I wonder how many years will pass, that these larvae will eventually give birth to what I desire. Chu Hao opened his eyes. The oldest demonic creature in that endless abyss. The primordial demon! As the larva completed its metamorphosis, Chu Hao looked at its current appearance, and for once smiled. This also means that the data for his fourth paper has been completed. He only needs to complete his research project with the final paper and the final world invasion simulation test. Chapter 26: The Primordial Demon in Chu Hao's Memories. There are many, many kinds of creatures in the real abyss. Among the stronger ones are the 100-armed giants with brute force, and the beholders who are naturally able to use magical energy. There were even some corrupted demigods and primordial gods on the verge of falling and being corrupted. These creatures often possess enormous potential. The strongest among them can easily use their power to distort the earth, shatter mountains and rivers, and even evolve their own clans in the abyss to unify a plane within the abyss. Weaker creatures include devil octopuses and spider demons. There were even many other creatures from the outside world, such as humans, elves, and orcs, who were sold into the abyss. These diverse creatures are not evenly distributed throughout the endless abyss. Even though the endless abyss contains so many different kinds of creatures, so many powerful and deadly ones. To outsiders, the most famous and powerful race in the endless abyss is still the demons of the abyss. These terrifying monsters, described in mythology as breathing fire, surrounded by poisonous mist, and tempting people to corruption, are seen by most who have ever come into contact with the abyss. They are the true kin of the endless abyss. Finally, a primordial demonic creature has appeared. Chu Hao looked with delight at a certain spot in the endless abyss. With time accelerating, even Chu Hao felt the passage of time, and his mind became somewhat numb. But hard work pays off. During this long period of time, one larva, under the extreme stimulation of the endless abyss, finally evolved into the oldest form of a demon. The primordial demon. With a thought, Chu Hao vanished from the bottom of the endless abyss. The next instant, he appeared beside the creature that had evolved from the larva, and quietly looked at it. This is a creature that has just completed its evolution. Unlike the traditional demon imagined by ordinary people, this so-called primordial demon is actually just an abyssal creature with black scales, red eyes, and a humanoid structure. Its current strength is not considered very strong in the entire endless abyss. Having just emerged from its larval form, it wasn't particularly strong, at most a mid-level being in the abyss. But Chu Hao didn't care about that. Because in addition to sensing the primordial demon's violent emotions and bloodlust, he also saw a crucial characteristic deep within its soul. A two-way resonance with the will of the endless abyss. Its soul can establish a faint connection with the will of the endless abyss. This is something that no other abyssal creature has ever possessed before. Although all the creatures of the abyss are able to obey the will of the endless abyss, that is, Chu Hao's orders. But to put it bluntly, they can only be considered pets of the abyss. These abyssal creatures are unable to respond to the will of the endless abyss. No matter how powerful they become, no matter what extraordinary encounters they have, none of their actions will be fed back into the endless abyss to make it more complete. But demons are different. Every demon, from the moment of its birth, is born for the abyss and dies for the abyss. All their plundering of the outside world will be returned to the endless abyss. Ordinary abyssal creatures, if they leave the endless abyss and travel to other worlds, are very likely to leave this place completely and stay in other worlds to live. At this time, they were still abyssal creatures. But their descendants, and their descendants' descendants, were no longer creatures of the abyss. Only those beings who first lived in the endless abyss are the creatures of the endless abyss. The soul imprint of their descendants has been freed from the invisible shackles of the endless abyss. But the primordial demons are completely different. Even if this creature lives better in other worlds, it will never completely escape the endless abyss. The primordial demons, after invading the rest of the worlds, will forever leave a connection with the endless abyss. This connection is based on the soul. Even if the physical body of the primordial demon is completely destroyed, its soul will still report everything it has seen to the will of the endless abyss, leaving behind a world coordinate that is difficult to dissipate. Even if the primordial demon achieves godhood in other worlds, it will still be drawn to the abyss due to the inclination of its soul, and use its power to drag that world into the endless abyss. Let this world be completely captured by the endless abyss. The same is true for the demon armies that are fighting abroad. Any demon army, when slaughtering the worlds it invades, will take its most precious spoils back to the abyss and offer them up to the abyss in order to pray for greater power, rather than enjoying them in that plane. Besides bringing back valuable resources, slaves, and most importantly souls, the demon army will also instinctively corrupt the rules, elements, and energy conversion system of that world. Such world erosion will bring additional benefits to the endless abyss. For example, if a rule in that world is completely corrupted by demons, then a similar rule will appear in the endless abyss. Aside from the fact that this rule can be distorted due to extreme chaos, it is generally usable. And this is the key to making the endless abyss truly stronger. The endless abyss needs everything from the outside world. Expand yourself. And the demons are the most loyal hounds of the endless abyss. Similarly, the demons are therefore the only favored sons in the endless abyss. The only genuine one. Family. Suddenly, the newly born primordial demon sensed Chu Hao's gaze. From its perspective, Chu Hao is the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss. To be watched by such an existence. The primordial demon immediately trembled instinctively. This is a crushing defeat in terms of life form. Similarly, it is also a sense of fear arising from tracing one's bloodline. The primal demon instinctively sensed and watched it. It is the source of the endless abyss, the originator of everything. Such pressure almost suffocated it, leaving it with no thought of resistance, only pleading and fawning. Seeing this, Chu Hao smiled with satisfaction. He casually clapped his hands and immediately took the primordial demon and himself away from here, to the area where a slightly weaker abyssal creature was located. Sniff. The primordial demon immediately used its sense of smell to pinpoint the monster's location, a cave. Chu Hao released his oppressive aura, allowing the other party to move freely. Before long, the two equally terrifying and twisted monsters, under the encouraging gaze of the endless abyss, began to fight each other instinctively in the narrow cave. After a terrifying battle, the slightly stronger primordial demon quickly slaughtered the abyssal creature, leaving only a pile of mangled flesh. After a period of ravenous devouring, the primordial demon successfully consumed everything useful left behind by the other party. Finally, amidst a series of agonizing screams, the primordial demon successfully acquired one of the other party's characteristics. Its back split open rapidly, and amidst the distorted flesh and blood, two fleshy wings grew out. This is one of the most striking biological characteristics of this creature. However, at the same time, all its other life characteristics are perfectly preserved, unless it is replaced by more suitable and stronger biological characteristics. Seeing this, Chu Hao finally felt relieved. Everything went smoothly. The demon's form is finally confirmed. And I can also consider taking the Third World Invasion simulation test and finishing my final thesis. The title of Chu Hao's last paper was The Elite Among Lower Dimensional Beings, Chaotic and Evil Demons. Chapter 27 Reluctance and New Plans. While Chu Hao was in the God Realm world, wholeheartedly studying the primal demon, Wang Ji and the other mentors have received Chu Hao's completed fourth paper, as well as the title of his final paper, which is about to be published. What's going on? Why is it that the last paper in his research project only describes the degradation of a type of organism? It should be noted that the topic Chu Hao chose has a vast amount of content to discuss. But for some reason, Chu Hao abandoned the other characteristics of the lower dimension and instead devoted all his experience to a creature called a demon. Oh? The other mentors also became interested upon hearing this. By this time, Chu Hao's reputation as a genius had already been established, so they would naturally be curious about his actions. After all, there must be something strange about a creature that Chu Hao could focus most of his energy on in the endless abyss with unlimited potential. While these mentors were still speculating, Wang Ji, the vice president of Tianding University, returned to his office. Dan Wangji's complexion had clearly become very bad. Dark clouds were gathering in the shadows on his face. It's like a storm that's about to break out. This suffocating feeling immediately filled the entire office. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Ji turned his attention to the title of Chu Hao's last paper. A demon? A creature I've never heard of before. Wang Ji's curiosity was piqued, because he knew that the completion of this paper might represent the emergence of a new type of organism. But the weak are merely stepping stones for the strong. A divine realm sentenced to death needs little interference. It will quietly die on its own. Any plane similar to the endless abyss is destined to be destroyed by its own sheer size. Principal Bai Chen's voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in Wang Ji's mind. It's a pity. Although Chu Hao has a genius-like mind, his research topic is a dead end. Thinking of this, Wang Ji could no longer focus all his energy on Chu Hao's divine realm design. After taking one last look at the several papers published by Chu Hao, Wang Ji hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he sent the following message to the other mentors. Ahem. From this moment forward, all mentors, please temporarily suspend the discussion and verification of Chu Hao's research topic. Many mentors were stunned upon seeing this. They couldn't believe that Chu Hao, whom Wang Xi had considered absolutely crucial just the day before, had been abandoned on the eve of completing all his papers. Wait. Vice Principal Wang, what happened? Yes, why give up on observing Chu Hao's graduation project? Did Principal Bai Chen say something? Upon seeing these messages, Wang Xi calmly replied with the following text. From this moment on, focus all your attention on the issues that still have a chance of being resolved. You must do your utmost to solve these problems. In addition, you must also find some students who are intelligent and talented, and nurture them. This is not only my order but also Principal Bai Chen's order. Upon hearing the name Bai Chen, the mentors immediately gasped. Finally, they had no reason to refute it. At Tianding University, Bai Chen's orders are the commands of the Supreme God. No one had a chance to refute it. Let's begin. After speaking, Wang Xi glanced at the black and red vortex on the first page of Chu Hao's thesis. The emotions in his eyes became exceptionally complex. Very soon. The other tutors at the school then resumed their work, searching for potential projects and providing guidance when the opportunity arose. Vice Principal Wang, look! Zhao Cheng, who came in second. He revised his topic and came up with a new solution. In the world designed by Zhao Cheng, the old, outdated approach was completely transformed into something that left even the mentors in awe. Chapter 28 Deception. Many instructors, including Wang Xi, turned their attention to the student named Zhao Cheng. They were somewhat surprised when they focused their attention on the research model that Zhao Cheng uploaded. What is this? 3 world trees with different attributes? How did you do that? Zhao Cheng let out a slow but firm breath. As soon as this breath was exhaled, an invisible yet substantial wind swept across the vast natural world. Of course, this is just a gust of wind, not some kind of storm. No matter how you look at it, the wind is gentle. And within this gust of wind, a crucial piece of information was captured by all living beings in the world. That is, the creator of this world. The tree of ancestors, the master of Dilahagang, the great creator of all things, has awakened. Before this supreme deity fell into slumber, the 3 mother trees on different continents had never sprouted. The last time was tens of thousands of years ago. The flow of time varies across different planes. This news shocked all the elves. All the high elves within the elven kingdoms, whether tree elves, flower elves, or grass elves, immediately sent their messengers to the Middle-earth where this supreme god resided. Even in the Middle-earth, the golden elves, who were specifically tasked with guarding the continent where the primordial tree was located, set out in their entirety, heading towards the direction of the supreme god. Finally, after several months, they arrived at the heart of Middle-earth. I saw that thing, completely enveloped in green, gold, and white light. Supreme God Zhao's city. Amidst the longing gazes of all the elves, Zhao Qing slowly opened his eyes. God! In an instant, cheers as loud as a mountain and as loud as a tsunami resounded throughout the entire continent. All the elves were cheering. The Supreme God! We offer you the highest tribute, surpassing even that of the Mother Tree. God, I humbly kneel before you, begging for your mercy. But at the same time, some elves suddenly noticed that the world tree standing behind Zhao Qing, the mother tree that nurtured the entire natural world, Dilahagang, suddenly began to wither rapidly. Countless leaves of nature fell like rain across the entire continent. Don't panic. Just as the elves were still in a daze, on the verge of a mental breakdown, Zhao Qing smiled slightly, and an invisible wave swept over, causing the surrounding elves to immediately quiet down. The World Tree Emperor Lehagan did not die. He was merely reborn. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kongqing picked up the pure golden seed of the World Tree Emperor Lehang. Durgagan made a final sacrifice for the world you inhabit. He bestowed all 3 great rules he possessed, body, soul, and spirit, onto his 3 children, which are the world trees on your respective continents. This is the last thing it does in this cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, all the elves immediately burst into tears. As children of the World Tree, the elves knew that what Zhao Kongqing said was true. Even though they knew that Dilyaha had entered the next cycle of reincarnation, the feeling of losing a loved one still caused them a deep sense of pain. Just now, the 3 world trees suddenly began to climb rapidly. They instantly transformed from ordinary world trees into super world trees, just like Diluigan, possessing the ability to absorb the void. At the same time, they also mastered the 3 major rules that Diluigan had mastered. After Zhao Cheng finished speaking, he placed the seed of Duluhagang back into the large pit in front of him amidst the admiring gazes of all the elves, and quietly waited for it to sprout. At the same time, an excited look flashed in Zhao Cheng's eyes. He thought to himself, "Success! As expected, I have overcome the design flaws of the World Tree. The descendants of the World Tree will no longer be worse than the last. This time, I have successfully ensured that the descendants of Duluhagang have inherited everything she possessed. The new research project I've developed will become an important benchmark in the future." He raised his head and looked at the world trees of different natures on the 3 continents, thinking proudly. Although it's just separate inheritance, that's enough. In the past, Duluhagang could only possess a maximum of 3 rules. 3 rules was the limit. But now, Duluhagang is able to be reborn continuously, separating 3 world rules for his children, and then absorbing 3 new world rules once again. If this continues, my natural world will keep growing until it reaches its limit. Most importantly, these 3 children of Duluhagang allow the elves born within it to directly connect with the physical bodies, souls, and spirits of the 3 world rules through bloodlines. As time goes by, these elves will rapidly increase their strengths in each area. Not to mention the 10th stage, even the legendary level will be within reach. Thinking about this, even Zhao Qing felt extremely proud of his genius. He was certain that he had not failed the so-called genius title. However, after glancing at the resprouting Duluhagang, he immediately calmed down. He turned to all the elves and spoke. "Duluhagang is about to sprout anew. Your mother, your conceiver, will soon return." Upon hearing this, all the elves immediately cheered. But Zhao Qing immediately interrupted them halfway through their cheers. A smirk played on his lips as he chuckled to himself. His plan was about to be fully realized. "Next, I must motivate these elves to become stronger and get them to mobilize on their own. Let's use the alien invasion from the assessment as an excuse." Of course, that's what he said. Although Duluhagang is about to sprout, this rebirth process is very likely to fail. Upon hearing this, all the elves were stunned. They never imagined that their creator would say such things to them. The most anxious of all was a golden elf saintess. She took a few steps forward and immediately knelt before Zhao Qing, asking humbly, "God, why do you say that?" Zhao Qing slowly shook his head and spoke in his altered, ethereal voice. "Because this time, during the process of rebirth, Duluhagang lost its ability to protect your world. And during this process of regrowth, more and more evil spirits will invade your world. Their goal is to completely destroy Duluhagang. Although I am a god, because I am one with Duluhagang, and in order to take care of Duluhagang, I will soon lose most of my power and will be unable to provide you with protection. Therefore, from now on you..." A sly glint flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes. "You must undergo 3 trials. Prove that you are worthy of God Duluhagan's favor. The 3 world trees on your respective continents will provide you with blessings for your body, soul, and spirit. Only by continuing to learn can you protect this world. You need to become stronger, for yourselves and for this world." Seeing the elves around him expressing their enthusiastic support, Zhao Qing nodded in satisfaction. "This time, no one can deny the importance of my research." These increasingly powerful elves are Zhao Qing's asset. As for those statements that test them? Oh. The essence of gods is deception. Chapter 29 The Terrifying Abyss Projection. After everything was prepared, Zhao Qing immediately prepared to go to the teaching area to complete the procedures required for applying for an independent assessment. He was confident that these elves would unleash tremendous war potential after their first encounter with an alien invasion. Therefore, he plans to apply for independent assessment, just like Chu Hao, in order to speed up the completion of his thesis and research project. It's a pity that the elf race is not a race that is born with strong military capabilities. They need an external stimulus to reshape their civilization. Unlike Chu Hao's extremely harsh endless abyss, the natural world designed by Zhao Qing can be considered a complete paradise. The elves were born safely into this world under the protection of the world tree, Duluhagang. From birth, they never perceived the world's ill will towards them. Not only is there no shortage of food, but there is also very little fighting between the various elven empires. They were born to be part of the natural world. This also led to the elves being born with an aversion to war, and being quite disgusted by it. Although many of them are very powerful, the design template for the golden elves is near legendary. But these women are more like an infant possessing the power of an adult. They are powerful, but don't know how to use it, relying solely on instinct. In addition, their lifespan is frighteningly long, which means that many elves in their civilization spend their lives pursuing art and beauty, and do not care much about swords and armor. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing muttered to himself, What I need most is to change these people's mindset and make them truly understand the cruelty of this world. The greater the fear and terror of the outside world, the more devout these elves become. The more devout I am, the more divine fire they give me. This is the true path to heaven. After saying that, he left his dormitory full of confidence and headed to the assessment area. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he saw Chu Hao. Chu Hao. Today is also the day he applied to take the Third World Invasion Simulation Assessment. However, as the first person to apply for the assessment alone, Chu Hao has already reached the final assessment stage, which is the 3rd challenge. He calmly walked towards the assessment area, seemingly uninterested in anything around him. Zhao Qing gave a cold laugh. This guy's personality must be just like mine. He's not interested in anything other than knowledge. After saying that, he followed Chu Hao to the assessment area. The examiner was taken aback when he saw Zhao Kongqing arrive. He had thought that today would be the same as yesterday, with only Chu Hao coming to apply for a solo world invasion simulation test. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qing also began the early assessment. As expected, the emergence of a genius can indeed inspire others to change. The teacher in charge of performance evaluation secretly thought about it, but this did not interfere with his work. After filling out the 2 forms, he led the 2 people to the assessment area. It was only at this moment that Chu Hao realized that someone was following him. At this moment, Chu Hao was completely focused on the construction of the endless abyss and the research on low-dimensional topics, and he had no interest in anything else. But at that moment, Zhao Qing smiled politely at Chu Hao, and then said in a tone that was half provocative and half challenging. Hello, Chu Hao, I'm Zhao Qing, we finally meet. This time, my topic will definitely be more famous and shock the world even more than yours. An unimaginable fighting spirit burst forth in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. During the graduation project, no one is allowed to link with other people in the world or start a war between worlds. Therefore, these proud and arrogant graduates can only compete by using factors such as the number of divine flames, the scale of their world, and the strength of their clans. But to Zhao Qing's surprise, Chu Hao only looked at him with an expression of concern for XX, and said, "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? You are." This response clearly exceeded Zhao Qing's expectations. What utter contempt! Zhao Qing was unable to understand what had happened, and his thoughts became confused. However, at this moment, Chu Hao had already sat down in the designated area and begun preparing for a simulation test of the world invasion. Hey, This! Zhao Kongqing was about to explain, but before he could even speak, he froze. Chu Hao sat cross-legged and materialized the endless abyss into the assessment area. What's this? The appearance of the endless abyss immediately made Zhao Qing feel an almost suffocating pressure. The appearance of the endless abyss has changed dramatically over this period of time. The plane structure that once spiraled downwards has been covered by countless black divine flames, forming a slowly rotating black-red vortex that floats in the air. Behind Chu Hao, a world projection resembling a monster appeared. As the black vortex slowly rotated, everyone present, in a daze, heard the whispers of demons coming from the depths of the abyss. These are voices, whether they actually exist or not. It was filled with indescribable malice. These are terrifying whispers of the devil. This is also a fatal temptation that leads to depravity. This is something that everyone will remember. Abyss Declaration. As the endless abyss materialized, everyone present felt a shift in their beliefs. The positive emotions that were once uplifting are gradually being eroded and are turning into increasingly extreme negative emotions. The most extreme and darkest side of each of them is gradually expanding until it takes over their entire being. Greed, sloth, wrath, envy. The deepest desires of all their souls expanded wildly as their thoughts came into contact with the manifest projection of the endless abyss. At that moment, a teacher immediately realized what was happening. With a casual wave of his hand, he enveloped Chu Hao's projection, isolating it from the aura of this world so as not to affect the other examinees. At the same time, he also drew a ray of golden light into the endless abyss of Chu Hao's divine realm. Don't look! Don't think about it! After Chu Hao's divine realm was enveloped, Zhao Qing finally gasped for breath, his face pale. Maintain your original heart! Just as Zhao Qing was still trying his best to remove the unintentional effects of the endless abyss, he heard the teacher say to Chu Hao. Get ready, Chu Hao! The simulation test of the Third World Invasion is about to begin, and this time it will be very difficult. Chapter 30 The Unsolvable Paradox. Why does the world he designed affect me? Just as Zhao Qing was still breathing heavily, Chu Hao has fully entered the simulation test. Countless tiny particles of light, carrying a large number of light spots, entered the endless abyss. Among them, a large point of light representing a legendary creature was also teleported in. As soon as they teleported, all the abyssal creatures immediately became extremely restless. The entire abyss. It's boiling over. From the abyssal plants at the very top of the endless abyss, to the primordial demons still hunting and growing stronger, to the abyssal leviathan in the chaotic still waters, the great eye demon, mother of the eye demons, in the poisonous fog lair, and the 100-armed giants deep within the blood-red swamp. With the help of the endless abyss, all the abyssal creatures immediately fixed their gazes on the myriad abyss planes, piercing through countless planes. Ultimately, their gaze settled on the alien legion that had crossed over from the mid to high dimensions. The massive war legion, composed of several alien armies, finally revealed its sharp teeth and mouth once again, demonstrating its power, born from civilization, to the newly born world of the endless abyss. The terrible test that once reduced countless worlds to ashes has finally begun. As the teleportation ended, a heavy human legion of about 20,000 people, dressed in gray and white armor, appeared at the top of the endless abyss. Besides their weapons, armor, and mounts all having a uniform standard of equipment. Every member of this legion has a flaming angel armband with 12 pairs of wings embroidered on the shoulder of their uniform. Below this angel armband, the number 13 is embroidered in gold thread. Next to this font size is each person's unique identification number. More importantly, everyone present immediately unleashed an astonishing aura the moment they appeared in the endless abyss. All of these scents came from their armbands. Once the aura emanating from these armbands was released, the aura of the endless abyss surrounding this group of people was immediately swept away. Although the black and red vortex floating above the endless abyss constantly distorted everything around them, all its efforts were in vain until this energy was exhausted. After the abyss aura was dispelled, these people did not immediately show any discomfort, as if they were in their own world. This is something that has never happened before with the orc warriors and dragonblood troops. At the very front of this force of 20,000 men stood a burly human man who was 2.3 meters tall, wearing a helmet with dragon horns, pure white metal armor, and wielding a great sword engulfed in flames. Beneath him was an equally enormous hybrid horse with beast spirit blood. He took off his helmet, revealing a resolute face, and looked at the bizarre and desolate world before him, muttering to himself in a low voice. "We've arrived." The burly man raised his head, looking up at the sky, his expression clearly showing malice and hatred towards them, and his black and red vortex constantly trying to distort them. He then spoke to his adjutant behind him. "This is truly a terrifying world." The adjutant nodded in agreement and said to him, "Yes, Your Excellency Magnus, this place is indeed filled with evil and death. We should, under the watchful eyes of angels, completely purify this damned world." Magnus smiled slightly upon hearing his adjutant's loyal reply and responded in kind. "Yes, we will surely, under the watchful eyes of the holy angels, destroy this damned world." Suddenly Magnus paused for a moment. He felt an indescribable palpitation. This feeling of palpitations was as if someone were using icy hands to tightly grip his heart and lungs, tearing his internal organs apart. Following this trembling feeling, Magnus saw a humanoid creature covered in black and red scales at the far end of his field of vision. This creature had fleshy wings on its back that were larger than its body, and its claws were even dripping with the blood of some unknown creature. Its fangs, covered in bits of flesh, gleamed eerily as its mouth opened and closed. Its crimson eyes reflected the 13th Legion led by Magnus. Furthermore, more and more abyssal creatures are gathering around this monster. These abyssal creatures were all incredibly twisted, as if they were born to be followers of chaos and evil. And this strange creature is none other than the original demon of the Familia in the Endless Abyss. Only, the creature itself was not the reason Magnus felt palpitations. As a legendary figure at the pinnacle, Magnus would not fear such a creature. What truly made his heart tremble was the pitch-black vortex behind this primordial demon. Within the storm formed by the dark vortex, a pair of eyes, as crimson as those of the primordial demon, were fixedly staring at Magnus. This is the will entity of this low-dimensional distorted world is the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss. Is it watching us? But why is it that just by watching me, I can feel it? Is my faith crumbling? Magnus thought so. An ominous premonition, like a crack in porcelain, was slowly creeping into the loyal Magnus from the very bottom. On the other side, Chu Hao applied for a separate test again? That's fast. Suddenly, Wang Jixin, who had approved Chu Hao's application for a solo test, had a change of heart. He was also surprised when he saw the type of soldiers used in the simulated invasion. This is actually The 13th Legion under the Flame Angels? Why did Chu Hao get to take the invasion test that specifically purifies evil creatures? A legion of faith protected by true angels? As the vice president of Tianding University and a truly powerful figure, Wan Ji is very familiar with that special world of assessment. Is it a coincidence or fate? This army can be considered the nemesis of any vampire or undead race. The vast majority of dark attribute divine realms would easily fall under their iron hooves. After all, the existence of light attribute angels weakens the environment of the dark world, so I have greatly reduced the probability of them being drawn. Etc. Wang Ji suddenly realized the answer. He looked up and gazed at a certain spot on campus. Bai Chen, is that you? Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen repeatedly watched the data of the endless abyss while opening his eye, which was made of black holes, to observe Chu Hao's endless abyss through the highest level of access within the school. At the same time, countless data points were also uploaded into her mind. As the principal, the authority these ordinary mentors don't have is just a small matter. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Let me see whether the creatures of the endless abyss can maintain their composure when faced with the overwhelming force of a high-dimensional legion of faith. With the necessary abilities and performance, how dare they rebel? 2 different dimensions, 2 different dominant rules, 2 different environments. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. This is truly rare information, so... Chu Hao, don't let me down. Let me see if the topic you've chosen truly constitutes an unsolvable paradox. Chapter 31 Faith and Ridicule. 1 hour ago in the Endless Abyss Divine Realm, the time is a general time in the Abyss, and an intermediate value is taken because the flow rate is different in each plane. Deep within that endless abyss, the forbidden birthplace of eternally fallen souls, the dwelling place of the consciousness of the endless abyss. Chu Hao used his divine sense to foresee the arrival of Magnus' legion. The moment he prepared to envelop the legion with the abyssal aura, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Because he could sense that the aura in the endless abyss had actually begun to evaporate. In just a moment, the size of the entire endless abyss increased by an imperceptible wisp. The entire endless abyss trembled slightly, as if time had been frozen. Many abyssal planes that could only be observed in a state of idealism suddenly materialized for a fleeting moment. That's right. Although it's only a slight improvement, this kind of world-level elevation is real and undeniable. This immediately caught Chu Hao's attention. Although he has created the prototype of the Endless Abyss and successfully taken control of the entire Endless Abyss, this does not mean that he is omniscient and omnipotent. The mysteries of the Endless Abyss are something he may need to spend his entire life studying. Moreover, this time he only instinctively sensed that Magnus' army had truly affected the Endless Abyss. Based on this alone, Chu Hao was able to give this army of 20,000 men enough attention. Therefore, Chu Hao immediately used the will of the Endless Abyss to transfer his thoughts to the myriad abyss planes, the plane that Magnus had just teleported to. So it's a legion supported by faith? Within the black and red vortex, Chu Hao's eyes were icy cold. Under his mere gaze, many soldiers of the 13th Army Corps already felt a piercing fear. This fear originates from the depths of their hearts. It originates from the dark sea of their hearts that has never been lit up or boiled. However, whenever Chu Hao's gaze swept over, the armbands on their uniforms emit an invisible wave that dispels the abyss's gaze. The human soldiers quickly returned to normal. I never expected my luck this time. I really don't know how to describe it. I actually drew the extremely rare Legion of Faith power. Chu Hao felt neither alarmed nor overjoyed. He simply took a deep breath, calmly suppressing the rage and malice that had arisen from replacing the will of the Endless Abyss, and calmly issued his command. In the darkness, an invisible but meaningful abyssal command was swiftly transmitted to every plane. My children, born from the Endless Abyss. Chu Hao's icy voice made all the abyssal creatures loyal to him raise their heads and listen to his voice. Eliminate the invaders! And then it ended. Chu Hao only needed to issue one command before patiently observing the situation. Because he knew that all it took was one command from him. As the divine realm whirled under his control, the Endless Abyss will immediately take the actions that he should take. All he needed to do was quietly observe and watch all of this. Instead, he wanted to see if these human warriors in gray armor could still maintain their faith in the Endless Abyss where everything would fall into corruption and distortion. This data will provide crucial information about the demon race. Meanwhile, Magnus' 13th Army was also ready for war. The entire 13th Army Corps was divided into 10 battle groups, each with a strength of 2,000 men, and under Magnus' command, they immediately assumed their proper formations. Battlefield priests, unleash your buff spells! Magnus pointed behind him and addressed the most central and important priest chapter. Target, our heavy cavalry legion! At his command, thousands of battlefield clerics immediately demonstrated their unwavering faith. Even in the twisted environment of the endless abyss, they still released various divine spells blessed by the blood of angels with ease. Weapon blessing! Angel's horn! Shining enchantment! At the forefront of the battle, the heavy cavalry led by Magnus immediately touched their armbands, welcoming these blessings from the angels. In an instant, the dimensional light generated by the mid-high level resounded throughout the myriad abyss planes in the endless abyss. Under this light, many abyssal creatures went completely mad. This light, which originated from beauty and goodness, made these creatures, who were born depraved, feel anger. They roared and charged with all their might toward the detestable 13th Legion. But before they could even get halfway through their charge, Magnus snorted coldly. He put on his helmet and called out to the crowd. All cavalry, charge with me! The next second, he took the lead and led his heavy cavalry into a heavy collision with the abyssal creatures. In a single encounter, tens of thousands of abyssal creatures were crushed by the heavy cavalry. Those armors blessed by angels, paired with weapons specially designed to purify darkness, were enough to be the last scene that the creatures of the abyss saw before they died. Moreover, the other heavily armored warriors followed closely behind the heavy cavalry and Magnus, charging rapidly at every heretic they could see. The divine magic of the battlefield priests made this dark world burst forth with a dazzling light that belonged only to this legion. With just one charge, Magnus's 13th Legion wiped out most of the manpower in the entire Wanyuan plain. Before them lay the tunnel leading to the second level of the abyss. Passing through it, they will proceed to the second layer of the abyss. This speed is several times faster than that of the Dragon Blood Legion. Their casualties were minimal. Humph! So it's a world composed of multiple dimensions, huh? Magnus looked at the black and red vortex directly above his head and sneered. Your core lies in the next dimension, right? Are you ready? He raised his flaming greatsword and roared at the will of the endless abyss. But to his surprise, the will of the endless abyss did not respond at all. His response to Magnus' provocation. Only a pair of deep, mocking eyes. It was as if he was speaking. Come. Seeing this. No matter how many planes I need to traverse, I swear to the angels I serve, I will utterly destroy your core and then purify this world. Magnus was also somewhat annoyed by this. So he led his 13 legions toward the second level of the endless abyss. Poor Magnus, he could never have imagined. I will personally embark on a journey of no return. A journey to the abyss. Chapter 32 The advance to the fourth layer of the abyss, the fourth layer of the endless abyss. A strange and indescribable special dimension, at least that's what Magnus, the commander of the 13th Legion, thought. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. Above the eternally gray sky of the endless abyss, a sun hangs high. It's a blue sun, Magnus said in disbelief. In the sky, a blue sun shines continuously on the fourth level of the endless abyss. The entire fourth level of the endless abyss was illuminated by this blue sun, turning it into a dazzling blue. More importantly, this so-called sun is completely different from all the stars in the rest of the world. The sun in the ordinary world emits light and heat, nourishing all living things on the world. The sun on the fourth level of the endless abyss emits blue ice and snow elements. An endless stream of frozen elements is evaporating from the sun, constantly reshaping the entire plane. This change transformed the fourth level of the endless abyss into a terrifying world filled with ice as sharp as blades. Every soldier of the 13th Legion must be extremely cautious if they wish to traverse such a world, because their exposed skin would be instantly frozen if it came into contact with any solid ice. And at that time, the minimum price they will pay is a whole piece of flesh and blood. Even though the Legion had given orders for the soldiers to be careful. But these rough men, who only know war and angels, are still paying a bloody price every moment. Every now and then, soldiers would fall down, screaming and unable to get up. The biting cold and the screams of flesh being torn apart sent chills down everyone's spine. Moreover, while navigating such an environment, these soldiers also need to be wary of the ice demon, a special abyssal creature from this plane. This is a subspecies of primordial demon whose skin is almost completely fused with ice. This extremely cunning creature will lurk on the path that every soldier must take. They are very patient. It won't suddenly appear and then rush into the army and wreak havoc. Instead, when most of the soldiers' attention is focused on the road ahead, it suddenly bursts forth from the ice on either side of the road, flapping its wings and charging towards the most defenseless member of the army. Wounded soldiers. Whoosh! An ice demon swiftly swept over the heads of several soldiers, and before they could react, it grabbed one of them who was injured in the battle on the 3rd level of the Endless Abyss, and then quickly took to the air. The entire hunting process was like a blue lightning bolt. The surrounding soldiers often didn't realize what had happened until the wounded soldier's screams rang out. "Aya! Kill me!" A wounded soldier with a broken arm was being dragged by the ice demon's claws, hanging upside down in the air, just like a rag doll. Countless drops of blood splattered from his ripped belly, landing on the blue ice surface, standing out starkly. But his suffering had only just begun. The winged ice demon was enjoying its feast while keeping an eye on the soldiers below. "Kill me! Quickly! By the angels above, grant me release!" The soldier watched helplessly as his soft intestines were ripped out and swallowed bit by the ice demon's twisted, gaping maw. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers shouted angrily, trying to provoke the ice demon and make it fall to the ground. But the ice demon, from beginning to end, only looked at these foolish soldiers with a mocking gaze, without any intention of taking any action. Meanwhile, the 2 level 8 squad leaders finally couldn't hold back any longer. With the help of the battlefield priest, they equipped themselves with angel wings and prepared to rush into the sky to kill the arrogant ice demon and release their subordinates. However, to everyone's surprise, these 2 captains, who were at the level of stage 8, were surrounded by a large group of ice demons hiding around them as they rushed towards the ice demons after they ascended into the sky. Although their raw strength far surpassed that of ordinary ice demons, they were still in the sky. These cunning ice demons have a greater advantage than ordinary humans. In just a few seconds, hanging in the air were the bodies of 3 13th Army soldiers who were not yet completely dead. Such scenes occurred on every route the 13th Army Corps took. Each time this happened, the 13th Army Corps' originally high morale would drop somewhat. Not everyone can remain calm in harsh and dangerous environments. The soldiers gradually formed a new idea in their minds. A topic that no one would normally think about or dare to think about. This was the topic on everyone's mind at that moment. "Hey, we!" Finally, one of the soldiers couldn't hold back any longer, and suddenly shouted loudly. "Are we truly the lucky ones chosen by the great angels?" The soldier's shout sent a shiver down the spines of the entire 13th Army Corps. Finally, someone said it. "If we really are the angels' favorites." The soldier's blue eyes were now clouded with shadows. He, who had once been bathed in the light of angels, was on the verge of collapse. Then why were we sent to suffer in this damned, depraved world? "Stop talking!" The soldier's superior officer, a captain with an 8th level strength, punched him, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. But even under these circumstances, the soldier continued to shout loudly. "No! I'm going to tell you anyway!" Enraged by the sudden beating, he finally revealed his true feelings. If angels are truly so great, then why don't they come and destroy this world themselves? Destroy this world filled with fallen beings? Why don't they? Enough! Just as he was shouting, a sword flashed, and his head flew into the air. His eyes still reflected the surprised expressions of many soldiers. "This person has fallen!" An angelic guard, wielding a golden sword and clad in armor covered in golden patterns, severed the soldier's head and held it in his hand, addressing the remaining members of the 13 legions who were still observing. The fallen. Within the helmets of the angelic guard, a chilling ice sent shivers down everyone's spine. The angelic guard, existing solely for order and faith, has the right to kill anyone they deem fallen. It will be completely purified. Our faith must not be defiled. For the glory of the angels. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers of the 13th Legion immediately lowered their heads and advanced towards the 5th level of the abyss. At the forefront, Magnus, who was almost at the 5th level of the abyss, sighed. "Even faith has collapsed. This is truly depravity. It seems we must speed up our advance. I wonder how many dimensions this world has? 5? Or 10? As he pondered this, Magnus rubbed the flaming greatsword in his hand. Although the 13th Legion suffered the fewest casualties in the 4th level of the Endless Abyss compared to the previous levels. However, this dimension is the world where their fighting strength has been most severely depleted. There is none other than this. Gradually, more and more people in the entire 13th Legion began to experience a strange hallucination. The beautiful angels on their shoulder emblems. His face is starting to look more and more like those demons. Guardian angels, protect me and keep me from falling. Chapter 33. Faith and the Invasion of the Abyss World is still undergoing simulation testing. Besides Chu Hao himself, who was closely monitoring the battle situation, there were 2 other people secretly observing, equally concerned about the battle here. Those two were Wang Ji and Bai Qin. The two of them, each with different feelings, stared at the raw data that Chu Hao had uploaded to his paper. Gazing upon this low-dimensional divine realm, which seemed like a black hole, instinctively yearning to devour everything. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Ji and Bai Qin, Magnus' 13th Legion truly lived up to its reputation as a powerful legion blessed by angels. Under the leadership of this legendary and peak-level legion commander, the entire legion shot fiercely towards the core area of the endless abyss like a sharp sword. They accomplished with ease what the orcs and dragonblood soldiers had never done before. That is, they arrived at the 5th level of the endless abyss while maintaining their complete organizational structure. During this period, apart from the ice demons and harsh environment of the 4th level of the endless abyss causing some mental disturbance to the soldiers, none of the abyssal creatures on the other 3 levels ever inflicted sufficient losses on this army with devout faith. This behavior led Wang Ji and Bai Qin to exhibit two completely different attitudes. Wang Ji appeared extremely anxious. Although based on the data, he believed that Chu Hao's potential should not be a problem in dealing with this powerful army. After all, the Endless Abyss has as many as 66 planes, and the fall of a mere 5 planes of the Endless Abyss is nothing. But beware of the collective divine magic of that army with devout faith and the blessing of real angels, Chu Hao. Wang Ji's face was gloomy. That's a powerful force capable of easily destroying the dark world. In contrast to Wang Ji's quiet anxiety, Principal Bai Chen's attitude was somewhat amusing. This time, she opened both her eyes. No reaction at all? Interesting. Is it because you're powerless against this type of legion, or do you have other plans? Forget it, let's stick to my original plan and see how things behave when low-dimensional beings encounter the power of faith. Bai Qin bit his lip and used his Supreme Star Domain to begin a precise calculation targeting the nascent form of the Endless Abyss. Dozens of newly formed stars appeared behind her, each one a projection of a real star from her divine realm. Each star represents a complete miniature plane, but at this moment, their sole purpose is. It was just used as a calculator part for Bai Chen. This is the true manifestation of her authority, the true expression of a powerful god who controls the stars. A short while later, an unexpected but reasonable result appeared before her. As expected, after the Magnus Legion stepped into the 5th level, the entire size of the Endless Abyss was reduced by nearly 1.2%. Bai Chen's stellar eyes flickered. Moreover, in terms of dimensions, the entire dimension of the Endless Abyss has been forcibly raised. In other words, can the power of faith, which represents order and justice, slowly pull the distorted and corrupted low-dimensional world back to the mid to high dimensions? The next moment, Bai Chen immediately shook his head, refuting his hypothesis. No. In the Endless Abyss, all theoretical hypotheses about lower dimensions must be approached with caution. Having witnessed the mutations and distortions of the Endless Abyss, I must be extremely cautious. Damn it! Could it be that Chu Hao won't be able to handle this assessment? I remember that in his world, there didn't seem to be any creatures that could surpass stage 10. Bai Chen sat in his office, wondering to himself. So, Chu Hao, what exactly do you want to do? How do you want to eliminate this? A troublesome faith legion? At the same time, Chu Hao seemed to sense something. He raised his head at the end of the Endless Abyss, where it was dark and impossible to see by conventional means, and looked up at what was above him. Having merged with the will of the abyss, his eyes flashed with the unique black and red vortex of the Endless Abyss. Still nothing. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the 5th level of the Endless Abyss. An abyssal creature with strength exceeding the 10th stage has appeared. His eyes were icy cold. Even those primordial demons at the 10th stage strength, not one of them has broken through to the 11th stage, which is the legendary stage. What exactly happened? Was the stimulation insufficient, or have these creatures, including the primordial demons themselves, encountered some kind of problem? The chaos and disorder of the Endless Abyss finally taught Chu Hao a lesson. That is, even someone as powerful as him, someone who controls everything in the Endless Abyss, cannot completely tame the chaotic rules of the Endless Abyss. Just like other creatures in the Endless Abyss, Chu Hao himself also needs to adapt to the distorted and chaotic environment of the Endless Abyss. Having figured this out, Chu Hao gave an unnatural, bitter smile. Yes, I had completely forgotten the true nature of the Endless Abyss. Whether it's the evolution of living beings, the unique and twisted depravity of this environment, or even the extremely chaotic rules, this world called the Endless Abyss cannot be controlled by humans. The original plan was to have Magnus Legions create a stressful environment for all the primordial demons, forcing them to evolve faster, but judging from the current situation, In fact, Chu Hao never took the so-called Magnus Legion seriously at all. As the ruler of the Endless Abyss, he naturally knows the situation in the Endless Abyss best. He never took this so-called Faith Legion seriously from beginning to end. This is the real reason why he previously revealed that contemptuous attitude. After all, the Endless Abyss is a super large world with 66 spiraling downwards. The deeper you go, the stronger the creatures in the Endless Abyss become, and the more complex the environment becomes, making it less suitable for the survival of ordinary life. And from the 10th or south level onwards, the Magnus Legion will begin to experience the true lair of those terrifying, twisted, and powerful abyssal creatures. At that time, whether it's the mighty hundred-handed giant, the Eye Demon, or even Leviathan, they could all come to this army through the distorted rules of the abyss space. At that point, the only outcome for this army will be a tragic annihilation. But Chu Hao did not do that. In his view, every assessment by Tianding University was a crucial step in the evolution of the Endless Abyss. When it is impossible to link and fight against other people's divine realms, these external stimuli become especially important. Just as Chu Hao calmed down to observe the battle situation on the 5th level of the abyss, a new discovery surprised him. Exclamation point. Wait, that brief moment just now. A primordial demon at the peak of stage 10. They actually seized a source of faith from another world? Chapter 34 Kneeling before. Me! What's going on? What they had in common was that Chu Hao and Magnus noticed this situation at the same time. The difference was that Chu Hao felt joy, while Magnus felt absolute rage. Let's turn the hands of time a little. Several tens of minutes ago. In the 5th layer of the Endless Abyss, in a world shrouded in various poisonous mists, a powerful legion blessed with devout faith is fighting against a group of twisted monsters imbued with chaotic and evil souls. Unlike the barren 4th layer of the Endless Abyss, which is frozen for thousands of miles. Although the 5th plane of the Endless Abyss is shrouded in poisonous fog of various attributes, its resources are still relatively abundant overall. This rich environment has led to another consequence. It's the increase in creatures from the Endless Abyss. This meant that Magnus' 13th Legion had to endure a terrible bloody battle on the 5th level of the Endless Abyss. Moreover, the circumstances of this bloody battle were actually very unfavorable for Magnus' army. The 5th layer of terrifying poisonous fog, combined with the mild and humid swamp environment, will not have much impact on the abyssal creatures and primal demons living in the area, because they have long been accustomed to this uncomfortable environment. But the soldiers of Magnus' Legion were different. The poisonous fog here not only causes the Magnus Legion warriors to die from poisoning at any time, but also creates some strange phenomena. For example, some Magnus warriors were fighting against the creatures of the abyss 1 second, but the next second they would be covered in sores, screaming and wailing on the ground. Some Magnus warriors, after staying in a colorless and odorless poisonous fog for too long, suddenly began an irreversible, melting process. Some of his organs and body tissues will inexplicably grow more, or inexplicably become less. Eventually, he will collapse, utterly helpless, unaware of what happened. Even worse, some were completely transformed into monsters by the combination of several poisonous mists. The moment he inhaled the poisonous fog, his will began to transform into that of a monster. And there are more. The entire Magnus Legion was immediately plunged into this situation after entering the 5th level of the Endless Abyss. However, Magnus, this powerful man protected by angels, quickly calmed down. He looked behind him, at the heart of the war, where the core of their legion lay. The powerful battlefield chaplaincy group roared from its location. Battlefield priests, use divine magic to cleanse this toxic environment. Ordinary soldiers cannot withstand the corrosive effects of this terrible poisonous fog. Magnus' judgment was correct. Although such poisonous fog would not affect legendary warriors, it would indeed have a huge impact on ordinary warriors. The battlefield chaplains immediately responded to Magnus' order. Merciful angels, we need the wind. Loving angels, we need the wind. Kind angels, we need the wind. With the words of countless different types of battlefield clerks, a tremendous gust of wind completely swept away the poisonous fog over the entire battlefield. Just as the rest of the poisonous fog was about to strike, countless points of light gathered in the sky from the bodies of countless warriors dressed as priests and guards. Once these points of light gathered, an illusion resembling an angel of light immediately appeared in the air. Under the illumination of this illusion, all the poisonous fog near the battlefield was purified into non-toxic elements. The central area of the 5th level of the Endless Abyss has been, temporarily, purified. This change boosted the morale of all Magnus warriors. At the same time, they saw the true appearance of the monsters in the poisonous fog for the first time. These hideous four enemies of the angels were met with a fierce counterattack from Magnus warriors the instant the poisonous fog dissipated. But in one corner of this vast battlefield, something happened that caught the attention of both Chu Hao and Magnus. A Magnus warrior dressed as a priest, on the verge of death, knelt before a demon with his face covered in blood. Before a primordial demon. He was nearly blind and had been poisoned by a huge amount of toxins. He was practically on the verge of death. In his final moments, as he lay dying, he was unfortunately captured by a variant of a primordial demon. Just as he was about to die, a strong will to live, bursting forth from the depths of his soul, completely took over his heart. Live on! His heart skipped a beat. It's essential. Live on! His heart started beating again. At that moment, he finally experienced the beauty of life. This Magnus warrior dared to swear that he would give anything for his chance to survive. Even if it's just for a second. Even if it's just one more breath of polluted air. Even if it's just to see the sun in the sky one more time. Even if it's just to go back to my hometown one more time to visit my parents. Live on! Click. As a devout believer of angels, a connection he had established with a certain being within his soul was broken. The color of this link is pure gold. It represents justice, order, and faith. Splash! At the same time, another chain, of unknown origin, wrapped itself around the sea of his mind. And the color of this shackle is a pure blackish red. Kneel down before me! Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, the Magnus warrior, who wanted to live, suddenly heard the primordial demon holding him, whispering to him. In an instant, two pairs of eyes simultaneously noticed this place. Above the fifth level of the endless abyss, a black and red vortex slowly appeared. The appearance of this black and red vortex signifies that Chu Hao, as the incarnation of the will of the endless abyss, has truly focused most of his energy on this Magnus warrior. The warrior Magnus knelt before the primordial demon before him, just as he had once knelt before the idol of an angel for money and glory. I kneel before you, please let me live! Please! At that moment, for some unknown reason, the primordial demon turned its head and a new soul voice burst forth from its soul. You should kneel before not me, but the Lord I serve, who represents infinite chaos. Above the sky, a black and red vortex was spinning wildly. Magnus heard a voice coming from the black and red vortex. The one you should kneel before is... Chu Hao's voice appeared in the mind of this Magnus warrior. I. In the next instant, this Magnus warrior completely fell into depravity. The connection between the abyss and him has begun to be established. He transformed swiftly and resolutely toward becoming a monster from the abyss. No! Magnus roared. Chapter 35 The sky above the fifth level of the endless abyss of toys. A black and red vortex rapidly appeared. When this black and red vortex appeared, all the abyssal creatures immediately became excited. All the abyssal creatures, including the primordial demons, immediately launched a fierce counterattack. This reaction caught many of Magnus' legion soldiers off guard. The reason these abyssal creatures were so excited was because they sensed Chu Hao's unintentional gaze. This gaze represents the will from the endless abyss, which is also the only thing they fear and submit to in the endless abyss. However, although Chu Hao's consciousness appeared on the fifth level of the endless abyss, most of his energy was focused on the Magnus soldier kneeling before the demon. I want to live! Just after Chu Hao finished speaking and knelt down before him, the old faith of the Magnus soldier collapsed immediately, and what replaced his old faith was his new faith in the endless abyss. The brutal fighting over just a few days had already tormented a huge hole in his heart. The promise he once made under the angel statue had long been forgotten by his cowardice and fear of death. What loyalty, what defense of the angel's glory! Those were nothing but lies I fabricated for money and glory. Magnus' remaining soldiers knelt on the ground, and he could feel some of his former comrades looking at him with utter hatred from behind. If those terrible poisonous fumes hadn't been cleared away, he might not have been exposed. Even so, this Magnus soldier still felt no remorse. On the contrary, at this moment, he transferred the hatred and resentment that arose in his heart to the angels who had sent him here to die. Why is it that you can enjoy the offerings of mortals while we must go to this hellish place to die? Former glory means nothing in the face of impending death. Great Abyss, I pray to you. A tiny voice emerged from the depths of Chu Hao's heart. In the vast sea of Chu Hao's mind, a tiny, almost imperceptible flame gradually emerged. This Magnus soldier has utterly fallen. He had already fallen, from his physical body to his soul. Everything is distorting itself in the direction of a monster. With the conversion of this Magnesian remnant, a wisp of divine fire actually caused Chu Hao's total amount of divine fire to increase by an imperceptible wisp. Even such a wisp of smoke still brought Chu Hao a pleasant surprise. As expected, I have finally confirmed one of the legendary characteristics of the Endless Abyss. Foreign creatures from the Abyss, especially those carrying a certain faith, if they fall into depravity in the Endless Abyss. Chu Hao stared at the remnant of Magnus, now a newly reborn abyssal monster, and spoke. His faith will be twisted into a faith in an endless abyss. And the power of faith he carried will also return to the abyss. A series of lightning-fast clues were strung together in Chu Hao's mind. He recalled the interesting anecdotes he had mastered when he faced the abyss and was thus stared at by it. I see. No wonder those gods who were about to perish resolutely stepped into the abyss before their divine fire was completely exhausted. And the endless abyss will raise its arms to welcome those who once opposed it to join us. Turn out to be. In this way. Chu Hao's eyes became clear. This is actually a win-win deal. However, while Chu Hao was still pondering, Magnus himself became completely enraged. Purify him! His roar echoed throughout the entire plain. Purify him, this damned apostate! His rage sent shivers down the spines of all the Magnus warriors, causing them to regroup their somewhat fractured faith. Several warriors dressed as priests immediately stepped forward and brandished their weapons at the Magnus warrior. Snap! With a single blow, the warrior's head was severed and spun in the air like a top. The blood gushing out like a pillar from his severed body instantly sprayed all over the ground. As soon as the blood hit the ground, it was licked clean by countless tiny insects that emerged from the swamp. At the same time, these purifiers did not stop their slaughter. They continued to form a triangular formation and charged toward the primordial demon variant that had lured the Magnus warrior. Due to the difference in strength, this variant of the primordial demon was killed in the blink of an eye. All of this was reflected in Chu Hao's field of vision. But he didn't care at all. The life of a mere primordial demon, a fallen being from the outside world, meant nothing to him. Their value was completely exploited just now. The only thing Chu Hao cared about at that moment was. At the forefront of the battlefield stood Magnus, a powerful figure at the peak of the legendary realm, whose strength was close to that of a demigod and whose faith was the most devout. A malicious thought suddenly surfaced in Chu Hao's mind. If even such an incredibly devout person could be tempted to fall into depravity in the endless abyss, just how many divine fires can I obtain? And what kind of being will he mutate into? At this moment, Chu Hao had long since forgotten about the so-called assessment and the so-called stimulation from the primordial demon. All he wanted to do at that moment was simply satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his lips. Magnus suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. At the pinnacle of his legend, he immediately raised his head. Sure enough, in the middle of the black and red vortex above the endless abyss, a pair of pure black eyes appeared, staring intently at him. Unlike his previous mockery, this time, his eyes held only malice. At the same time, the spatial rules within the entire endless abyss suddenly became chaotic. Countless spatial gates leading to the depths of the abyss were abruptly built on the 5th level of the endless abyss. These twisted portals, made of the bones and blood of unknown creatures, are engraved with scarlet numbers. Each scarlet number represents a unique dimension of the endless abyss. As these spatial gates appeared, all the Magnus warriors present began to tremble. As they gradually came to understand the terrifying noises emanating from behind these spatial portals. Countless abyssal creatures and demons, eager to crush and devour them, are gathering. At this moment, Magnus finally understood what had happened when he was in the first layer of the endless abyss. Why did the embodiment of the will of this bizarre world cast a contemptuous look at him? From beginning to end. In his eyes, we were all like toys. Magnus murmured. Chapter 36 features the Abyss-themed troop explosion. Wan Ji, who had been secretly observing the raw data uploaded by Chu Hao, slightly contracted his pupils. What he couldn't believe was that in the 5th plane of the endless abyss, millions of abyssal creatures, like a raging flood, poured into this plane located upper, in the abyss through the spatial gates created in various planes. What he found even more unbelievable was that this terrifying number of creatures was only a fraction of the total number of creatures in the entire endless abyss. Upon receiving Chu Hao's command, every creature in the endless abyss immediately rushed towards the nearest spatial gate. Regardless of one's own strength or weakness, they ran and howled as they rushed, flew, and even swam toward the portal. All the creatures of the endless abyss craved slaughter. Driven by the frenzied stimulation of the endless abyss, they greedily craved the corpses of any creature from the middle or upper planes. From Wang Xi's perspective, in each plane of the endless abyss, there appeared torrents of creatures from the abyss. How is this possible? A world like this in the endless abyss? How can there be so many creatures in the endless abyss? When Wang Xi looked at these data-driven battlefields, this was the first thought that came to his mind. Having missed the last major life explosion in the endless abyss, his impression of it was that it was a low-dimensional world with an extremely harsh environment, where the number of life forms that could be born was limited. Even if some creatures are quite strong, their numbers are still very limited. But the current situation left him somewhat bewildered, because such a number of lives far exceeded his expectations. Although he had some doubts, Wang Xi was at least relieved. Phew, so many biological armies! Wang Xi sighed inwardly, glancing at Chu Hao, who was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss observing the battle, his expression somewhat complicated. Then Chu Hao should be almost certain to pass this test. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Congratulations, Chu Hao. Regardless of what Chu Hao's future path holds, regardless of whether his chosen subject is a paradox, regardless of whether he is a true genius, regardless of... Wang Jidu was genuinely proud of this diligent and intelligent student. Inside the office, a supervisor who handed Wang Ji a paper noticed the change in his expression and whispered to another supervisor behind him. Hey, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Vice Principal Wang seems a little happy. Upon hearing this, the instructor turned and glanced at Wang Ji. At this moment, Wang Ji was angrily criticizing a graduate student's sloppy thesis. The entire office was filled with the storm of his roars. Seeing this, the tutor rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? Maybe it's just my imagination. On the other side. Finally, Bai Qin, who was far away in the principal's office, glanced at the distorted spatial gates in the endless abyss. Finally, something interesting has appeared, Chu Hao. Unlike Wang Ji, Bai Qin didn't care about the difficulty of the assessment Chu Hao faced. What she cared about was what methods Chu Hao would use to fight against the Faith Legion that restrained his divine realm. To be precise, what he was curious about was how people in lower dimensions would deal with the purification of the Faith Legions. Clearly, Chu Hao's actions in the world have already given Bai Qin the answer. That's mass production of troops. It's a mass production of units, a feature unique to the Abyss. It was those twisted and terrifying spatial gates, inscribed with the names of various Abyss levels. What a clever design! They actually managed to discover a spatial capability within the chaotic, ever-changing, endless Abyss to transport troops specifically for defending against enemy attacks. What a clever and refreshing design! This design could be a new subject in itself, how to create a stable teleportation device under chaotic conditions. Even someone as picky as Bai Qin didn't hold back his praise when faced with the spatial gate that Chu Hao created using the properties of the endless abyss. However, Bai Qin's idea about the spatial gates was completely wrong. These spatial gates, which were empowered by the chaotic rules of the abyss, were not defensive abilities at all. These terrifying doors made of bones and flesh, and their true power, she would soon see for herself. Unlike Wang Ji's relaxed demeanor, unlike Bai Qin's praise, Magnus was filled with anger and terror at that moment. As a visitor to the Endless Abyss, this was the first time he had personally witnessed the powerful war army formed by the Endless Abyss through his own strength. That's right, this is the first time that the force formed by the abyssal creatures can be considered an army. An army born for slaughter. Every abyssal creature in this army fights for its own survival from birth, struggling against the harshest environments. Every creature here is a top-notch warrior in the abyss. The previous orcs, Dragonblood troops. They don't even have the right to see what the Endless Abyss truly looks like. Hold on! Magnus looked at the spatial gates appearing from all directions and shouted angrily. At the same time, he strode forward and slashed the two primal demons that were still devouring a lone Magnus warrior into pieces. Then, under the scorching heat of the flaming greatsword, he burned the fragments of the two primal demons into ashes. But just as he rescued a soldier from the 13th Legion, a heavy knight riding a giant horse was immediately entangled by hundreds of tentacles to his left. It has hundreds and thousands of tentacles, and at the tip of each tentacle is a twisted giant mouth that Magnus could hardly imagine even in his nightmares. These mouths tore the heavy knight to pieces in just a few seconds, along with his prized armor. Even in his final moments, Magnus could still hear the heavy cavalryman calling out to him in his last breath. Commander! Several black, formless shadowy creatures silently circled around Magnus, gradually merging into him. Could this be the most terrifying place of divine punishment that the angels spoke of? Just as Magnus' mind was sinking deeper into darkness, a bright light appeared, instantly turning the black shadow creatures around him into ashes with screams. In the very center of the battlefield, an angelic illusion composed of numerous divine spells is rising from this chaotic, dark, decaying, and depraved abyss. The moment the angelic illusion appeared, Magnus immediately returned to normal. His faith enabled him to remain strong even when cracks appeared in his heart. "This is just a test, and we will get through it." Magnus gripped his great sword and stood up again, his eyes burning with renewed hope. "I am," looking at the malevolent gaze within the black and red vortex in the sky. "We will never yield." Magnus raised his head and said. His gaze collided with the gaze of the endless abyss. Chapter 37, The Fifth Plane of the Endless Abyss, a twisted world eternally shrouded in poisonous mist and covered in swamps. The Magnus Legion, also known as the 13th Legion, continues its fierce battle against the endless abyssal creatures. Above the sky, guided by the ever-shining angelic illusion, Magnus warriors temporarily forgot their pain and the hellish environment they were in. With the blessing of their faith, they successfully proved their strength. Ordinary abyssal creatures and primordial demons could not break through their solid defenses in a short time. With the unleashing of countless divine spells, the casualties among these abyssal creatures are becoming increasingly terrifying. "Truly worthy of being our soldiers!" Magnus looked at the warriors who had followed him for who knows how long and smiled with satisfaction. But at this very moment, dozens of incredibly thick tentacles suddenly stretched out from a spatial portal, much to the horror of everyone on the battlefield. Before these monsters even appeared, they nearly broke through the sturdy spatial gate. Then, a series of loud, ear-piercing roars were heard, and one after another, 100-armed giants finally squeezed out of the forcibly opened spatial gate. These titan-like creatures, covered in arms and tentacles of varying sizes and thicknesses, revealed greedy and cruel expressions upon seeing these beings from the upper middle-dimensional world. In an instant, the entire Magnus chapter's defenses were breached. At the same time, rays of light shot out rapidly from another spatial gate. Every ray within the portal is naturally imbued with some kind of deadly magical energy. That's demonic energy twisted by the abyss. It contains petrification, curses, melting, and each ray would cause countless Magnus soldiers to die screaming in agony. And then a disgusting, twisted monster, the Mother of the Eyes, appeared, floating in the air like a balloon. Behind it, there were endless, equally ugly-eyed demons. Even the most experienced battlefield clerics could not suppress this terrifying monster. Their prized divine magic was easily suppressed by the Mother of the Eye demons before it could even be used. The battlefield chaplaincy is in grave danger. Magnus immediately led his heavy knights in a charge toward the location of the Eye demon. On his thick, strong arm was a giant sword burning with flames. 48 hours have passed since Magnus led the 13th army into this plane. In those 48 hours, Magnus had lost count of how many times he and his heavy cavalry had crushed the sieges of abyssal creatures. The powerful heavy cavalry of the 13th army was the most proud force in his legion. No matter how powerful the abyssal creature is, it cannot withstand a single mass charge by heavy cavalry. Even the 100-handed giant and the Eye demon cannot do it. With this power, Magnus successfully preserved the core of the army, the battlefield priests with powerful divine magic. "Hang in there, cough cough cough, just a little longer." Magnus wiped the blood from his face and coughed as he spoke. But unexpectedly, there was no response. Not a single heavy cavalryman responded to his battle command. Magnus looked back, but to his surprise, there was nothing behind him. Tentacles were suddenly retracting from the swamp. Meanwhile, there were many drag marks on the ground nearby, and further away, a bunch of blood-stained bubbles were bubbling up from the mud. Cough cough cough. In his panic, Magnus coughed up blood and fell off his mount. This powerful legendary figure, during these 48 hours, slew countless abyssal creatures and countless types of primordial demons. At that moment, he finally felt his own powerlessness. But just then, a familiar voice emerged from the mist in the swamp. "Magnus, Commander Magnus? Jean?" Magnus recalled the source of the sound. That was his squire, a kind and devout warrior from the countryside. Sure enough, Jean's freckled face with red hair appeared in Magnus' eyes through the mist. "Jean, you're alive." "Yes, Commander Magnus, I'm still alive, thanks to—" Before he could finish speaking, a look of fear mixed with regret appeared in Magnus' eyes. A fallen one appeared before Magnus, bearing the face of Jean, with 6 spider-like legs growing from its lower body, arms that transformed into tentacles, and a giant mouth on its abdomen. It is thanks to the mercy of the great will of the abyss that I survived. Those angels have no idea of the greatness of the endless abyss. They are false messengers of God, while those I serve. That is the true master. Tears welled up in Magnus' eyes. He rushed forward and hugged Jean tightly. Jean. Even though the other person had become a monster, he still hugged them. He embraced the country boy who had followed him since he joined the army, starting as the lowest knight squire and gradually becoming a true knight. She hugged the young man who had once smiled and asked her why angels were so beautiful. They saved this soldier who had never doubted his orders and only knew how to obey. Commander, why are you crying? As long as you, like me, are fighting for the great. Jean, I'm sorry. Be free. After Magnus finished speaking, he pierced Jean's 3 hearts with a single sword strike, plunging him into an eternal slumber and allowing his soul to return to the angels forever. This is a lie. Souls captured by the endless abyss are doomed to eternal damnation. Magnus stood still, looking at Jean's smiling face. For some reason, all the poisonous fog disappeared around him. And in that instant, he finally saw the final outcome of this war. The entire Magnus chapter, the entire 13th Legion, has fallen. Apart from him, there were no other living soldiers. Of course, in the endless abyss, hundreds of twisted, newborn fallen ones have appeared, and they are all smiling and longing for Magnus to rule them again. Magnus looked up and saw a black and red vortex floating above his head. Countless shadows surrounded Magnus from all sides. Soul. Within the black and red vortex, a pair of eyes stared at him, watching his every move. Magnus, meanwhile, gripped his great sword and closed his eyes. The cracks in his heart are breaking. The comrades in arms he once knew were slowly dragging him into the bright future, woven by an endless abyss. His inner sea is about to be invaded by the will of the endless abyss. But at that very moment, every night when I look up at the starry sky, I ask myself. Magnus, gazing at the vortex of the endless abyss, had a dazzling light bursting from his eyes. Will I be the only conscious soul in this war? But now, I have the answer. In Magnus' ocean of the mind, a light began to flicker. I never gave up. A promise made by kneeling before the idol for oneself and for one's faith. At this point, countless divine flames, shimmering with light, began to burn away Magnus' soul bit by bit. The only advice I can hear is the advice the angels gave me. Faith is most precious when it is put into practice. Watching Magnus' soul, body, and everything else burn to ashes, a pair of black pupils quietly left this world. He was neither disappointed nor angry. Yes, but it's the emptiness that comes after gaining knowledge. At this moment, he possessed something more important than a legendary peak warrior. That is the way to completely destroy the faith of mortals. Just as that legendary warrior used the node of faith to ignite his own soul. As for everything that warrior did, to that being who controlled the endless abyss. Really? Boring! A devout soul vanished into the endless abyss. Chapter 38 Seeds of Faith. After watching Magnus' soul and body burn into utter nothingness by the divine fire, Chu Hao withdrew his attention from the 5th level of the endless abyss. At the same time, the spatial gates created through Chu Hao's will also collapsed with a crash. All passages leading from the bottom of the abyss to the 5th level of the endless abyss were immediately closed. Countless abyssal creatures gathered near the afterimage of the spatial gate immediately let out unwilling roars. The opportunity they had always longed for to climb higher vanished right before their eyes. This filled them, who had always lived at the bottom of the abyss, with an indescribable sense of despair and rage. It's important to understand that the environment of the endless abyss is unique. With each plane you traverse downwards, the environment becomes increasingly harsh, and the rules become more chaotic. Therefore, the deeper you go, the more terrifying and dreadful the endless abyss becomes. Moreover, these creatures are very vulnerable to attack as they climb toward the upper planes of the abyss. Even the slightest mistake could turn them into food for other abyssal creatures. Therefore, in the eyes of these abyssal creatures, even the 5th layer, filled with poisonous fog and swamps, is an unattainable paradise. Not to mention the soft, non-toxic flesh and blood of the alien warriors who died on the 5th level of the endless abyss was a delicacy they could not obtain on ordinary days. All of this made these abyssal creatures crave it to the extreme. As for those abyssal creatures who have reached the 5th level of the endless abyss, participated in the war against the alien invasion, and have not yet died, they are the lucky ones in this war. Not only did they survive, they also arrived in a world with less survival pressure, gaining numerous opportunities for evolution. In addition, the strongest among them have the opportunity to eliminate the other abyssal creatures. thereby creating a large number of their own offspring in this plane, and allowing their race to dominate the entire plane. Amidst this surge of activity, the 5th level of the Endless Abyss, the very place where the 13th Legion was defeated and Magnus perished, witnessed a vibrant celebration of life. All the surviving creatures of the Endless Abyss couldn't wait to join in this carnival party, and not one was absent. Their ticket to entry is their own life. This is the Endless Abyss. After any war, the Endless Abyss will usher in a new prosperity, just like the wild grass in the middle and upper dimensions, which never stops growing. However, these things. That wasn't Chu Hao's main concern. What he cared about most at this moment was the biggest gain he had made in this final test: how to use the power of the Endless Abyss to plunder the divine fire faith of other worlds, thereby completely destroying the faith of mortals. What an invaluable experience! Chu Hao recalled the scenes before Magnus' death and said with some emotion, I finally had the chance to see for myself how faith can help ordinary mortals resist the temptations of depravity from the abyss. In the previous war, Chu Hao deliberately prolonged the duration of the war, intending to quickly corrupt these mortals and plunge them into the abyss. Given the harsh environment of the Endless Abyss, coupled with the fear and carnage unique to abyssal creatures, it would be difficult for ordinary warriors to resist the corrupting temptations emanating from the darkest depths of their souls. But the results of this experiment were somewhat unexpected for Chu Hao. The entire Magnus chapter did not experience a widespread collapse of faith until the middle and later stages of the war. Before, I thought that so-called faith was something similar to the corruption in the Endless Abyss. Both were unconscious thoughts that sprang from the soul. But now it seems. Chu Hao's expression turned serious. Our previous guesses were clearly too hasty. The so-called devout faith is actually a divine fire derivative born from a seed planted in the sea of a mortal's heart by a demigod-level being. The more devout a person considers themselves, the more divine fire they can produce, and the more faith they can generate. These beings, in fact, never use their own power from beginning to end. Instead, they use the power of those powerful beings. This explains why those seemingly incredibly powerful priests, even after acquiring stronger divine magical abilities than before, haven't experienced any changes in their life forms. During the previous battle, Chu Hao also devoted a lot of his attention to carefully observing the performance of the battlefield priests. He discovered that these battle priests, when casting divine spells, possessed abilities comparable to many powerful magical abyssal creatures. What puzzled Chu Hao was that these battlefield priests were incredibly fragile, no different from ordinary mortals. This surprised Chu Hao greatly. It's important to understand that no living being can maintain its original form after gaining more powerful abilities. Even the demons, known for their weak physical bodies in the abyss, began to change their life forms after fully mastering abyssal magic. Although their physical strength is still easily broken by the standards of the abyss, they are indeed transforming into higher life forms. Whether it's a regular priest at the 3rd stage of strength, or a bishop-level priest at the 10th stage of strength, their physical strength and life form remain unchanged. This doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense. But this problem. Chu Hao got the answer the moment Magnus burned himself to ashes. The moment he ignited himself with divine fire, Chu Hao observed the changes within his soul. A seed, seemingly the source of faith, successfully protected his soul before his fall, allowing this legendary, peak-level being to save his own sea of soul and prevent further depravity. In other words, as long as Chu Hao can find a way to corrupt the existence of that seed in the Endless Abyss, then theoretically all living beings can be corrupted by the abyss. As a result, the number of divine flames Chu Hao possesses will definitely increase exponentially. But at the same time, Chu Hao had a new problem. What exactly is that seed-like thing? How can I contaminate it? No one knows the answer to this question at the moment. Although most of the divine realms rely on that divine fire, born from faith to strengthen themselves. But so far, no one has ever researched how to corrupt the creatures of their world, since that is the precious source of divine fire. All they needed to do was use deception and many false excuses to make these beings, who had spent their entire lives in the divine realm, more devout and to provide them with more divine fire. As for the methods of corruption, only Chu Hao needs it. Chu Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao opened his closed eyes again, freeing his consciousness from the abyss. Let's test this problem another time when we have the chance. In short, I have passed 3 world invasion simulation tests and collected enough data. Next, my last paper will also be completed. Chapter 39 Chu Hao's Choice. Chu Hao, you have passed the final world invasion simulation test. Congratulations. After finishing the 3rd assessment, as soon as Chu Hao opened his eyes, 2 teachers said this to him. Although the number of research projects approved each year at Tianding University is astronomical, they still hold Chu Hao in high regard. After all, the subject being studied by the person in front of them is a problem that has remained unsolved for hundreds of years. This is a remarkable achievement. At that time, Chu Hao could choose to retain the core formula of the low-dimensional world, independently build a new pantheon world and condense divine fire, and eventually obtain the position of the main god of that pantheon world. There are many people who do this, the most famous being the two creators of the myriad realms and the starry god realm. They used this method to start with the powerful worlds they built, continuously gather the world's origin, strengthen their own god realms, and ultimately achieve the position of chief god by relying solely on their own god realms. As for the second option, it means that if Chu Hao is willing to share the way the Endless Abyss is built and included in textbooks, then Chu Hao will gain a huge amount of fame and resources, become a figure that people rely on, and many people will be willing to actively provide ideas and designs for perfecting your world, which will benefit you immensely. Many people have done this, the most famous being the founder of Paradise Mountain, who also achieved the enviable position of chief god by gathering the masses. Of course, it's impossible to replicate the exact same world. Most of those who come after can only be considered imitators at best. The original version of each divine realm world is the strongest and unique. In conclusion, both of these options are seen as very promising by teachers. Thinking of this, the teachers looked at Chu Hao with eyes full of respect. After all, this young man in front of us has a good chance of becoming a big shot. Even if you can't get anything out of the other person right now, it's still good to leave a good impression. However, to the surprise of the two teachers, Chu Hao's reaction was very calm. He raised his head, retracted the endless abyss entity that had materialized behind him, and then left the assessment area. However, before leaving, Chu Hao glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the assessment world's main body. As soon as Chu Hao left the assessment area, Zhao Qing came up to him. He has now completed his first world invasion simulation test, completely wiping out the alien races that invaded his divine realm. The losses suffered by his world were but a drop in the ocean. Although the elves initially performed poorly when encountering the alien races, under his guidance, they quickly established a strong defensive line, burying all the ugly alien races that dared to invade their world next to Diligan, who desperately needed nourishment. That's right, some alien races were buried alive under the roots of the world tree. Who says that bubbly, beautiful fairies must be kind creatures? These beautiful elves have never shown any mercy to invaders who dare to invade their world. This also shows that the elves designed by Zhao Qing are, to some extent, comparable in combat power to the dragon race. Zhao Qing also has reason to be proud of his design. However, at this moment he did not feel happy, but rather a great deal of doubt. He was very curious. He didn't understand why the world Chu Hao was researching, merely by being manifested, could stir up his darkest thoughts. This is something he has never seen in any other divine realm design before. He wanted to know why the Endless Abyss was so special. This curiosity urgently needs to be satisfied. Hey Chu Hao, congratulations! Even though he was anxious, Zhao Qing still maintained his politeness and greeted Chu Hao, who had just walked out of the assessment area, with a smile. Chu Hao tilted his head and glanced at him. You! Who are you? Upon hearing the "you are" that he had already heard once before, Zhao Kongqing felt an extremely frustrated surge of anger rise in his chest. You bastard, I was in the assessment area just half a day ago. Before Zhao Qing could say anything more, a pair of large hands patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder. When Zhao Qing turned his head, he was surprised to find Wang Ji, the most authoritative vice principal in the entire Tianding University, actually appeared beside him. However, at this moment, Wang Ji was wearing a smile? Wait, this old monster can actually laugh? This was Zhao Qing's only thought after seeing Wang Ji's smile. After all, during his 4 years of university, Zhao Qing could not find any memory of Wang Ji's smile. His only memories of Wang Ji were of him yelling at students, yelling at the professors, and yelling at students and professors. Are you two chatting? Yes, Zhao Qing replied. But Chu Hao shook his head. No, not at all. For a moment, the scene seemed somewhat awkward. That's good, Chu Hao. I need to talk to you. Although he didn't know what Vice Principal Wang Ji wanted to say to him, Chu Hao still agreed to the request. After sending Zhao Qing away on some random excuse, Wang Ji brought Chu Hao to his office. Chu Hao, I've been following your research topics since the very beginning, Wang Ji said bluntly. But Chu Hao simply nodded when he heard this. He knew it from the very beginning. After all, not everyone can apply for a private mock test. Your papers all demonstrate genius-level thinking, and the theories within them are truly groundbreaking. Your brilliant ideas nearly solved the problem of low-dimensional worlds, of course, only after you've finished your final paper. You are one of the most outstanding students since the establishment of Tianding University. Even when there were only two of them, Wang Ji didn't hold back in praising Chu Hao. Seeing that Chu Hao's expression remained normal, he held Chu Hao in even higher regard. Not everyone can remain indifferent to compliments. Only those with such a calm mind can avoid being driven mad by so-called fame and fortune, and go further and higher. Then Wang Ji continued. So, Chu Hao, I'd like to know, what are your plans for the future? Are you planning to keep your core formula a secret in order to establish a new pantheon and try your hand at the long road to godhood? Or are you planning to contribute the rules and structure of the endless abyss, allowing more people to contribute to your design? If you choose the second option, I can use my position as vice principal to secure your permanent position at Tianding University and grant you access to more resources. Hearing this, Chu Hao pondered for a moment, and then gave an answer that Wang Ji did not expect. I haven't decided yet. Wang Ji nodded. Indeed. A newcomer who is just beginning to show their talent always needs time to think. After all, my experiment is not completely over yet, and I don't have time to think about these things for the time being. I need more data to finish my final paper. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji was taken aback. Experiment? It's not over yet? What do you mean? Did he fail the test? But the next second, Wang Ji was stunned. I plan to continue refining and researching the world I've created, so that I can apply to take on a challenge later. Tianding University's fourth world invasion simulation test. I'm preparing to establish a connection with the assessment world to take a deadly battle between two worlds. Chu Hao's system task. Destroy the assessment world of Tianding University and enter its depths. Quest reward, how to establish the 7 deadly sins ring. Chapter 40 Mountain. Are you crazy? Inevitably, Chu Hao's answer caused Wang Ji's roar to echo throughout the entire office. A death match? A deadly battle against the world of assessment. The fourth and final world simulated intrusion test. Wang Ji's eyes reddened. That was just an extremely low-class joke that the guy with the bad temper played on all the students when he founded Tianding University. The so-called fourth world simulated intrusion test he mentioned is something that no one could possibly complete. This is a predetermined fact, not a joke. Throughout his many years of teaching, Wang Ji has seen countless confident graduates who, ignoring all advice, embark on the fourth world simulation intrusion test. Without exception, they were all awestruck by the power of the assessment world. Endless alien races, perfectly regulated circular planes, terrifying plane rulers. Every single one of them. Although the fourth world simulated intrusion test was nominally called a gift from the founders of Tianding University. Those who successfully complete the fourth world simulation invasion test will gain access to all the resources of that powerful world. But in reality, this terrible trial was called a gift from the devil by all the mentors who knew the truth. That wasn't a trial, or an assessment at all. That was just a one-way trip to the abyss. Why did you do that? Wang Ji raised his head and asked Chu Hao. Chu Hao remained silent. The two remained silent. Wang Ji was very reluctant for Chu Hao to participate in the fourth world simulation invasion test, because every single one of them had their painstakingly designed world completely destroyed, and their research projects and papers in progress were also tragically cut short. These poor guys had no choice but to choose new topics the following year. At the same time, their arrogance was also destroyed. Suddenly, Wang Ji heard Chu Hao's answer after careful consideration, an answer that he would remember forever. Because Chu Hao raised his head and looked straight at the vice principal. The mountain is right there. Because the mountain is there. Wang Ji was taken aback by these words. Chu Hao continued speaking. It was a challenge, but also a journey of conquest. If this assessment is like a mountain that no one has ever climbed, I believe that in the future, countless people will try their best to conquer it, even at the cost of their own lives. Because the mountain is there. The most fascinating thing about mountains is that they have never been conquered. Unconquered, therefore. The exploration never stops. The endless abyss is a world I designed. I understand it, and I believe it has enormous potential to conquer this challenge, even though its difficulty far exceeds everyone's imagination. It shouldn't have stopped here. Or, to put it another way, if it can't even get past this hurdle, then it's better to just let it disappear here. Chu Hao's answer was as sharp as a sword. Chu Hao returned to his dormitory after leaving the vice principal's office. He was told that he had 1 week to perfect his divine realm. And a week later, the day before graduation. This is his last chance to open and test the connection between the worlds. Therefore, he must complete the establishment and perfection of his divine realm world, namely the endless abyss, within the limited time available. We can't underestimate our opponent. Chu Hao sat on the edge of his bed and slowly exhaled. This so-called fourth world simulated intrusion test is no joke. The previous few times were just a small stimulus compared to the size of the endless abyss. After all, the lower dimensional worlds below the 66th level of the endless abyss cannot be completely destroyed, so I never took these tests to heart. But the fourth impact is completely different. Chu Hao took a deep breath and placed his thoughts into the endless abyss. The fourth assessment will be a real battle. A brutal war between two worlds, where only the survivors can survive. In previous assessments, I only faced the test of a legion, a war band, or an army. But this time, I will face a powerful world with multiple planes. Therefore, I must find a way to quickly increase the strength of the creatures in the endless abyss. Chu Hao's gaze swept across the entire endless abyss, across the 66 planes. Countless abyssal creatures expressed absolute submission the moment Chu Hao's gaze swept over them. Although many of them were terrifying creatures, in Chu Hao's eyes, they were indeed warriors worthy of respect. Chu Hao began to ponder this question. At the same time, he also accelerated the flow of time in the endless abyss, causing the time speed of the entire endless abyss to leap forward. He saw everything that was full of life in the entire endless abyss. This environment made Chu Hao think very quickly. Soon, Chu Hao had an idea. I've got it. I can consider separating a portion of these primordial demons for modification. I can transform the bloodlines of these primordial demons. Then, directly inject the most violent power of the rules into their bloodline. With this kind of performance, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I can preserve their original bloodline and then use the power of the endless abyss to repeatedly create large numbers of warriors. These demon warriors, although their future growth will be limited, will possess considerable strength from birth. In this way, I won't interfere with the normal evolution of the endless abyss, and I can still mass-produce troops. Chu Hao's eyes lit up. If I'm going to do that, I can build some incubation pools first. The area of these incubation pools should ideally be measured in dimensional units. Let's give it a try. After saying that, Chu Hao immediately began his experiment. Countless primordial demons, following Chu Hao's wishes, arrived in certain special planes. In these planes, Chu Hao used his power over the endless abyss to use countless primordial demons for his experiments. In these planes, countless primordial demons are beginning to undergo Chu Hao's experiments. However, one thing is worth noting. Many of these primordial demons died violently after undergoing Chu Hao's designed experiments. Even though their bloodline possesses the greatest ability to adapt to the environment, they cannot withstand the direct injection of overly violent rules into their bloodline. Even so, Chu Hao still did not stop his experiments. Because he believes, sooner or later, there will be demons who can withstand such experiments and preserve their own characteristics. And these demons will be part of the demon army. Prototype. Chapter 41: A blind experiment in a certain dimension of the endless abyss. Crack! Squeak! A primordial demon with a body that was blue and yellow exploded due to the direct injection of excessively violent energy, turning into a pool of red, foul blood in front of Chu Hao. Countless drops of scarlet blood were sprayed in front of Chu Hao, but not a single drop managed to land on him. At this moment, Chu Hao's expression, amidst the endless blood, appeared somewhat agitated. The 460th experiment. Fail! Chu Hao sighed and looked at the pool of red blood in front of him. This subspecies of primordial demon, which lived on the 43rd level of the abyss, collapsed because its physical body could not withstand the lightning rules I had woven. According to my theory, since this primordial demon was able to survive in the environment of the 43rd level of the abyss, which is full of lightning and torrential rain, then it is very likely that they can withstand the power of the lightning rules. The 43rd level of the endless abyss is a plane filled with lightning. In this plane, due to the exceptionally fierce war between the water and wind elements, an extremely extreme environment has emerged, filled with endless gales and torrential rain. Following the frenzied war between these two elements, endless lightning appeared as a byproduct of the war. This ultimately led to all the creatures of the endless abyss living in this plane, including the primordial demons, exhibiting extremely strong resistance to lightning. Of course, any creature that couldn't master this resistance would have been turned to ashes long ago by the roar of lightning. What Chu Hao valued was the strong lightning resistance within these organisms, which is why he specifically conducted this experiment. In his eyes, these creatures, though resistant to lightning, lack the ability to control it. Being able to resist lightning damage and being able to control lightning are two completely different things. One is to passively defend, only able to withstand additional damage of the same attribute. One is the ability to use rules and elements as weapons to destroy enemies. The ability to adapt to the environment is nothing in the extremely harsh and endless abyss. It's not even an advantage, since there's nothing wrong with the rules themselves. A flicker of emotion flashed in Chu Hao's eyes as he examined the lightning rules within the endless abyss. Although the extreme chaos had distorted the entire lightning rule beyond recognition, making it unrecognizable to ordinary people, Chu Hao, as someone who controlled the endless abyss, could be 100% certain of it. Lightning rules are available. It's usable, at least in the abyss. After testing this, Chu Hao took a deep breath. Could the problem be from? Chu Hao's gaze swept over the primordial demons nearby, who had been forced into a state of slumber due to his orders. And what about these primordial demons themselves? Is it because of their race that my experiments have been stuck at this stage? Thinking of this, Chu Hao stretched out a finger and dropped a primordial demon in front of him. Faced with the terrifying will of the abyss, this powerful primordial demon immediately trembled and instinctively tried to please Chu Hao. This is both a crushing defeat on a life level and a suppression on a bloodline level. The primordial demon instinctively sensed that the being before it was itself, and the source of the bloodline of all abyssal creatures. The being before him, emanating pure darkness, was the very essence of the endless abyss. Source. Chu Hao looked at the trembling primordial demon and sighed helplessly. To be honest, he still has no clue about his experiment. Although less than half a day had passed in the outside world, and there was still plenty of time, the difficulty of the fourth assessment was like a mountain, weighing heavily on Chu Hao and making him feel immense pressure. Moreover, the current lack of progress still makes Chu Hao feel increasingly frustrated. With this thought in mind, Chu Hao put the primordial demon down, letting it fall into a deep sleep once again. Since I can't get the results I want from ordinary experiments, I might as well relax for now. Let's explore the various parts of the endless abyss. Perhaps the scenery in the endless abyss will give me a lot of inspiration. After saying that, Chu Hao temporarily suspended the experiment, which was currently shrouded in mystery. I went alone to some famous, scenic spots in the endless abyss to relax. This was also the first time he had looked at the entire endless abyss without considering utilitarian perspectives. This was also the first time he truly understood the endless abyss. Phew, that was really intense. Chu Hao, in the endless abyss, sat on a broken cliff and looked down. At this moment, a terrifying battle is raging below the cliff. Several primordial demons at the peak of the 10th stage are engaged in a fierce battle with the same abyssal creature whose body is covered with black scales and whose hands and feet are covered with soft poisonous spikes. Regardless of who ultimately wins, the loser will become valuable food for the victor and capital for the victor's future evolution. The battle between the two sides was extremely interesting to Chu Hao, so he sat down and patiently watched this battle that could never happen in the outside world. The primordial demons performed well. They knew to surround it without attacking, then slowly bleed it to death. It seems that the abyss creature has no chance of surviving. A few of the primordial demons will die, but the rest will tear this abyssal creature to pieces. As Chu Hao's designated abyss familiars, the primordial demons naturally possess the highest potential in the endless abyss. Besides their evolutionary potential, these potentials are mostly manifested in combat abilities. I wonder how long this battle will last. I feel like I should find something to do. Oh, right. While watching, Chu Hao took a break and stretched out his hand to create a campfire in front of him. At the same time, he found a very special creature from another dimension, even in the abyss. This is an abyssal creature with a body similar to a rabbit. They look like rabbits and have rabbit-like habits. But the only thing they don't do like rabbits is their diet, which is purely carnivorous. Their favorite thing to do is to appear in groups of hundreds or thousands and devour enemies that are 100 times stronger than themselves. Chu Hao stroked the adorable creature and smiled. The abyss rabbit also enjoyed Chu Hao's caress as the will of the abyss, and hummed comfortably. But a few minutes later, the adorable creature appeared on the fire stand, continuing to enjoy Chu Hao's stroking as his food. By the way, the meat of this abyss rabbit is very delicious. It is a top-notch delicacy even without any seasoning. While eating roasted rabbit, Chu Hao continued to watch the battle below, which had now ended. That powerful abyssal creature perished along with the 2 primordial demons. Meanwhile, the remaining abyssal demons were, happily, sharing this feast with their comrades. Of course, what they call pleasure refers to smashing each other's heads, and this isn't an adjective. They really wanted to blow the other person's head off. Ha! Seeing this, Chu Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected, it's simply impossible for demons to cooperate with each other. Demons have always been beings that bully the weak while yearning to become stronger. Each of them is an existence that utterly despises order, and whose soul is extremely inclined towards evil, chaos, and greed. Of all the demons, there is no one who would be willing to sacrifice themselves for another demon. Not to mention survival. Unless... Suddenly, Chu Hao's smile vanished. He immediately dropped the roasted abyss rabbit in his hand and looked down with shining eyes. A thought popped into his mind. Unless, some of these demons are weaklings destined to be enslaved by other demons. Chapter 42: The Strong and the Weak. Unless, some of these demons are weaklings destined to be enslaved by other demons. Looking down at the primordial demons fighting each other for their prey, a flash of thought immediately appeared in Chu Hao's mind. The nature of the primordial demons is to enslave the weak while making themselves stronger. At the same time, they will also hunt down any other primordial demons they see for the simple reason of eliminating their competitors to become stronger. Below, a 4-armed demon at the peak of the 10th stage was tearing a primordial demon with a snake-like lower body to shreds, while behind him, another pair of demons were fighting each other. No matter how much weaker the other party is than themselves, or whether they pose a threat to them, they will ruthlessly kill them completely. Because they know that these people of their own kind, though they may seem weaker than them now, will one day surpass them as long as they live. Below the cliff, after each of the 2 demons had dealt with their opponents, they immediately pounced on each other without hesitation. The 2 of them. They see each other as pure enemies. So, Chu Hao looked at the 2 demons fighting to the death below, and calmly stated his conclusion. The primordial demons are terrifying creatures that cannot obey each other's leadership. From the very beginning, they were incapable of cooperation. Their relationship is the ultimate manifestation of a zero-sum game. No primordial demon would kneel before another primordial demon, even if it knew that the other was stronger and it was weaker. The battle below has ended. The last demon standing is a terrifying monster with 4 arms, a snake-like lower body, and curved horns on its head. There was no primordial demon left by his side who dared to compete with him. He can finally enjoy everything around him. From the corpse of that abyssal creature to the other primal demons who died at his hands. He is the only survivor of this battle. The rest of them are all weaklings. Chu Hao laughed as he watched the primordial demon wolfing down chunks of meat. Ha! Chu Hao laughed heartily. He had figured out how to solve the problem that had been troubling him. That's right. The weak and the strong. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The solution is to not solve it. That's right. What he needs most right now is not to give certain primordial demons the ability to use the rules. It is not about using this method to artificially create powerful demon warriors in the endless abyss who are born with the ability to use the berserk rules. My previous line of thought. Chu Hao sighed and took a deep breath. In an instant, the dry, sulphurous air of this plane rushed into his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. It was wrong from the very beginning. Even if the powerful demon soldiers I envisioned could actually be created, their numbers would be far fewer than I imagined. Even if I use an entire plane as their incubation pool and the entire abyss as their resource supply, their numbers still won't be enough, at least not enough during the 4th assessment. Chu Hao was well aware of the difficulty of the 4th assessment, which is why he made increasing the number of demon warriors his top priority. An invasion war truly launched by demons. As the familiars of the endless abyss, demons are undoubtedly the main force, and will certainly be the main force. Whether it's the demons using a portal to pass through and directly descend into that world to slaughter everything they see. They will still fight their way through the invasion channels, slowly advancing into that world before plundering it. The number of demons who are warriors must far exceed the number of warriors in the opposing world. So what I really need to do is to artificially create a large number of ordinary demons that can be enslaved by the primordial demons. A large portion of these ordinary demons will have their bloodlines sealed by my power in the abyss. A cold glint flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. A terrible thought popped into his mind. Those whose bloodlines are sealed will lose most of their evolutionary abilities. But they are born with several specific abilities randomly, such as flight, the ability to use micro spells, and so on. Although this will weaken them to the point where they cannot compare with the primordial demons, it will also prevent the primordial demons from feeling threatened by them. Even so, it wouldn't stop these primordial demons from killing these ordinary demons and using them as food. Eliminating and devouring the weak is an instinct ingrained in the very bones of every creature of the abyss. Once they appear, many of them are immediately wiped out. But Chu Hao had already figured out the answer to this question. An incredibly cruel answer. It's alright. A smile appeared on Chu Hao's lips. The reason I created these guys, besides making them warriors to invade other worlds, is to make them to become the endless provider in the endless abyss. Although they will feel angry and resentful, and although they will resist, because I have etched a false instinct of submission to the primordial demon into their blood, such a situation will become a low-probability event. Therefore, they will quickly gain acceptance from the primordial demons. These creatures will become the suppliers in the endless abyss. They are food for the primordial demons when they are hungry, and laborers for building the abyss's structures. They are materials for the primordial demons to command servants, and even to cast abyssal spells. They are. Such a terrifying answer is enough to chill anyone to the bone. But Chu Hao was not satisfied. As he thought, rows of scarlet numbers appeared out of thin air in front of him. For the first time ever, Chu Hao began designing artificial abyssal creatures. These numbers are constantly changing and shifting. Countless formulas were created in front of Chu Hao, only to be erased by him in the next second. Chu Hao stood on the cliff and muttered to himself. The resources needed to manufacture them will be so little that they are almost negligible. And their vast numbers will be constantly replenished by the endless abyss. They will be born in special planes that I have designed. Once born, they will be thrown into various random planes by the endless abyss using chaotic spatial rules to nourish the primordial demons in these planes. The fate of each of them has been dominated by chaos from the very beginning. Chu Hao took a deep breath, and in the air, a portrait depicting something resembling a little devil appeared before him. From this moment on, the evolutionary history of the demon race in the endless abyss will be rewritten. One part consists of these ordinary demons who have no potential and are found everywhere, while the other part consists of carefully nurtured in the endless abyss, possessing terrifying potential and limitless evolution. The Primal Demon. Chapter 43 Abyss Hatching Pool. Chu Hao arrived in a newly chosen plane specifically for his modification experiments. Unlike last time, this time he is going to conduct a new experiment. His purpose in this experiment was to create a special dimension. 1. A super barracks that can provide a large number of troops for the endless abyss. Alright. First, I need to modify the basic attributes of this plane. I need to transform it into a special plane that can cultivate a large number of demons, so this plane must have enough nutrients to supply it. Chu Hao closed his eyes and then opened them again. His pupils immediately turned into black and red vortexes. And above its pupils, countless pieces of abyssal information immediately appeared. He controlled the entire plane, the entire endless abyss, and all changes were reflected in his eyes. The resources from the 6th, 24th, and 57th planes, divided in half, should immediately be directed towards these planes. As Chu Hao appeared as the will of the endless abyss, a large amount of resources from these three planes were immediately transported to this plane through the space-time channel via the distorted rules of the endless abyss. The vast amount of resources, like a raging sea, instantly altered the fundamental structure of this plane. At the same time, in this plane, towering mountains were destroyed, once bottomless oceans were dried up, and deep canyons and ravines were filled in. Moreover, with the massive increase in matter, the area of this plane has increased more than tenfold. In an instant, the entire plane became the plane with the largest surface area in the endless abyss. All of this was simply because of Chu Hao's own demands. Next comes corruption. Chu Hao turned his head and looked at the plane in front of him, which was now close to a plane, and said in a low voice, "Change the soil in this plane to humus soil that has been decomposed." "It's not over yet." Chu Hao continued issuing orders. "Next, I must fill the structure of this humus soil with a nutrient solution-like substance." As soon as he finished speaking, all sorts of dark clouds appeared in the sky above this dimension. Lightning, storms, and torrential rain immediately swept across the world. Countless substances, amidst such drastic changes, rapidly shifted in the direction Chu Hao had envisioned. Then Chu Hao accelerated the time flow of the entire plane, causing everything here to be transformed at a faster pace. In the blink of an eye, this plane has undergone tremendous changes. What was once a dry and barren plane has now become a vast plane full of vitality, with its surface covered by layers of slime. The slime that appears throughout the entire plane is rich in all kinds of nutrients, enough to supply a colossal creature like Leviathan. Next, it's time to weave new rules. Chu Hao took a deep breath, and his body slowly floated into the air. First and foremost is the rule of attracting soul fragments. This plane will specifically attract the soul fragments that have the least potential, the weakest strength, and the most despicable character. As Chu Hao whispered, a massive black and red vortex slowly appeared in the center of this plane. Every fragment of soul here will be used to create the ordinary demons I design. Their souls will be nourished in this plane, thus further sinking into the abyss. The black and red vortex is becoming more and more complete, and its range has already encompassed the entire plane. With its appearance, more and more fragments of souls were drawn to this place. This is the final resting place for these weak souls. Even in the abyss, these fragments of souls are among the least promising and the most inferior. However, they will receive better treatment here. Next comes the spatial rules. Chu Hao raised his head and looked out over the entire endless abyss. This plane, although it exists and its location can be found, cannot be entered from the outside by any being except me. All its entrances to the space have been closed, leaving only one. That is the entrance that opened from the very bottom of the endless abyss. To enter this plane, the only way is through my approval, which is also the approval of the will of the endless abyss. However, all the demons born within it are thrown out of this plane by random spatial exits after birth, thus arriving at various regions of the endless abyss. With the command over, the spatial rules of this plane underwent drastic changes. That means that all but one of its entrances to the space are closed. No creature from the abyss, except for Chu Hao, has any way to enter this place. This is a necessary step. After all, Chu Hao didn't want any random, powerful creatures to enter this place and slaughter ordinary demons without any survival pressure. There are many cunning creatures in the abyss, and they will try to exploit even the most terrifying loopholes in the abyss's rules. Even if the price is one's life. Chu Hao opened his eyes, glanced at the reddish world covered with something resembling a fungal carpet, and nodded. Next is the creation of the types of demons that can be born in this plane. After saying that, Chu Hao waved his hand, and hundreds of primordial demons entered this plane through the spatial gate. Bang! Bang! But the next second, Chu Hao reached out his hand. These primordial demons then exploded, turning into countless streams of blood. Yet not a single drop of this blood touched the ground. At Chu Hao's command, they slowly floated around him. Chu Hao did not retract his hand. In fact, he continued to rapidly tap the blood, modifying it according to the previously designed genetic formula. This task is the most tedious, but also the one that allows the least for error. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Hao finally took a deep breath and withdrew his hand. And around him were hundreds of drops of twisted blood of different colors. Every drop of blood here contains information about a genotype of demonic archetype. Next, Chu Hao threw the blood into the black and red vortex in the sky, letting it be swallowed up. At this point, Chu Hao's eyes were also filled with fervor. Now let me see what my design will produce. Whatever the consequences. Then, Chu Hao immediately snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire plane came to life. Under Chu Hao's command, the black and red vortex in the sky began its eternal operation, which would not stop even until the end of the era. The soul fragments stored within it, after being nourished by it, immediately began to merge with the information of the demonic prototypes. Then, cocoon. The demon's cocoon has appeared. Countless red and black demonic cocoons appeared throughout the entire plane. The vast plane was instantly filled with these twisted cocoons that at first glance represented chaos and evil. Meanwhile, even more demonic cocoons are being conceived. Countless fragments of souls originating from the abyss are being constantly drawn to this special plane. No, at this very moment, this special dimension already has his name. But it has many names, with many referring to this special plane as the source of chaos, the engine of the abyssal war, the origin of demons, and so on. But besides these, it has an even more resounding, more terrifying, and more fitting name, which is Abyss Hatching Pool. Chapter 44 Gifts, the Endless Abyss. In the Abyss Hatching Pool dimension. After a rapid, tooth-grinding writhing motion that was both painful and extremely contorted, countless demonic cocoons burst open from the inside. As the disgusting slime from the cocoon flowed all over the ground, the originally monotonous black and red color was immediately tainted by it into an incredibly bizarre color. Then, billions of ugly demons, specially designed, crawled out of their broken cocoons screaming. Each of them contains a genetic pattern designed and selected by Chu Hao. Although most of their potential is locked away, their strength is at the bottom level in the endless abyss. Although they will be enslaved and slaughtered by the remaining primordial demons in the endless abyss, but that was exactly what they were designed for. They will become soldiers for the endless abyss's invasion, servants of the primordial demons, and the cornerstone of future abyssal civilizations. Similarly, they will become the nightmare of the rest of the invaded worlds, become part of the endless demon army, and become terrifying beings that enslave the weaker ones. Because their numbers will be as endless as the dark nature of an endless abyss. Crackling! With the birth of these demons, the spatial rules that Chu Hao had previously established also began to activate. Countless spatial rifts, derivatives of the spatial gates, appeared around every demon under the influence of the chaotic rules. In the next instant, these gray spatial rifts emitted a powerful suction force, drawing the newly born demons inside. All the demons will not put up any resistance during this process, because they know that this is a program that has long been set in their blood. Then, in the remaining planes of the endless abyss, these spatial rifts will reappear in an absolutely random manner. Their appearance this time will bring with it a large number of demons. These demons will quickly adapt to the environment of this plane and strive to survive in it. The primal demons throughout the endless abyss will soon discover the real purpose of these guys. And after they arrive at their new home, in the places where they were born, in that plane called the Abyss Hatching Pool, billions of identical demons will be born once again. This dark red world, filled with humus, is now once again covered by endless cocoons of demons. It's just like the cycle of reincarnation that mortals talk about. Mission accomplished. Chu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief after looking at the Abyss Hatching Pool that was once again covered by the demon cocoon. After several days of modifications, he finally solved the most important problem among many. The Abyss's manpower problem. He could already imagine the apocalyptic scene of those poor worlds being swallowed up by endless demons. But what a pity! Chu Hao sighed and looked at the black and red vortex above the Abyss Hatching Pool, speaking silently. This so-called black and red vortex, although it can continuously attract and nourish the soul fragments that have fallen here, is still not perfect. In the process of attracting soul fragments, it generates a considerable amount of waste, and the time required for those more broken souls to become whole again is much longer than I thought. In my vision, the entire Abyss Hatching Pool should have been surrounded by the river Styx. Those rivers of the Styx, powerful enough to serve as the core of the world of the dead, can not only quickly nourish soul fragments, but are also far more effective at attracting souls. But it's a pity. A hint of regret appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. His 2 consecutive sighs of regret were enough to show his current disappointment. The construction of the river Styx requires a large amount of world essence, and each person can only be given 1 world essence upon graduation. The origin of the world, the most important resource in Chu Hao's world, without exception. These precious resources are not something I can easily obtain, at least not at this stage. Unless I can immediately invade someone else's world, destroy its core, and then rebuild it as the world's origin. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. However, he immediately rejected this decision, since such behavior was strictly prohibited in the other world he had been reincarnated into. At least at Tianding University, this behavior is strictly prohibited before graduation. Suddenly, Chu Hao felt as if someone in the outside world was knocking on the door. So, with a thought, Chu Hao immediately returned from his divine realm to his dormitory. Who is it? It's me, Wang Ji. Upon hearing the vice principal's name, Chu Hao didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly took 2 steps to open the door. Outside the door, Wang Ji glanced at Chu Hao and asked, "Were you busy just now?" "Yes." "Are you busy with your final paper and the life or death struggle with the assessment world?" Hearing this, Wang Ji sighed. To be honest, he greatly admired Chu Hao's determination and appreciated this student who dared to face difficulties head-on. But deep down, he really wanted to stop Chu Hao's reckless behavior. After all, he understood the difficulties the other party faced better than anyone else. However, since Chu Hao had already made up his mind, he had no reason to stop him. After all, any attempt to stop a brave warrior who dares to face the highest mountain is an insult to the courage he has shown. So Wang Ji could only sigh, and then, "Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. However, please take this." He then took a diamond-like ornament from his pocket and placed it in Chu Hao's hand. As soon as Chu Hao took the diamond jewelry, he immediately realized that it was no ordinary item. Because a vast life force was constantly emanating from this crystal, like an ancient ferocious beast standing in Chu Hao's palm and roaring. What is this?" Chu Hao asked curiously. Wang Ji had already turned around and was preparing to leave. However, before he left, Chu Hao still heard Wang Ji's reply. Inside this diamond, there is a drop of blood derived from mythical creatures. Just consider this little thing as my advance blessing for you after you finish your project. A gift. Chapter 45 Blood of Mythical Creatures. A drop originating from a mythical creature. Blood? Upon hearing this, Chu Hao raised his hand, held the diamond ornament in front of his eyes. Inside the diamond, this drop of blood is currently radiating astonishing vitality. Even through a layer of diamonds, Chu Hao could feel the preciousness of this drop of blood. You should know that the blood of mythical creatures is not something that comes easily to people. First of all mythical creatures can only appear in the divine realm of the extraordinary level. The ordinary world cannot contain the existence of such powerful creatures. Because any kind of mythical creature, once it reaches physiological maturity, will instinctively occupy one or more of the great Tao of rules in the divine realm, and use these rules to transform them into its own power. It is worth noting that if too many rules in the divine realm are controlled by too many mythical creatures, then the divine realm will not be far from breaking away from the control of its creator. This also means that in ordinary divine realms, due to the scarcity of rules, it is very difficult for mythical creatures to be born. Therefore, mythical creatures, in theory, can only appear in the extraordinary world. Secondly, there's another valuable aspect to mythical creatures. Only higher gods have the ability to design so-called mythical creatures. Although textbooks do include introductions to mythical creatures, they only mention them briefly and don't go into much detail. After all, the student's primary task right now is to build a proper divine realm, not to rack their brains to create some flashy but impractical mythical creatures. But if that's all there is to it, then the blood of mythical creatures cannot be considered truly precious. What truly makes it precious are all superior gods who possess mythical creatures. They would never, under any circumstances, reveal the mythical creatures of their divine realm to outsiders without reason. Not to mention donating their blood to others. The reason for this phenomenon is that these mythical creatures contain the rules of their respective divine realms. If some people with ulterior motives manage to decipher the rules within these mythical creatures, then they can use these rules to interfere with and disrupt the operation of the rules of that divine realm. Even the most powerful divine realm needs various rules as its foundation. Therefore, to be on the safe side, unless one is a direct descendant of a higher god, it is virtually impossible for others to obtain the blood of mythical creatures. However, if a graduate could obtain a drop of blood from a mythical creature before starting their graduation project, and someone told them how to use that drop of blood, then the difficulty of graduating would drop dramatically. This is because mythical creatures not only provide a valuable, well-defined set of rules, but the mythical creatures themselves are also a purely powerful and deadly creature. Even the legendary peak alien leader in the third test couldn't withstand a mythical creature for even a moment. In conclusion, the value of this drop of blood far exceeds what ordinary people can imagine. At least for now, Chu Hao cannot afford to pay any price to obtain this drop of blood. This thing is really... Chu Hao stared at the blood of the mythical creature in the sunlight, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. It's so beautiful, it's mesmerizing. You gave that drop of blood to Chu Hao? Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen looked at Wang Ji, who was sitting at his desk, gasping for breath because of heartache, and gave him a faint smile. At this moment, Wang Ji was sitting in a chair, his wrinkled face full of pain. He had originally intended to extract that drop of blood from the mythical creature and cultivate it in his own world. But by some twist of fate, he was moved by Chu Hao's word, mountain, and in a moment of impulse, gave a drop of his blood to the other party. Upon seeing Bai Chen's smile, Wang Ji sat up straight. Ahem, although this thing is very valuable, I don't regret it. Why? Bai Chen rested his chin on his hand and smiled happily. Because I believe that this drop of blood has a very good chance of helping Chu Hao become the first person to pass the fourth test. The pain on Wang Ji's face had disappeared, replaced by seriousness. Really? Haha, I see. Hearing this, Bai Chen continued to smile and nod. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood today. Although I don't want to discourage you, to be honest, a graduation project that a mere graduate could produce in a month has no chance of passing the fourth assessment. Moreover, the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao may not be able to withstand such a battle due to its flaws, as you and I should both know, right? Upon hearing this. No, now I believe that guy, Wang Ji said seriously. I see the potential of that world. That's a world where people will do anything to survive. Even if it has its flaws, I believe that this world can respect survival. Wang Ji added after saying that. Seeing the conscientious and serious demeanor of the vice principal in front of him, Bai Chen didn't say anything more, but simply nodded indifferently. By the way, you said before that your calculations were almost complete, but you didn't have enough computing power. What did you mean by that? Wang Ji suddenly remembered why the principal had called him over, to help the other party calculate something. Formula? Bai Chen waved his hand, manifesting a galaxy behind her. That's right, the reason I called you over was because I needed your powerful computing abilities. I've gained new insights from my previous observations of the Endless Abyss's operation. What kind of gains? Wang Ji asked curiously. Bai Chen replied. Similar to the operating rules at higher latitudes, I seem to have sensed something similar at lower latitudes. Operating patterns. Hearing this, Wang Ji also became serious. This was a big deal. I understand. I will transfer my computing power to your divine realm. Bai Chen nodded and continued to materialize his divine realm. But before that, she suddenly remembered a question. By the way, Wang Ji, when you gave Chu Hao that drop of mythical creature's blood, did you tell him what kind of creature that drop of blood came from? Did you tell him how to maximize the benefits of this drop of blood? This is probably the first time he's used something so precious. It seems, probably not. Wang Ji thought for a moment, then replied with a smile. But I think he will definitely find the right answer, just like life will find its own way. Chapter 46 Legends and Slaughter. The environment in the Endless Abyss has been completely changed due to the large number of demons that have emerged from the Abyss hatching pool. First, countless low-level demons became slaves, food, and toys of the primordial demons, or rather, the original demons of the Abyss. Although they are weak, they are able to adapt quickly to various environments. In this way, they inevitably became food for these primal demons. However, after the original demons had eaten and drunk their fill, they strangely discovered that the number of these lesser demons had not decreased because of their hunting. The entire Abyss, all its planes, are rapidly evolving because of the appearance of these lesser demons. And so, a story about primal demons. This marked the beginning of the first attempt to enslave them. This marked the beginning of their first attempt to bring them under their protection and establish a sphere of influence. This marked the first attempt to use them as his subordinates in battle. Those original demons who first began enslaving ordinary demons quickly built a series of comfortable environments that they never had before, thanks to these lesser demons. Their behavior, which was once solely used for hunting, is gradually evolving into an evolutionary behavior aimed at hunting more powerful abyssal creatures, with the help of lesser demons. Moreover, this time their target is more focused on their own kind. Very soon, with sufficient lifespan guaranteed, the strength of the primordial demons in the Endless Abyss is increasing at an ever faster pace. Finally, the first primal demon to break through the legendary stage has appeared. This is a primordial demon that, after dozens of evolutions, has finally grown into a creature resembling a fire elemental. Countless battles and near-death experiences have made its combat strength far surpass that of ordinary primal demons. This allowed him to successfully hunt down countless of his own kind, absorbing their flesh and blood and inheriting their abilities. Finally, after accumulating his strength to the limit, his life form completely changed. His once fiery red scales have transformed into armor flowing with molten lava. His body transformed into a form capable of containing the temperature of magma. His blood is filled with various deadly poisonous mists that can silently kill people. Anyone who scratches its skin will unknowingly inhale this deadly toxic fog, thus losing their fighting ability. Even more deadly, a giant sword that was eternally burning with flames appeared in its hand. This is its use of the power of the Abyss, a gift from the soul of the first fallen one after it advanced to legend in the Abyss. The Flame Demon has appeared. Meanwhile, more and more native demons of the Abyss are beginning to evolve towards the legendary stage. 1, 2, 10, 100. Although the vast majority of demons will die on the road to becoming legendary. However, their sheer number means that the number of them eventually advancing to higher levels will not be small. They will quickly solidify their bloodline and seal it away under the guidance of the Endless Abyss. As a result, the number of demon descendants possessing these legendary bloodlines will increase. Finally, over the long years, these demons who advanced to legendary status became the most powerful rulers in the Endless Abyss. However, Chu Hao did not feel too happy because of these things at this moment. In his eyes, this might be a chaotic abyss, the only phenomenon that would, inevitably, appear. The strongest contend with each other, and eventually the strongest few emerge. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, Chu Hao was actually dealing with another matter. That drop of blood from a mythical creature. How should we use this drop of blood? At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao stared at the drop of blood, lost in thought. At this moment, this drop of blood was enveloped by Chu Hao's divine power. This is because even if this drop of blood belongs to a mythical creature, it is very likely to be distorted once it is exposed to the abyss. Whether it's the life information within it or the rules carried in its blood. The endless abyss will instinctively corrupt and distort everything. In fact, Chu Hao knew a little about how to use the blood of mythical creatures. For example, using this single drop of blood as a prototype to create a powerful creature. Once these creatures are born, they will possess some of the abilities of the mythical creatures, and the purer their bloodline, the stronger their abilities will be. Eventually, they may even evolve into being similar to the mythical creatures. Alternatively, the rules within the blood could be separated and transformed into a rule within this divine realm that can strengthen all living beings. In short, everyone will give a completely different answer regarding how the blood of mythical creatures is used. Why not extract the rules from here directly and integrate them into the endless abyss? Then use the remaining blood as the original and directly incorporate it into the abyss's gene pool? Chu Hao muttered to himself. In this way, we have rules, and we have powerful creatures. This seems like a win-win solution. But... No, that's such a waste. Chu Hao shook his head. In the endless abyss, these rules are easily distorted, and those enhancement effects can easily be corrupted into reverse enhancements, which would be a losing proposition. How about we analyze the blood and create a powerful creature? Chu Hao pondered. But he rejected it as well. No, if the offspring of this mythical creature cannot adapt to the extremely chaotic environment of the abyss, then its strength will be incredibly weak. Sigh, as expected, things from outside are good, but things that don't originate from our own world are always a little bit lacking. Chu Hao sighed. Etc. I've got an idea. I can have the primal demons devour a drop of blood, and through their evolutionary abilities, identify the parts of that blood that are useful to them. Moreover, this will maximize their strength. At the same time, as a race of the endless abyss, the uniqueness of their bloodline means that even if they master this rule, it will still be reflected back into the endless abyss. So, this might be a good idea. Chu Hao stood up and closed his eyes. At this moment, all the demons who had advanced to the legendary stage or were close to the legendary stage knelt on the ground, listening to the commands of the will of the endless abyss. Soon, they became aware of the will of the endless abyss. This command excited them, made them roar, and made them feel an insatiable thirst. Their creator, the ruler of the endless abyss, needs them to wage a massacre. A slaughter where only one person can survive. The final victor can devour a drop of blood from a mythical creature. It is very likely that it will directly skip several classes. Become the first in the endless abyss. Mythical creature. Chapter 47. Who will win this slaughter has only one purpose. That's screening. As long as the endless abyss still exists, then all the creatures within will continue to kill each other, and only the strongest among them will survive. This is determined by the endless abyss itself. Its harsh and barren environment dictates that only the strongest in the abyss can obtain the best resources. Whether it's food, territory, or opportunity. Everything depends on strength. Therefore, Chu Hao decided to launch a killing spree where only one person remained. This will allow us to select the strongest player. However, Chu Hao's actions this time might be considered extremely extreme by others. Because they wouldn't understand why there are so many powerful primal demons. Chu Hao actually used it as a goo worm for raising goo. These creatures, which have grown to legendary status, should be considered precious biological resources in any divine realm. Each of them should be the overlord of a region. Even the leaders of small civilizations. But it's with Chu Hao. They can only be considered at best. Consumables. With the help of the portal, all the original demons will quickly arrive in a dry and withered plain. This plain has clearly only recently been modified by Chu Hao. Not only is the area of each unit's surface pitifully small, but he also temporarily reinforced some of the rules within it. What's even more unusual is that this plain exhibits a peculiar, stable state, with little to no poisonous fog, thick smoke, terrifying ice, or all-encompassing lava. In short, this plain seems to be an ideal habitat for abyssal creatures. However, every primal demon that enters this plain will instinctively lie in wait on the ground or hide in various places to examine its surroundings. This is because the environment in this dimension is very different from their original dimension. Any creature with animalistic instincts will instinctively feel wary when entering an unfamiliar environment. However, this vigilance quickly dissipated. Not because they adapted to the environment. Rather, it's because the act of being vigilant itself has lost its meaning. In the center of this plain, which appears to be dry and withered, Chu Hao was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he, as the ruler of the endless abyss, was telling these primordial demons a terrifying truth. The demons, by their very nature, soon came to understand this truth. Before you start attacking each other, I must let you know a terrible truth. The vortex of the endless abyss immediately appeared above this plain. The thick, dark clouds made all the primordial demons feel almost suffocated. I have already wiped out all the creatures that originally existed in this plain. A howling wind swept across the plains of this plain, unleashing a terrible storm. In other words, in this plain, your only food is each other. Don't even think about stalling for time, trying to survive by adapting to the environment to the extreme, and becoming the ultimate winner. A cold glint appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. He knew that many primal demons, even in such a barren environment, could possibly survive indefinitely, and even survive until the very end. Moreover, this possibility is not small. After all, many demons with great potential would find it difficult to outlast their treacherous counterparts when they lack sufficient food. Among demons, there is no shortage of clever ones. Their brutality is merely a facade. Deep within these chaotic and evil souls lies a cunning, greedy nature. If, in the end, the surviving demon wins that drop of mythical creature's blood through this method. Therefore, Chu Hao's operation can basically be considered a failure. Because this was different from what he had envisioned. What he needed were soldiers. What he needs are warriors who can survive to the end amidst such horrific carnage. After saying that, Chu Hao smiled slightly. Because he could sense that there was already a faint smell of blood in the wind of this plain. And at the very heart of these bloody smells lies the scent of fear born from trembling. But this taste made him feel very satisfied. Roar! A colossal legendary Balrog, wielding a massive lava sword, slammed it down hard on the belly of a serpentine demon. This legendary stage serpentine demon has a serpentine body beneath it, and on top of that serpentine body are two terrifying upper bodies with strong muscles. These two different upper bodies, though sharing one body, harbor two different evil souls. Given time, this serpentine demon may give birth to a third body. So even though one of its two upper bodies had been severed by the giant sword in the Balrog's hand, it still continued to fight the Balrog in front of it with its other intact body. Finally, after paying the price of having half its body and most of its skin destroyed, the serpentine demon tore the powerful fire demon's body to pieces. After a roar symbolizing victory, it began to endure the excruciating pain and devour the body of the powerful fire demon. As he consumed food, his previously severed body began to repair itself in a visible manner. This is a powerful regenerative ability it has retained since it was a demon larva. Given enough time, it will soon grow a second upper body, though it doesn't know what kind of terrible deformities this second upper body will produce. But all in all, the serpentine demon did not lower its guard in the slightest because of this victory. Instead, it is looking in the other direction with eyes full of malice, greed, and hatred. Over there, an equally powerful shadow fiend, also fresh from victory, was devouring the howling fiend still weakly screaming in its hand, while simultaneously he looked at him with the exact same greedy eyes. After each swallowing their food, the two demons stopped eating and began to prepare for the next battle and meal. At that very moment, the body of the serpentine demon began to grow. This time, a head that seems to possess fire-based abilities is slowly and rapidly growing out of their shared body. But on the other side, the shadow fiend that had devoured the howling fiend was also beginning to distort its internal organs. It seemed to be acquiring the howling fiend's abilities as well. The battle is about to begin again. How interesting! Chu Hao rested his chin on his hand, his body suspended in midair, watching everything that was happening in this dimension. In his perception, all the surviving demons were rapidly pushing their limits. The best among them have even reached the legendary peak stage. Moreover, there is no sign of this growth rate slowing down. Seeing all this, Chu Hao's lips curled up slightly. I really want to know. Who will win? Chapter 48 Formulas and inside the winner's principal's office. I'm currently calculating the second half of your formula. Countless phantom storms swirled around Wang Ji. This is his image in the divine realm, its manifestation in reality. Even if only a portion of it manifests, these forces originating from the storm still give people a faint sense of suffocation. But this powerful superior god appeared somewhat tired at this moment. Because he was using his own divine realm as divine power to calculate a low-dimensional formula. that Bai Chen discovered while observing Chu Hao's world. He looked to the other side, at Bai Chen, whose brilliant star map had appeared beside him, and spoke. I found 2 errors, or rather, serious bugs. Any attempt to establish rules for a low-dimensional world using this formula will shatter the moment it is input into that world. Therefore, this formula has been proven false. What about over there? Hearing this, Bai Chen was taken aback. Then she sighed. I'm here. She opened her eyes. This time was different from the previous times. Her eyes had completely transformed into 2 black holes, and the eye that was previously made from a star had been replaced. That's true too. The stars behind her had slowly disappeared, and at the same time, the color drained from her face. It's not just your side that's making a mistake, mine is too. I thought I had grasped the tale of the lower dimensional world, the endless abyss, but the result was. It's as if it's mocking me. Every time, it cunningly slips through my fingers. Bai Chen said helplessly. No matter how I change the variables, they are all invisible, causing errors to appear in my results. Hearing this, Wang Ji smiled. I didn't expect that even you couldn't see through Chu Hao's world rules. This little guy is more interesting than I thought. Bai Chen shook his head upon hearing this. That's natural. Every new type of divine realm, especially a divine realm with a special structure like the endless abyss. They all have their core formulas and rules, which are often only understood by the creators themselves, or to put it more simply. Through sheer chance, they were able to construct these worlds by luck rather than skill. The even crueler truth is that these guys probably don't even understand the core of those worlds. In short, the secrets of the establishment of the divine realm may never be fully understood by anyone in billions of years. Every formula and rule for establishing a divine realm has its own secrets. Hearing Bai Chen say that, Wang Ji nodded. Yes, when I created the divine realm back then, I was lucky enough to evolve a special rule, cough cough cough. No, what I mean is, hard work is the most important thing. Wang Ji scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. By the way, do you still need to continue observing Chu Hao's endless abyss? Perhaps try to find that non-existent formula? Bai Chen shook his head. Let's wait a few more days, I feel like I have no clue what's going on right now. Moreover, the more carefully I observe Chu Hao's endless abyss, the more I feel a somber mood emanating from the depths of my heart, just like the years before I fully awakened the sea of my soul. I need to calm myself down. Hearing this, Wang Ji was also stunned. Wouldn't being close to the Supreme God experience emotional fluctuations? How is that possible? This is true, Bai Chen said. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I can feel it. The endless abyss seems to have sensed my presence in the darkness. Sight. And because of my gaze, it showed a slight change in emotion. It seems to be instinctively rejecting me. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji took a sip of tea from his divine realm and spoke as he drank. I think you really need to slow down. After all, comprehending the great principles of a world is no easy task. Oh right, I suddenly remembered where that drop of mythical creature's blood I gave Chu Hao came from. Bai Chen rubbed his temples and said wearily. Where did it originate? It was retrieved from a long-broken, ancient secret realm. The creature was completely dead at the time, leaving only a few drops of primal blood, and its name seems to be in that terrifying, endless abyss that leads to utter ruin. The battle continues in a certain dimension. Continue. A Glen demon had all its blood drained by a legendary blood demon, leaving it paralyzed on the ground, becoming its meal. The number of legendary demons who came to this plane to participate in this great battle has decreased from several hundred to less than 100. Continue. Click. A gigantic demon, shaped like a giant snake, surrounded another equally gigantic demon. As it exerted its strength, countless giant mouths on its body began to frantically devour the poor, helpless creature. In the end, of the 2 demons, each the size of a small mountain, only one survived. The number of legendary demons has dwindled to less than 20. Each of them has reached the pinnacle of legend. Continue. Chu Hao said expressionlessly. Roar! 2 powerful demons collided. Their size is as huge as a mountain. One of them was a black demon with the body of a toad and sharp teeth and a huge mouth all over its body, while on its waist grew countless tentacles that could easily crush steel. The other one had 4 heads, constantly spewing out various kinds of energy, and its lower body was like a snake. The winding demon. Its current appearance has completely broken away from its former winding demonic bloodline. Even Chu Hao, the ruler of the endless abyss, could not tell how much of the bloodline of other demons it had absorbed during this period, and how much of it had turned into its own source of power, without a scan. The fighting continues. However, this time, the winner has already emerged. The once whining demon, with less than a quarter of its body remaining, finally and completely destroyed all 12 of the enemy's hearts. These 12 hearts, each one originated from a powerful and legendary demon from the past. But now, all 12 hearts have finally stopped beating, or rather, they've been torn to shreds. Has it appeared? Winner? Chu Hao stood expressionless before the former serpentine demon, and took out the drop from his pocket. Blood of mythical creatures. Despite being only a quarter of its original size, it was an enormous behemoth to Chu Hao. But at this moment, he obediently lay down in front of Chu Hao. At this moment, the whining demon, like a loyal servant attending a king, humbly prostrated itself before Chu Hao, awaiting its reward. This is... A hint of appreciation flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. It's yours! After saying this, the drop of blood from the mythical creature was dripped into the mouth of the serpentine demon. The winner will be rewarded, and evolution and ascension will begin. But, will it really go smoothly? The next second, the body of this serpentine demon began to decay rapidly. Chapter 49 Yum's Blood. A drop of blood from a mythical creature dripped into the mouth of this serpentine demon. This terrifying monster, which had fought its way out of hundreds and thousands of legendary stage demons, has finally received its own reward. From this point on, it will completely rewrite its destiny. It will become the first powerful demon to make its name resound throughout the endless abyss. It will embark on a new evolutionary journey until... The serpentine demon, with an air of elation, received its reward from Chu Hao. It's like the most loyal hound enjoying its master's pat. However, beautiful fantasies are always incredibly fleeting. Giggle! A mouthful of blood spurted directly from the mouth of the serpentine demon. Upon seeing this, Chu Hao's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Something's not right. As the ruler of the endless abyss, he could sense it very clearly. The powerful demon before me has already reached the pinnacle of legend, is about to enter the spirit stage, and prides itself on its regenerative abilities. It has actually begun an irreversible decline. It constitutes a quarter of the body, and just now it was radiating an incredibly powerful life force. No, after dealing with the toad demon and devouring its flesh, this serpentine demon had already begun a rapid recovery process. Even when Chu Hao dripped that drop of mythical blood into its mouth, its vitality had already been largely restored. But at this very moment, it is indeed in constant decline. His blood and chi began to wither, and his internal organs began to rot. Even the several heads that extended from its body were constantly growing pustules. Large amounts of concentrated water, like a torrential downpour, poured onto the ground. It's dying. But how is that possible? In an instant many answers flashed through Chu Hao's mind. However, none of these answers could convince Chu Hao himself. Could it be that this demon couldn't withstand the blood of the mythical creature, and its body collapsed directly? In Chu Hao's view, the genes of this whining demon were collapsing at a speed comparable to the collapse of a dam. No, that's impossible. A demon in the abyss could not possibly be unable to withstand this drop of blood. Moreover, its current behavior is precisely because it has completely absorbed it. Could it be that there's something wrong with this drop of mythical blood? Vice Principal Wang Xi? Is there something wrong with his gift? No, that's impossible. Everyone in the school knows his personality. He hates scheming and plotting the most, and he has no reason to treat me like this. Could it be? Chu Hao pondered. An idea, which he didn't know why it appeared, began to spread in his mind. It was the endless abyss that twisted this drop of blood. Because of the chaotic rules, it will instinctively distort and corrode everything, and when this drop of blood is corroded. Just then, looking at the writhing demon on the ground, struggling and twisting, its veins bursting all over its body, Chu Hao whispered a guess. The very instant the serpentine demon began to digest that drop of mythical blood. But why? Just as Chu Hao was still wondering. Bang! In an instant, the serpentine demon could no longer withstand the pain and exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were scattered all over the earth. At that very moment, a creature appeared in Chu Hao's field of vision. Insect? A wriggling, fat black worm, similar to the demonic worms of the endless abyss, appeared in the entire plain. Every piece of flesh and blood of the flying, whining demon contained these worms. No! To be precise, every piece of flesh and blood of the flying, meandering demon was transformed into these insects. The moment these insects appeared, they began to fight each other. These insects were so weak that the endless abyss could barely sense their presence. But their numbers are frighteningly large. But as they fought, they grew stronger and stronger. Chu Hao seemed to have thought of something, and without saying anything, he just quietly looked at them. In no time at all, the first batch of surviving insects began their own evolution. One cocoon after another appeared in this small dimension. So that's how it is? A glint of light flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. After these cocoons hatched, hordes of strange creatures appeared. Each of them contains a very small amount of the blood of a mythical creature, as well as a small amount of the chaotic bloodline of that serpentine demon. These bizarre creatures are fighting once again. Then comes mutual devouring, forming cocoons. In the end, only a few dozen twisted monsters remained, each powerful enough to rival the peak of legendary strength. Although their strength is terrifying, their bloodline is extremely chaotic and tainted. Therefore, their lives are destined to be very short from birth. So every monster that emerged from its cocoon began to fight again. In the end, only one cocoon remained on the entire plane. One. A giant cocoon that occupies almost half of the plane. From the appearance of these black insects to the birth of this giant cocoon, the entire process, resembling biological evolution, took no more than 10 minutes. At the same time, as the giant cocoon arrived, Chu Hao sensed that a series of tiny rules had appeared in the endless abyss. All of these rules were given to the endless abyss itself. Meanwhile, some of the rules in the endless abyss transformed into several tiny powers, which, with Chu Hao's tacit approval, were bestowed upon the giant cocoon. Poisonous fog, pollution, catastrophe, and most importantly, regeneration and recovery? At this moment, the giant cocoon finally broke. A monster that occupied half the size of a plane roared as it crawled out of the giant cocoon. The moment it was born, all the creatures in the endless abyss were immediately gripped by extreme panic. They sensed that the endless abyss had now transformed a portion of its rules into concrete powers, which were being given as a gift of rebirth to the strongest being within the abyss. Monster. A colossal monster with 8 large heads, each with a single curved horn on its head, and huge tentacles on its chest and face, respectfully lay down in front of Chu Hao. Just lying down, its height already exceeds that of the mountains. What's even more terrifying is that its mere existence begins to instinctively corrode everything. Its appearance signifies disaster. Its appearance signifies that an area has been polluted and corrupted by it. The rocks beneath it were rapidly corroded into a foul-smelling black swamp capable of instantly killing most weak creatures. And over time, this corrosion will accelerate. And this monster is currently lying in this swamp, trying its best to please Chu Hao. At the same time, within its soul's sea of consciousness, that pitch-black sea of consciousness, a link was successfully established with the will of the endless abyss, namely Chu Hao. Chu Hao's will can reach its very soul. Host? Its faint voice traveled through the endless abyss to Chu Hao's mind. Chu Hao smiled, looking at the creature before him, which had been carefully selected and painstakingly born, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Raise your head. This monster, representing calamity, pollution, and corruption, raised its 8 heads, each with several enormous horns. At this moment, Chu Hao realized that 4/10 of the other party's 8 heads resembled demons, 3/10 resembled snakes, and 3/10 resembled distorted human faces. Tell me, what name are you going to give yourself? Chu Hao said with a smile. You deserve it! My name is... This powerful creature spoke to Chu Hao with absolute humility. Yum! Its name seems to be something like, something, I can't quite remember. Wang Ji scratched his head. That shattered secret realm seems to be a corrupted fragment of some powerful world after its death. The language inside is a jumbled mess, and its name, besides that, what was it again? I think there was something like 8, anyway, I can't quite remember. But besides those, there also seems to be something like SA. And G, what was it again? Although the language in that secret realm is different, but these words all strangely point to this mythical creature as a terrifying being that can corrode the land, pollute water sources, shatter plains, and constantly regenerate. Later I realized. Wang Ji took a sip of tea and said with a smile. This mythical creature seems to be a perfect match for the endless abyss designed by Chu Hao, doesn't it? Chapter 50 Accumulating. Yum? Chu Hao smiled as he responded to the terrifying monster that occupied half a plane of space. A nice name! As the ruler of the endless abyss, he acknowledged this being. Of course, this so-called recognition is not without meaning. Because Chu Hao himself could sense the name Yorm in the core area of the endless abyss. The name Yorm is slowly making its mark at the core. Although it was very shallow, it was as shallow as a small ripple on a calm surface of water. But for the creatures of the endless abyss, this is no small matter. This means that if a descendant with Yorm's bloodline is born in the abyss, then the soul of that descendant is very likely to awaken Yorm's power, and may also inherit some of the powerful abilities that Yorm currently possesses. Even if Yorm dies, it won't truly die. On the contrary, its descendants, the strongest of them, are very likely to be reborn using its name after Yorm's complete death. Although the soul is different now, its power, its ability to represent calamity, everything will be reborn along with its name. This ability suddenly brought a name to Chu Hao's mind. The Devil's. Your real name? A special bloodline inheritance method that can grant immense power? Looking at Yum in front of him, Chu Hao patted its head, feeling an indescribable joy. Although it's not perfect and needs more improvements, the prototype of the true name ability has indeed emerged. This is the concrete manifestation of the rebirth rule contained in that drop of blood in the abyss. As expected, many treasures from the outside world, such as the blood of mythical creatures, are invaluable assets to many newly established divine realms. Chu Hao was very satisfied with everything that this drop of mythical creature's blood had brought him. A new set of rule-based abilities, and a powerful mythical creature. Moreover, Yorm's current strength is already at the level of a mythical creature. It might even be one of the strongest mythical creatures in terms of direct combat power. Moreover, its appearance gave Chu Hao a new understanding of so-called mythical creatures. For example, once these mythical creatures are born, they instinctively adapt to the world they were born into, humbly requesting that the world convert some of its rules into power and grant it to them. In this way, their strength will become terrifying. After all, those born with various powers are truly the lucky ones, in every world. Moreover, these powerful mythical creatures are unlikely to betray the world they were born into, because their power originates from the worlds in which they were born. However, Chu Hao had a new conjecture at this moment, a somewhat unorthodox and even crazy one. If I could capture mythical creatures from other worlds, and with the help of the endless abyss, twist the powers they possess, will they also fall into depravity, instead of dying directly? Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. This is a powerful mythical creature, a super soldier, that every divine realm desires to possess. No one would complain about having too many of these. But I don't have the opportunity to test these so-called conjectures right now. After all, what I need to do most right now is to enrich the foundation of the endless abyss and prepare for the fourth assessment that is only a few days away. Just as Chu Hao was wholeheartedly preparing for the life-or-death battle with the assessment world, the remaining researchers finally began their own world simulation intrusion tests to provide sufficient data for subsequent experiments. Many of them have already completed the first assessment, and are now striving for the second. As for Zhao Qing, he is about to complete all his research on related topics within his divine realm. In the name of my creator. Zhao Qing looked at the few thousand surviving invaders under the Deluhagging sapling and spoke to the millions of beautiful elves behind him. Bury them alive under the roots of your progenitor, Deluhagan. This is their punishment, and also, we have preserved the proof of our world. After saying that, these pretty elves immediately burst forth with amazing enthusiasm. Countless slender and beautiful elves hurriedly threw these alien creatures into one pit after another, filling them with soft soil without any regard for their screams and howls. In no time, these alien races will be engulfed by Deluhagging's thick tree roots and completely absorbed. All their abilities will be absorbed by Deluhagan and then fed back into this world. After doing all this, Zhao Qing smiled and left his divine realm. Behind it, countless elves were kneeling in worship to the god who created their world. Above the heads of these elves, the seedlings of Deluhagan are growing strong. It is almost recovered. Once it is fully recovered, 3 new and powerful world operating rules will be added to this world. Congratulations, Zhao Qing. Wow, that's amazing. You've completed all the research topics so quickly. How was the assessment? Was it difficult? Many of Zhao Kongqing's fans surrounded him, chattering and asking him everything about his research. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, answered them with a smile. It's not too difficult. Good luck. Compared to Chu Hao, who was cold and somewhat aloof, Zhao Qing was clearly more popular among the graduates. This is also why most students are willing to get close to him. He was much gentler than Chu Hao. If Chu Hao is like a deep darkness, then Zhao Kongqing is like the sun, constantly radiating comfortable sunlight. Zhao Qing smiled broadly, but in reality, Zhao Kongqing's heart was filled with a question. A question that puzzled him greatly. What exactly is Chu Hao doing? He should have finished all his research by now, So why haven't we heard anything about it? Chu Hao's divine realm had left a very deep impression on him. It was a terrifying and twisted world that was terrifying even just by its manifestation. Moreover, Chu Hao's speed in completing various research projects was beyond imagination. But to this day, Chu Hao's last paper has not been published, and not even some of the data has been uploaded. Could it be that? A thought popped into Zhao Cheng's mind. Is he going to attempt the legendary, almost impossible, fourth world invasion simulation test? At this very moment, Chu Hao was making his final preparations. His world, the Endless Abyss, is also making its final preparations. All resources were used for war preparations. The number of demons is increasing rapidly. The entire Endless Abyss is finally down to just these last few days. Bloodshed builds up. Then, all the demons smelled a faint scent of blood in the air. And this can only mean one thing. A great battle is imminent. Chapter 51: Who Alarmed the Demon? A few days later, at Tianding University. There are 2 days left until the final deadline for the research project. Like students in any world, these guys preparing to complete their research projects have mixed feelings. Some are happy, some are sad. Only about half of the graduates buried the alien legions led by the legend in their own divine world before the core of the world was completely destroyed. Whether it's the world of technology, the world of steampunk, or the world of magic and swords, all of them have demonstrated their resilience and indomitable spirit in these 3-world simulation invasion tests with increasing difficulty. Whether they are elves, humans, or beasts, their sacrifice led to the improvement of a research project and gave hope that their world could continue to survive. This is truly the happiest day of the year. Wang Ji, unusually, showed a good expression, displaying a fairly amiable demeanor in front of the other mentors. The total number of projects completed this year is significantly higher than in previous years. There are several thousand of them. The other mentors also expressed their happiness. I don't know why, but this year's project completion rate and paper pass rate are much higher than in previous years. That's right. In my eyes, every student here has a bright future. I've heard that many people have already planned their future paths, and I feel that my teaching has been very effective. Yes, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Hey, same here, it's us. Just as the group of mentors were chattering and taking credit from each other, Wang Ji suddenly sighed. The sound of that sigh was insignificant in the noisy room. But all the mentors felt a pang of anxiety. Not everyone. Among these graduates, there's one student whose future we cannot predict. All the mentors were stunned for a moment. Yes. Except for one. Among these graduates, he is undoubtedly the strongest. It seems today is the day has come to initiate the 4th impact, and also the final world simulated invasion test. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Mountain. It's right there. I hope you can get over this. Chu Hao pulled his mind back from the endless abyss. Then, he left his dormitory and headed to the assessment area. The dormitory was filled with students celebrating the completion of their projects. The dormitory was filled with laughter and cheerful voices, but of course, there were also plenty of sighs and lamentations. At that moment, someone noticed Chu Hao. Then, more and more eyes were focused on Chu Hao. It's unclear when exactly, but news of Chu Hao's intention to challenge the world of assessment spread like wildfire throughout Tianding University. Many people expressed their incomprehension and disbelief at this. After all, the terrifying legends of the original world of the first trial were firmly etched in their minds. None of the graduates could believe that Chu Hao could accomplish such a feat. After all, this time the difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. Thus, among these gazes were envy, disdain, jealousy, hostility, and regret, as well as a pitifully small amount of encouragement. Chu Hao ignored them and continued walking indifferently toward the assessment area. Chu Hao entered the assessment area and manifested his endless abyss. Unlike its previous arrogance and terror, for some reason, the endless abyss has taken on a different form this time. It was merely a blackish-red vortex, as still as stagnant water. Then, a staff member in charge of the assessment nervously pushed out a huge world radiating pure golden light from the center of the assessment area. This enormous, man-made world is now spreading out like golden mist. It's about to begin. Wang Ji sighed and, like many of his mentors, activated the pre-prepared image transmission capabilities. This time, Chu Hao's battle will be presented to the mentors in a way similar to a live broadcast, rather than through data analysis. Go for it, Chu Hao! In the principal's office, Bai Chen sat in his seat. She opened her eyes. This time, her eyes returned to their former appearance. A star, a black hole. Is it finally about to begin? A smile appeared on her lips. While I'm genuinely curious as to why you would do this, I have to admit, your graduation project is really interesting. So, rather than die silently, let me see the world of lower dimensions. Roar. Chu Hao. The fourth assessment begins. Click. A golden passage has appeared on the outer edge of the endless abyss. This golden passage, like a golden mist, is like a sharp sword pressed against the throat of the endless abyss world. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene unfold before them with bated breath. The world's true power is about to be revealed. Wait, what's this? Condition? But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The moment this golden passage appeared on the outskirts of the endless abyss erupted in commotion. Unlike the thick pillar of light, the dark red vortex of the endless abyss has also begun to establish a passage. Countless ferocious, twisted black tentacles suddenly burst forth from the depths of the endless abyss, placing their claws and teeth upon that enormous assessment world. An endless abyss. It was like a monster forced into hibernation by hunger. After waiting for a long time, it finally encountered its prey, so it used all its strength to bind itself tightly to the huge prey. It doesn't need defense. What it wants is an all-out attack. At this moment, in the assessment world, those warriors who were designed to conquer the divine realm and shatter the core of the opposing world all heard a whisper from the lower dimension just as they were about to attack the endless abyss. The moment that whisper appeared, a shadow fell upon their resilient sea of hearts. It was the embodiment of a will that ruled this dark, twisted, and chaotic world, speaking terrifying words with a smile from the core of the abyss where it resided. Who is it? Did it disturb the abyss? Chapter 52 The Passage's Anomaly. Damn it! Upon hearing Chu Hao's whisper, all the warriors gathered in the assessment world immediately felt an invisible shadow looming over them. Moreover, unlike their previous actions when they actively invaded other divine realms, this time, even while they were still in the process of being transmitted, they inexplicably sensed the aura of that world. But how is that possible? In the past, when soldiers passed through the passage connecting the two worlds, the atmosphere of the world they smelled and felt was basically from their own world. The scents emanating from their respective testing worlds included the delicate fragrance of flowers and herbs from the elven world, the aroma of gunpowder and steel from the dwarven world, the fragrance of grain from the human world, and the cool, refreshing breeze from the dragon race. But this time it's completely different. The flavors of their world are disappearing. On the contrary, the smell of the world they are about to invade is getting stronger and stronger. That's the stench of decay. That was the stench emanating from the poisonous fog. That was an ominous scent derived from the purest darkness. All the soldiers nervously inquired about each other, wondering what that world was like. What exactly is going on? The handsome face of the leading elven commander revealed faint wrinkles. As a legendary figure who has lived for 3,000 years and has personally destroyed at least 10 world cores, this is the first time he has ever seen such a situation. The proud and self-respecting elves found this stench the most unbearable thing. I don't know either, Elrond. A human leader standing nearly 4 meters tall beside Elrond shook his head and said in a deep voice. But I hope you won't mind the smell too much. After all, the great and holy angels have given us the order to completely destroy that world. That is our only goal. And soon, we will return to our original world. At that time, we will be greeted with flowers and glory. Upon hearing this, Elrond, the elven commander, nodded, expressing his respect for this human leader who, although human, held a much higher position than himself. This one is the real supreme commander of this war, personally ordered by an angel. He must not underestimate him, especially when the opponent is strong enough to crush him with a single blow. For a moment, the elven commander's smells didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Yes, Your Excellency Marshal Thales. By the great angels above, in this war without manpower constraints, we will surely win. Upon hearing this, Marshal Thales nodded indifferently. Looking into the distance of the passage, in just a few more seconds, these millions of soldiers, as the first landing force, would arrive in that damned alien world through the now stable Golden Passage. Moreover, this time, Marshal Thales will, like those few legendary world deathmatch warriors, lead the warriors of his world to that unknown world that dares to establish a link with their world, slaughter everything, eliminate all living beings, and ultimately destroy the core of their world. Legend has it that every world-class battle brings genuine satisfaction to the angels they serve. And those warriors who led troops to those worlds all received unimaginable glory upon their return. Thinking of this, Marshal Thale's originally calm heart began to stir inexplicably. Calm your mind! What's wrong with me today? How did I manage to get distracted before the big battle? Just as Marshal Thales was still struggling with his fluctuating emotions, an unexpected event occurred. An inevitable upheaval has occurred. Angels above, what is this? OMG! At the forefront, the screams of a group of orc soldiers caught Marshal Thales' attention. Quiet! Thales roared. Have you forgotten the army's rules, you bunch of... Suddenly, Marshal Thales was also stunned. He stared wide-eyed at what he was seeing, his heart pounding wildly. Their spatial passages have already connected to that world. However, their transmission was not completed, as if there was a bug in the space-time tunnel. But if that were all, Marshal Thales' unwavering composure wouldn't have surprised him. Because he discovered that the spatial passage used to transport himself ended at. It's actually been corrupted. Darkness, carrying indescribable, twisted, and disgusting substances, swept through the spatial passage they were in, like a rising tide, in both directions. Their speed increased, and the stench that Elrond, the elven commander, had previously detected grew stronger. In just a few breaths, these disgusting, almost nauseating, twisted substances successfully extended their contamination beyond the heads of Thales and Elrond. Moreover, their corrosion is not yet over. They are polluting all the spacetime channels in a straight line, all the way to the end of the spacetime channels. They actually lost control of the entire spacetime tunnel? What is this thing? Aren't we the ones attacking? For the first time, Elrond felt a strange sense of panic. Before the beautiful male elf commander could recover, the orc warriors at the forefront of this million-strong army suddenly began to scream in suffocating agony. But the dark mist, which moved at a speed far slower than the distorting matter, made it impossible for him to see anything. Finally, the dark mist enveloped the orc legion at the very front of the entire legion, shrouding them in the darkness. Enemy attack! Thales finally came to his senses. He roared and rode his powerful warhorse to the front of the rest of the legions. With him setting an example, the rest of the legions immediately prepared for battle. At that moment, the dark mist finally made a move. 1. The orc's arm emerged from the mist, and it seemed to be swaying, as if it were someone who couldn't find a way out in the darkness, groping its way forward. This immediately allowed the previously tense legionary warriors to breathe a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what this thing was, it certainly didn't seem fatal, and the fact that someone came out was the biggest proof of that, wasn't it? But the next second, all sound disappeared, and many soldiers held their breath and began to tremble. Because what appeared in the darkness was not an orc. It was a primal demon that devoured the corpses of orcs. From the dark mist behind him emerged thousands upon thousands of small demons. These little demons were originally surrounding the primal demon, clamoring for a share of the orc's corpse scraps, even just a blood clot. But at that moment, they all looked to the other side, where they saw something even more interesting. Those are the huge numbers of soldiers. All the warriors saw malice, greed, and, in the eyes of these monsters, hunger. These monsters have been trapped in their own world for far too long. Charge! Thales roared. He was the first to ride his warhorse into the dark, misty fog. This war. The first set of rules that need to be distorted are a series of spatial rules. Chu Hao sat at the bottom of the endless abyss, his eyes empty, but he spoke without any joy or sorrow. In the darkness, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky. Behind him, countless veins made of pure darkness were piercing his back. As he spoke, veins bulged on Chu Hao's temples. Countless dark veins began to pulsate at this moment, as if they were both delivering nutrients and absorbing something. Only by distorting these spatial rules can the remaining abyssal creatures break through those dimensional barriers. With his whisper, the entire assessment world revealed its true face to Chu Hao and many people observing the fourth assessment for the first time. This is a vast world that is circular in shape and consists of 13 different planets. These 13 planets each have their own unique structure, each is home to different races of life, and each contains a wealth of treasures and resources. At the very center of this divine realm, within the central region of the 13 planetary rings, lies a separately designed area. A pure white planet that shines like a diamond. And these 13 planets are slowly orbiting that pure white planet. But just as everyone was observing the 13 planets, each with its own ingenious design, with great interest, a terrifying discovery filled their entire field of vision. Tiny black dots are slowly emerging on these 13 planets. That is the mark of the endless abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, Chu Hao smiled. Chapter 53, retreating into the space-time tunnel that was about to be completely corrupted. Charge! Marshal Thales roared. It's unclear whether Marshal Thales was confused by the terrifying black mist and the monsters within it, or whether he sensed the impending danger in his confusion, or whether he felt ashamed of the fear that shouldn't have been there in his heart. In short, this powerful commander, who was 4 meters tall and had experienced countless battles, actually took the lead and rode his strong warhorse alone, charging into the fog. Such courage and boldness left the world's military forces undergoing the assessment in the passage feeling extremely astonished at that moment. But no one dared to move. The roar of their charge was stuck in their throats, like a fishbone choking them. Faced with this distorted, aberrant substance, the terrifying black mist it spawned, and the horrible demons that lived within it. Faced with the ravenously hungry eyes of these demons. For the first time, these soldiers hesitated. Fear and the will to survive forced them to calm down. But at this very moment, the elven commander named Elrond displayed immense courage and indignation before all the warriors. He felt utterly disappointed in the incredibly weak soldiers before him. How dare you! Let the marshal charge alone! Having said that, he rode his unicorn, holding high the banner of an angel, and followed closely behind Marshal Thales, charging towards the black mist and the demons within it. The moment his voice rang out, Elrond finally followed behind Marshal Thales and made contact with those demons with terrifying and corrupt appearances. The moment they made contact, the unicorn beneath it raised its hoof, and, with a bloodthirsty attitude completely different from its own radiant appearance, crushed the head of the primal demon to pieces. It also casually trampled the lesser demons surrounding the primal demon into mud. Just as the disgusting blood and mud splashed onto the unicorn, it burst forth with endless light. In an instant, these bloodstains containing depravity and evil were swept away by those that carried light and redemption. Even the black mist was cleared away in that instant. Then, the elf Elrond looked back. All the soldiers saw the indomitable fighting spirit burning in his eyes. The fear has been dispelled. All troops, charge! It's unclear which soldier shouted first, but in that instant, the courage that all the soldiers had briefly lost returned. Beneath countless banners bearing images of angels, these brave soldiers immediately launched a fearless attack. Magic, cannons, arrows, and even divine spells were unleashed from the support troops behind them, their target the black mist and demons before them. Repel these monsters! The powerful battle groups that deterred countless others in the assessment world have finally revealed their fangs to the endless abyss once again. Victory is something ingrained in their bones. Humph! You disgusting, depraved creatures! At the forefront of the army, Marshal Thales cleaved a primitive demon with an 8th stage life strength, covered in wriggling tumors, in two with a single axe strike. Under his imposing presence, the remaining surviving lesser demons immediately descended into chaos. Some launched futile attacks on Thales, while others seized the opportunity to escape, and still others called out to their demonic companions in the dark mist. Enraged, Thales unleashed his combat skills without mercy. In an instant, the flames representing his rage burned the noisy little monsters to ashes. Powerful! Unrivaled power! This legendary, peak-level warrior demonstrated his dominance when facing the demons within the black mist. Ordinary demons, those who haven't even reached the legendary level, are nothing but ants in his eyes. Marshal Thales glanced at the demons peering at him from the surrounding dark mist and roared. Come on, you monsters! As he spoke, he swung his giant axe, crushing the remaining demons, who were still baring their teeth at him, into dust. In the name of the holy angels, purify your evil and fallen souls! With his roar, all the other demons retreated. With his roar, the expansion of the entire black mist stopped. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors, including Elrond, finally caught up with their powerful commander and arrived at the edge of the retreating black mist and demons. Upon seeing this scene, Marshal Thales turned around and glanced back. He didn't blame the soldiers. After all, he had almost lost the courage to attack just a moment ago. He simply said it. Prepare your troops. Prepare to continue the attack. He turned his head, looked at the receding black mist and demons, and said with a confident smile. We will definitely exterminate these twisted and corrupt monsters and then purify their filthy world. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the entire battle group immediately raised their weapons and roared in battle. Their passion has been ignited. Indeed, when everyone is in despair, only a hero like the marshal can ignite the fighting spirit of the soldiers. Elrond thought to himself as he looked at the marshal covered in blood. Everything is getting better, isn't it? But is that really the case? Thump. 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 The sound of footsteps, like an earthquake, echoed through the passage, and the warriors' battle cries immediately ceased. Once again, the entire battle group fell silent. It was as if those footsteps were treading on the hearts of these soldiers. Everyone felt a suffocating sense of terror that was almost maddening. Ah! The whispers, emanating from some unknown monster, grew louder and louder in the black mist as the footsteps drew nearer. Then, from within the black mist, one scarlet eye after another appeared. Even through the black mist, those scarlet eyes were still clearly visible. Those scarlet eyes were filled with extreme malice towards them, these warriors. Ridicule. Whether it was an illusion or not, Elrond suddenly felt that the temperature in the passage had risen considerably. It was as if clumps of molten lava were approaching them. At this moment, when everyone was silent, a huge figure appeared at the edge of the black mist. 1. A fire demon, wielding an eternally burning greatsword, covered in lava armor and sporting black and red horns, emerged from the black mist. It just stood there, and the passage itself was melting with its heat. It merely breathed, and an endless storm of fire erupted. Legendary Peak! Elrond's eyes widened suddenly as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the monster before him. It was an aura of true darkness, depravity, greed, and malice. The aura made him feel short of breath, and a voice inside him seemed to want to run away, screaming wildly. Thump! 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 But the footsteps in the black fog did not stop. Monsters are still closing in on them. Behind the Balrog, a two-headed serpentine monster appeared. A monster with a body like a lump of mud, constantly writhing and covered in gluttonous maws, appeared. A monster crawled like a wild beast, but its body was covered in bone spikes and tentacles, appeared. And each and every one of them is a legendary pinnacle. Each and every one of them is an embodiment of extreme twistedness and depravity. Each and every one of them yearns for an endless battle. Each and every one of them is very hunger. At that moment, Elrond inexplicably looked at Marshal Thales beside him. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Elrond's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the scene before him. Marshal Thales' hands, which gripped the giant axe, were actually shaking. How could the endless abyss possibly retreat? In the darkness of the deepest abyss, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes swept across the area. Hee. Chapter 54 Corruption from the Abyss. How is it going? Inside the observation room, a mentor smiled as he looked at Wang Ji, who had a serious expression. It was obvious that they all knew that Wang Ji was very satisfied with Chu Hao's performance, and they also knew that Wang Ji would definitely be paying attention to Chu Hao's current performance. Not exactly objective. Wang Ji sighed. But right now, Chu Hao's endless abyss has not been invaded in any way. From the very beginning, Chu Hao never intended for the warriors of the assessment world to enter the endless abyss and wreak havoc. Instead, he invaded their passage, forcing the warriors of his god realm world to confront the enemy head-on within the passage. In the scene, the connection between the assessment world and the endless abyss has changed from a dazzling golden yellow to a distorted blackish red. Chu Hao's demon legion has clearly gained the upper hand in the spatial passage. Oh? That sounds pretty good. The tutor's eyes lit up. He had also seen some of the content from the fourth assessment, and he knew very well that the most difficult part of the fourth assessment in the early stages was how to withstand the alien warriors who surged in like a tidal wave in the assessment world. No, that's not the point. Wang Ji's eyes were full of worry. The key is that guy Chu Hao, he's really... The next second, Wang Ji displayed the footage of Chu Hao's fourth assessment in the observation room. For some reason, he actually chose to invade all 13 planets in all the assessment worlds at the same time. You should know that every single planet here is home to countless terrifying alien races. But he still started a mad war. Upon hearing this, all the mentors looked at the screen, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, in the scene, the endless abyss stretches out countless tentacles towards the assessment world, greedily grasping every planet. And the dimensional barriers between the endless abyss and these planets. It's gradually breaking down. The demon army from the endless abyss is devouring every planet in the assessment world with absolute greed. Every time they reach a location, a new black dot appears on these planets. And these kinds of blemishes are increasing. However, correspondingly, those powerful warriors in the assessment world have also been activated. And their numbers will be countless. On the other side. After glancing at the passage connecting the assessment world to the endless abyss, Chu Hao turned his gaze away. From beginning to end, Chu Hao never took the spatial passage too seriously. His attention was mainly focused on the main attack direction of the endless abyss, that is, those on the black spots that appeared on the 13 planets of the assessment world. The spatial passage will be a brutal battle, but it's not the end. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao sat cross-legged, with countless veins of black mist embedded in his back. The key is how to utilize the characteristics of the endless abyss. Chu Hao raised his head, and countless black veins on his back swelled up. Complete the corruption of these 13 worlds. Once the space tunnel is established, then they won't be able to escape. The world under examination, the 13th planet. The world inhabited by dwarves and gnomes. On the outer perimeter of the city walls of a certain artisan city. Damn it, where did these filthy and depraved monsters come from? The dwarf, Iron Anvil, touched his charred beard and cursed angrily. To its left was an enchanted musket with its barrel blown open, and behind it was a steampunk-style fighting machine piloted by a dwarf. This mass-producible fighting machine displayed strength comparable to a 10th-stage warrior in the battle just now. But at this moment, a huge demonic claw was hanging outside the cockpit of this combat machine. As for the legs of the fighting machine, they were bitten off alive by some kind of demon in an extreme way. Metal-structured machinery. It was actually bitten off by flesh and blood. I'm not entirely sure either, but a dwarf with bandages wrapped around his head was futilely trying to repair the fighting machine in front of him with a wrench. Their numbers are truly terrifying. As the dwarf spoke, he looked down from the city wall. Below the city walls, the corpses of demons were piled up everywhere. The corpses of these demons are being corroded by some unknown force at an extremely terrifying speed. If it weren't for our powerful firearms and machinery, we could very well have had our city walls breached and been completely annihilated in that last wave of fighting. Yes. The dwarf Iron Felt threw away the musket, picked up a new one, and began to examine it. Thankfully we. But just as the two were talking, an extremely ominous voice pierced their ears and went straight into their souls. Ouch! That's the cry of a demon. The dwarf immediately used his agility to flip over to the edge of the city wall, and fired almost without aim at the source of the sound. Bang! One of the little devils had its head smashed open and lay flat on the ground. The dark red blood, like a poisonous fog, thoroughly corroded the surrounding environment. Haha, so it was one that slipped through the net. The dwarf laughed, holstered his musket, and then tried to rummage through the corpses of his fallen comrades for any remaining wine. But just then, the dwarf beside him suddenly patted the dwarf on the shoulder. Hello? What? Have you noticed that the corpses of these twisted monsters are disappearing? Huh! The dwarf Iron Felt found half a bottle of strong liquor and swallowed it. Isn't that a good thing? It saves us the trouble of cleaning up the battlefield. No. The dwarf pointed to the bottom of the city wall, his expression showing some horror. The dwarf looked down with a puzzled expression, and soon his expression became no different from that of the gnome. This is... What's going on? The demons' corpses are indeed disappearing. However, the corpses they left behind continue to corrode this world. And this corrosion will never stop. The land below the city walls, land that should have been covered with flowers and green grass, has now become desolate, twisted, and repulsive. These lands give the impression of an endless, ever-falling world, a byproduct left behind in this plane. Moreover, on these distorted and mutated lands, the demon's cocoon. Here on this land, at this moment. It's already part of the endless abyss. Chapter 55 The Black Earth. This? What is this? All the dwarf and gnome soldiers surrounding the city walls, including the Iron Felt, couldn't help but ask questions that came from the depths of their souls. The land that once belonged to them, for some reason, has become like this today? The land that once grew lush vegetation was transformed in an instant into a barren and twisted black earth. Furthermore, as the corpses of those demons disappeared, the area contaminated by these lands continued to expand. If it were just pollution, these soldiers might not be so terrified. What truly terrified them was, on that land, one cocoon after another, teeming with demons, is being transported to this world through the endless abyss. The dimensional walls of their plane have already been corroded. At this very moment, these cocoons of demons are writhing wildly. A terrifying, twisted monster is about to emerge from its cocoon. Fire! Suddenly, a burly dwarf wielding a hand cannon roared loudly at the other warriors. The dwarf Iron Felt knew this dwarf. This is his neighbor, who also holds an additional position, the garrison commander in charge of this city. Fire! Kill these damn monsters before they hatch! After saying that, the burly dwarf immediately opened fire with his fine hand cannon. Bang! A cannonball burning with flames struck a writhing demon cocoon hard. Snap! In an instant, as the cocoon burst, a little demon whose body was half-grown was blasted into pieces by the cannonball. Countless disgusting and foul-smelling slimes accompanied the demon's corpse, scattering across the ground. Upon hearing the roar of the hand cannon, the other dwarves reacted and immediately brandished their various firearms, unleashing their firepower upon the black earth. The dwarfs, on the other hand, split into two groups. Among them, the dwarves, who had lost their war machines, desperately grabbed various ammunition and supplies and charged at every dwarf. Meanwhile, the dwarves who still possessed war machines leaped into their cockpits and started up the mechanical creations that their civilization was so proud of. Rumble! Rumble! As the war machine was activated, more and more dwarves jumped off the city walls, using their weapons to quickly eliminate one demonic cocoon after another from the endless abyss. However, perhaps sensing the impending doom, these previously defenseless demon cocoons are now advancing at an even faster pace. Hatching! Finally, the first demon crawled out of the half-broken cocoon. It whispered as it rose from a pool of blood, opening its eyes to look at the world. Suddenly it saw what the world truly looked like. Unlike the memories etched into his soul, it sensed the beauty of another world. Toxic-free air, a harmless environment, blue skies, white clouds, no predators, no enslavement, no. All of this was reflected in its scarlet eyes. Despite being newly born, this little devil already understood just how the world that nurtured his evil soul, the endless abyss, truly was. A barren, twisted, terrifying, and suffocating world. The outside world is so. Thump! Suddenly, a pair of enormous legs made of steel slammed down on its body. Countless splatters of blood burst open, leaving only the demon's head intact as it flew backwards. In its confusion, the demons seemed to hear the indifferent laughter of the dwarves within the war machine. That was rejection of them, that was disdain for them, that was the contempt of beings with powerful civilizations for these evil and depraved souls. For some unknown reason, a violent thought appeared in its soul, which was about to be shattered into pieces. It had longed to send its soul to this seemingly infinitely beautiful world, but now. Death is not the end. It will eventually return to that terrifying, abyssal hatching pool, in the form of a fragment of its soul, and after a series of horrific nourishments, it will once again return to this war as a warrior of the endless abyss. But now, it has changed its mind. It wants to destroy this world, just like the other demons, and turn this world, dragging each other into an endless abyss, never to be separated again. As a bullet pierced the head of this demon, the eyes, which had been re-stained with hatred and savagery, slowly closed. And it will eventually return to this battlefield. An hour later. Ha 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 ha! How could the monsters that appeared this time be so fragile? Yeah, it really startled me back then. Finally, the strong dwarf and gnome warriors, panting heavily, began to rest once again. Most of the demon cocoons that appeared before were destroyed before they could fully hatch, leaving only a pile of slime and corpses. Even the few lucky little devils that managed to escape couldn't survive for even a moment in the storm of firearms and metal. Therefore, without any doubt, these warriors who defended their homeland won a great victory. However, that patch of black land seems to be expanding. It's alright, we have the protection of powerful angels. They will send their priests to help us cleanse this place of its filth. At this point, Iron Felt glanced at the garrison officer, whose face was ashen, and tossed him the half-finished bottle of strong liquor he was holding with a smile. Hey, buddy. Since he had forgotten the name, Iron Anvil had to change his address to Buddy. Let's have a drink while we're ahead. Clang. The wine jug hit the stunned garrison officer, then bounced off and crashed to the ground. The garrison officer, whose face had been ashen, suddenly stretched out his finger, which trembled as he pointed into the distance. At that moment, the Iron Felt sensed a strong sense of foreboding. He quickly turned his head to look. At the same time, more and more soldiers noticed the abnormal behavior of the garrison officer. In an instant, a feeling of despair surged into the hearts of everyone present. A black and red vortex appeared in the sky above their plane. At the center of this black and red vortex, where the Eye of the Storm exists, an eye representing the will of the endless abyss cast a cold and mocking gaze upon them. Below the black and red vortex lay an endless array of demonic cocoons. These demonic cocoons sprouted like mushrooms after rain, constantly emerging from the soil. Their bodies are etched with black and red patterns, which become clearer and clearer as the cocoons wriggle. But their shells are becoming increasingly transparent. The muscular bodies of the demons became increasingly clear. Moreover, the sheer number of demon cocoons this time is so great that even a mage would probably be unable to count them quickly enough. Squeak! Finally, a little devil emerged from its cocoon. It raised its head, looking at the world, looking at all the creatures in this world. Unlike before, this newborn cat's eyes were filled with savagery and hatred. It wants to. Dragged into an endless abyss. Pray to the angels you serve. Chapter 56 Awakening and Return. The Engine of War. Observation Room. Wait, how come Chu Hao has so many soldiers? One of the instructors was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. In the scene, on a planet inhabited by dwarves, gnomes, and other races, a dwarf city with a population of tens of thousands was destroyed in just a few hours by an endless stream of demons from the endless abyss. This city, with dozens of different types of workshops, complete city walls, and surrounded by muskets and steel, was so vulnerable in the face of the surging tide of demons. None of these demons are even above the legendary level. In the observation room footage, a dwarf holding a broken spear is kneeling beside the corpse of a gnome, holding its hand, facing the location of the angel statue in the city, weeping and praying. And all around him were soldiers making their last stand against the demons. Each explosion signified the death of a dwarf and several demons. Every self-destruction of a war machine represents the last stand of a dwarf. But beyond the city walls behind this dwarf, on the ever-expanding black earth, one high-level demon after another is descending. Regardless of whether his prayers are effective or not, this city will fall under the rule of demons in the foreseeable future. In the city center, the face of the holy angel statue, starting sometime during the night, gradually became stained with small amounts of filth from the blood and flesh of its people. For some reason, this filth made the statue appear. There was a hint of anger and pity in it. It stood in the heart of the city, watching helplessly as its own city dragged into the abyss. Such a tragic scene evoked a sense of pity in many of the mentors. But soon, the mentors, who had seen this kind of scene many times, put it out of their minds. After all, those who possess a stronger divine realm have witnessed far more cruel things than what we are seeing now. The gods, after all, will not shed tears for mortals. How did he do that? Chu Hao actually managed to bring out so many soldiers at once. A mentor then connected the scene to another one, this time showing an elven city under attack. Although their environments and races are completely different, they suffer the same attacks. Endless demons, exuding an aura of terror, gradually destroyed their homeland. Moreover, increasing amounts of footage indicate that the number of cities under attack is still growing. And the increasing number of those black spots. The same amount. Faced with this scene, Wang Ji remained silent. He immediately mustered his strength and began to check Chu Hao's location. He wanted to know what exactly happened in the endless abyss and why it was able to unleash such a terrifying number of soldiers. But the next moment, he was stunned. His image was completely dark. Only one eye, hidden in the darkness, coldly stared back at him. He could no longer see the scene inside Chu Hao's endless abyss. Not only him, but all the curious mentors found that, with the help of the school system, they could no longer see any scenes in Chu Hao's divine realm world. At this moment, a thick dimensional crystal wall blocked anyone's view of the endless abyss. This was a scenario that none of the mentors had ever imagined. Wait, our view is blocked. Could it be? Has Chu Hao already become a lower-level god and completely shielded his sea of the mind? Each person can only achieve this when they become a lower-level deity and truly ascend to the throne. Because the divine realm is located deep within the sea of everyone's heart, the mentors can easily access each graduate's divine realm with the help of the school system. But now, Chu Hao's endless abyss was shrouded in a thick layer of darkness, and no matter how they observed, they could not see what was inside. This sight led all the mentors to believe, at that moment, that Chu Hao had transcended the mortal realm and completely joined the ranks of the gods. But, no, Chu Hao hasn't ascended to godhood yet. Wang Ji said with certainty that he had noticed Chu Hao's suspicious behavior earlier than the other mentors. He's just using the rules, some kind of dark rule, to protect his divine realm from being detected. He is making defensive preparations. Defense? Upon hearing this, the other mentors were taken aback. Isn't he on the offensive right now? Yeah? Judging from the current situation, he seems to have the upper hand. All the mentors looked puzzled. Yes, what exactly is Chu Hao defending against? Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen was staring at the assessment world, taking in everything. As the first substitute in line for the position of the main god, her abilities are beyond question. Although this war seems to span galaxies and worlds, observing everything in this world is still not difficult for her. Suddenly, The appearance of a series of images finally made by Chen's eyes twitched slightly. Is it finally coming? In the scene, an orc warrior covered in blood and wounds is kneeling before an image of an angel, holding an orc female warrior whose body is half infected by abyssal creatures, and weeping helplessly. Great angel, please save her! At this very moment, wormtail-like tissues are continuously growing from the body of this orc female warrior. Although on the surface, only half of her body was infected. But in reality, her abdomen and all her internal organs were rapidly deformed. Even the blood she vomited was turning into tiny insects, screaming and trying to survive in the sunlight. Angel, please save me! In another image, a lizardman warrior kneels before a portrait of another angel, praying. Angels, please purify these sins! In another image, an elf is making the same prayer gesture. Angels! 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 Finally, countless prayers and supplications transformed into faith and merged into some unspeakable place. These sounds finally disturbed those powerful beings who were sleeping. The world was put to the test. Faced with the threat of a demonic army and countless cities reduced to infernos, finally. He's angry. Rumble. The messengers of the angels have finally brought back the divine oracle. The Lord's most faithful servants will be the first to awaken and thoroughly cleanse the world of all its filth. Then the angels, under the guidance of our common Lord, awaken and return. The dragon's long-sealed lair has been reopened, and the dragons are beginning to reappear, roaring through the sky. The world tree of the elf sanctuary has blossomed anew, and amidst the swirling pollen, tree people have uprooted themselves. In a tunnel in the Orc Valley, a beast opened its eyes and smelled the stench of fallen souls. In an abandoned laboratory in the world of dwarves and gnomes, war machines that had been dormant for a long time were restarted. On these 13 planets, all the long-dormant mythical creatures and ancient technologies finally awakened by the footsteps of the abyss demons. But none of that is the main point. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the 14th planet, which was pure white. On that planet, a pair of eyes pierced through the endless darkness, gazing into a corner of the boundless abyss. Chapter 57 Despair and Hope. While countless armies of the abyss ravaged 13 planets, far away in the assessment world, at the other end of the space-time portal. Damn it, what's with this spatial passage? Knight Matt looked at the time portal in horror, and whispered among the knights around him. In fact, he wasn't the only one saying this. The soldiers around him, and even the millions of troops behind them were all whispering like him. It wasn't just them, even the generals standing in front of them were exchanging questions and expressing their doubts. What's going on? Why has the time-space portal changed like this? And at this moment, the space-time tunnel, which was once dazzling golden yellow, has turned into a pitch-black tunnel with a foul stench. Even at the very outermost layer of this passage, faint wisps of dark mist emanated from it. These fogs quickly dissipated, but in doing so, they brought forth even more fog. The entire passageway was completely silent. Even the indicator for the second teleportation hasn't lit up for a long time. Faced with this situation, the second team about to enter the endless abyss felt extreme horror. What exactly happened inside the passage? Several generals raised their questions. But right now... Thump! Thump! 2 loud crashes echoed at the end of the passage. The 2 enormous impacts sounded as if someone had smashed a hammer into the hearts of these soldiers. All the soldiers, without prior agreement, raised their weapons, aiming at the end of the time-space tunnel. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the time portal was kicked open forcefully by something. The gate, which was covered with ornate runes, was now as easy as scrap metal, twisted by the immense force. Then, endless black mist surged out from the passage. The endless black mist, soon representing the will of a lower-dimensional world, slowly approached the warriors who were about to venture into the endless abyss. Just as a nurse soldier was about to launch an attack out of fear, his captain grabbed his arm. Stop! That's Marshal Thales! Upon hearing this, the fear in the soldier's eyes vanished instantly. Sure enough, Marshal Thales had emerged from the black mist. Not only him, but the other generals also immediately became excited. Marshal Thales! I'm so glad you're alright. Marshal, what exactly happened inside the time-space tunnel? Marshal Thales! Marshal Thales! As Marshal Thales drew closer, more and more footsteps appeared behind him. But when a gust of wind blew by, everyone present was stunned. Because the so-called Marshal Thales was reduced to nothing but a head. A head being held by Elrin. What kind of bullshit, Marshal? Elrin raised his head, revealing half of his rotten but rapidly recovering face, and sneered at the soldiers and officers before him. You, like I once was, mistakenly elevated him to a level that didn't belong to him, wrongly regarding him as a messenger of the gods. The lower half of Eldrin's body sprouted countless spider-like limbs covered in bone spurs. His expression at that moment was incredibly distorted, as if he were expressing his resentment. But things are different now. I now serve a true god, and behind me lies. Thump, thump, thump. As footsteps sounded, legendary peak demons emerged from the black mist one after another. Beside these legendary, peak-level demons were countless greedy and ugly lesser demons, now clad in the weapons and armor they had seized from fallen soldiers. Even now, a lot of blood is still dripping. A true messenger of the gods. Click. Click. All the warriors looked desperately behind these demons. Because, until their death, I will never forget what I saw at that moment. A world that resembles a black and red vortex is gradually approaching the universe they inhabit. On the surface of this black and red world, tentacles formed from black mist are rapidly extending and gripping the universe they inhabit. And as this twisted, terrifying world draws ever closer, the dimensional walls of their world are becoming increasingly fragmented. Countless black rifts appeared behind these demons. Besides the rules of space, the endless abyss. Finally, I have the opportunity to begin corrupting the other rules of the assessment world. At the end of that time tunnel, before those million soldiers, despair was quietly descending. But, in the vast world of assessment, there will always be a place where a spark of hope will ignite. For example, Blackbone Dragon's Nest. One of the shared habitats of the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon, a terrifying area where two mythical creatures dwell at the same time. Dragon language, flame! With the appearance of dragon language magic, thousands of lesser demons were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a painful groan. Even after their corpses turned to ashes, they continued to burn under the power of the dragon flames. This is no ordinary flame, it is the deadly dragon fire spewed by the mythical creature, the Black Dragon Osiris. These terrifying dragon flames, imbued with the power of rules, will continue to scorch your soul even after you die. No matter how much your soul struggles or howls, you cannot escape the pain caused by these dragon flames. It will continue until your soul is completely reduced to fragments. Snort! Osiris, the Black Dragon, looked with disgust at the black mud beneath his feet. These hideous monsters, whose souls have fallen to the very bottom, even in death leave behind filth that is difficult to cleanse. Really? How infuriating! As he spoke, Osiris unleashed a torrent of dragon fire directly at his feet. In no time, the black earth that had been corrupted by the blood of demons returned to normal. Of course, the plants that once thrived there can no longer return to normal. Osiris, stop complaining! The dragon Varric, whose entire body was as smooth as diamonds, shook his sparkling head. Just now, in a mere 10 minutes, it wiped out tens of thousands of lesser demons, along with the fallen people, who had already knelt before the endless abyss. I never expected that something like this would happen as soon as I woke up. Our world has been invaded by a group of corrupted beings. Varric sighed. How many years has it been? The bloodline we left behind back then seems to be getting thinner and thinner, and their strength is probably getting weaker and weaker. Hearing this, Osiris became even more agitated. These useless trash! After I drive these fallen ones out of the world, I'm going to clean up those bloodline descendants. I'll thoroughly eliminate those useless bloodline branches. To everyone's surprise, Varric chuckled upon hearing this. Don't do that yet. The dragon Villic raised its wings and soared into the sky. In the half-destroyed city not far away, countless commoners with dragon blood immediately knelt down in the direction of the giant dragon, chanting incantations. It contains many words like, great, and divine messenger. Although I don't care about these so-called descendants, I do enjoy their humble attitude at this moment. The dragon Villic lowered his head, looked at these mortals, and revealed a happy expression. In the half-destroyed city, countless citizens, with a fervor no less than that for angels, are calling forth the name of the dragon Varric. Their cries rise and fall like waves of the ocean. Their attitude speaks volumes about their piety. In their eyes, we are their hope. The dragon Villic glanced at the demon army in the distance, a look of disdain on his face. To test the true depths of the world, those powerful mythical creatures have quietly awakened, and the horn of counterattack has been sounded. The abyss descends with despair, but the flame of hope on the other side has never been extinguished. This is a battle where despair and hope coexist. But two worlds collide, but only one can survive. Chapter 58 The Source. In the eyes of the gods, the beings in the divine realm are all playthings, livestock raised by themselves. They are born out of their own needs, so such beings. They're all a bunch of idiots. From birth, they are blinded by the lies of the gods so that they cannot see the truth of the world. While there's some truth to that, are they really idiots? Not necessarily. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao raised his head. Even if they are deceived, they will fight to the death for the survival of their world, driven by their survival instinct. At this moment, the endless abyss is already close to the assessment world. A dark red vortex was slowly drawing the golden cloud of energy into his body. And the counterattack they launch will be absolutely terrifying. They will use every means to eliminate anything that threatens their world. Above a city attached to a small dragon's nest. Dragon language, fire! Dragon language, storm! In the skies above the dragon's nest world, Osiris, with an absolutely undeniable power, crushed one demon legion after another into dust. Even legendary-level abyssal demons cannot survive for even a minute under his dragon language magic. Only the legendary demons at their peak can mount a feeble counterattack against his dragonfire. But even such a counterattack seems so pale and powerless in the face of something as powerful as it. Snort! Damn corruptors! An unimaginable look of disgust erupted from Osiris's golden vertical pupils. Thump! It suddenly fell from the sky, trampling a legendary-level fire demon that was ravaging the city under its feet. At this moment, the fire demon unleashed unimaginable power, with countless streams of lava and flames erupting from its body, instantly engulfing Osiris's entire body. But when the flames and smoke cleared, Osiris, covered in black scales, gave the fire demon a disdainful look. As someone who possesses the power of fire, he has no fear of these flames that he sees as mere sparks. You filthy otherworldly creature, are you ready to meet your death? Sparks flew from Osiris's mouth. A hint of cruelty appeared in its eyes. It is ready to completely annihilate this guy who dares to pollute its land. But at that very moment the arrow struck his eyelid. Bite. Ironically, this arrow couldn't even penetrate its scales. It could only fall helplessly to the ground after making a metallic clang. Exclamation point. Enraged, Osiris stomped on the bewitching behemoth's head, letting its molten blood and toxins splatter all over him. Who is it? Osiris turned its head. It was utterly enraged. But when he turned around, he was shocked to find that the person who attacked him. It was actually a dragon blood warrior who once possessed his own bloodline. This dragon blood warrior had long since been corrupted by the decadent aura of the endless abyss. On its scales, wriggling tumors appeared one after another, and its body began to show a phenomenon similar to atavism, due to the disorder of its blood vessels. This dragon blood warrior, due to his cowardice and prolonged contact with demons in the previous battle, suffered the most tragic fate. Its soul is now a possession of the endless abyss. Even so, Osiris could still clearly sense the bloodline within the other person's body under such circumstances. That's my own blood. And yet this being, who has its own bloodline and can only ever serve and look up to it, just now actually launched an attack on the great Osiris. You! Enraged, Osiris slammed his massive claws down on the other. They pulverized the opponent and the black earth where the opponent was located into ashes. You depraved insect! But in the next moment, even Osiris, who only knew how to fight, realized that something was wrong. In the Dragon's Nest city where he was located, all the living creatures began to attack him. Whether they were demons transported from the endless abyss or civilians, who had survived by chance, they all launched an attack on him at this moment. At this moment, Osiris finally discovered something amiss. The city it originally wanted to save has completely fallen. The entire city now belongs to a different civilization. Faced with the onslaught that was like a tidal wave, Osiris made no attempt to defend himself. It arrogantly walked through the crowd, grabbed several infected dragon blood warriors, and began to examine them. How is that possible? Their very souls have been corrupted. From its perspective at this moment, deep within the souls of these dragon blood warriors, in the place where the seeds of faith reside, lies a darkness. These guys are beyond saving. They've all fallen. This is what makes the endless abyss so terrifying. Wherever the demons have attacked or lingered, they leave behind an abyssal aura that is difficult to erase. The blood of demons, the blood of demons as a family, favored by the endless abyss. Their mere existence can cause a piece of land to be continuously corrupted. Deep within their souls are etched the mark of an endless abyss. After the lands of other worlds were corrupted by demons, if any life remained on them, it would be as if they had a close and intimate encounter with the endless abyss in their own world. Ordinary living beings are unable to resist the corruption of the endless abyss. At that moment, Osiris finally understood. Damn it, at this point, there's no point in cleaning up these corrupt monsters. He exerted force and crushed the dragon blood soldiers in his hands into a pool of blood. Then, he suddenly soared into the air and roared. The next moment, terrifying dragon flames swept across the entire city. The city attached to the dragon's nest was reduced to burning ashes in an instant. Osiris also raised his head and looked into the distance. Above the edge of their world, a black and red vortex is approaching. To completely resolve this disaster, I must first destroy that world itself. And more people share his thoughts. More and more powerful warriors, in their struggle against the demons, finally discovered a terrifying truth. That is, any land that has been invaded by demons can no longer be taken back by force. Even if it were taken back, these lands would lose all their value due to the nature of the endless abyss. If they want to win the war, then these powerful beings in the trial world must first destroy the source that corrupts souls. An endless abyss. What Chu Hao needed to defend against was the counterattack from these powerful creatures. But at the same time, countless traps have been laid, just waiting for these furious souls to step into them. Chapter 59 Crimson. At this moment, in the assessment world, many powerful creatures discovered the mystery of the endless abyss and immediately made a decision. Centered around various powerful beings, they reorganized into several powerful legions, regrouped as legions, and used various methods to reshape the small space-time tunnels. Among these powerful creatures are descendants of the World Tree, true pure-blooded dragons, and native beasts of the Orc world. Beneath them lies their true elite army. They must reach the core of the endless abyss before their world is completely corrupted. They want to completely destroy this corrupt and twisted world. And such a force could destroy the fragile divine realm of any graduate. Such a display of power was enough to make anyone worry about Chu Hao's situation. Inside the observation room, Wang Ji unconsciously clenched his fists. Inside the principal's office, Bai Chen also frowned. Everyone wants to know, the endless abyss, this newly born world. Can it withstand a counterattack from a powerful force that has gathered the pinnacle of world power? The bottom of the endless abyss. It started. Whether it's a coincidence or not, in all worlds, the more powerful a creature is, the more easily it is unintentionally drawn to the endless abyss. It's the same, even if the other party is an enemy. Chu Hao raised his head. Countless blood vessels formed from black mist on his back gradually detached from his back. Chu Hao said calmly that as these blood vessels detached, his mental state was also rapidly recovering. Then, he snapped his fingers and teleported himself to the plane where Yorn was located. This powerful creature, which is half the size of a plane, had been sleeping since before the war began. However, it immediately awoke from its slumber after Chu Hao, the ruler of the abyss, arrived. Yorm's eyes, which symbolized impending disaster, gradually opened. He's about to start the killing. However, just as these most powerful creatures in the assessment world left their assessment world and headed into the endless abyss, the original planets in those assessment worlds are rapidly falling into ruin. The influence of the endless abyss is spreading to every place where intelligent life exists. As the endless abyss gradually approaches this world, the most terrifying phenomenon has finally appeared on the planet closest to it. The devil's whispers have begun to appear in all those whose will is weak. Even in areas where demons did not descend, the same situation occurred as during the demon invasion. More and more people. This is insane. Don't want. We'll talk about that later. In a certain village, a foreign boy dressed in burlap clothes was huddled in his doghouse. The doghouse here is not a descriptive term. It was a real doghouse. This boy is the descendant of a sinner who blasphemed angels. As a descendant of sinners, he needs to atone for the sins of his ancestors generation after generation. They need to eat the worst food, do the most menial work, and live in the most shameful places to atone for their sins. Before the war between the endless abyss and the trial world began, the boy always believed that his miserable fate was his destiny. After all, according to the bishop who had been constantly criticizing him, this was the original sin he had been born with. You are filled with sin. The whip fell, leaving a welt on the boy's back. The 7 virtues that angels once blessed you with have vanished long ago, when your ancestors fell. The whip fell, and another welt appeared on the boy's back. Only after you have gone through these hardships and proven yourself can you finally let your soul return to the embrace of angels. The whip fell. This was the last thing the boy heard before he fell into a coma the day before yesterday. But I don't know when it started. The comatose boy came into contact with a real angel. This beautiful angel, from a great distance, offered him guidance. Her words, like a demonic chant, were clearly audible to the young man. No one is born with original sin. All suffering originates from others, the angel said with a smile. The world you live in is a false one. If I were to descend upon it, all of this could be corrected. All living beings, from birth, have no so-called virtues, only nature. And my arrival can allow everyone to unleash the true nature within their hearts. The boy asked in confusion. But how can I bring you here? The angel smiled and said, Use the blood of those sinners who have lashed you. Upon hearing this, the boy woke up with a start. He immediately realized that this was a nightmare that tempted him to fall. Life goes on, suffering and hunger continue in this cycle. But whenever he falls asleep or goes into a coma, the angel would then explain to him the terrible book of songs that would lead to fall. And he, too, struggled between acknowledging his guilt and denying it. Finally, after days of torment, the boy became emaciated and collapsed weakly in his doghouse. Stop talking. What should I do? The alien boy opened his bloodshot eyes and looked into the void. But the existence within nothingness answered him with the gentlest language, giving him a terrifying reply. Upon hearing this, the boy looked up and gazed at the village church. One day later. The latest nightly order has arrived at this village to resupply. But to their surprise, the entire village was covered in blood. It's as if this place has been invaded by wild beasts. All the bloodstains pointed to the church that worshipped angels. When the knights carefully pushed open the half-ruined church door, this was the scene they saw. A group of the lowest of sinners, deserving only to live in dog kennels, stood amidst the bloodstains, praying toward the front of the church. However, the scriptures they prayed for were not the 7 virtues blessed by angels, but rather the 7 deadly sins of living beings. Even more horrifying is that the descendants of these sinners worship a statue cast from corpses. Demon idol. This place has become a depraved land with demon worship. The boys continued chanting. Arrogance, envy, greed. When they heard the noise, they turned around and looked at the terrified knights who had once ridden on their heads and acted arrogantly, revealing their demonic fangs. In their eyes, however, are the same as those of the creatures of the abyss. Scarlet. The devil is everywhere. It resides in everyone's heart. Chapter 60 Monster. What a twisted world this is! The dragon Vilik accidentally stepped on the corpse of a recently deceased abyssal creature. The next moment, a feeling of nausea rose up from its scales and into its heart. To be honest, as the most dazzling dragon in the entire dragon's nest, Varric felt that he couldn't stay in the endless abyss for even a moment longer. It's not just the land that feels so disgusting and twisted, but even the creatures here are such twisted and disgusting freaks. Varric roared and fired a burst of wind bullets from its mouth at some indescribable abyssal creature that was watching it from afar. Damn it, I don't know when it started, but we've all started losing contact with each other. I wonder how Osiris and Ancient Tree Fult are doing? This damn world, everything is such a mess. Our abilities are simply insufficient to discern the spatial patterns here. It's far too easy for us to get separated. Only after seeing the other party explode into a pile of mud and water so far away did Varric calm down. Anyway, be careful. Varric! A colossal beast resembling a wild boar, with a body comparable to a mountain range, opened its mouth and spoke to Varric beside it. I feel that the strangest thing about this world is the power surging within me is rapidly weakening. This enormous beast, a true mythical creature, displays terrifying power with every move it makes. This is the power it received from the origin of the world the moment it was born. This is something that no being other than the Creator can take away. With power, it can exert tremendous strength and crush any enemy who dares to oppose it. Furthermore, with power in his hands, he could even distribute his authority, or rather, distribute it to races he admired, such as the orcs. After sharing a branch of their powers, the orcs will become stronger. A small number of orcs who master more branches of power will not only easily break through to the legendary stage, but will also be given all sorts of honorary titles such as Behemoth Bloodline. In short, these powers are the foundation of this colossal beast's strength. This is also the reason why it can serve as an angel's subordinate and protect an entire planet. But now, its power seems to be gradually disappearing. Its power began to gradually weaken as soon as it entered this dark, corrupt, twisted, and chaotic world. Although the extent to which these forces have weakened is so small as to be almost imperceptible. However, such a loss of power is indeed a real phenomenon. But how is that possible? A power represents the embodiment of a rule. Is this world still? The behemoth raised its head and looked at the black and red vortex that had appeared out of nowhere in the red sky of this plane, its eyes full of doubt. Can this world possibly dissolve the power of rules and authority? The behemoth shook its head and strode forward with pillar-like steps. I've found the entrance to the next dimension! Villic suddenly roared and pointed to a dark, deep tunnel not far ahead. The behemoth nodded and, together with Varric, entered the dark tunnel that spiraled downwards, resembling the entrance to hell. In this plane where time has lost its standard form, Varric and the behemoth arrived at a new, endless abyss plane. The environment in this dimension is even worse than before. Varric looked up and said impatiently. This plane is a decaying plane surrounded by acidic oceans, resembling a large swamp environment. As soon as he entered, Varric immediately felt a sense of unease, a feeling of unease that lingered in his heart. Careful! Suddenly, the giant beast beside Varric roared loudly. The next moment, a gigantic, hideous, sea monster suddenly burst out of the acidic ocean, extending its terrifying tentacles and tightly wrapping around Villic. Moreover, there's more than one such monster. Along the shoreline beside the entire swamp, there were at least 5 or 6 of these monsters. They are none other than Leviathan, the ocean abyss and the endless abyss. Hateful! As soon as he was entangled by these tentacles, Varric screamed in pain. These monsters are actually corrosive! His scales, which were impervious to all poisons and protected against everything, were actually corroded and bore holes by the tentacles in the hands of these monsters. Even after these scales were damaged, the monster's tentacles were still greedily sucking his blood. Villic saw in the other person's eyes the greed for his blood. It yearns for my own blood? Does it crave the blood of a stronger being? Roar! Seeing that more and more monsters were about to entangle Varric, the behemoth made its move. It stomped its limbs and charged directly at the monsters. Despite its massive size, resembling a mountain range, its speed at this moment was so fast that it created a sonic boom. In just a moment, these Leviathan tentacles were instantly severed. Even more recklessly, one Leviathan was smashed in half by the giant beast, its abdomen snapped in two, and it crashed into the swamp with a scream. Leviathan's blood and flesh, containing trace amounts of toxins, immediately covered the entire swamp. In that instant, I don't know if it was the effect of the spilled blood. Throughout the swamp, a large number of small creatures appeared, rushing headlong toward the blood. The sheer number of these tiny creatures was enough to make Varric's scalp tingle. Dragon language gale! With the appearance of dragon language magic, a large number of these small monsters died instantly, and the remaining small monsters were stunned for a moment. Taking advantage of that moment, Varric snapped his jaws around the other Leviathan and wouldn't let it stop no matter how much it struggled. Click! The maw of the mythical dragon is not something that a Leviathan of legendary strength can match. With a crisp crack, the Leviathan's head was bitten to pieces by Villic. Brain matter and blood splattered all over the body of this dazzling dragon. Pooh! What filthy creatures! However, although they look terrifying, their strength is ridiculously weak. Villic laughed as he watched the Leviathans retreat. Wait, Varric, I feel. The giant beast spoke in a deep, gruff voice. My power has weakened further, and I have a sense of foreboding. Before he could finish speaking, Varric suddenly made a startling discovery. In this dimension, all living beings began to distance themselves from him. Whether it's the mighty Leviathan or the small, weak abyssal creatures. Haha, are you scared now? At this moment, these abyssal creatures were communicating with each other using a rudimentary abyssal language, speaking in indistinct sounds about a single word. And this word is precisely monster. Monster. And it wasn't just them, all the creatures of this plane were uttering this word in terror, in that indistinct, abyssal language. Monster! In an instant, Varric discovered that the previously acidic ocean had suddenly been corroded by something. A dark, muddy pool appeared on the sea surface in front of them. Then, a being that could be considered a monster from any perspective attempted to descend into this world and came here with him. Besides, a gigantic black dragon wearing black shackles. Osiris? Chapter 61 Submission. Osiris? You! How dare you stoop so low? The moment Varric saw Osiris appear, it immediately understood. This powerful black dragon has actually betrayed its own world, betrayed the teachings of the angels, and now serves this damned, twisted world. The twisted black shackles on its body are proof of its depravity. The so-called shackles are actually the symbol of its power in the process of transformation. At this moment, Varric was absolutely furious upon seeing this scene. He couldn't believe that his former friend would dare to betray the world he was protecting. Enraged, the dragon Velik ignored the advice of the giant beasts around him and charged straight at Osiris. Exclamation point. But he forgot that no matter how corrupt Osiris had become, it hadn't come here on its own this time. It came here with another, even more powerful being. This is... Before Varric could rush over, on the surface of the already corrupted acidic ocean, on the black swamp corroded by terrifying toxins and unknown elements, a monster, so enormous that words could not describe, slowly crawled into this world. This monster has 8 completely different heads, each representing one of its 8 different powers. Toxins, corrosion, pollution, disaster. Its 8 heads were covered with twisted black horns. Its eyes were filled with the savagery and indifference characteristic of creatures from the abyss. The moment it descended, this plane began to decline. The entire plane was transformed into a black swamp filled with toxins upon its arrival. Its name in the abyss is Yorm, the first mythical creature in the endless abyss, a symbol of calamity in its very existence. The moment Varric saw the monster, his heart sank. It finally understood why those abyssal creatures were desperately trying to escape from here. They had long known that staying here would result in them being unintentionally killed by the toxins produced by the other side. There are differences even among mythical creatures. Yorm's strength has exceeded Varric's expectations. Yum lowered his head and silently glanced at the little guy, Varric. But with just that ordinary glance, Varric immediately felt something solid within his soul rapidly decaying. Its conviction, its courage, its... At that very moment, the dragon Velik was suddenly attacked by Osiris. Haha, Varric! Osiris suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Varric's wing, and said through gritted teeth. Do you now understand why I was willing to betray you? No, this is not betrayal! Varric unleashed a terrifying dragon spell, blasting it fiercely towards Osiris's face. In an instant, countless storms accompanied by destructive elements successfully destroyed half of Osiris's face, leaving countless scars. But Osiris merely gave a cold laugh. Then, in the next second, countless tiny fleshy buds, invisible to the naked eye, appeared on Osiris's face. As soon as these buds appeared, they immediately began to repair Osiris's body. I've simply come to terms with it. I'm going to serve another, even more powerful being. Osiris grinned maliciously, opening its extremely distorted face, and launched its own counterattack. Abyssal dragon language, flame! In that instant, Varric witnessed a scene that defied all belief. The red flames that Osiris spewed out, which could once burn everything, had now turned black. The sacred dragon flames that once inspired awe in countless mortals have, in this instant, transformed into something evil, filthy, and murky like muddy water. But when these murky flames struck the Velik scales, it felt an extreme pain that words could not describe. Its scales were not burned, but beneath them, Varric's flesh was extensively infected. Countless black muddy flames sprayed onto its flesh and blood, and immediately burned deeper into the flesh like maggots clinging to bones. All the flesh and blood burned by these flames turned into piles of tiny parasites. These parasites began to rapidly devour every piece of Velik's still relatively intact flesh and blood, without stopping. Ah! Velik screamed as he tried to push Osiris away, then used the power of his abilities to repair his body. But Osiris showed no intention of letting go, and coldly unleashed another burst of twisted dragon flames. These extreme pains pierced deeply into all of Varric's senses, leaving no room for reconciliation. Ha 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 ha! You see, this is my new master, an endless abyss so great that words cannot describe it. Osiris's cheeks have been repaired, but they don't look the same as before. After its face was repaired, it grew back with jagged black fangs, black and red scales, and hundreds of small, round eyes of different sizes, full of savagery. Under the gaze of the great, endless abyss, I will no longer be bound by any rules, nor will I be held back by any moral burden. I can obtain everything I want through my own strength, without relying on those damned angels and creators. Territory, resources, the service of mortals, even the power that those senile old fools cling to. I killed that withered ancient tree, I killed that old snake that only knew how to spout nonsense, and I also killed that rotten mother unicorn. All their powers belong to me. Watch closely, Varric. My current powerful state. As they spoke, Osiris finally revealed its terrifying form. Countless tendrils, resembling branches, grew from its thick back. Its tail began to fork, and on each fork was a twisted snake head. On its dragon head, the original curved horns began to fall off one by one, and in their place was a right angle covered with black patterns. Its All of this originally belonged to other mythical creatures. You damned, degenerate monster! Zack, save me! In desperation, Velik, who was being suppressed by Osiris, instinctively began to cry for help towards the distant behemoth. But the giant beast named Zeke suddenly made a gesture of submission towards Yorm. This behemoth, the size of a mountain range, actually submitted at this moment. However, its true object of submission was not Yorm, but rather the dark mist above Yorm's head, and the dark mist that concealed itself within it. Chu Hao. Chapter 62. Virtue. Seeing this scene, Varric roared in sorrow. Zeke? What are you doing? It couldn't believe that this beast spirit, known for its simple-mindedness, would do something so foolish at this moment. Do you also want to betray the world you protect? To betray the creator who taught you and nurtured you? Varric's mournful cry echoed throughout the entire plain. That's the world you once swore to protect. Wherever your people are, there they are. Shut up! Before he could finish speaking, the now powerful Osiris slammed Varric's head into the acidic water of the sea. In fact, Zeke, the mountain behemoth, had no interest in listening to Varric's wails at the moment. It merely trembled and appeared before Yorm in a submissive posture, posing its question to the mass of Chu Hao above Yorm's head, which represented the will of the endless abyss. It not only retracted its fangs, but even its tail was tucked in as much as possible. If I really become a part of this world, Jake stammered as he spoke to Chu Hao. Can I really gain more power? Any amount, no matter how much? Chu Hao did not reply, but remained calmly silent. I want Varric's Windrunner powers. I want the rock affinity power of the mountain giants. Seeing that Chu Hao neither refused nor agreed, Jake became even more anxious. I want more land. I want my people to truly worship me, not just hypocritically worship angels and the Creator. I want more. And also... At this moment, Chu Hao remained silent. He felt bored. After all, the desires of these powerful creatures were nothing but trivial things in his eyes, compared to the endless divine path he desired. In his eyes, the pursuits of these mythical creatures were as ridiculous as children clamoring for candy. Let's go, Yum! Chu Hao, who had thought that the two mythical creatures here might require Yorm's help, finally uttered his first words upon arriving here. After saying that, Yorm, who hadn't made a move since he appeared, finally moved. Seeing that Yorm was about to leave, Zeke became even more anxious. It snorted out a storm of gas from its nostrils, and the whole beast was restless. But at that very moment, a black shackle appeared beside Chu Hao. The shackle slowly drifted to the side of the beast spirit Zeke, like the apple before Eve, constantly tempting him. Chu Hao activated the power of space, preparing to bring Yam into the assessment world. Before he left, he only left a faint message for the beast spirit Jake. Prove. You yourself? The beast spirit Jake was stunned for a moment, but driven by a desire that had arisen at some unknown time, it still took the initiative to touch the shackles that represented both the present and the future freedom. The moment this shackle was linked to it, a whisper from the abyss resounded from the depths of its soul. Knowledge from the endless abyss was bestowed upon the heart of this beast spirit, who had not yet completely fallen. I understand. The beast spirit Jik lowered its head, revealing its fangs. Then he aimed at Varric, who was struggling to fight Osiris in the distance, and launched an attack. The next instant, Varric felt extreme pain. Its back had been broken by Zeke. Its wings were also torn off in large chunks by Osiris, who grinned maliciously. At this moment, besides Osiris and Zeke, Varric finally understood one thing: what kind of environment the endless abyss was. There is no such thing as benevolence, righteousness, or morality here. This is an evil place that has extinguished friendship, family ties, and love, leaving only betrayal and destruction. Faced with the terrifying temptations of an endless abyss, all noble morals seem so fragile. The dragon Villic is about to die, but in contrast, in the endless abyss, you will gain 2 new pets. The ancestor of beast demons, which evolved into beast demons, and the original abyssal dragon. That's about it, Chu Hao said calmly. At this moment, he had brought Yorm himself to a planet in the trial world that was closest to the endless abyss. This planet has now been captured by the endless abyss. It's time to wake up. So much death, so many prayers, even if you need more time to activate, you should wake up by now. On this planet, which has been captured by the endless abyss, an indescribable war has broken out in various places. The alien races who worship angels are splitting into 2 groups and beginning a brutal war. But no matter how they fight, they cannot reverse a fundamental fact. That is, the dark side of this planet, the side closest to the endless abyss. Everything on this planet is breaking. The land above it is being slowly drawn into the endless abyss, becoming its land. Its corrupted inhabitants are cheering and rejoicing as they welcome the embrace of the abyss. Their souls will be forever condemned. In contrast, more and more people who have not given up their faith are facing a scene that resembles a doomsday prophecy and are beginning their final prayers. I don't know if their prayers worked, but change really did happen! Exclamation point. Chu Hao raised his head and looked into the distance. At this very moment, at the center of this assessment world, on that pristine white planet, began to rotate. After countless years, it finally began to turn again. And one after another, transparent halos, with unknown structures gradually expanded into the entire universe as they rotated. And the planet's rotation is getting faster and faster. As it rotates, something called belief is being drawn to these halos, making it more substantial. Ultimately, the outer perimeter of this pristine white planet. 7 halos of different colors appeared. Their scope encompasses the entire interior of the universe. The ocean of every living being's soul is under its influence. Each of these halos was inscribed with runes and characters that Chu Hao could not decipher, as well as various manifestations of rules. But Chu Hao could sense something. That is, the endless abyss's act of devouring the planet has been stopped. It was stopped by these 7 halos, each representing chastity, temperance, diligence, generosity, and so on, and was forced to halt its further encroachment on the world. Beneath these halos, one after another rule-based beings are gradually being materialized. An angel may truly be about to descend. Chapter 63 Trial. With the appearance of these 7 halos, 7 beings materialized from the rules are gradually descending. The basis for their arrival is the prayers of all the alien races fighting against the demons throughout the entire trial world. Even knowing they might be defeated, these enormous numbers of alien races, amidst the blasphemous whispers of demons, still used every means at their disposal to fight to the death against the endless abyss. Unfortunately, materialism still dominates the world today. The beliefs of mortals are worthless under the onslaught of demons. No matter how loud the prayers of these alien races were, they could not stop their homes from being burned, could not stop their world from becoming a lair for demons, and could not stop. The demons' swords are outstretched. Angels, I have knelt before you with utmost devotion my entire life. A member of another race knelt on the ground, holding a small angel statue whose face was obscured. All around her were corpses. Among them are her village chief, the knight she secretly loves, her neighbors, her friends, and... But at this moment, all of this, her tiny world, lay silently on the ground. The entire village fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the occasional screams, she could hear no other sound. Aside from the excited roars of those twisted, corrupt, and vile demons. Throughout my life, I have never strayed from your teachings. I work hard every day for myself and for the church. This is the diligence you taught. A demon spotted this alien creature. Whenever I see someone in distress or encounter someone unfortunate, I immediately lend a helping hand. This is the generosity you taught me. The demon approached and aimed his weapon at the alien's heart. I have never pried into the lives of others, nor have I ever envied the lives others deserve. This is the tolerance you taught me. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of the eyes of the alien. Therefore I beg you, after I die, please take my soul with you, and do not let my soul to fall into that terrible world. Brush. When the alien opened its eyes again, she couldn't believe her eyes. Before her stood a real angel. Your soul belongs to the Creator forever. This angel, whose entire being exuded holiness, spoke gently to the believer before her. And we are merely guides for your soul. Behind this alien, the demon was letting out a shrill scream as its soul was being purified. This purification is a true purification. It begins with the physical body and ends with its true spirit. Its soul is being burned into nothingness. Once completely purified, its soul will not even have the chance to return to the endless abyss. The angel, seemingly touching the alien's head through the air, smiled and spoke. But now, it is not yet time for your soul to return to heaven. Keep fighting for yourself, for your family, for everything you have. After saying this, the angel vanished and went to another person who was praying for salvation. The alien stood up in a daze. Fighting? Can this incredibly weak guy really fight? The answer is yes. The alien woman stood up tremblingly, and then she saw dozens of demons desecrating everything in the village. The next moment. Light. The endless light caused the demons to scream in agony. As the light appeared, these demons, from their physical bodies to their souls, and even their true spirits, began to dissolve. The 10th stage of divine magic, holy light. This alien race, which was just moments ago so weak that it could be strangled with a single blow, changed the moment it came into contact with the angel. Then, a light shone in the depths of her soul. However, unlike Chu Hao's ascension by igniting his own sea of the mind, deep within this alien sea of the mind, a seed of faith, imprinted with powerful divine power, is illuminating everything here. After the miracle of the angel's descent, she has transformed into a powerful warrior of bishop rank. This is a miracle! But even such astonishing miracles can occur anywhere in the world of the assessment. On the battlefield, on the plains, in the city, in the mountains, by the sea. All believers who truly and devoutly follow the teachings of angels have the opportunity to become such beings. Their arrival quickly turned the tide of battle in many places. People who had gradually fallen into despair have launched a counterattack under the organization of these people. The lairs occupied by demons were gradually destroyed under the light of the holy light. This world, under the halo of virtue, is returning to the rule of the angels, and evil will eventually be eradicated. The scales of victory are tipping. On the other side. Wow, I never expected this world's core defense mechanism to be so sophisticated. Chu Hao raised his head, looked at the 7 angels standing in the sky above him, and smiled. These 7 angels have no specific shape, are indescribable, ineffable, and beyond description. But as long as they exist, people will know that they are angels, at least. It represents angels. Each of the 7 of them was burning with flames of a different color. Behind these flames and rays of light, one after another, something resembling wings or halos formed. The so-called final stage of the assessment world actually revealed the legendary first draft of the Angels of Paradise Mountain World. As a powerful divine realm known to all, the image of angels in Heavenly Mountain has long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. However, what Chu Hao saw at this moment was the original form of the angels, or rather, the angels, beings whose rules and divine fire were integrated into one. Thinking of this, Chu Hao's eyes immediately turned to the 14th planet of the assessment world. That planet, surrounded by a halo. I really want to know, what kind of precious thing is the so-called gift on that planet after passing the 4th test? Just as Chu Hao was still greedily eyeing the treasure at the center of the planet, an angel suddenly raised the weapon in his hand and pointed it at Chu Hao. The angel, who had no face or specific image, asked Chu Hao in a loud voice that could be heard throughout the world. Why did you create these utterly depraved creatures? A fierce white flame ignited on her sword. What do you value life for? Chu Hao was being judged in court, with angels representing the 7 virtues standing before him. At that moment, he himself revealed a wicked and amusing smile to all the judges. You asked me, what do I value my life for? He raised his head, and in his black pupils, a black and red vortex was slowly spinning. Chapter 64 Chance and Inevitability. Chu Hao stood on top of Yum's head, looking at the scene before him that seemed like a judgment, and smiled. You asked me, what do I value my life for? The 7 angels stood tall in the air, looking down at Chu Hao, waiting for his defense. We await the defense of this master who has nurtured countless sanctuaries of fallen souls. Life is just life. Chu Hao sighed with a wry smile and spoke in a voice that was not loud but clear enough. Life is neither a miracle as the gods claim, nor a miracle as scientists claim. Life is simply life. It's nothing special, but it's not very common either. At least in all dimensions of the multiverse, life is not a rare thing. It is an inevitability that evolved from countless coincidences, and one of the possibilities that was born out of the impossible. Life is born by chance, but is destroyed by necessity. I'm not some so-called philosopher, but to me, life is just an ordinary word. But then again, Chu Hao revealed a disdainful expression as he looked up at the angels in the sky, which were constantly twisting and changing. I am very disappointed that you only raised this one question. After you encountered my attack, after witnessing countless deaths in your slumber, all you want to ask me is, what do I value my life for? Really? Utterly disappointing. Your creator doesn't seem as wise as I thought. He's foolish to have created such ignorant beings as you. Upon hearing this, the 7 angels were finally enraged by Chu Hao's evasive and irrelevant remarks. They never imagined that there could be beings so indifferent to life, treating it like nothing more than a pile of tools. How dare you! How dare you blaspheme the great Lord! The 7 angels immediately used their powers to launch an attack on Chu Hao. 7 different attacks swept fiercely towards Chu Hao's location. These attacks often carry a terrifying element of light. Chu Hao glanced coldly at the group of angels, then disappeared above Yorm's head. The next instant, he appeared at the edge of the battlefield and looked in this direction. Alright, since you've lost your value to me, then. Yum! Following Chu Hao's command, Yorm, who was utterly loyal to the endless abyss, finally began its counterattack. Knock knock knock. In the blink of an eye, before Yorm could even retaliate, he was hit by the first wave of attacks from the angels. Several beams of light struck Yorm's heads in an instant, and in a flash, countless drops of Yorm's blood were splashed onto the world along with Yorm's screams. It is important to know that Yorm's very existence is extremely toxic, and his blood is even more so. When its blood was spilled onto this world, which became a battlefield, everything in this world began to change. The forest, once teeming with countless tall trees, was instantly polluted by this blood and turned into a barren wasteland. The rivers and lakes where fish and shrimp live have been polluted by this blood, turning them into black, foul-smelling swamps. As for those cities that were originally far from the battlefield, they also suffered annihilation because of the arrival of this blood. Countless alien races screamed and made futile attempts to leave their city. However, they could not avoid being caught up in this disaster, because all they could see was Yam's terrible black blood. Once these alien races are tainted by Yorm's blackness, they will die a miserable death in an instant. But death is still not their end. Their polluted corpses, after death, will rise again in the ocean of pollutants, eventually becoming mindless, mud monster-like beings that continue to spread terrible plagues and pollution. Yorm was merely attacked, yet this plane was already corrupted by the filth brought about by its power. Moreover, Yam's counterattack has begun. Above its 8 heads, the illusory black horns representing 8 different powers began to unleash various extremely deadly beams of light. Beneath it, the earth began to crumble and the mountains began to crack. One of the angels was accidentally struck by the light and fell from the sky with a scream. Its body, forged from pure light, was also significantly corroded in that instant. And the radiant wings behind him began to fall off. However, this is not a fall from grace. Angels, in such a home field, will not die easily. Angels, messengers of the Lord. Great! Countless whispers echoed throughout the universe. In this world, all beings who believe in the existence of angels are the source of power for these angels. In an instant, the angel, corroded by venom, once again waved its wings of light amidst countless prayers and rejoined the battlefield. How dare you create such a creation, defiling my Lord's world! With a single swing of the sword, Yorm's head was severed. It has begun. This is the ultimate trump card of the assessment world, and the final battle. Inside the observation room, a mentor witnessed the appearance of these angels and saw one of them sever one of Yorm's heads with a single sword stroke. Such a powerful creature made him worry about Chu Hao's challenge this time. Who do you think will win? Is it an angel? Or that mythical creature from Chu Hao's world? He asked his colleague, who touched his chin, hesitating. But at this very moment, Wang Ji suddenly spoke. The angels will win! Everyone was quite surprised to hear this. What? Wang Ji repeated it again. Angels, we will win this battle. The monster on Chu Hao's side, although it looks incredibly powerful, is actually a mythical creature. But those angels... Wang Ji looked at the angel on the screen who had severed the second head of Yorm, and a worried expression appeared on his face. But they are beings close to demigods. Their strength, enhanced by the faith within the assessment world, is nearing the edge of igniting the sea of the mind. If this battle continues, then Chu Hao's defeat is inevitable. So, Chu Hao, what method do you plan to use to eliminate these seemingly invincible enemies? Chapter 65 The Instinct of Life. The battle continues. High above, the angels' attacks remained incredibly sharp. Each of these 7 angels has already been attacked by Yorm several times. Each of Yorm's attacks corrupted many of the angels, causing them immense damage. But each time, these angels would recover from extreme weakness. Wang Ji is right. Throughout the entire world of the assessment, all beings who believe in angels are the source of power for these angels. The prayers they utter and the faith in their hearts are the angels' eternal reliance. Although the current world of assessment has lost a large number of people, the number of devout people among the remaining population is still endless. Just like the ever-rotating ring of virtue in this universe, which continues until the end of time, these angels will fight to the very end against the demons who invade the world created by the Lord. Cut! An angel, wielding a weapon accompanied by a holy light like a rainbow, slashed at Yorm's neck. Thump! A terrifying clanging sound emanated from the scales on Yorm's neck. Its invincible defensive power, which was unmatched in the endless abyss, is now. It didn't play a sufficient role. Thump! Yorm's head, as large as a giant mountain, crashed into the earth like a meteorite. In an instant, the shockwave from the violent impact caused the continent of this plane to collapse even further. Many alien races living in this plane began to flee frantically amidst the toxic pollution and terrifying earthquakes caused by Yorm. However, being too weak to grasp the rules of space, the vast majority of them still met a tragic end. All of this was merely a battle between top-tier creations orchestrated by two supreme creators. Yorm and the angels. Their conflict has already seriously damaged the very foundation of this planet. Roar! Yorm exerted his strength again, biting down hard on an angel and taking its entire body into his mouth. It attempted to use its power to completely kill this resurrected angel. Unfortunately, the immortal angel escaped once again from the cage forged by Yorm's mouth. And before escaping, he punched a huge, bloody hole in Yorm's head. Another Yorm's head hung limply from its body. Well. Suddenly Yorm heard a sigh from the ruler of the endless abyss behind him. Host. Even during the battle, Yorm remained extremely attentive to the every move of the ruler of the endless abyss. Upon hearing the sigh, it instinctively assumed that its abilities had been rejected. Step back, Yorm. Chu Hao's face, devoid of any emotion, showed neither sadness nor joy. He simply told him to step down. I can still. Yorm still has 4 heads, and these 4 heads are rapidly regenerating. It can keep fighting. But it's alright, I've already seen the outcome of this battle. You can return to the endless abyss now. Upon hearing this, Yorm stopped attacking and assumed a defensive stance. Then, enduring the attacks of all the angels, he slowly retreated back into the endless abyss, leaving behind only the shattered planet and everything on it that had been corrupted by his presence. Whatever it wants to do, the will of the endless abyss must be obeyed. You villain, have you decided to die? As Yorm left, the angels immediately surrounded Chu Hao. Chu Hao himself smiled as he looked at the arrogant angels in the sky and laughed. To die? Me? Ha ha. Upon hearing Chu Hao's laughter, the angels drew their weapons again and pointed them at him. No, you've misunderstood. Chu Hao waved his hand and said to them. I've been observing you all since just now. I was simply just doing research. From the very beginning, I never considered your existence. As he spoke, Chu Hao himself transformed into a cloud of pitch-black mist. Within the mist, a pair of eyes with black and red swirls looked down at all the angels with disdain. I take it to heart. Upon seeing Chu Hao's appearance, the angels immediately became wary, unsure of his intentions. But what they didn't expect was that within the dark mist where Chu Hao was, there was a soul. He threw it out. This is... Even the angels didn't expect Chu Hao to do such a thing. What does he want to do? What? A soul so utterly defiled was thus cast before the angels. All of them could sense that this soul was a member of this original world. However, it is different from what they used to teach. The owner of this soul has fallen to the lowest point. At the very core of its soul, deep within the dark sea of the mind, the seed of faith that once represented the 7 virtues has turned black and taken on a corrupt form. While the angels were still in a daze, the soul was suddenly destroyed. Everything about this soul began to dissolve. Just then, Chu Hao's voice appeared. Just like your foolish masters, you ignorant creatures have no understanding of life at all. As the soul dissolved, a wisp of black suddenly wrapped itself around one of the angels, clinging to it like a maggot, never to fall off. Life, in its essence, cannot exist solely on virtues. The angel screamed and tried to remove it, but for some reason, even the ring of virtue could not help it. Life itself is like chaos. There is both good that comes from education and evil that originates from the soul and from instinct. The angel screamed in agony under everyone's watchful eyes. Its power was permanently weakened by one part as the soul dissolved. Although it's only 1 point, it truly reflects a real decline. As long as there is life, there will be desires. Whether it's binge eating driven by a craving for food. Another soul emerged from the black mist where Chu Hao was. This was an equally corrupt and twisted soul. Still yearning for the color field to reproduce, or... One soul after another appeared before Chu Hao. Chu Hao held these endless souls in his hands, letting them be ignited and eventually melted before his eyes. A wisp of the scent of the ignited soul wafted into Chu Hao's nostrils, and Chu Hao smiled with satisfaction. I love the smell of what's called sin, but now it's your turn. Chapter 66 Faith and Sin. Chu Hao took a deep breath, sprayed out some of the ignited soul fragments, and then spoke with satisfaction to the angels before him. Chu Hao, who had transformed into black mist, manipulated the fog and revealed an evil smile. Desire is like an indestructible spring. No matter how you teach people to be positive and good, or what true good deeds are, deep down, there will always be an evil side to them. Oh, I almost forgot, you call these evils original sin. After he finished speaking, countless corrupted souls emerged from the black mist where Chu Hao was located. The sheer number of these souls quickly filled the entire sky of the plain. The area around these angels was completely packed. Moreover, once these souls appear, they immediately begin to dissolve under the manipulation of the endless abyss. Everything in their souls began to dissolve irreversibly. The longer these desires, these sins, these original sins are suppressed, the stronger they become when they erupt. It begins with consciousness and ends with the true spirit. These souls dissolved rapidly, leaving only one thing behind. Those angels, no, the masters of this world, the masters who designed this world of trials, planted the seed of faith in the souls of all living beings in this world. Even now, Chu Hao still cannot decipher the structure of this so-called seed. After all, that involves the doctrine of the soul, a realm that only the Supreme Deity is qualified to touch. Chu Hao, who has not yet reached such a level, is unable to see the specific structure of these things. But this doesn't mean Chu Hao can't use these seeds of belief, nor does it mean that the endless abyss can't pollute these seeds. During the third assessment, namely the Abyss War of the Marnus Legion, Chu Hao began to study these seeds of belief. During that study, Chu Hao was surprised to discover several characteristics of these seeds of belief. First, there is the characteristic of growth. The more devout the owner of these seeds is, the bigger these seeds will be in the sea of their hearts, and the more they will be able to illuminate more areas of the sea of their hearts. Secondly, these seeds of belief can unconditionally communicate with powerful beings in higher level and higher dimensional worlds, transforming their overflowing power into what mortals call divine arts. Of course, the more devout they are, the more powerful their divine magic becomes. The discovery of these two characteristics led Chu Hao to discover a very important piece of information. That is, so-called faith is actually manipulated by people. Faith is nothing special. It is simply a means by which ordinary beings, that is, mortals, communicate with beings of higher dimensions. The seed of faith is merely a mark left by a powerful being from a higher dimension in the sea of mortal hearts. It's like a dog urinating in a designated area. But this shows that the so-called deification based on faith is nothing but a false lie. Those high-dimensional deities are not powerful because of faith, on the contrary. They gain the faith of mortals because of their power. The more powerful they are, the more divine fire they harvest, and the stronger they become. It's a positive cycle. This is the true cause and effect. Of course, in addition to these two characteristics and one discovery, Chu Hao also discovered a most important invention during the third assessment. That is, once these mortals, who are inhabited by the seeds of faith, are the alien races that test the world, fall and are corrupted by the endless abyss, then their spiritual sea will be invaded, and the seeds of faith within their spiritual sea will undergo mutation. Something completely opposite to what is called virtue. Original sins. These corrupted seeds of faith will generate an endless stream of faith power, just as they did before they were corrupted. However, what will emerge from this faith power is original sin, evil thoughts, and sin. Black, like a flame of sin. The more devout a person is before they become corrupt, the deeper they will fall into depravity, and the more sins they will accumulate after they become corrupt. The sole characteristic of sin is that it corrupts the very source of those seeds of faith, causing them to. The backlash was incurred. I'd like to know, how did you feel after experiencing the backlash? Chu Hao looked at the angels surrounded by countless sins and said without any emotion. At this very moment, more and more souls are dissolving before one angel after another, returning to them the seeds of faith that these angels had bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, in the other world, all the fallen who had joined the abyss were being sacrificed one by the demons. Their numbers were so great that they turned the earth red, and the rivers red. Souls that fall into the embrace of the endless abyss are destined not to receive a good outcome. Their deaths are the source of these fallen souls. Endless sins, like dark flames, are sweeping wildly across the world. These angels were the initial source of the fire. You! An angel, whose virtue was unknown, raised its head from the encirclement of sin and glared fiercely at Chu Hao. Don't you have any pity for the depravity of these souls, for their plight? At that moment, a soul that looked exactly like the elf Eldrin dissolved before the angel, and a wisp of sin wrapped around the angel, permanently weakening its power. Next came a thin, numb-looking alien who dissolved before the angels, and in doing so, he also produced a wisp of sin. And, looking at the 7 angels, before him, bound by sin and unable to move, Chu Hao shook his head indifferently. The reason I asked you how you felt was because I wanted to study what kind of effect the pain caused by sin has. But if you asked me that question, then all I can say is, I don't care. Chu Hao raised his head and looked up at the still operating 7 virtues ring in the sky, revealing a cold smile. I will not heed the thoughts of these evil souls destined for depravity, nor will I show them any pity for their plight. Because these souls fell into depravity of their own accord, and their only fate is to desperately climb upwards from the endless abyss, a terrifying quagmire, searching for a glimmer of hope for redemption. But how can there be hope in an endless abyss? They will only keep falling down, trapped here forever. The endless abyss. This is the final destination for these fallen and evil souls. Regardless of whether they had any faith or blessings in their lives, they will all fall into this place. Forever. This deadly battle between 2 worlds is my world. We won. Chapter 67 Rewards and People. I won. After Chu Hao casually finished speaking, he disappeared from the scene. The next second, his figure appeared in the center of the assessment world, on the edge of that pure white planet. Where he left, the angelic beings, the embodiment of the ring of virtue, are struggling with sin. These beings, who draw power from the faith of mortals, will ultimately face the fate of being devoured by their own faith. Behind Chu Hao were 13 planets, each covered in darkness and filth. These filths are all terrible marks left behind by demons after their conquest or death. Each one that appears represents an area that has been identified and polluted by the endless abyss. Beneath Chu Hao's feet, in the below part of this universe, the black and red vortex of the endless abyss was slowly approaching the core of this universe. It is opening its blood-red maw and trying to devour the world. In short, everything in this testing world will become part of the endless abyss. Its rules, its resources, and its core world. They will all return to the abyss and become its food. However, these are no longer Chu Hao's main concerns. What he wants to do most right now is to satisfy his curiosity. He wanted to know, what exactly is hidden on this planet? What kind of reward could possibly be worthy of the 4th and most difficult assessment at Tianding University? What could possibly be inside? With that thought in mind, Chu Hao slowly descended onto the surface of this not-so-large planet. It's a success! Chu Hao succeeded. In the observation room, all the mentors were stunned by what they saw. In an instant, everyone watching the battle erupted in excitement. Finally, the first person at Tianding University to successfully challenge the 4th World Simulation Intrusion Test Core has appeared. My God! I can't believe it! Chu Hao actually passed such a difficult test. Yes, hundreds of legions, dozens of mythical-level creatures, and those 7 angels who are theoretically immortal. The mentor, recalling the terrifying state of the 7 angels, couldn't help but admire Chu Hao. He witnessed the beginning of this war, and the end of this war with his own eyes. He had seen all of Chu Hao's efforts during this period. What a world with tremendous potential! The future of the divine realm world of the endless abyss is truly immeasurable. Thinking of this, the mentor looked at Wang Ji. At this moment, Wang Ji looked completely relaxed. Clearly, Chu Hao's perfect completion of the game had stopped him from worrying about it. In the scene, the endless abyss is dragging the entire assessment world into the abyss. All of this indicates that the victor of this assessment is Chu Hao. So, what are your thoughts on seeing Chu Hao clear the game? Wang Ji looked at Chu Hao's last paper, and after the other party added the data, he smiled and selected Pass. I don't have any particular thoughts. My only thought is that we seem to need a new testing world. Ha ha ha, yes, everything in this world belongs to Chu Hao, and his divine realm will flourish as a result, but... The tutor glanced at Wang Ji and asked a new question. However, there's still one thing I don't understand. What exactly is hidden in this assessment world? I've been here for many years, but all I know is that the assessment world is called a gift from the founder of Tianding University, or rather, a gift from the devil. So what exactly is this so-called gift? As the principal, you must know something, right? How about you tell me a little bit? It's not too much to ask, is it? To everyone's surprise, Wang Ji was also taken aback when he heard this, and then he shook his head. No, I don't really know the secrets of this assessment world, but I do know a little bit about it. What? The creator of this assessment world seems to be our principal, who is also Bai Chen's teacher and mentor. What? That's right. Perhaps Principal Bai Chen himself knows a little about what's hidden in this assessment world, but I really don't know. In the principal's office, Bai Chen looked at the screen and sighed. Her eyes were moving slowly, as if they had never changed since time immemorial. The Chu Hao in the picture has passed the fourth world simulation invasion test and is heading to that pure white planet. Unexpectedly, Chu Hao's endless abyss actually won this deadly battle between two worlds. Although I don't want to admit it, the course of this war has really made me feel incredibly novel. A world where even faith can be distorted, and the corrupt creatures it creates. These two combined produce a power I hadn't anticipated. The world of low dimensions can actually manifest in such a way. Well done, Chu Hao! You have successfully shown me the true nature of the lower dimensional world, and have also given me new insights into lower dimensions. After saying all this, a rare smile appeared on Bai Chen's lips. But I still want to know, how do you solve the problem of low-dimensional defects so that the world can continue to exist? Luck is only temporary. But none of that matters. What matters is that I want to know what happens next. The teacher, When the word, teacher, was mentioned, Bai Chen's expression suddenly turned gloomy and uncertain, as if she had too many complicated feelings for that teacher. What kind of reward will it bring you? Bai Chen's eyes remained fixed on the scene before her, but what she didn't expect was. Just as Chu Hao's feet stepped onto the surface of that planet, the image disappeared. What's going on? What's going on? The screen has disappeared. It wasn't just her. Everyone who had their viewpoint focused on the assessment world noticed that the view disappeared the moment Chu Hao stepped onto the white planet. Assess the world. This artificial divine realm, which had been observed by Tianding University for a century, closed all its external windows at this moment. It was as if it had been silenced, a deathly silence. No one in Tianding University can detect what is happening inside. Apart from Chu Hao himself. The assessment is being conducted in the world. What's this? Chu Hao looked at the only building on this planet. A library. However, the entrance to this library faces downwards. Who are you? Chu Hao asked. At the entrance to the library stood a people. A person, that is only in the shape of rays of light. Chapter 68 Reward. Who are you? When Chu Hao saw this person with a radiant appearance, he asked this question with a heart full of doubts. He said that because he could sense that this guy. Very strange. Strangely enough, Chu Hao couldn't sense any soul fluctuations from the other party, which meant that the other party was not any kind of creature that Chu Hao was familiar with. But Chu Hao clearly sensed at this moment that the other party was conscious and had its own thoughts. This is because the other person saw him and greeted him. Robots? Illusions? Mind invasion? Brain in a vat? Just as Chu Hao was pondering what kind of being the other party was, the other party spoke. You successfully passed the fourth test? However, the other party took the initiative to raise its question to Chu Hao. Moreover, Chu Hao noticed that the voice this guy was making was female. Chu Hao nodded. Well, I've completed the fourth assessment, but you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Who am I? I forgot. And I've forgotten many things, like my name, like my past. All I remember is that I'm here to ensure that these precious memories are given to the person who passed the test. After speaking, the humanoid figure glanced at the library behind it. Now that you've come, I can finally be free. What the hell is all this? Chu Hao complained. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? Is it some third-rate novel from a street stall? Is the final reward for this assessment world just a bunch of things I have absolutely no interest in? Before he could finish speaking, this humanoid creature, made of an unknown material, suddenly vanished before Chu Hao's eyes. Then, countless points of light began to merge into Chu Hao's body. No matter what methods Chu Hao used to stop them, these points of light still resolutely merged into his body. Memories? The next second, Chu Hao's eyes turned indifferent. And fragments of memories, whose owners were unknown, began to seep into his mind. But during this time, some people noticed Chu Hao's unusual behavior. My God, Chu Hao's divine fire quantity is starting to increase wildly. What? Someone inadvertently noticed the list of Tianding University, and this glance made him exclaim in surprise. On the list, Chu Hao's number of divine flames is expanding rapidly. His divine fire quantity rapidly increased from less than 10,000 at the beginning to 30,000, and this number is still increasing rapidly without any sign of stopping. No one had ever heard of such a growth rate. Chu Hao, what exactly did you get? It failed. Damn it, how many times has this happened already? Damn it, damn it, damn it! Chu Hao stood speechlessly beside a volatile woman whose face he couldn't see, watching her frantically scribbling something on a blackboard. Based on my previous theories, these things should be able to succeed. Wheel of Virtue, still in its nascent stage, is leaping onto the blackboard. Clearly, this person is the true designer of the Wheel of Virtue, and also the original designer of those angels. However, at this moment, the Wheel of Virtue was just like trash, piled up in the corner of the blackboard. What truly caught Chu Hao's attention was the world rule described by this guy, a rule Chu Hao had never seen before. According to my theory, the creatures I designed should also be able to ignite divine fire and become demigods like us. But why is it that none of the creatures in the divine realm can ignite the divine fire like we can? Their structure is no different from ours, and their souls, like ours, possess a sea of the mind. They can even be manifested in our world. But no matter how they try, they can't ignite the divine fire as completely as we can. This is neither scientific, nor magical, nor even cultivation. Something must have gone wrong. As the woman wrote the new rules, she reintegrated her beliefs into her divine world, trying to see what changes the new rules would bring. Chu Hao's perspective also changed accordingly. In a vast world comprised of hundreds of planets, the woman caught a gigantic monster that was screaming in agony. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm just using you as a little experiment. Chu Hao covered his face, speechless, as he watched the woman pin down a monster of demigod strength and integrate her newly rewritten rules into the monster's body. Incidentally, the monster they captured was far more powerful than the previous angels. It is a genuine monster with the strength of a demigod. Okay, injection successful. With the woman's cheers, the monster was finally free. Let me see if you can ignite the sea of your heart and set fire to the divine fire, just as I think. After saying that, the woman directly infused the demigod-level monster with a large amount of divine power. Chu Hao curiously leaned closer, but the next second, the scene that made him, even the ruler of the endless abyss, feel horrified was unfolding. Oh whoa! Suddenly, the powerful monster that was still alive and well began to awaken and ignite a divine fire the moment it was infused with divine power, illuminating its own sea of soul. It worked! But the next second, the monster began to decay madly. It wasn't the distortion in the endless abyss, nor the weakness of the angels when they were entangled in sin, but rather decay in the true physical sense. Everything about it, its soul, its body, suddenly began to decay extremely rapidly. Everything it possessed was being drawn towards its core area by an unknown and terrifying force, collapsing at an alarming rate. The monster, which was once as large as a mountain, turned into a black dot as it screamed and howled in agony. Finally, the black spot disappeared. This monster. Nothing was left behind. The ashes of the body, the fragments of the soul, all turned into pure nothingness. Nothing was left behind. Only nothingness. This was also the first time Chu Hao had ever seen such a powerful and clean method of annihilation. Why is that? The woman raised her head, her eyes vacant, looking in the direction where the monster had vanished. Why exactly is this phenomenon occurring? The scene shifts, and Chu Hao returns to that area once again. However, by this time, a considerable amount of time had passed since that experiment. At this point, the interior of the laboratory was already in a state of disarray. And this woman also seemed to have become quite irritable. However, one of her actions caught Chu Hao's attention. She wrote on the blackboard a formula with entirely new rules. Chapter 69, a dialogue across time. Chu Hao remained silent, observing everything before him. A brand new formula, representing the fundamental rules of the world, appeared on the blackboard. The woman, as if she had lost all her strength, collapsed to the ground after finishing writing. This formula. Chu Hao walked to her side, stood behind her, and looked at the blackboard. Silence. A long silence followed. It's wrong! It's wrong! The two sides were separated by countless years and an unknown distance. But at this moment, in this place, it was as if they were destined to meet, and they both came to the exact same conclusion about the formula on the blackboard. The formula is wrong. As expected, we were wrong after all, or rather, we were meant to continue down the wrong path. I don't know why, or what exactly happened. This woman abandoned her previous experiment of using biology to illuminate the sea of the mind, and instead placed her interest above the rules of the world. Or perhaps, this woman has refocused her research on the fundamental rules and formulas that influence the creatures of the divine realm. The scene changes again. However, this time, the speed at which the memories changed was many times faster than before. The memories that used to last for tens of minutes have been transformed into images that last only a few minutes, like a mirror engraved with memories that has been shattered into fragments. Chu Hao, in this way, jumped between various memory scenes. Each time a memory shifts, this woman appears in front of the blackboard and modifies the formula before her. Each time, she would stop in front of the formula, staring at it with an expression that Chu Hao could not see. Although he couldn't see her expression or face, Chu Hao could clearly sense the aura emanating from this woman. Bitterness and despair. I don't know if it's psychological. Chu Hao sensed that the atmosphere in the woman's memory was becoming increasingly dark and suffocating. Even he, an outsider, could sense the large amount of negative energy accumulated on the other person. In contrast, the formulas on the blackboard were still riddled with flaws. The day when this formula is completed is still a long way off. The scene sped up faster and faster, and after an unknown amount of time, even Chu Hao began to feel annoyed. These old memories are beginning to change. Master, I have completed the design of the Divine Realm world and successfully graduated. A young girl with blonde hair, wearing a white Taoist robe, ran happily in from outside and hugged the woman tightly. And I'm number 1 in the extraordinary world. My divine fire value is over 7,800, isn't that amazing? Upon hearing this, the woman stopped what she was doing for the first time, and instead reached out to pat the girl's head with a sense of relief. Amazing, my Bai Qin is so smart. Bai Qin? That sounds like our principal's name. Wait, is this Lady Bai Chen's mentor? For Chu Hao, who only knew that Bai Chen was their principal but had never met him, this was news he hadn't expected. Before Chu Hao could even react, the scene changed again. It's still as gloomy as ever, still the same blackboard, but this time, the formula representing the new world rules seems to be getting more and more perfect. It was as if this woman had found a key point, and the process of perfecting this formula finally accelerated. The subsequent memory fragments still consist of the blackboard, formulas, and this woman. However, unlike before, Bai Chen appears from time to time this time. Master, I have enough divine fire. I have become a lower-level god. Master, I've found some resources in a secret realm. I need to add new rules. Master. It seems that in these dark times, Bai Chen is the only light in this woman's life, illuminating her laboratory and her world. Only when Bai Chen arrives can this woman put her mind at ease and chat happily with him. Finally, these days of despair and hope have come to an end. Master, I can finally help you perfect your formula. I've obtained a portion of the divine authority of a star god in the god sequence. Although it's only 1%, it's enough for me to accompany you to certain large secret realms to help you collect answers. Upon hearing this, the woman's hand suddenly trembled slightly, though it was inconspicuous. Chu Hao still noticed it. Impressive, Bai Chen, but master, I don't want you to come with me to those secret realms. The scene ends, and this time, it's a long period of darkness. After an unknown amount of time, the last and longest fragment of memory appeared before Chu Hao. In this scene, the woman is using a discarded world core to begin refining a new Divine Realm world from the outside, a Divine Realm world exactly the same as the assessment world. Judging from this move, the woman's true identity is probably that of a powerful substitute for a main god. After this future assessment world was completed, the woman walked to the blackboard and wrote a line. Rules and formulas. However, unlike before, the rule formula in this line is usable and correct. But unlike before, this time the formula is only half, or even less than half. Hey, are you watching? Suddenly, like a thunderclap, the woman spoke in the direction where Chu Hao was. Don't worry, I can't see you because I'm speaking to someone in the future who is looking at my memories. We're not even in the same time and space. I will then use my divine avatar as a seal to preserve a portion of my memories within the core of this divine realm. Furthermore, I will help the girl named Bai Chen establish a university called Tianding, and give you a portion of my memories, along with the trace amount of divinity that sealed those memories, as the final reward for the university's assessment program. Although I don't know who you are, whether you're male or female, or what you look like, the only thing I can guess is... The woman sat down on the stool and spoke into the void before her, which was indeed in the direction of Chu Hao. You must be a guy full of ambition and madness. A guy who's willing to risk the destruction of the divine realm for those legendary highest rewards, just to pass this final test. Of course, only a little guy like you deserves this memory. Her attitude at this moment was full of contempt, completely different from her previous dejection. It's like the attitude of someone standing on a mountaintop towards those climbing below. Arrogant and conceited to the extreme. Chu Hao remained silent. I'm sure you've also been wondering, and been guessing, what exactly is the purpose of this formula that I've been pursuing? The woman sat on a stool, legs crossed, and spoke arrogantly to the nothingness before her. No need to guess, I'll just tell you. The true purpose of this formula is to perfect all other types of divine realms, transforming them into a truly infinite world. This represents the rule formula that removes the restrictions of the divine realm world. Chapter 72 Paths. Everyone's divine realm is a completely different existence. The woman continued. Although these divine realms use the same basic formula, even though the beings they create are of the same type, and even though everything about them was created by the same person, it is undeniable that no two divine realms are exactly alike. Any slightest change, whether external or internal, will have a tremendous impact and cause significant changes to the divine realm. The woman touched the world where she had once taken the exam, looked at the formula on the blackboard, and said to Chu Hao. Although these divine realms are different in one way or another, they have one major commonality. They all have huge limitations. Whether it's the area of the divine realm, its internal resources, or even the quantity of things like energy conversion formulas, there are limits. To put it simply, from the moment the first formula is injected into each divine realm, its potential is fixed, like the words in a book. Although we, the masters of the divine realm, can increase its potential and scale by collecting divine fire and obtaining divine status and positions, as far as I know. Even those high-ranking sequence gods have enormous limitations in their divine realms. Furthermore, I can tell you some secrets, Suddenly, the woman's voice lowered. Secrets that the sequence gods know, secrets they will never tell outsiders. Hearing this, Chu Hao was also stunned. That is to say, those seemingly high and mighty, powerful beings who suppress this world and its various secret realms, can also fall. They too are pursuing a world without limits. They too are bound by shackles. Hearing this, Chu Hao was stunned. This is completely different from his understanding. In his memory, no, in everyone's memory, those lofty and supreme sequence gods had never fallen. From beginning to end, it was only a few unimaginably powerful beings who ruled the entire world. Although their condition was unknown to Chu Hao and his group of ordinary people, and although the power of these powerful gods might rise and fall, their status had indeed never changed. At least during all the time recorded in the book, there has been no change. I know you may not believe what I'm saying, but it's true. Because the star god is about to fall. This was yet another secret piece of information that sent chills down Chu Hao's spine. At this moment, Chu Hao regretted hearing this. He didn't want to get involved in any conspiracy between the gods. Especially at this stage. Hee. Perhaps having guessed something, the woman gave a wicked laugh in Chu Hao's direction. Does this give you the creeps, and make you regret listening to these things? Ha ha ha, I can just imagine how your face will look when you hear this news in the future, ha 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 ha. This guy's personality is really awful. Chu Hao silently complained to himself. Alright, I'm not going to talk about this with you. I don't even know who this guy is. Anyway, I have some things to explain. The other party, who had just been displaying a wicked sense of humor, has finally calmed down. First, I will go to the secret realm in the chaotic Dead Sea region to perfect this formula. This is to improve my research and to avoid being spied on by certain beings. As for who those beings actually are, I think keeping it unknown to you is the best option. Secondly, and most importantly, regardless of whether my research succeeds or not, regardless of whether I survive, I will stay there until I die. I will also hide all my research results and all my wealth in the deepest part of this area. These coordinates are one of my ideal hiding places. Of course, there is also a great possibility that my research is not finished, only a large part is completed, and the rest still needs to be done by you through experiments. But my thinking is absolutely correct. The only thing I lack is time. After saying that, the woman engraved the coordinates on the blackboard behind her, turned around and said to Chu Hao. So, little one, you have two choices right now. The first thing is to pretend to forget everything that happened here, and treat everything you saw as the ravings of a madman. If you choose the first option, you can obtain a large amount of divine fire with the help of my divine avatar. Although it is only a wisp of my divinity, the quantity of these divine flames is already an end that ordinary people can never reach in a lifetime. Someone like you could at least become a lower-level god. But if you choose the second option... Hey. The woman gave another wicked smile and said to Chu Hao. That is, trying to find the path to my research findings and wealth. Then all I can say is that you will experience many terrifying things, unknown enemies, and an unknown future. And all of this will torment your will, destroy your soul, and make you give up on this path. Even until your fall, you will never be able to glimpse these treasures of mine. As she spoke, the woman walked up to Chu Hao. The two sides, separated by countless voids and countless moments of time, finally met each other's gazes. What should you choose, little one? Upon hearing this, Chu Hao also revealed a ferocious expression. You bastard. Chu Hao had to admit that he really admired this guy. Both her research achievements and her wealth are things that people would envy. She essentially buried a huge treasure in a place that ordinary people could hardly touch, and clearly told the other party that only you have the blueprint for this treasure. Such temptation was simply irresistible to Chu Hao. He's truly like a devil, adept at bewitching people. Chu Hao was tempted by the other party's offer. The screen quickly went black. The other person's memory had ended. However, before it was completely over, a faint voice from the woman came through the darkness. By the way, although I hate to say this, I can guess that after you leave here, that little Bai Chen will definitely come after you and ask you about everything that happened here, and might even cause you trouble. She'll definitely be curious about what you gained here. After all, I still can't sever the karmic ties. Could you please tell her? Master, I lied to her. Compared to all sorts of ties, I am more obsessed with my research. This is my nature, an indelible part of my being. Sorry. Once you tell her all this, she might stop making things difficult for you and feel relieved. Thank you, stranger. The screen went black. Chu Hao returned to his own consciousness. In the next instant, he suddenly realized that the amount of his divine fire was increasing dramatically. He's ascended to godhood. Chapter 71 Chu Hao, the Abyss Overlord, is about to ascend to godhood. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire throughout Tianding University. Actually, there was no need to spread this news, because on the divine fire ranking, Chu Hao's number of divine fires had already skyrocketed to a terrifying number. It started at less than 10,000, then skyrocketed to 30,000, and now it's 40,000, 50,000. And this number is still skyrocketing. Call. Ha! Chu Hao closed his eyes and withdrew his thoughts. Then, he embedded his consciousness once again into the sea of his mind. But unlike when he first lit the divine fire, most of his sea of mind has now been illuminated. Countless rays of light shone upon the sea of his former soul. All of these lights belong to the divine fire, or divine power, that he has accumulated. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Hao took a deep breath and said with a sense of rapture. Is it finally starting? A process of sublimation of life? From the very beginning, Chu Hao's goal was to embark on the endless path of divinity, and now, he has truly touched the edge of that path. How could he not be excited? As Chu Hao expressed his feelings, the divine fires used to ignite the sea of his soul quickly gathered towards him. These warm, instinctively comforting divine flames surrounded him, leading him once again to the bottom of the endless abyss. The process of ascending to godhood takes place in the divine realm. This is both a coronation and a sublimation. The transformation of a world creator must be met with applause from the entire divine realm. At this moment, the bottom of the endless abyss is still no different from what Chu Hao had designed before. Pure darkness and desolation. No living creatures exist here. It's a truly deadly area yet. The beginning of everything. Chu Hao sat cross-legged at the bottom of the endless abyss and closed his eyes. As the divine fire gradually melted away in Chu Hao's eyes, more and more of his past memories appeared before him. That was the first time he injected the formula about the abyss into this world. That was the first time he created the creature of the endless abyss, the first fallen soul, the first fallen one. That was the first time he had witnessed the emergence and prosperity of creatures from the endless abyss. That's. Countless fragments of memories flooded into Chu Hao's eyes like a tidal wave. Then, more divine flames were dissolved by Chu Hao, turning into nourishment for his own sublimation. Chu Hao's soul, tempered by these dissolving divine flames, was refined until it reached a certain peak. His body, however, began to dissolve. But at the very moment Chu Hao's body dissolved, the endless abyss boiled. As it was devouring the assessment world, it immediately accelerated its devouring speed, swallowing everything from the other side into its belly. Even its black and red vortex shape is now spinning several times faster. Everything in the entire assessment world is rapidly crumbling. First, there is the core of this world, the illusory 7 rings that represent virtue. Under the corrosive influence of the endless abyss, it collapsed rapidly downwards at a speed visible to the naked eye until it shattered and fell into the dimension where the endless abyss itself was located. It will be reshaped in the embrace of the endless abyss. However, this time, the reshaped version will no longer be the embodiment of virtue, but rather desire, and the embodiment of original sin. Next, there are those 13 planets. As the ring of virtue collapsed, they too were instantly and utterly shattered by the capture of the endless abyss. Countless abyssal demons now stand on these shattered lands, cheering and celebrating their return. Meanwhile, some of the alien races who had not yet given up the fight looked with eyes filled with terror and despair towards the distant stars beyond. An endless abyss. That place will be the end of their journey, and also the beginning of their soul's downfall. There, their souls will be forever condemned. Layer upon layer of earth were drawn into the endless abyss. However, due to the extremely chaotic rules of the endless abyss, some of these shattered lands were allocated to other planes and became part of those planes, while others were reassembled in the endless abyss, ultimately adding a new layer to the endless abyss. Then, after the endless abyss absorbed this world, those terrifying black mists appeared at the bottom of the endless abyss. The endless black mist began to gradually replace Chu Hao's previous body. Chu Hao's body parts are decreasing, but the number of black mists is increasing. But throughout this process, Chu Hao's consciousness remained intact. However, this sense of completeness is gradually disappearing. These black mists continue to appear, and have even begun to appear in any plane of the endless abyss. This change caused a rare feeling of crowding to appear throughout the endless abyss. As Chu Hao's body began to be modified, more and more creatures from the endless abyss, including demons, began to lower their bodies towards the bottom of the endless abyss. They began to murmur and whisper, blessing the being at the bottom of the endless abyss, the being who created them, and the endless abyss in which they resided. That, the ruler of the endless abyss. At the very bottom of the endless abyss, amidst the endless black mist, a pair of eyes marked with a black and red vortex appeared. Those eyes silently observed everything before them. Host. Yom offered his blessings and prayers to the black mist, begging for its gaze. Host. Osiris and Zeke prayed to the black mist, asking this great being to grant them greater power. Host. Countless demons feared the black mist around them and prayed, hoping that it would bestow more favor upon them. Host. All the evil souls that have fallen into the endless abyss are praying to these black mists, begging them to satisfy more of their desires. Then, countless prayers and blessings were transmitted into the black mist. At this moment, these black mists represent the vessels of everyone's desires. After an unknown amount of time, the endless black mist finally began to dissipate. But at the same time, at the bottom of the endless abyss, a dark throne, filled with bones and flames, filled with chaos and madness, a throne that would terrify and drive mortals to madness even to ordinary creatures, is slowly emerging from the darkness. And atop the dark throne, Chu Hao's figure was gradually materialized by the black mist. A faint, almost imperceptible song began to appear around him, and throughout the entire endless abyss. This song represents the terrifying whispers of malice plotting. This song represents the joyful sound of desire fulfilled. This song represents the sinister laughter of evil thoughts born. This is a song that represents misfortune and destruction, a song that represents darkness and depravity, but it is also a song of the endless abyss. Then, amidst these songs, Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes. Black and red vortexes slowly swirled in his two eyes. I am Chu Hao. He remembered his name, and he also remembered another important thing. And it's also from this endless abyss. Dominate! A brand new pantheon and a brand new god were born in the deepest and darkest abyss. Chapter 72 The Ring of the Seven Deadly Sins and the embryo formed 2 days later. Chu Hao sat cross-legged in his dormitory room, while outside, a lively crowd was celebrating his graduation. But Chu Hao wasn't interested in that. He simply focused his thoughts on the endless abyss and examined his divine realm. At this moment, the chaotic and decadent endless abyss has changed in many ways. First, let's talk about how the system established the 7 deadly sins ring as a reward this time. Chu Hao was surprised to find that the reward given by the system this time was surprisingly strong. The outer layer of the black and red vortex that the endless abyss transformed into, after the 7 deadly sins rings were modified and finally completed by Chu Hao, slowly and continuously operated throughout the entire endless abyss. However, this is different from how the virtue ring previously operated when it was used to assess the world. The 7 deadly sins rings do not reinforce this world in any way. They are either the core of the abyss nor a necessary element in the abyss's creation. But at this moment, it is a new and important rule that can accelerate the growth of all creatures in the endless abyss. On the outer layer of the endless abyss, these terrifying rings, representing pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, are constantly corroding the minds of every creature in the endless abyss. The radiant light of desire it brings shines irregularly into the hearts of every creature in the endless abyss, constantly deepening their desires. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao, sitting on the dark throne, was observing the endless abyss with his divine sense. In the scene, an angry little devil smashes the head of another little devil who has been bullying him into a bloody pulp. However, this behavior did not lessen his anger in the slightest. Even the anger within it transformed into jealousy. It turned around and smashed another little devil that it had always been jealous of, devouring it alive. And then, each time this little devil acts out of desire, his strength gradually increases without him even realizing it. In fact, after some time, this little devil's strength had approached that of a 5th-stage primordial demon. And his behavior became even more insane. The rings of the 7 deadly sins, unknowingly, caused a little demon, whose bloodline was shackled, to break free from his destiny by satisfying his desires as much as possible. Moreover, Chu Hao observed that the degree of illumination that the 7 deadly sins ring gave to this little devil was only a negligible fraction of its total amount. Throughout the endless abyss, there are terrifyingly numerous demons whose power has increased rapidly due to the establishment of the 7 deadly sins ring. Every living being touched by the ring of the 7 deadly sins has their desires amplified by this thing, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Chu Hao looked at these images and said calmly, "And that's not all. The 7 deadly sins rings have another function, to cause the most powerful abyssal creatures to change their forms, thus giving birth to new demons and abyssal creatures." Chu Hao shifted his gaze, and suddenly, a vast, indescribable scene appeared before his eyes. A monster. A monster whose appearance, characteristics, or even form cannot be described in words is radiating its seductive message to countless twisted monsters in their embrace. Every abyssal creature attracted by its information, whether male, female, or asexual. Regardless of its race, whether it's a bewitching demon, a serpentine demon, or a leviathan. Regardless of its life form or whether it has a physical body, it will be hypnotized and walk towards it, then enter into a terrible, mindless carnival queue. They will do everything in their power to fight this monster during this carnival party. This monster, in this way, turned all beings that entered its domain into its slaves, its puppets, its food, and its source of power. Its appearance gradually changed from the shape of some sarcomas and pustules to a shape that cannot be accurately described, but which makes people feel extremely uneasy just by wanting to hear about it or sensing it. And so, it acquired its own abyss name in the endless abyss. Lactovia. Is lust the original sin manifested when it is aroused to its extreme? It seems they have noticed Chu Hao, the ruler of the endless abyss, and the gaze of the abyss's overlord. Lactovia immediately stopped the endless and outrageously distorted party around it, and bowed its body to Chu Hao, expressing its supreme respect for him. In Chu Hao's view, Lactovia was originally an ordinary abyssal plant, that is, a plant-like creature in the abyss, which had no powerful abilities other than being able to reproduce in large numbers. Yet this ordinary abyssal plant, after being struck by the ring of lust within the 7 deadly sins, evolved and grew into such a terrifying existence in a short period of time, a fact that even Chu Hao found astonishing. Not bad. Perhaps when you grow up, you will be in control of lust. After recognizing Lactovia's potential and expressing his satisfaction, Chu Hao shifted his focus away from the area. Not only Lactovia, but also a genuine monster caught Chu Hao's attention. A demon larva, or at least was once a demon larva, has now grown into a being far larger than a dragon under the influence of the 7 deadly sins. It roams through various planes every moment, devouring everything that can be called food. From abyssal creatures to primal demons, to stone, metal, and even air and acidic seawater. Its size is growing wildly every moment, and its strength is growing wildly just like its size. Chu Hao witnessed firsthand how legendary abyss native demon was reduced to a pile of minced meat within its hard maw, capable of devouring mountains. It also received a name from a creature of the abyss, Gratni. Translated from the abyssal language, it means, endless gluttons. Seeing Gratni so easily devour a legendary demon, Chu Hao was quite speechless. Gratni will forever feel an agonizing hunger, consumed by her gluttonous desires. This feeling of hunger can never be eliminated. It will not evolve into any kind of demon, it will only remain like this, devouring everything until the abyss ends. However, compared to the immense power of the 7 deadly sins rings, what Chu Hao was most concerned about was the consequences of the battle in the abyss during the trial world. The nascent stages of civilization and the hierarchy of demons. Indeed, in the endless abyss where chaos was so profound that even concepts could not be accurately defined, the rudiments of civilization, like a possibility born from the impossible, stubbornly appeared in the endless abyss. As a result, demons inadvertently gave birth to beings with bloodlines similar to their true names, and to an extremely cruel hierarchy among them. Those ignorant and violent demons, along with Chu Hao's ascension to godhood, actually gained the so-called power of true names. Chapter 73: The Flame of Civilization in the Abyss. In the Abyss. Will civilizations exist? Or rather, are there really civilizations capable of adapting to the environment of the abyss? In Chu Hao's understanding, civilization should exist in the endless abyss, at least. Those beings who have fallen into this world will bring the seeds of civilization from their original world to this filthy and corrupt world when they fall, and then let them sprout and grow. Secondly, it is possible for civilizations to emerge within the extremely chaotic rules of the endless abyss. After all, chaos itself represents the unknown. It cannot be completely affirmed, nor can it be completely denied. But at this moment, Chu Hao already knew the answer. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao sat on the dark throne, looking out over the vast abyss and observing the daily routines of some of the abyssal creatures. In a deep abyss plain formed from fragments of an elf planet, and some fragments of the dwarf world. Clang! Clang! Countless hammering sounds came from the depths of a canyon, and the owners of these sounds were the thin, dwarfs wielding iron hammers. These dwarves were all lucky ones, who survived when their world was dragged into the abyss. But unfortunately, those who eked out a living did not gain freedom after surviving. Instead, they will be met with terrible enslavement and torture. Cough, cough, cough. A dwarf in shackles coughed up a lot of blood because of the harsh air in the endless abyss. But the next second, smack! Abyssal language, get to work! With the crack of a whip, a rapidly expanding welt appeared on the dwarf's back. And looking along the whip, a dwarf with bloodshot eyes and a dark, malevolent face was wielding a thick whip, mercilessly lashing out at all his fellow countrymen who dared to slack off. Dwarven language, today, you must forge 40 sets of qualified armor and 100 qualified weapons. Otherwise, I'll randomly pick 10 people and throw them into that mud pit teeming with man-eating worms. At that time, he will be subjected to the torture of being devoured alive while fully conscious. Upon hearing the words of the dwarf with scarlet eyes, the other dwarves immediately quickened their pace, frantically striking the metal in front of them in hopes of avoiding being hit. Because they had already witnessed the fate of the dwarves who were chosen and thrown into the mud. The shattered bones of each of them were hung in the air above this canyon. In abyssal language, my lord, they have increased their speed. I promise I will make them obey. After doing all this, the dwarf with scarlet eyes immediately turned around and spoke to a legendary demon whose body was covered in countless twisted steel armors, with dozens of arms growing out of his body and wielding all kinds of weapons. When he talked about these things, he showed no shame whatsoever, not even a shred of sympathy. This is because he knows that he, who has completely fallen, will have to serve this powerful being before him for the rest of his life. This. A powerful and legendary demon who ruled over half of the plane. Upon hearing this, the legendary demon, shrouded in its iron cage-like helmet, uttered indistinct abyssal language. Quickly, weapons, attack, or the slaves die! That's right, this legendary demon actually enslaved tens of thousands of surviving dwarves, using them as his weapon forgers. These dwarves, meanwhile, could work day and night to forge armor, providing the legendary demon's servants with a vast array of armor and weapons to facilitate their conquest of more territory, and the plunder of more resources. Unbeknownst to many, this form of enslavement began to spread throughout the entire endless abyss. Those alien races who once possessed technology and knowledge, after being captured by demons, would contribute their knowledge and skills to serve the demons in order to survive. This kind of cooperation ultimately formed a distorted, but still viable, civilization system. Many demons began to acquire knowledge and learn tactics. Their slaves, blessed by the demons, gained some of the ability to survive in the abyss. This applies not only to dwarves, but also to gnomes, nidals, and a large number of other humanoid races. Their existence led to the emergence of primitive, but surviving, settlements in the endless abyss. These settlements will, over time, gradually become part of the abyss. Furthermore, among these alien races, some special variants have emerged, some races that can survive in the abyss without relying on demons. For example, the drow elves who fell from grace. These special beings, rapidly adapting to the distorted and chaotic environment of the abyss, are surviving in a considerable number of abyssal planes at a visible rate. Although their forms and appearances are still chaotic, a female drow elf named Rose seems to be consolidating the power of her race, and she looks quite ambitious. Although they were just sparks, this proves that civilization can arise in the endless abyss. Their appearance will greatly enrich the strength and capabilities of the endless abyss. Chu Hao shifted his gaze to the distance. At this very moment, a new demon with the strength of a 10th stage is advancing to become a legendary demon. As it successfully transformed its sea of souls, at that very moment, established a subtle connection with Chu Hao and the core of the endless abyss. Then, a barely perceptible wisp of abyssal bloodline was injected into his soul, helping it gain new abilities. However, this action was not proactive, but rather reactive. In the previous great battle, a large number of primal demons with great potential perished in the endless abyss. They mostly died in that war against the assessment world, falling on one terrible battlefield after another. Although these primordial demons have perished, their bloodline has survived. And these bloodlines are preserved in the endless abyss. After Chu Hao successfully ascended to godhood and became a lower-level god, the endless abyss gained many more abilities. One of its abilities is to use a small amount of divine power to inject the bloodline of powerful demons into the soul of every demon that advances to the legendary level, helping them to continue to grow stronger. Moreover, the key point is that each demon can advance multiple times, thereby gaining multiple bloodline abilities. With these changes, the types of demons are becoming increasingly difficult to define. However, these newly ascended legends are far, far stronger than the legendary demons of the past, and the demons at the pinnacle of legend. Moreover, the number and level of true names also determine the status of each demon in the abyss. The more true names a demon possesses, the more stable its power becomes. Although the system is not yet perfect, the hierarchy of demons seems to have been truly established. Such power is collectively referred to as the demon's true name. While the power of a true name is not as uniquely powerful as that of an authority, it is a diverse and multifaceted phenomenon. Even Chu Hao didn't know what kind of demons these demons' true names would eventually give birth to. However, after seeing all this, Chu Hao felt relieved. It can be said that the abyss's gains this time are enormous, both in terms of resources and strength. However, next I need to. Chu Hao closed his eyes and began to invoke his system. System, verify this formula. A formula, perfected by Chu Hao, was injected into it. Chapter 74 Destiny. Chu Hao closed his eyes and began to summon his system. System, verify the result of this formula. After saying that, Chu Hao typed in a formula. Soon, the system's conclusion about the formula appeared before Chu Hao's eyes. Formula, incorrect. Chu Hao's conjecture about the later formula was incorrect. As expected, I cannot add anything to this formula. Chu Hao slapped his forehead in frustration and said helplessly. Try entering the original formula again. Chu Hao input the formula he had previously used. This time, the system gave a different prompt. The formula structure is correct, but its completeness is severely lacking. Unable to confirm that the formula is usable. Incomplete. And most importantly, the formula structure is correct. After leaving the assessment world that day, Chu Hao had been thinking about this formula. To be honest, the existence that buried his memories in the assessment world truly terrified Chu Hao. This person not only knew many of the terrifying secrets of the supreme gods, but her research findings on the divine realm, divine fire, and the sea of the mind also truly made Chu Hao realize the terrifying level she was at. This is terrifying. After Chu Hao emerged from the assessment world, after being summoned to Bai Chen's office and learning part of the truth, he became even more terrifying. One day ago. Chu Hao, hello. Chu Hao walked into Bai Chen's office and sat down opposite Bai Chen. As soon as he stepped into the office, he felt a sense of oppression. This sense of oppression became even clearer after he became a lower-ranking god. It's like the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. But the more you understand the other party's strength, the more you realize how terrifying they are. Madam Principal. Chu Hao nodded and said in a humble yet assertive manner. What do you need me for? Although he had guessed that Principal Bai Chen would ask him to learn about the assessment world, Chu Hao still hated the current situation. He was targeted by the first substitute of the sequence god, an existence infinitely close to the level of a god. This feeling is no different from being locked up with lions in a zoo. I called you here for no other reason than to know. Bai Chen's eyes sparkled. In her eyes, a star radiates light, while a black hole attracts everything, much like the ultimate law of the world. What did she, my master, leave behind in the assessment world? What did she leave behind? Bai Chen said somewhat anxiously, but before Chu Hao could speak, she continued to add. No, I won't pry into anything she left behind. What I really want to know is whether she left any messages for me. Seemingly sensing Chu Hao's surprise, Bai Chen regained his composure and said calmly. Don't worry. I've long since lost interest in the wealth she left behind. As he spoke, Bai Chen showed Chu Hao his divine realm world from behind his back. 1. A super divine realm world with terrifying power and boundless expanse. The size of this divine realm far exceeds the imagination of mortals. As soon as this world appeared, Chu Hao immediately felt that his breathing was somewhat difficult, but at the same time, the endless abyss in his sea of mind seemed to sense something. In an instant, a black and red vortex world appeared behind Chu Hao. Chu Hao didn't speak, he remained silent. However, Bai Chen's expression changed repeatedly. It was obvious that the endless abyss before her was far more powerful than when she had observed it before. In short, I can guess that what she left behind was not just those insignificant divine flames. Hearing this, Chu Hao finally spoke. Your master asked me to tell you, Chu Hao said seriously, while Bai Chen stared blankly at Chu Hao. She's sorry it lied to you. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chen's face paled considerably. Compared to all sorts of entanglements, she was more obsessed with her research. It was her nature, it was her. An indelible nature. Hearing this, Bai Chen lowered his head. As expected, that guy lied to me. All that talk about the ultimate laws of the world, the differences between high-dimensional and low-dimensional worlds, it was all lies. She always told me that as long as I could understand the rules of higher and lower dimensions, I could help her solve her puzzle. All of this. It's all a lie. She closed her eyes in pain and said to Chu Hao. Chu Hao, do you know who my master is? Chu Hao shook his head. To be honest, he still didn't know the other person's name, appearance, or identity. The other party is like a mystery. The only thing that the public knows about is that this guy seems to be the creator of angels in the heavenly mountain. This woman, obsessed with formulas, seemed to have been erased from existence, her name deliberately wiped from the entire world. Seeing Chu Hao shake his head, Bai Chen gave a wry smile. She picked up a book from her desk and handed it to Chu Hao. That guy is a complete madman, but also an exceptionally intelligent genius. Throughout her life, she participated in the design of numerous divine realm worlds. She single-handedly designed the prototype of the angels on Heaven Mountain, and also designed the divine realm world model of the secret realm, which is the assessment world. Not only that, she also researched a large number of special rules to improve various divine realms, from the orbits of star gods to the improvement of the river Styx in the realm of death, and then. However, this dazzling woman went completely insane in her final moments before disappearing. She believes. Bai Chen's voice, like a demon, entered Chu Hao's ears. Above our heads there is a pair of giant hands, an invisible pair of giant hands, manipulating everything in this world. Including the sequence gods, everyone is a pawn of fate. The written title, 13 Perfected Theories of the Divine Realm World. Such outrageous remarks naturally aroused the resentment of many people. Although my master, Ms. Mora, established this school that I have always protected in order to continue her research, her remarks and her despicable thuggish behavior still angered many beings, including the Supreme God. So, after she disappeared, all traces of her were deliberately erased. Her reputation, her creations, her contributions, except for this school, were all wiped out. Nobody knows why she said that. And so, driven by madness, she vanished during an exploration of the misty realm, never to return. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself. Wait, the realm of mist? That's where she disappeared last? But Moira's memories tell me that she placed all her wealth and research in the chaotic Dead Sea. These are two completely different areas, and in completely different directions. Why is that? Before Chu Hao could figure out the problem, Bai Chen waved his hand and said to Chu Hao. Okay, I already know the message she left for me. You can leave now, Chu Hao, and... Bai Chen covered his face in pain and said to Chu Hao. Thank you. At this moment, Chu Hao sighed and let go of his previous memories. Sigh, this guy named Moira is really something else. The new mysteries surrounding her alone are enough to give me a headache, not to mention her research. Sigh, but anyway, since I've decided to find the formula for the infinite world, I don't need to think about it so much anymore. I'll just gather clues little by little. However, Chu Hao looked up, listened to the noise outside the dormitory, glanced at the certificates on his desk, and slowly smiled. Now I should leave here. There are still many secrets to be revealed in this world, and Chu Hao's own destiny is something he must explore for himself. A new adventure is about to begin. Note 1. Moira is the name of the Greek goddess of fate. I felt that this name was very suitable for the characteristics of this character, so I named him accordingly. Chapter 75 A New World. Chu Hao left the dormitory. The dormitory was almost completely deserted. Outside the dormitory, there was a huge crowd. However, most of them headed towards the square of Tianding University, while Chu Hao walked outwards, making him stand out from the ordinary people. There, on the square of Tianding University, the university's vice president, Wang Ji, was delivering the last speech the graduates would hear at the university. Wang Ji seemed exceptionally happy today. This is because the amount of research completed this time was much higher than in the past, and secondly, Principal Bai Chen had a chat with him yesterday. Clearly, this powerful and beautiful woman has finally let go of her obsession, stopped her seemingly endless low-dimensional research, and resumed inspecting the school's teaching. Furthermore, she stated that she would allocate additional resources to create a new assessment world for the students of this school. A new world designed by Bai Chen himself, an even stronger test world than the previous one. Dear students. Wang Ji stood in the square, looking at the graduates before him, explaining their future life plans to them. Suddenly, he noticed a figure out of the corner of his eye. That's Chu Hao. He was walking at the edge of the square, heading towards the entrance. Before leaving the school, Chu Hao looked back and glanced at Wang Ji, who was standing in the square. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Ji, in turn, returned the greeting with a nod. In short, in the second academic year, we will reopen the so-called World Simulation Invasion test and rebuild that powerful assessment world as your ultimate goal. Some might ask, why set such a difficult final assessment? Why set such a vague and almost impossible goal for us to pursue? Because Wang Ji repeated what Chu Hao had told him. The mountain is right there. Chu Hao walked out of the school gate, and outside was a new world. No one at Tianding University knew where Chu Hao went, or what he did after graduation. He vanished without a trace, like a ghost. The long years and the busyness after graduation caused almost everyone to forget his name, to forget the guy who was the first at Tianding University to successfully complete the fourth assessment. Several years later, when the major event personally initiated by Chu Hao arrived, almost everyone remembered his name at the same time. A few months later, within the Misty Realm, in a secret realm that has never been breached. Monsters, the monsters that signify the coming of the end are attacking. A legendary, peak-level alien warrior stumbled into his king's palace. In the midst of this run, his terror nearly shattered the magnificent, dazzling diamond gates of the palace. However, in such an apocalyptic moment, not many people would blame him for his recklessness. Because it wasn't just him, almost everyone inside the palace behaved the same way. Fear and anxiety were rapidly spreading in their hearts. Everyone's expression was one of utter despair. Every now and then, people would look up, their hearts filled with complex emotions, gazing at the distant sky where the reflections and swirling. A black and red vortex. Your Majesty, those terrifying, twisted monsters are about to reach this area. You should leave. The alien warrior walked into the palace hall and addressed the king he served. At the far end of the palace, on a throne made of gold and jewels, sat a taciturn king. Perhaps due to days of sorrow, the king now wore a pained expression. Your Majesty, the 3 legions we deployed at the front have been completely annihilated, and the alien warriors recounted painful events that had occurred on the front lines. Despite this secret world, it has been subjected to invasions from the outside world for countless years. Each time, they were able to drive those greedy enemies out of their homes by virtue of the strength of their own world. But this time is different. This time, they are facing a group of truly monstrous beings, twisted to the extreme, devoid of reason, compassion, and emotion. They have bizarre and indescribable forms, thousands of terrifying abilities, and a twisted aura of despair that any normal creature would feel simply by getting close to them. They are not creatures that could be born in the normal world. The home that breeds these monsters must be a chaotic, twisted, and suffocatingly terrifying place. However, just as the alien warriors were using all their vicious words to describe the horrors of those monsters to the king. Ugh! Ouch! Suddenly, the king let out a painful groan, followed by a large pool of black blood gushing from his mouth. His Majesty! Unaware of what had happened, the alien warriors rushed forward to check on the king's condition. However, as soon as he got close to the other person, he strangely smelled, from the protruding blood. Poison? The smell of toxins. It's you? Why? The alien warrior looked incredulously into a corner of the palace. From the shadows within the palace, the king's eldest son, His Highness the Prince, emerged with a sinister smile. However, the moment he appeared, the alien warrior felt a chill run down his spine. Because at this time, the king's eldest son had grown terrifying curved horns that looked exactly like those of the monsters outside. And his eyes turned a scarlet red, just like the monsters. For no reason, simply because I successfully used a small ritual to communicate with the great will of that world, and they gave me a promise. A look of greed and madness appeared in the prince's eyes. What promise? The alien warrior glared fiercely at the prince, and said through gritted teeth. He was ready to kill this damned Kingslayer right here. As a legend, he could easily snap someone's neck, and no matter how they tried to escape, it was all in vain. But the prince simply smiled and walked to the empty throne, speaking to the foreigner. They promised that I could become the next king and continue to rule this corrupt and decadent kingdom. Upon hearing this, the alien warrior holding the king's corpse burst into laughter. Haha, you've really gone completely insane. Our world will die completely. Whose king will you become, and who will be willing to continue to be ruled by you? The prince gave a meaningful smile and pointed to the palace gates. He, she, and them. Boom! The palace gates collapsed with a crash. The alien warrior's pupils dilated sharply. Group. Like the prince, the corrupted warriors, wielding all sorts of weapons, appeared outside the collapsed gate. Behind them were one after another powerful and suffocating primal demons. And in the sky above the palace, at the center of the slowly rotating black and red vortex, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness were watching everything before them with utter indifference. It is about to. It will devour this secret world, corrupting and turning everything here into part of its territory. Chapter 76 The Devil's Promise. The true form of the endless abyss slowly descended into this area of the secret realm. As its corrupting pull, like a black hole, gradually takes effect on this secret world. Everything in this world began to rapidly change towards the lower dimension where the endless abyss was located. The once fertile soil was gradually trampled into a dark, filthy land by the iron hooves of demons. The once gentle and peaceful ocean was gradually corroded by the endless abyss, turning into a foul-smelling swamp. Even the air in this world has begun to smell of sulfur. The most terrifying thing is that before the true form of the endless abyss even descended, ordinary beings and alien races throughout the world had already fallen into depravity, and become the lackeys and slaves of the demons. The whole world has fallen. However, someone who is still dreaming of remaining king in the endless abyss will despairingly discover. The object of his prayer was not the will of some endless abyss. After using dozens of people as blood sacrifice materials, what he prayed for and communicated with was nothing more than a powerful abyssal demon. This devil, using his greed and ambition, packaged a complete lie as the king's dream. At this moment, this fallen prince is facing his end. Oh, evil eye, you promised me that you would let me continue to rule over my people, to rule over their souls, and to stand above them. On the eve of the palace's fall, inside the palace, a demon whose body was covered with all sorts of twisted eyes looked at the new true name that had just awakened in the sea of his mind and revealed a playful smile. He opened his foul-smelling mouth, revealing a tongue covered in twisted larvae, and spoke to the screaming, little, alien in his hand. Oh, I almost forgot, I promised you I would make you king, right? Yes. You promised me. The fallen prince screamed as he tried to pry open the other's iron hand. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength had already exceeded his expectations. The awakening of the three true names has brought this demon close to becoming a legendary demigod. If it had any power to wield, this demon covered in twisted eyes would probably have become a genuine mythical creature long ago. Haha. This horrible demon laughed evilly. It's just a small, humble thing. It's just a request, I'll grant it right away. Hearing this, the fallen prince's expression softened somewhat, but the next instant, he regretted it. Because its head, along with its spine, was bitten off and swallowed by this terrible demon. Then, as it chewed, a pair of terrified eyes suddenly grew out from the top of the demon's head. And these eyes are exactly the same as those of that fallen prince. Those eyes stared in terror at everything around them. All the eyes around it, like its own, held fear, confusion, and regret. At this moment, the poor prince learned a terrible truth. His soul, along with his eyes, would be sealed forever into the body of this demon who was skilled at manipulating souls. Forever. And the other party did indeed keep their promise. Now, your majesty, you will forever rule over all the eyes on my body, and you will forever stand above them, even. Ha ha ha, my head! It was just achieved in an extremely cruel way. Such cruel little episodes are now happening everywhere in this corrupt world, and are not a phenomenon unique to this demon. In this corrupt world, demons are using all sorts of methods to hunt down their slaves, thereby expanding their power and strengthening their forces. These cunning demons, after conquering world after world following in the footsteps of the abyss, gradually began to reveal their inherent nature. That is, by stimulating the deepest desires of the other person's heart from a great distance, you lure these poor little guys into direct depravity. However, besides having some fun, for themselves, they do this to make conquering the endless abyss much easier. The creatures in the invaded world will always fall into the devil's trap because of all kinds of desires. However, the tragic fate of these creatures does not arouse any interest from the ruler of the endless abyss. He has more important things to do right now. As this world crumbled, its core gradually came to light. Then, Chu Hao absorbed this fragment of the world's core so that he could further enhance the power of the endless abyss in the future. Chu Hao himself let out a slow breath after seeing this scene. It's finally over. The seventh secret realm world to be destroyed, or rather, devoured. For the past few months, Chu Hao has been exploring this area called the Realm of Mist, constantly using the endless abyss to conquer one world after another within this secret realm. The one that just fell and was dragged into the endless abyss is already the seventh one. Chu Hao raised his head and looked at the world crystal walls that appeared one after another in the mist, revealing a helpless expression. I must say, the real world war far exceeded my imagination. Every world within this secret realm possesses strength far exceeding that of an ordinary graduate from Tianding University. No wonder. Chu Hao suddenly understood an important principle. No wonder people in this world give such high status to those from extraordinary divine realms. Chu Hao also understood another principle, that is, why Tianding University's assessment was conducted in an intrusive manner to train the students' abilities. It turns out that, in the process of exploring the secret realms, ordinary people find it difficult to conquer these worlds on their own. These secret realms are filled with powerful alien races, unknown mythical creatures, and unimaginable and extremely mysterious world rules. In the ordinary world, and among the creatures of the ordinary world, there is absolutely no chance of victory in a war against the other side. Only the extraordinary world, and the powerful beings born in the extraordinary world, are truly qualified to survive these world wars. Thinking of this, Chu Hao sighed. Then, in the void shrouded in mist, he began to retreat step by step using his divine fire mark. As he retreated, the areas he had already explored began to gradually close off under the influence of the fog. After retreating, Chu Hao returned to the world he knew. However, he didn't have time to rest and went directly to a building outside the area. The sign outside the building reads in standard English: Exchange. A place for trading everything from world rules and special species to the blood of mythical creatures, resources, the world core, and so on. Chapter 77: Resources and Trading. Chu Hao pushed open the door of the exchange and walked straight inside. Upon entering, a trader, dressed in glamorous attire, immediately approached. Each of these traders wore a polite smile. When they saw Chu Hao walk in, they immediately went up to him and said something. Hello sir, what would you like to trade? Are you selling or buying? We currently have a large amount of world resources available for purchase, including many world rules, special species, and the blood of various mythical creatures. However, if you want a world core, we are currently short of it, and the price will be extremely high, the trader said with a smile. But if you're prepared to sell any extra world cores you have, you might be more satisfied with the price we offer. Chu Hao fell silent for a moment after hearing this. The core of the world, one of the most expensive resources in the world. Apart from the one world core that each person can receive for free during their university years, all other world cores basically need to be obtained through trading. Of course, those with the strength can also choose to go to various secret realms, destroy the worlds inside, and extract the core of the world without intending to capture it. However, both of these methods are very expensive. One is that the price is high, and the other is that the cost is high. An invasion war that destroys a small world requires a large number of soldiers from the divine realm, and each soldier is a precious resource. Furthermore, those who wish to do so must risk having their divine realm invaded in return. After all, no one can guarantee 100% that their divine realm is invincible. Within those terrifying secret realms, there are often individual secret worlds whose strength surpasses the imagination of mortals. I plan to sell some of my items first, and then buy some supplies and other special items. After saying that, Chu Hao gathered a wisp of divine fire and materialized dozens of world rules. These dozens of rules were all plundered by Chu Hao from those destroyed secret realms. However, many of these dozens of rules are similar to some of the rules in the Endless Abyss, which is why Chu Hao chose to sell them. However, it is worth mentioning that all of these rules are wild rules that do not exist in this world. Ordinary, well-known rules are worthless. Only the wild rules in those secret areas are worth studying. However, the moment Chu Hao's divine fire appeared, the trader's eyes lit up. A genuine lower-level deity! Although there are quite a few lower-level gods in this world. However, it is indeed rare to see a lower-level god as young as Chu Hao. But When Chu Hao presented dozens of world rules, the traders' expressions immediately changed. Not only them, but also other passers-by who looked over showed expressions of disbelief. How could there be so many? How is this possible? Did he destroy 3 or 4 secret realms all by himself? Logically speaking, once a secret realm is destroyed, it can usually be used for trade, and there are only about 10 valuable world rules. Moreover, such a number of rules is usually divided among 2 or 3 people. It's impossible for one person to produce so many. That's why the traders were so shocked when Chu Hao presented these dozens of rules in one go. What's wrong? Chu Hao frowned slightly as he looked at the dumbfounded traders in front of him. Shouldn't we take it for testing first? The rules of the world need to be verified before a transaction can take place. After all, this is to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation. Even gods, when they're betraying each other, will never show mercy. Ah, yes! One of the traders realized what was happening and immediately took the world rules from Chu Hao's hands, saying something to Chu Hao. Sir, please wait a moment, we'll get it appraised for you right away. Please proceed to the trading area to select the resources and items you wish to trade. Hearing this, Chu Hao nodded and headed towards the trading area the other party pointed out. Once you enter the trading area, it becomes much more lively. However, Chu Hao simply shook his head and silently walked towards the nearby trading window. I purchase world resources. Chu Hao didn't waste any words and directly stated his requirements. Upon hearing this, the trader in the trading window brought out a huge nebula. This enormous, bright nebula contains countless dark spots. In fact, these black spots are actually chaotic continents that are comparable in size to the ordinary world. Every native continent contains a large amount of elemental properties that are not related to any element. It can be said that these continents, once injected into any world, can be transformed into a new dimension, or into massive resources for world wars. Although the world core can be converted into world resources, it is still too wasteful. After all, transforming the world's core into rules or enhancing the world's potential are far more cost-effective than simply piling on resources. How much do you need? At this moment, the world rules in Chu Hao's exchange account have been converted into trading points. Chu Hao raised his head and uttered a terrifying number. 100 continents. Okay, I'll get right away. The trader smiled, preparing to extract the world's resources from the nebula, but the next second, her smile froze. You mean 100? Chu Hao said calmly. That's right, 100 yuan. Such a quantity of world resources. Is he trying to destroy his own world? The ordinary world simply cannot contain so many world resources. These are massive continents. The trader thought so. However, what she didn't know was that Chu Hao could actually consume so many resources. Moreover, the reason Chu Hao ended his exploration of the secret realm was because he desperately needed these resources at that moment. It wasn't that he wanted it, but rather the terrifying, low-dimensional world of the endless abyss. They are desperately thirsting for resources. At this moment, the endless abyss had undergone an incredibly terrifying transformation over the past few months. It's unclear when it started, but as the abyss hatching pool began its incubation activities in preparation for war, the resources within the endless abyss gradually became unable to keep up with the rate of consumption within the entire abyss. If that were all, Chu Hao wouldn't have needed to worry, since he could slow down the hatching rate of the incubation pool. But at this moment, the entire endless abyss has gradually transformed into an insatiable, ravenous beast. Its growth rate is nearing out of control. And Chu Hao thus discovered that the endless abyss seemed to have a huge flaw. Chapter 78: The Endless Abyss of a Dimension in a State of Idealism. This is a special type of world, existing in a low-dimensional, chaotic world. Since it was designed by Chu Hao, it has exhibited many special attributes that are not found in other, ordered worlds. For example, the ordinary rules in the entire endless abyss all follow the dominance of the rules of extreme chaos, instinctively distorting their own rule characteristics. This will result in many rules having completely different characteristics in different planes. Let's take the simplest rule of gravity as an example. In many planes, the magnitude of gravity is no different from that in other ordinary worlds. However, in certain special planes of existence, gravity behaves differently. There are some differences. In some dimensions, gravity is pitifully low, or even non-existent. In some dimensions, gravity is so strong that it can crush everything. Of course, besides the differences in rules, the endless abyss has many unique characteristics, such as the instability of the environment, and the ever-changing energy conversion formula. For example, the most important feature is the unlimited upper limit. In Chu Hao's tests, it seemed that there was no so-called upper limit to the entire endless abyss. No matter how much stuff pours into the endless abyss seems to be able to contain it all. Whether it's resources, rules, race, or anything else. However, aside from all of these, what truly shocked Chu Hao the most was the complete idealism of certain planes within the endless abyss. It is worth mentioning that the term idealism here is not used to refer to the close relationship between thought and existence. It's not that kind of low-level question. You drink water, the water enters your body's circulation, so is your body still the same as before? Are you still yourself? The idealism here refers to a kind of. It seems to be completely independent of matter, but it can indeed affect a state of matter. No. Chu Hao couldn't be entirely certain whether the basis for the influence of matter in those planes was actually affected by the state. Even Chu Hao himself was somewhat unsure whether matter still existed in those idealized planes. If matter exists, what is its state in those planes? Moreover, what exactly is the state of these beings in the idealistic plane? Could the demons have transformed into another life form in that plane? These are all the answers that Chu Hao needs to know right now. Although he had cast his gaze upon those planes several times, Chu Hao himself could not discern anything from the bizarre and wondrous scenes within those idealistic planes. Thinking of this, Chu Hao sighed. The thought of those different planes gave Chu Hao a headache. It was only after Chu Hao truly came into contact with these special, idealistic planes, that he realized that the endless abyss seemed to have some kind of huge flaw. Chu Hao merged the 100 world resource continents he had acquired from the trader into the endless abyss. Then, countless star-like points, like pebbles poured into the sea, were quickly absorbed by the endless abyss, which was swirling with black and red light, creating small ripples. The entire endless abyss is devouring the resources of this entire 100 continents with incomparably greedy attitude. In no time, this long-starved endless abyss swallowed up all the resources that were enough to burst most of the divine realm. Not even a burp appeared. The terrifying sight left the female trader completely stunned. This. Chu Hao said nothing, but calmly left the window and found the rest area, where he began to check the condition of the endless abyss. These 100 continents have now been completely integrated into the endless abyss. Many continents were directly drawn by the deadly attraction of the endless abyss, becoming newly emerging endless abyss planes. These planes, nourished by the endless abyss, will soon give rise to life and their own environments. Many more continents were utterly shattered by the chaotic rules of the endless abyss, and then randomly assigned to various pre-built planes, serving as nourishment for those planes. A small portion of the planes were selected by Chu Hao himself, and sent directly into the abyss corruption pool to replenish the resources previously consumed by the abyss's war engine. At the same time, it also allowed the abyss hatching pool to hatch enough lesser demons to be sent to various planes. But this is not the end. What truly caught Chu Hao's attention were the resource continents that had been sent into the idealistic plane. Each resource continent that merges into the endless abyss will slightly increase the size of the endless abyss. Although the increase in size of each continent is negligible, such an increase in size is indeed real. But all the resource continents that were integrated into the idealistic plane by the endless abyss did not give any feedback to the endless abyss. The infinite volume neither increased nor decreased as a result. It was as if those continents, comparable to small worlds, had vanished into the endless abyss. This made Chu Hao frown. Is it like this again? This has happened more than once or twice. Every time a new world falls into the endless abyss, a portion of its resources vanishes into these planes without a trace, leaving no trace. If it were just a few small resources, Chu Hao wouldn't have gone to such lengths for them. However, this resource consumption has become increasingly large as these few idealistic planes have grown, to the point that even Chu Hao himself cannot ignore it. So many resources, originally. During this supply mission, they acquired 7 or 8 complete resource continents. Never mind. Chu Hao shook his head and merged his thoughts into the endless abyss. Since I have this break, I should go and see these realms of idealism for myself. Since graduating from Tianding University, Chu Hao has been exploring various secret realms and has never had time to manage these idealistic planes. But this time, having finally found the time to resupply, he decided to put aside all other trivial matters and personally venture into the endless abyss to explore those idealistic planes. With a thought, Chu Hao arrived in one of the planes. Only mist? As soon as Chu Hao arrived in this plane of idealism, he was completely surrounded by mist. The color of this fog is not white, not brown, nor any common color. On the contrary, it is the color that represents shadow. And their area is infinite. Chapter 79 Shadows and Mist. Chu Hao frowned slightly upon seeing this scene before him. He only discovered this after he arrived in this dimension. This entire plane is filled with these shadowy mists. No, that's not entirely accurate. To be precise, these mists are the entire plane. Apart from this shadowy mist, this plane is completely empty. This is a world composed entirely of shadowy mist. The mist is the entire world. But how exactly do these mists consume those resources? The fog has very poor light transmission. Chu Hao attempted to summon some light, commonly found in the abyss, to this plane. But I don't know why. The range of these lights was much smaller than that of other planes in the abyss. Let alone illuminating the entire world, even a range of a few dozen meters is the limit of these lights. Although he realized that these mists were the world itself, Chu Hao still didn't quite understand many things about this place. After all, this was the first time he had ever studied a truly idealistic plane. Many things needed to be used for experimentation. Alright, let's try it out first and see if different types of creatures are hidden in the midst of this world. Chu Hao closed his eyes, then opened them again. This time, his black pupils transformed into a black and red vortex shape. In this way, he can more easily see every detail in the endless abyss, and of course, everything in this plane is the same. Chu Hao glanced at this plane of existence, but seemed somewhat puzzled. It has life. But... Suddenly, Chu Hao stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Then, it grabbed a twisted monster that was half an indescribable insect and half a leech. This insect looks extremely ferocious, but it doesn't fit the structure of this world at all. Because it appears to be a species that requires land or ocean to survive. Moreover, this insect is very unintelligent and cannot comprehend the existence of Chu Hao, the creator. But due to instinctive fear, it immediately screamed in Chu Hao's hand. A terrifying scream, almost capable of destroying the sanity of ordinary people, instantly appeared in Chu Hao's hand and resounded throughout the entire misty dimension. However, Chu Hao was unaffected. After all, he was the creator of the entire endless abyss, and such an inferior creation could not possibly have any effect on him. But the next second, something unexpected happened to Chu Hao. The insect actually disappeared, right in Chu Hao's hand. It actually dissipated and became the same fog as the surrounding environment. Its body was actually made of mist. But how is this possible? Chu Hao was surprised by what he saw. Is it not this insect that is alive, but these mists? Thinking of this, Chu Hao immediately raised his hand, sweeping more of the creatures he sensed towards his side. In an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of bizarre insects, monsters, and all sorts of indescribable beings immediately appeared around Chu Hao, screaming. These monsters, indescribable in words and language each one. All of this inexplicably made Chu Hao feel a sense of unease. Moreover, all of these monsters screamed when they got close to Chu Hao. After they finish screaming, they dissipate into a shadowy mist that blends in with the surrounding area. But this is enough to prove that these mysteries are alive. Although it has no reason, no wisdom, and no organs. But in this world, in such a purely idealistic state, it is alive. Most importantly, these beings transformed from the mist were all life forms that Chu Hao despised. Although their strength was so weak that they were a joke in Chu Hao's eyes, they were indeed the life forms that Chu Hao hated and feared the most. This misty world is reflecting Chu Hao's fear. Although Chu Hao's strength was so great that it made all life in the endless abyss tremble, even so, this special, idealistic plane could still glimpse a corner of Chu Hao's heart and some of his thoughts. Such an ability is something that none of the abyssal creatures and demons in the endless abyss possess. No abyssal creature, including demons, no matter how powerful, can fathom Chu Hao's thoughts, let alone to take it to an extreme. These monsters didn't even dare to peek into Chu Hao's inner thoughts. Could it be that the sole purpose of this shadowy fog is to manifest the things that each person fears most deeply? Unexpectedly, Chu Hao was neither angry that these mists dared to peer into his heart, nor was he confused by the characteristics of these mists. At that moment, his only thought was to satisfy his curiosity. To satisfy one's innate desire to explore everything. This plane has not shown any rationality so far, it only exists as if it were driven by instinct. I have a guess that it's because it hasn't come into contact with any intelligent life yet, so it only has instincts. If we let it. If we come into contact with intelligent life, especially those intelligent life forms that govern an orderly world, what will happen if we encounter ordinary worlds? Thinking of this, Chu Hao's eyes lit up. Could it, as a result, develop consciousness and, by utilizing its own characteristics, grow into some kind of low-dimensional Hidden being? One idea after another appeared in Chu Hao's mind. These ideas need to be proven. And so, Chu Hao quickly escaped the endless abyss and returned to the real world. Then, he left the rest area and came to the trading area again. From the trader, he traded for a city area filled with intelligent alien races at a very low price. Next, Chu Hao placed the city into the endless abyss. Under the protection of his divine fire, the city was able to appear intact in the endless abyss. But the next second, the spatial coordinates of this city were exposed in this idealistic plane. Let me see what you'll do when you encounter life. A pair of eyes, fixed on the abyss, are staring intently at this city filled with alien races. And the outskirts of this city, I don't know when it started, gradually began to appear. A shadowy mist. Chapter 80 The Manifestation of Fear. In the city, a member of a different race was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He wiped his sweat, then abruptly lit the oil lamp on his bedside table. By the dim light of the lamp, he turned his head and looked anxiously at the dark sky outside the window. So many years have passed, and I still have nightmares. This is the 3rd year since the world was destroyed and their city was captured by the other gods. He never imagined that even 3 years later, he would still have nightmares about the terrifying scenes from that year. Sigh. Is it the shadow cast by war? The alien was wiping the sweat from his forehead, completely unaware, and unable to notice. Beneath the surface of this city, which is in the late Dark Ages and about to enter the Steam Age, a shadowy mist keeps quietly rising. The reason he had nightmares was entirely because this guy's mental strength was far higher than that of most of the alien races in the city. But at the end of that nightmare, before I died, I seemed to see a cloud of dissipating smoke in a corner of the battlefield. The foreigner lit his pipe and sat down on the edge of his bed. This doesn't seem to match my memory. After all, I witnessed the entire war firsthand, and there was never any mystery surrounding it. Cough, cough. He choked on the smoke, so he quickly extinguished his pipe and put it back on the table. Never mind, it's just a dream anyway, these things aren't important. The alien said helplessly, then lay back down on the bed and closed his eyes. Alas, it seems the fall of the world back then will forever remain a painful memory I can never forget. After saying that, he drifted off to sleep again in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, the alien awoke once more. This time, however, he was awakened by a scream. The fog in a dream? However, as soon as he got up, he realized something was wrong. That was in his room, where dark mist filled the air. The sheer number of these fogs is astonishing. Not only here, but this alien also quickly opened his window, relying on his memory. Sure enough, outside the window, everywhere was shrouded in this shadowy fog. The fog was so thick that this alien could not even see the buildings across the street. What's going on? But just as he was still in shock, the scream that had jolted him awake came once again from the room next door. Landlady? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the alien immediately relied on his memory and scrambled towards the door. The corridor was filled with smoke. However, thanks to his familiarity with the memories, the alien still managed to find the landlady's door. Fortunately, the door wasn't locked. This alien pushed open the door and barged in. Landlady! Where are you? The aliens shouted loudly. Help, help my The screams rang out again, and the alien racer suddenly ran in that direction. After tripping over some unknown objects several times, he finally arrived at the landlady's room. But he pushed open the door and stood there frozen for a moment. Save. Because what he saw was an extremely terrifying sight. The once charming landlady is now hanging from the ceiling by countless black spiderwebs, her body covered with white, wriggling pustules. No, that wasn't a wriggling abscess. Those were eggs. By this time, the landlady's cheeks had mostly melted, and she was writhing strangely like a water-filled balloon. Help, I'm going to vomit. Before she could even cry for help, she suddenly vomited. What she vomited up were the spiders that she had mentioned many times before, which were the things she feared most in her life. After each white egg hatches, the landlady will vomit a live, hatched, terrifying spider from the roof. The alien looked up and saw the landlady's eyes yearning for relief. He decisively turned and ran away. Fear had firmly taken hold of his heart. At this moment, all he could think about was escaping. This is insane. This world has gone mad. The alien quickly fled his house and ran into the street, ready to call for help. But at that moment, he was the first to hear someone else's cries for help. This time, however, when he looked in the direction of the cries for help, he saw a guy stuck in a crack in the wall. The guy's abdomen and below were completely stuck in a gap between the wall and the street. His facial features were so distorted that they were unrecognizable. Even so, he is still alive. In fact, this poor fellow didn't even shed a drop of blood, as if he were naturally meant to grow here. He's still there, futilely using his deformed mouth to call for help from others. Just as this alien was about to lose his composure, another event occurred that completely shattered his rationality. Help! Ah! A group of his kinsmen were running past them, screaming in agony. However, at this moment, they were being swallowed up while running. What devoured them were twisted maws that suddenly appeared out of thin air. Others were suddenly snatched away by tentacles that appeared out of nowhere in the mist, screaming in agony as they were devoured. There was even a person who was being devoured by the food that had come to life in his hands in revenge. Throughout the city, on every street, among all the people, they are all being frantically killed by what they fear most in their subconscious. The fear in their hearts was successfully materialized into reality under the influence of the fog. Regardless of whether they know what their subconscious fears are, whether it's a monster, a disaster, misfortune, or an indescribable existence, these mysteries can materialize them completely, come to their side, and torment and kill them. Oh no! With the sound of several hoofbeats, the alien, whose reason had been overwhelmed by madness, collapsed to the ground. In the distance, amidst the mist, a warrior with over a dozen alien heads impaled on a steel spear approached the alien. No! No! This was his greatest fear, the most terrifying and brutal invaders he had ever seen, having survived the battlefield. Whether by coincidence or not, he suddenly realized that the heads strung on the spear were all staring intently at him with their own eyes. Those eyes were filled with genuine resentment, as if they were questioning him. Why? How did you survive? Why? Why wasn't it you who died? But the next second, all the resentment vanished, because the head of the surviving alien was also impaled on a spear. The intruder, riding his warhorse, disappeared into the shadowy mist. The entire city was preserved intact, but the creatures within it were all succumbing to fear. And a collective consciousness that has absorbed the most terrifying things from the hearts of all living beings is quietly awakening. It is becoming a new awakening. A hidden nascent form. Chapter 81 Experiment Summary and New Question. Does it exist hidden? Chu Hao opened his eyes in the endless abyss and looked at the city that was being gradually dragged into the abyss by the mist. At this point, the city had completely become a trophy of this idealistic world. Chu Hao observed that although the buildings inside the cities themselves were not damaged, the alien races living in these cities had all died. Those lucky ones who occasionally survive actually have nothing to do with life itself. They have been assimilated by the mist and become its parasites. Their life form has transformed from ordinary organisms into something else. It's like a collection of the most terrifying nightmares deep within the hearts of living beings. There is no absolute subjective consciousness. Chu Hao frowned. Unable to communicate, unable to exchange ideas. Or perhaps these beings haven't yet grown to the point where they can communicate and interact. To date, Chu Hao has still not found all the rules of the idealistic state plane. In his eyes, these planes remain strange regions whose exact nature cannot be determined. Moreover, only this one idealistic plane presents itself as a fog. The other idealistic planes each have their own unique environments. We need to intensify the experiments and find some more intelligent alien races. After saying that, Chu Hao began the second round of experiments. Unlike the simple experiment last time, this time Chu Hao used more resources, more cities and more people to conduct a more rigorous experiment. In the second experiment, Chu Hao even used his divine fire to sink an area containing demons into a plane of idealism. Soon, the results of the second round of experiments appeared before Chu Hao's eyes. However, this result surprised Chu Hao himself. Dozens of different images were displayed in front of Chu Hao. In the scene, all kinds of cities, metropolises and gathering places are captured by various idealistic dimensions. These regions, with their different styles and races, have all, without exception, become terrifying areas unsuitable for life due to the entanglement of the idealistic plane. That's right, it's a terrifying area where no living thing, or at least no ordinary living thing, can survive. In some of these areas, ordinary buildings, under the influence of the plane, sprouted fangs and giant mouths from within, transforming into nightmarish places filled with tentacles and pustules. Here, every building is a monster that preys on people. In some areas, the entire landscape is plummeting downwards, transforming into a barren wasteland that is perpetually falling into the unknown. This fall will never stop. Other planes exhibit even more terrifying and unknown plane characteristics. A city captured by a plane of idealism, in which no living being has died due to the influence of this plane. No, to be more precise, in the words that humans can best understand. They can never die again. All life in that city was merged into one. Whether they are intelligent alien races, or the pets kept by these intelligent alien races, or even bacteria, fungi and viruses, as long as they are beings that have life in their theory, they are all gathered together, or rather, merged into one under the influence of this plane. These things, or rather, it, have the most deformed forms, images that cannot even appear in nightmares. They screamed and howled, relentlessly searching the city for any living creature that remained. Once they come into contact with each other, the other will be drawn into it. Moreover, Chu Hao also observed this. This monster, perhaps composed of hidden entities, also possesses the ability to disregard the opponent's strength. No matter how strong the captured party is, unless they ignite their own sea of mind like Chu Hao, they have no way to break free from this monster's capture. In conclusion, after these two experiments, Chu Hao finally gained a general understanding of these idealistic planes. That is, in the world of the endless abyss, which is itself located in a low dimension, these planes have developed such an idealistic state. If the higher dimensional divine realm in the hands of the gods is a divine realm filled with solid matter and stable order, then the idealistic plane in Chu Hao's endless abyss is a terrifying world filled with uncertain matter and mental disorder. In such an idealistic world, everything is terrifying. Any living being, once captured by these planes, then they might fall into a fate more terrifying than death. Time loses its meaning, and all suffering becomes cyclical. Space loses its meaning, and all actions are confined to a random space. Memory, soul, body. Everything these ordinary creatures possess is completely meaningless in lower dimensions. In this terrifying, low-dimensional idealistic plane, only one thing has meaning. That is the spirit. Chu Hao observed that in the idealistic plane, spirit, or rather the sea of mind, is the only attribute with a positive effect, as it is a necessary item possessed by all living beings. The stronger one's spirit, the more beings whose sea of mind is ignited, the easier it is for them to resist the erosion of the idealistic plane. They are more likely to maintain their nature and preserve their life form amidst the erosion of lower dimensional idealistic planes, and avoid being dragged into an endless nightmare by these planes. But, unless one can completely ignite the divine fire and achieve godhood like Chu Hao, none of this matters. Because doing so can only slow down the rate of one's own distortion, and cannot help one escape from a state of idealism. Unless one's strength reaches its peak, all of this is in vain. However, after Chu Hao studied these idealistic planes, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning, waking him up. The idealistic dimension, the sea of the mind. Many of these experiments have shown that the ocean of the mind is an important benchmark for ensuring the continuation of life. But none of that matters. What matters is, because of these experiments, Chu Hao suddenly remembered an experiment he had once seen. That was Moira's attempt to illuminate the mind of a demigod. Back then, she kept trying to do that, and the significance of what she did. Besides investigating the truth or falsehood of infinite worlds. Is there any other meaning? Chapter 82. Above the sky facing this question, Chu Hao couldn't help but gasp. However, Chu Hao immediately dismissed the question. Impossible, it's just a coincidence at most, Moira, she... Chu Hao recalled the memories he had previously glimpsed. I didn't see any information about the idealistic plane in her memories. That guy focuses more on the mind and divine fire. In short, now is not the time to think about these things. My main priority right now is to continue perfecting the endless abyss. Besides that, I shouldn't be distracted by anything else. After all, if my strength doesn't reach a certain standard, I won't even be qualified to enter the Chaos Dead Sea. With this in mind, Chu Hao cleared his mind again and stopped trying to study those idealistic planes. However, although he will no longer continue to study idealistic planes, Chu Hao still needs to take some measures to prevent them from expanding further. For example, Chu Hao successfully used his divine fire to completely sever these planes, making them an isolated part of the endless abyss. Given that it's still uncertain whether powerful combat capabilities will emerge in these different planes, Chu Hao must allocate as much of his limited resources as possible to the ordinary planes within the endless abyss. After all, the main force of the endless abyss, namely a large number of demons, needs a lot of resources to cultivate them. Moreover, the harsh environment of the endless abyss itself also leads to a scarcity of resources. With that thought in mind, Chu Hao left the rest area and returned to the exploration area of the secret realm once again. At this moment, Chu Hao stood in this void, surrounded by all sorts of secret realms. Each of these secret realms represents a small world that was born at an unknown time. Each species has its own unique rules and characteristics, making this secret area resemble an endless zoo. However, this time, as soon as Chu Hao entered the secret realm area, before he had fully entered the void, he discovered a very special situation. That is, within this secret realm area called the Realm of Mist, the number of various secret realms seems to have decreased significantly. It's not just a little less, it's a huge amount less. It used to be densely packed, filling the entire secret realm area. The reason Chu Hao was able to sense this was because some of the divine flames he had left here to mark the secret realm had completely disappeared. These divine flames served both as markers to help Chu Hao record the secret world and as road signs he left behind to prevent himself from getting lost in the void. Logically speaking, without external interference, these divine flames could have survived for at least several hundred years. But now, all the divine fire symbols left by Chu Hao have mysteriously disappeared. 1. Nothing was left behind. This situation inevitably made Chu Hao feel somewhat puzzled and wary. What's going on? Has something changed in the secret realm itself? Chu Hao silently repeated the instructions to himself, marking the path as he continued walking forward. Here's an explanation. The closer you get to the depths of the void, the stronger the secret realm becomes. For example, in the outer areas of the secret realm, most of the secret realm worlds are only at the level of an entry-level extraordinary world, and their level is similar to that of graduates from Tianding University. Deeper within the secret realm, the other secret realms are even more powerful. The strength of this secret realm is roughly the same as when Chu Hao first graduated, similar to the level of a lower-level god's divine realm. These secret realms possess formidable war-making capabilities, well-established rules, and a variety of bizarre creatures. Deeper within this secret realm lie numerous powerful secret worlds that are virtually impenetrable. Each of these secret realms could easily destroy the divine realms of ordinary people. Destroying and conquering them would require at least the strength of a mid-level god. And in the deepest part of the secret realm, it is said that there exists a being at the level of a chief god. Only, such claims have never been verified. After observing for a long time, Chu Hao did not find anything unusual. After all, for such a long time, nothing abnormal seemed to have happened in this secret realm. Finally, Chu Hao felt relieved and randomly selected a secret world with a reasonably pleasing appearance and began to attempt to invade it. Analyzing the rules governing the crystal walls of this world, Chu Hao sat cross-legged in the void. He began to analyze the crystal wall rules of this world, following the teachings in the textbook. The reason why the other world where Chu Hao lives is getting stronger and stronger is because the beings in this world have a complete plan for invading the world. The most famous of these is the method of analyzing the rules of the crystal walls of different secret realms. Chu Hao and his group do not need to completely break through the dimensional crystal wall of that secret realm. He only needs to analyze a part of it to link his endless abyss with it. At that time, a war between the two worlds will be inevitable. Behind him was an endless abyss that had been materialized. Before him lay a vast secret world. The shape of the secret world is like a giant cloud-shaped balloon, radiating various colors, making it very beautiful. However, as Chu Hao gradually deciphered the rules of the crystal walls of this world, the endless abyss drew ever closer to it. A dark dot gradually emerged above the colorful balloon. Analysis complete. Chu Hao opened his eyes and merged himself into the divine realm of the endless abyss. Invasion. Above the seven-colored sky of this world, in the deepest part of the most distant plane, a black and red vortex is rapidly appearing. Start! Within this black and red vortex, a pair of eyes are quietly opening. A divine oracle has been issued. Suddenly, on a pyramid in a jungle in this plane, an elderly local alien dressed in magnificent clothes abruptly opened his eyes. Around him stood all sorts of priests. Upon seeing the old priest awaken, the priests immediately swarmed around him. Well, High Priest, what revelation has God given us? God has foretold war. War? The priests exchanged glances, their expressions turning tense. Is it the extraterrestrial demon that was prophesied before? However, such divine pronouncements have appeared several times already. We have repelled the evil spirits many times, so there is no need to worry too much. Even so, every time they arrive, they destroy many cities. Just as they were chattering away. At this moment, the old priest stood up tremblingly, looking at the sky with a pale face and worry. A black dot gradually appeared in the sky. But that's not his main point. He turned his head and looked in another direction of the sky. Over there, a gray dot also seems to be quietly appearing. Two stars, both representing destruction, appeared at the same time. Above the sky. Chapter 83 Dark Jungle Above the Sky. In the farthest reaches of that plain, a dark red vortex is slowly emerging. However, this does not mean that the endless abyss has entered this world. On the contrary, the location of the endless abyss itself is still very far away from this world in a straight line. However, it's important to note that although the endless abyss itself hasn't arrived yet, its influence, the distorted nature of this low-dimensional chaotic world, has already begun to manifest in this world. For example, in this world, in a dense and lush green jungle, a black stain reeking of stench and decay suddenly appears. The appearance of this black stain is out of place with the beautiful surroundings, just like a malignant tumor growing on an ordinary person's body, a tumor that can never be removed. At the same time, an indescribable, repulsive, and hateful odor began to emanate from the black stain. It spread rapidly throughout the entire jungle. The first to be affected are the smallest creatures in the jungle, those with the most vulnerable yet exceptionally keen senses. Squeak, squeak, squeak! As the scent swept by, all the small creatures suddenly began to exhibit extremely terrifying and abnormal behavior. They killed each other. Two small creatures, dog heads, with upper bodies like rats and lower bodies like mice, after smelling the scent, began to bare their sharp teeth, which were originally used for gnawing on plants, and pounced on each other with bloodshot eyes, fighting fiercely. These normally docile animals, for some unknown reason, developed a desire to destroy everything. And it wasn't just them. All the animals, all the sentient beings in the entire jungle, began a terrible mutation that started with their souls and only ended with the destruction of their bodies. The former prey suddenly became ferocious, attacking the predators. The predators, in turn, became even more ferocious, driven by their own simple desire for slaughter and carnage, rather than by hunger, slaughtering every living thing that appeared in their sight. Moreover, unbeknownst to these creatures, the plants they had always used as food were beginning to undergo terrifying changes. More and more plants are beginning to use their roots to draw blood from the living organisms. The most extreme species of plants have begun to use their activated roots to prey on organisms that are not yet completely dead. The intrusion has begun. At the bottom of the endless abyss, Chu Hao continued to analyze the crystal wall rules of this world, attempting to establish a spatial passage between the two worlds, while using his consciousness to observe everything in this world. A fairly powerful world. A single planet, not yet forming a complete stellar structure. Chu Hao quickly learned the basic information about this world. Although he couldn't directly comprehend all the rules of this world, as a graduate of Tianding University, it was still quite easy for him to reverse engineer the world through the rules. It seems there are several mythical creatures. While some of the rules haven't been translated into authority, some of these creatures have already learned how to utilize them. As mentioned before, the creation of mythical creatures is so difficult that it can only be done in the divine realm of a high-ranking deity. Therefore, most secret realms follow the same rule. However, the difficulty of mythical creatures is much lower. In these secret realms, if the rules are not transformed into power or authority, they can be exploited by some powerful beings with ulterior motives, who can use them as a source of their own power. Although these creatures cannot compare to genuine mythical beings, their power far surpasses that of ordinary creatures. In fact, in some undeveloped secret realms, these mythical beings are easily worshipped as gods by the creatures of that world. Foolish worship. However, while Chu Hao was still analyzing the rules of the dimensional crystal wall, the world's counterattack had already begun. For some reason, the speed of the counterattack from this secret realm was much faster than Chu Hao had anticipated. Kaba Kaba. Deep in the jungle, a little demon in shackles was contentedly munching on the corpses of creatures on the ground. Born from the abyss, it was quite satisfied with the flesh and blood of the creature from the world of order before it. Soft, non-toxic, and sweet like a candy. Such delicious food tempted the little devil to indulge his desires, and he devoured it voraciously. Suddenly, however, a rustling sound came from the jungle in front of him. The sound made the little devil raise its head alertly. But in the next instant, an arrow engraved with mysterious symbols struck its head, pinning it to a giant tree covered in fleshy tumors. Damn monster! A strong, alien creature dressed in intricately patterned linen clothes emerged from the jungle, carrying a wooden bow and arrow. Behind him stood a group of alien races who resembled him. Some of them held curved swords, some held longbows, and some held a glowing alien skull that had been forged in some unknown way. However, these alien races showed expressions of disgust when they saw the little demon nailed to the giant tree. I never imagined that the extraterrestrial demons invading this time would be so hideous. Yes, I originally thought that the demon specimen kept in the big tent was the most disgusting one, But I didn't expect that the demon that appeared this time was even more disgusting than that one. The leader of the alien race did not chat and joke around like the other members of their race. On the contrary, he cautiously stepped forward to examine the little devil's corpse. This is What a twisted, ugly monster it is. Just looking at this monster itself, one seems to feel a terrifying sense of guilt about to fall into depravity. This is what the alien leader thought. For some reason, it didn't want to look at the little devil with its naked eye at this moment. It was as if an evil thought was spreading in his mind. Then he pulled the arrow off the little devil's head and left the earth to digest the damned demon. However, to his surprise, the little devil turned into black and foul-smelling sludge as soon as it landed. However, the chain around the other person's neck remained strangely unchanged. And, as the imp's corpse disappeared, the chain was suddenly pulled back by a tremendous force. Not good! The alien leader shouted. But it was too late. Pairs of scarlet eyes gradually emerged from the depths of the dark jungle. And that's the direction in which the chains disappeared. Chapter 84: An Unexpected Collision. Oh no! The alien leader instinctively sensed the danger. After shouting, he immediately turned and hid. As soon as he fell to the ground, he smelled an extremely foul odor that went straight to his nostrils, and above his head, a black hook flew past his scalp. You dodged it! But that's just how he managed to avoid it. Click, click. As the sound of chains faded, a scream followed. The alien leader turned his head and saw an unsuspecting alien being hooked in the abdomen by the black hook. This black hook is covered with all sorts of crudely made abyssal marks, and behind the hook is a string of equally chilling black iron chains. But the next second, the alien who had been hooked screamed as he was dragged into the darkness of the jungle in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, from the darkness came a chilling chewing sound, and the desperate screams that accompanied the chewing sounds. What is that? The other alien races trembled as they looked in that direction. Only their leader made the most correct judgment. Run! Run! Tell the larger tribes what's happening here. Before he could finish speaking, the hook suddenly shot out from the darkness again, seizing the alien. In the darkness in the distance, an incredibly obese demon, with its thick thighs strutting about, grinned and sneered as it emerged. In her left hand she gripped the black chain connected to the hook, while in her right hand she held dozens of chains of different lengths, each chain ending in a little demon enslaved by it. Behind her were endless, terrifying creatures that, though different in appearance from her, were equally twisted and extremely evil. To all living beings, everything was crimson, a color representing savagery. At that moment, when the alien leader clearly saw the appearance of this demon, he immediately understood. Quick, let's go! Having been hooked, he understood that this time, the demons invading this world were on a completely different level from the other demons that had invaded before. Let the priests call upon the gods, and summon them to descend. Unfortunately, the demons showed them no mercy whatsoever. As for the false gods they speak of, they are utterly powerless to stop the devil's iron hooves. 2 days later, the once lush and prosperous jungle had completely changed. The once fresh air has turned into a stench and a bloody smell. The once tender flowers, too, gradually withered and died under the erosion of the endless abyss. Most of the animals that once lived in this forest have become extinct, and even those few that survived are no longer as wild as they once were. Instead, there are a group of abyssal beasts whose bodies are infinitely deformed, who have terrifying fangs and whose minds are clouded by the abyssal aura. These abyssal beasts, unknowingly, have become a new cancer in this world. They rampage through all the jungles that have not yet fallen, slaughtering the remaining animals that have not yet mutated. They also ravage all the areas inhabited by alien races, like a shadow of death looming over all of them. However, the world in which these alien races live is not without its own strength. In this world, there are 4 very peculiar, mythical creatures. They were like feathered flying serpents, controlling all flying creatures in the sky. One is like a combination of an octopus and a crab, controlling all the creatures of the sea. One is a giant spirit that lives in the earth's core and controls fire and lava. The last one is a composite creature with countless incarnations that lives in the desert. These 4 beings are known by the creatures of this world as the 4 great gods of this world. Although the name of these so-called gods is somewhat exaggerated, their power is indeed beyond doubt. Without exception, they all successfully prevented the demons from invading, corrupting these so-called evil spirits, and keeping them outside their own territory. Before the main force of the demons passes through the spatial portal, these powerful creatures are enough to support this world. Of course, things were a different story after the main force of the demons arrived. The attack is going very smoothly. Chu Hao opened his eyes, looked at the countless rolling and ever-growing black dots on this planet, and revealed a faint smile. Each black dot represents a place trodden by the demons of the endless abyss. These places will all be corrupted by demons and become part of the endless abyss. Moreover, due to the nature of the endless abyss, the areas trodden by demons will only expand further. In the long run, this world may fall completely before the spatial passage is fully established. The entire world became a den of demons, and was eventually captured by the endless abyss, becoming an inseparable part of it. The endless abyss will yield new lands, new racial bloodlines, and new abilities and rules, thereby strengthening one's own power. This is the 8th such offensive and defensive battle since Chu Hao graduated. The special plane of the endless abyss, and the demons within it, have become increasingly adept at this harvesting process. According to Chu Hao's deduction, this world will be completely eroded by the endless abyss in less than a week. Those 4 powerful mythical creatures will not cause too much trouble for Chu Hao's attack plan. All he needs to do is wait at the bottom of the endless abyss. As the ruler of the endless abyss, the demons will be his best henchmen. These loyal henchmen will obey any order issued by Chu Hao without reservation. But the truth is, will everything really go so smoothly? That gray star in the sky before, it seems, is also approaching this world, just like the endless abyss. Another equally greedy and terrifying force is also eyeing this world. An unintentional clash between the two sides might utterly destroy the very core of this world. 1 hour before the spatial passage to the endless abyss was established, a gray spatial passage quietly appeared on the other side of this world. Emerging from the spatial passage was a dark creature clad entirely in armor. It took off its helmet and breathed in the air of this world. Then, it revealed a satisfied smile. Behind it lies an endless army of darkness. Chapter 85 Strange Creatures. Ha! What a... The dark creature that emerged from the gray spatial passage took a deep breath of the world's air after removing its helmet and equipment, revealing an expression of rapture. What an enchanting world! There is no pollution from alchemical substances, no industrial fumes, and no cursed smell after a magic explosion. And certainly not that damned, terrifying resonance generated after the fall of the dark gods. After the dark creature removed its helmet, its appearance exposed to the air was quite bizarre. First, it is a humanoid creature, but its face has many features similar to those of rodents. Gray fur, sharp teeth, and a well-developed sense of smell. But what's really noteworthy is that this guy's eyes are purple. A type of blue-purple color produced by an overabundance of magical energy. While this dark alien was still immersed in the beautiful environment of this world, more and more alien races with similar physiques to him are gradually emerging from that gray passage. Each of these dark aliens, like him, wore armor created through a blend of technology, magic, and alchemy. The armor is made of a special metal forged using alchemical technology. Sturdy and resilient. Most importantly, these metals are very lightweight. These metals are so light that, despite their powerful performance, they do not place much burden on the wearer. Inside the armor are numerous technological constructs that enable these dark races to run faster, jump farther, and launch powerful chemical projectiles. Furthermore, the technological creations within these armors allow these dark races to understand the complex environmental factors on the battlefield more accurately than ordinary creatures. Above the outer layer of the armor lies the core of this suit of armor. One after another, powerful magical arrays were imprinted with powerful magical energy. These magical arrays with different functions enable each dark alien to easily unleash powerful attack capabilities comparable to a 7th-tier transcendent creature. This set of armor alone is enough to prove one point. The world that these alien races rely on is incredibly powerful. Commander. A subordinate of the dark alien race walked up behind the leader of the alien race and spoke to him. The first batch of troops has fully entered the space passage and is expected to complete assembly within 2 hours. In addition to the 5 regular legions, a magic-armored legion will also be heading to this world. The rest of the heavy weapons will also be transferred over. Upon hearing this, the dark alien, referred to as the commander, nodded. He was very confident in the mobilization capabilities of his own world. After all, since the beginning of the Dark Age, they have embarked on a path of rapid outward expansion, and their race is extremely skilled in warfare. So, Commander, what do we need to do now? Upon hearing his subordinate's question, the commander turned around and smiled. His blue-violet eyes were filled with disdain for this weak and powerless world. First, we need to establish a forward base, and then we're preparing to attack. We're going to plunder all the resources of this world and then rule it. We want to colonize this ignorant and weak world, and then make it our stepping stone to growth. In my opinion, the strength of this ignorant world poses absolutely no threat to us." Upon hearing this, the commander revealed a wicked smile. "The native creatures here can never resist the advancing iron hooves of the Magic Legion." Behind him, in the spatial passage, lay a dark, terrifying world where powerful alien races had been born. A very interesting new life? Just as Chu Hao was about to finish analyzing all the spatial rules of this world, he suddenly opened one eye and looked at a certain battlefield in this world. This battlefield is located in a cruel desert where the winds and sandstorms never cease. Originally, this desert was a barren land, where only a few animals and plants survived by relying on their strong vitality. But now, the arrival of the demon army has completely changed the environment here. The once arid desert, influenced by the abyss, began to rapidly decay and degenerate, becoming a rotten land far more unsuitable for ordinary creatures to inhabit than the desert itself. Those plants and animals that were originally able to survive in the desert died tragically after inadvertently coming into contact with this twisted black soil. However, along with their deaths, a large number of abyss plants that resemble tumor clusters thrived on this black soil. These terrifying creatures, a combination of tumors and nightmares, expand the area of the land slightly with each wriggle. This expansion has finally provoked fierce resistance from the world. A kind of life form that Chu Hao had never seen before was beginning to fiercely resist the rule of the demons. From Chu Hao's perspective, a mythical creature resembling a biological aggregate was rapidly gathering its endless avatars from all parts of the desert. Its incarnations were so complex that even Chu Hao couldn't fully recognize them. Among these incarnations, some are elemental creatures similar to rock sprites, some are giant monsters similar to sandworms, and some are. However, these complex creatures, with their endless life forms, diverse survival habits, and completely different habitats, all share one common characteristic. That is, without exception, they are all incarnations of that powerful creature. A powerful mythical creature, in its own region, gave rise to completely different racial incarnations. These strikingly different characteristics were beyond Chu Hao's imagination. He never imagined that mythical creatures would possess such abilities. The application of rules? Or a special bloodline? Driven by curiosity, Chu Hao decided to turn his attention to this battlefield. He gave the demons a new order, an order from the ruler of the Endless Abyss. That means no matter how much they lose, the demons here must capture this monster. Chu Hao himself intends to study this creature that possesses a collective will and countless incarnations. However, just as Chu Hao's attention was drawn to this creature, he overlooked a small detail due to his distraction. A dozen or so creatures, whose appearance was completely different from the creatures in this world, quietly appeared on the horizon. They were looking with utter bewilderment at the bizarre and utterly strange things that had sprung up in the desert. Black Earth. Chapter 86 Egg. What is this? A haze soldier looked at the black earth before him and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. In his view, these foul-smelling lands, exuding an ominous aura, stood in stark contrast to the nearby desert. The contrast was so abrupt, it was as if on a wall that was originally white and normal, suddenly a terrifying, twisted substance and an indescribable tumor appeared. The differences between the two sides were so great that the haze soldier could not contain his doubts and, disregarding military discipline, asked his comrades who were on high alert. "Hey, do you guys think this black land might not belong to this world?" The rest of his companions were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, this feeling isn't unique to that guy. All the members of the Haze squad had a vague feeling after seeing the scene before them. Those are these black lands, seemingly out of place with everything else in this world. "Shut up, 092, mind your discipline." A Hazian soldier, fully armed but with a wheel-shaped magical device attached to his back, rebuked the soldier. Clearly, its status was much higher than that of the other soldiers. Detecting the rules and properties of the world is the job of the garrison's magicians and scientists. Its half-closed blue-purple eyes fully expressed its dissatisfaction. "Our job is to explore the terrain and environment of this world, and then report back to the command post." Upon hearing this, the other soldiers immediately sighed and said helplessly, "It's starting again." The captain's ramblings. Whenever someone violates the team's rules and regulations, the captain will definitely seize the opportunity to give them a good lecture. Sure enough, the team leader began a speech that could be described as classic. "For the survival of the Hayes family, for the destruction of our world, we must forget our emotions and do everything in our power." Faced with the almost murderous glares from the other team members, the Hayes soldier who had raised the question waved his hand helplessly. Okay. Blame me. I promise I won't do it again next time." and I'll lead the charge during the reconnaissance later. Ultimately, the team set off again. However, this time, they truly stepped onto the black earth. Several tens of minutes later. 092, report the situation. In a corner of the black earth, the captain, holding alchemy equipment, asked Hayes soldier number 092. At this point, the entire squad had spread out in an arrowhead shape, with each person approximately 1 kilometer apart. This seems a bit silly. But in reality, this is the best exploration formation that the Hayes clan has summarized during thousands of years of war. Not only can it ensure that the squad will not be easily wiped out, but most importantly, unless a legendary creature from an invaded world descends, any Hayes scout can easily escape at least a kilometer away using their weapons and equipment. Report 092, I have discovered traces of alien creatures here. At this moment, 092 was hiding behind a large group of rocks, secretly recording the alien creatures in front of him using his observation-type alchemy equipment. What kind of alien creatures are they, and what are their life forms? The captain asked. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, the current state of these alien creatures is egg. Or perhaps it exists like a cocoon? There are a lot of them, and the eggshells have black and red patterns. They also move very fast. 092 looked at the distant demon cocoon and patiently reported. However, unlike ordinary creatures, the eggs and cocoons here, as larvae, are not protected by any adult creatures. Moreover, I haven't found any adult creatures in this area, only these eggs. I'm going to get a closer look and see how these organisms are morphing during their incubation. Upon hearing 092's report, the captain hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Sure, but we must be careful. We don't know what life forms exist in this world. There might be some parasites or other creatures inside these eggs. Then he continued to issue orders. The rest of the squad members, assemble at my location and prepare to support 092. Understood. Yes. Received. After receiving the captain's order, the remaining squad members immediately assembled at the designated location. At this very moment, 092 finally stood before a demonic cocoon, raising the magical blade in his hand. The demonic cocoon before him seemed to sense the danger, and began to writhe faster and faster. Brush. The knife fell. The outer shell of the demon cocoon cracked, and a small demon, not yet fully hatched, opened its eyes. Thump. Just before the reconnaissance team had finished assembling, a huge explosion came from the direction of 092. Every member of the reconnaissance team knew that the sound was from the explosion of a magical weapon. 092 encountered the enemy. Damn it, 092, what happened on your end? The captain asked anxiously. Inside the alchemy device, however, came the heavy breathing of 092, as well as the terrifying sounds emanating from some unknown, brutal creature. Answer me, 092. Huff, huff. Soon, 092's voice came through. For some reason, his voice was filled with panic and fear. Captain, it's the creatures of this world. They hatch incredibly fast, faster than I've ever seen before, and they're born with full combat capabilities. Damn it! My arm's been bitten off. I'm trying to escape. Damn it, I've never seen such creatures before. They're like a mixture of chaos and evil, the most twisted creatures ever. I just killed a few, and now they're attacking me while eating the corpses of their own kind. They caught me. Oh no, they're going to eat me alive. No, they want to torture me. I can see it in their eyes, they have that desire. Damn it, I won't let them succeed. Die. Kill me. Now kill me. Thump. Once again, a terrifying explosion came from the direction of 092. Then came an incredibly terrifying silence. The voice of 092 has disappeared from this world. But the sounds emanating from the alchemy equipment before it vanished sent chills down the spines of Hayes' squad, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. That was the arrogant laughter of the demons. That was 092's scream. That was the sound of demon cocoons bursting. That was the voice of creatures from a chaotic world speaking to a lone individual, full of malice and mockery. Suddenly, someone patted the captain on the shoulder. What's wrong? The captain, who was still immersed in grief, turned around and immediately began to tremble. It turns out that along their route, countless cocoons had appeared. That cocoon is used to hatch demons. Chapter 87 Awakening. Looking at the demon cocoons that suddenly appeared behind them, all the members of Hayes' squad showed expressions of horror. At this very moment, these demonic cocoons are writhing wildly. Their shells, covered in disgusting, twisted slime, bore black and red patterns that, like the filthiest excrement, constantly enter the team members' field of vision. Moreover, as their wriggling speeds up, everyone's heart feels as if it's being gripped from a distance. This heavy fear made everyone feel suffocated. Too many. There are just too many of these demon cocoons. Captain, what should we? What to do? Several soldiers stammered as they spoke to their captain. Prepare to fire! We'll use suppressive fire to break out before these cocoons fully hatch. Team members, don't panic, we will definitely survive. The captain's words gave the members of the reconnaissance team a glimmer of hope. But this so-called hope was just a lie. As the captain of the reconnaissance team, he naturally had a clear understanding of the situation. He knew very well that his group had no chance of escaping from the encirclement of these strange creatures. Because the number of these demon cocoons has become so large that it has caused a qualitative change. The only use of this squad right now is to report information about these creatures and the situation in this area to headquarters before they die. This is the main reason why the captain lied. He knew his men were going to die, and he knew he was going to die too. However, after hearing 092's cries, the captain understood a principle. Rather than be killed in despair by these twisted monsters, rather than be used as a plaything by these monsters who delight in the birth of suffering, then it's better to fight to the death. The squad leader's blue-purple eyes flashed with magical energy. Fire! Thump! The cocoons of little demons in a large area were instantly turned into blood by the chemical weapons, but at the same time, the cocoons of demons all over the mountains and fields began to hatch. Black Rock Squad's world intelligence has been uploaded. Commander, the analysis report on the jungle environment in the southeast region is ready. An electronic device appeared in the Haze commander's field of vision amidst the roar of the alchemical equipment. This report details the various environments and biological composition of this world jungle, including pictures, videos, and numerous possible, specially marked marching routes. However, before he could finish reading the first report, the Haze commander received a second one. Commander, the world intelligence for the Broken Blade Squad has been uploaded. The report from the southwest has been released, please review it. Then came the third, the fourth. The commander sat there, flipping through the world data that flooded his field of vision like a tidal wave. As intelligence about this world was gathered, war maps gradually emerged in the commander's mind. This intelligence may seem insignificant, but in reality, it was the key to the Haze advance. This race, which lives by war and has faces like rats, is actually naturally adept at analyzing intelligence and data, thus making judgments that are most conducive to conquering the world. However, today, fate played a little trick on us. The Haze are about to face a war they never anticipated, a war that will never be forgotten. In the northwest, the Rust Squad's global intelligence has already. A Haze soldier was operating an alchemy machine in front of him that was used to receive data from various reconnaissance squads when he suddenly saw a row of small, scarlet words and froze. These small, scarlet characters often represent only one meaning. The entire squad was wiped out. Furthermore, the team's alchemy equipment was deliberately sabotaged. But this also represents another meaning. That is, this reconnaissance squad that has already been killed in action most likely encountered resistance forces in this world. Therefore, he immediately presented this intelligence to Commander Haze with the highest priority. Commander, a reconnaissance squad has been attacked and has been completely wiped out. I see. Upon hearing this, the commander nodded indifferently and opened the message sent by the other party without expression. War always requires sacrifice. If someone can't even accept the slightest sacrifice, then they wouldn't be in this position. However, to everyone's surprise, when the commander saw the report sent back by the Rust Squad, his expression immediately changed drastically. Duh. It's swallowing me whole. Duh. Save me, Captain. Thump. Please spare me, Thump. In the video, the commander, from the first-person perspective of a fallen squad member, witnessed a terrifying scene he could never have imagined in his nightmares. In the scene, it saw a squad member, still alive, having his stomach cut open by a horde of little demons and hung up. The scene showed the imp's thirst for blood and the evil nature of these creatures. They are born degenerates. They have no respect for life whatsoever. They are simply the embodiment of evil, and they enjoy witnessing the birth of tragic things. Evil, twisted, grotesque, depraved. These words cannot describe the perverse nature of the little devils. Even in wars between worlds, even as a commander of the Haze race, a dark race, it is unbelievable that any creature could be so cruel. He couldn't understand why such a twisted and evil creature would be born in this beautiful world. It's like a delicious pastry being covered in terrible mold. It's both regrettable and utterly disgusting. The commander remained silent. A few minutes later, he stood up and began issuing his own attack orders. All troops, prioritize attacking the northwest. In that direction lies the most formidable enemy in this world, a terrifying group that feeds on calamities. Pass on my orders. The commander took a deep breath. First, use death bombs to clear a path and attack those Black Earth areas. Next, deploy all heavy armored and infantry units to destroy all native life, leaving none alive. We will let the monsters of this ignorant world taste the terrifying power of a creation born from the fusion of science and magic. We must let these evil, hideous monsters, and the world behind them, know. A hint of anger flashed in the commander's eyes. The fear of being suppressed and humiliated by us. They, and the world behind them, will kneel before our Haze people, begging for our mercy. Attack. Start. Soon, the imps who were still fighting over the team's remains encountered the Haze revenge. Countless chemical bombs rained down from the sky, turning the Black Earth into a wasteland filled with chemical pollution. But at the same time, the Haze unintentionally awakened a terrifying being. A pair of indifferent eyes looked down from the bottom of the endless abyss. Chapter 88 The Gate of the Abyss. Location XXXYYY. A Haze artillery commander stood at the edge of the Black Earth, adjusting the direction of the artillery fire using the compass in his hand. Behind him was a Haze soldier loading a death bomb. Beside the soldiers were terrifying cannons forged using alchemy and technology. These menacing cannons are among the most prized weapons of the Haze race, magic cannons. Their construction is completely different from the cannons in many technological and steam-based technological planes. In addition to their more sophisticated internal structure, these cannons also have magic arrays that can add various enchantment effects to the cannonballs. More importantly, these magic cannons can fire a special type of death bomb developed by a mad scientist. Each shell could inflict terrifying chemical radiation and pollution on the land it hit, utterly wiping out all living things in the area. Fire! Thump 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 thump. As soon as the order was given, the entire artillery position immediately began a salvo. Above the bright sky, countless cannonballs, trailing eerie green hues, fired in unison toward the Black Earth. It's like countless monsters wielding sharp swords and grinning maliciously. Boom! In just a few breaths, a section of the entire Black Earth was covered by the blast marks from these shells. Although the explosions themselves were not particularly powerful, what truly made these bombs deadly was the chemical substances contained within them. Countless wisps of green smoke began to rise from the Black Earth. A little devil, after being exposed to the green chemical mist, suddenly opened its eyes wide and then desperately choked itself with both hands. An indescribable physical pain completely eroded its mind. Then, countless yellow-green pustules appeared on its body at an extremely terrifying speed. These pustules burst quickly, releasing pools of foul-smelling pus, but this was not the end. This little devil, lying on the ground convulsing and covered in pustules, began its horrific dissolution. Its eyeballs began to detach, its muscle tissue began to dissolve, and its blood began to turn into a yellowish-green pus. In an instant, the little devil turned into a pool of lifeless, thick water. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. This terrifying poisonous fog is absolutely horrifying. On the entire Black Land, almost all the little demons turned into putrid sludge after being contaminated by this poisonous fog. Even the Black Earth beneath their feet was stained yellowish-green by the presence of the poisonous fog, a change from its original dark red color. Only a few lesser demons that mutate to develop toxin resistance can survive for a short period in such an environment. But such survival is destined to be short-lived. Besides the fact that these chemical fumes constantly melt their bodies, the most important reason is attack! A Haze soldier wielding a scimitar, protected by a gas mask and armor, charged at a magically enhanced speed towards a still-living imp and swung his sword at it. Brush! With just one slash, the little devil had its head chopped off before it could even fight back. Then, its head, still with its eyes open, was crushed into a pool of blood by the other party's military boots. The remaining lesser demons wanted to rush over and kill the creature that dared to bare its fangs at the demons, but bang bang bang! A huge, black machine, engraved with the skull of an unknown creature, opened fire. Countless bullets transformed into a metal storm, successfully slaughtering the little devils. Ha 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 ha! Accompanied by the driver's loud laughter, more weapons mounted on the machinery opened fire wildly. None of the lesser demons could withstand these metal storms, and they all screamed and died. The ordinary Haze soldiers also demonstrated formidable combat capabilities in this battle. With full armor and weapons, Each of these warriors demonstrated strength at least at level 5 or higher. In less than a few tens of minutes, more than half of the black earth in this area was completely destroyed. Meanwhile, the Haze forces, which were the fastest to advance, had already reached the more central area and continued to launch devastating attacks on the still-hatching demon cocoon. Battle reports from the various squads arrived at the Haze commander's side like snowflakes. "Well done!" Looking at the enemy casualties recorded above, the commander smiled. "Although these creatures are disgusting and twisted, their strength seems ridiculously weak. This ignorant world is destined to be trampled underfoot by our Haze race. Continue the attack and annihilate all living beings that dare to resist. With the forward base established, we'll conquer the world effortlessly. This mythical creature is almost captured." Chu Hao sat on his throne at the bottom of the endless abyss, observing a corner of the battlefield. In the corner, the mythical creature with countless avatars was being besieged by demons. Many of its avatars had already fallen into the hands of the demons. "I'm really curious about what kind of rules govern this creature's body. If we were to place this creature's characteristics into the endless abyss, what kind of creature would be born? It's truly..." Suddenly. Chu Hao suddenly sensed that some of the lesser demons hatched from the endless abyss had been suddenly subjected to an annihilation-like attack. The black earth on the edge of this desert suddenly disappeared by more than half. Moreover, more and more abyssal lands are under attack. What's going on? Chu Hao swept his indifferent eyes across the battlefield, and immediately saw a scene that puzzled even him. A group of creatures, somewhat out of place among the native inhabitants of this world, are annihilating one lesser demon after another with absolute overwhelming force. Before they arrive, they often fire some shells that Chu Hao finds somewhat amusing, followed by a large number of heavy machines and infantry clearing the area and eliminating all the enemies. Huh! Where did this enemy come from? Is it the second intelligent life form in this world? How interesting! Wait. Chu Hao subconsciously believed that these creatures would be the second intelligent life form to be born in this world. However, Chu Hao, as a deity, was naturally no ordinary being. In that single moment of observation, he noticed something amiss. Behind each of these creatures is a gray thread, imbued with an aura of curse. The existence of these lines can only represent one thing. That is... this is... creatures from another world? Moreover, they are backed by gods! Just as the Haze vanguard reached the edge of the black earth, soldiers suddenly discovered. On the edge of the black earth, one after another appeared. A gate forged from bones, flesh, and defiled things. And from these doors, terrifying sounds were emanating. A voice from the abyss. Chapter 89. No one survived. What is this? A door? Several Haze soldiers who were advancing faster were enjoying the pleasure of slaughtering lesser demons. Suddenly, some tall gates blocked their path. To be honest, these newly born little demons were basically powerless against Haze army, which was fully armed and equipped with various alchemical equipment and magical technology. Furthermore, since Haze army typically uses death bombs to clear out enemy lines before advancing, the imps' numerical advantage, which they were so proud of, is rendered meaningless in the face of Haze soldiers. And so, the Haze soldiers, grinning wickedly, stepped over the corpses of the lesser demons, and arrogantly advanced towards the edge of the black earth. Along the way, they mercilessly slaughtered any lesser demons that appeared in their sight. Making them scream in agony was one of their favorite things to do, second only to directly shattering the demon cocoon. However, this is not hard to understand. Even the Haze, who are also dark creatures, found the imp's hideous appearance unacceptable. They never imagined that a creature could possess such a repulsive form. However, their good luck came to an end. Because the portal from the endless abyss has arrived in this world. The true main force of the demons has already assembled in the abyss. They are standing on the other side of the portal, fantasizing about tasting delicious souls from another world. Hiss? Is this thing something these little freaks built? A Haze soldier pointed to the spatial portal in front of him and spoke to his companions. I'm not entirely sure, but... After a Haze soldier clearly saw the shape of the portal, he couldn't help but frown. It looks very similar. Look at the twisted shape of this thing. It's most likely cast by those little freaks. The portal's shape was filled with rotting flesh, decaying corpses, and all sorts of skeletons and corrupted creations, making it look as if it had been unintentionally piled up by lesser demons. At the top of the portal, symbols resembling numbers were scribbled haphazardly in blood. Another Haze soldier, however, was more agitated. He drew his magic grenade launcher from his back and aimed it at the portal. Why bother with all that? Smash it to pieces first. This disgusting and twisted thing should not exist in this world. To be honest, since stepping onto the Black Land, quite a few people, including this Haze soldier, have felt their emotions fluctuate. Such fluctuations seem somewhat abnormal. After all, the Haze must undergo drug treatment every week to reduce the side effects of emotions. However, most people didn't take it too seriously. In their perception, the reason for such a large emotional fluctuation is also related to the environment in which they fought. After all, the black earth beneath their feet is something that can make people feel uneasy. After fighting on such land for a long time, the emotions of normal creatures will naturally become extreme or depressed. Bang! A grenade successfully hit the portal. But as the smoke cleared, the remaining people inevitably opened their eyes wide. Because they couldn't believe that the magic grenade that could easily kill an 8th-tier creature hadn't even scratched this disgusting, twisted building. What's going on? The soldier who fired looked at his comrades, who also looked puzzled. What a joke! These spatial gates from the depths of the endless abyss are true creations of the rules. Let alone magic grenades, even mythical creatures would be helpless against these spatial gates if they couldn't break the rules of space. In fact, only a deity who has reached the same level as Chu Hao, or even stronger, is qualified to interfere with these spatial gates. Fire a few more shots! I have a feeling something's not right. Some of the more astute, or perhaps more intuitive, Haze soldiers had already begun firing again. Because they didn't know when it started, they vaguely sensed that behind these spatial gates, some low and disgusting sounds began to emerge. Moreover, this sound was heard by more and more Haze soldiers, and the sound grew louder and louder. This made them feel very uneasy. Just as they were preparing for their second round of concentrated fire, a little devil suddenly burst out of the portal. As if it were a signal, countless lesser demons began to pour out from all the spatial gates at the same time. Upon seeing these little devils, all the Haze soldiers burst into laughter. Ha ha, what's going on? It's these guys! I thought the big one was coming! Ha! Instantly, all the Haze soldiers opened fire on the imps with their swords, guns, and cannons, turning them into piles of minced meat. More and more lesser demons are dying in front of the portal. The ground of the entire portal was covered with thick layers of demonic flesh and blood. However, just as this group was still grinning and slaughtering the little demons, a real monster finally stepped through the portal and arrived in this world. As soon as the monster appeared, all the Haze soldiers began to tremble. Many of them even started to tremble with the hands that were holding their weapons. It wasn't for any other reason than that the form of this monster was absolutely terrifying. Its skin was a dark purple, its face twisted and grotesque, its body deformed and covered in tumors, and its body was covered with countless evil eyes. This demon is like something out of everyone's deepest nightmare. Ah, sweet, with a taste of flesh and decay, the taste of the new world is truly wonderful. A towering demon who called himself Evil Eye and had awakened several true names walked out of the spatial gate unhurriedly. Unexpectedly, it did not attack any enemies, but instead looked up at the sky and smelled the air of this world. At the same time, all sorts of bizarre demons began to appear from the portal behind Evil Eye. The soldiers trembled even more with each demon that appeared, because they never imagined that life could exist in such a twisted and contorted form. Depravity and evil are their names, chaos and tyranny fill their blood, death and fear are their eternal pursuits. Some of the Haze soldiers had already realized what was happening. My God, this is a peak legendary being. No, a being that has surpassed the peak legendary being and is on the verge of becoming a demigod. Fire! Stop them! An officer immediately noticed the life force of the demonic eye and screamed. Requesting a death bomb. Target location, 500 meters in front of our position. Quickly! Before these powerful demons could fully emerge from their respective spatial portals, dozens of death bombs filled with highly toxic smoke exploded right in front of them. In an instant, a yellowish-green poisonous fog filled the space in front of the battlefield portal. Is he dead? The officer looked into the distance, trembling. But the next second, the thing that made him most desperate happened. A tongue covered in maggots suddenly swept across its mask from the smoke. The sticky saliva almost made it scream. But the next second, hundreds of eyes, each with a different emotion, turned to look at the terrified Haze chieftain. Devil's language you are. Looking for me, cutie? Evil Eyes' large, thick hands gripped the other person's shoulders. It took a deep breath of the incredibly deadly chemical fumes, then shook its head and spoke to the other party with rapture. I really like these gifts you gave me. They remind me of my hometown, a swamp perpetually shrouded in poisonous fog. Next, it's time for my return gift. After saying that, it opened its mouth. On the edge of the Black Land, several legions of the Haze clan were completely annihilated within a few tens of minutes. No one survived. To be precise, no one's soul can escape from the clutches of the devil. This report was truthfully relayed to the Haze commander. Chapter 90 Deploying Troops and Doubts. The sand in this desert has been forced to change color several times. From its initial blackish-red color, born from the corruption of sand descending from the endless abyss, to its later yellowish-green hue due to the deadly chemical contamination caused by the arrival of death bombs, and now, the blue-purple color was tainted by the blue-purple blood of thousands of Haze. This desert has now been transformed into a canvas. A canvas cast from the earth, with blood and bones as paint. On the desert, some late demon armies easily tore apart any Haze army that stood in their way, along with their prized heavy weapons. Of course, torn apart here is not a descriptive word. Rather, it is torn apart, in a truly physical sense. Evil Eyes was standing on the colorful earth, holding a Haze soldier who was not quite dead yet, laughing loudly. The Haze soldier in front of us can be described as the true embodiment of bravery. After Evil Eye, with an absolutely invincible demeanor, tore apart dozens of his comrades, he stepped forward and bravely plunged a knife into one of Evil Eye's eyes, and that was the end of it. His current disheveled appearance, like a tattered rag, says it all. Devilish language, oh, you've cost me an eye! Evil Eyes stared at the Haze soldier in front of him, pointed to a bleeding hole in his shoulder, and revealed a terrifying smile. Kill me! The Haze soldier's helmet had fallen off, revealing its rat-like face, its blue-purple eyes filled with fear and despair. I don't understand what you're saying. Evil Eyes laughed loudly. Maybe it's pleading, maybe it's apology, but darling, please don't worry. I'm definitely not angry because... He opened his enormous mouth wide and aimed it at the other person. You'll soon be able to make up for my previous losses. A moment later, a pair of blue-purple eyes reappeared on the Evil Eye's arm. These eyes scanned their surroundings incessantly, their pupils reflecting a complex array of emotions, first confusion, then fear, then disbelief, and finally, all of these emotions coalesced into utter despair. The fate of any living being that falls into the hands of a demon is beyond description. That kind of torture, worse than death, that kind of utter despair. It will be eternal. At the Haze family's forward base, a report arrived in the hands of Haze Commander. The Haze clan's 3 legions, plus a heavy support legion, were completely annihilated within minutes of the giant gates descending. Not a single Haze soul could escape the clutches of those monsters. The creatures we are facing seem to be completely out of place in this world. Besides the absolute chaos and distortion they exhibited before, their most prominent characteristic is their ability to capture souls. This is a creature that seems to be naturally very sensitive to the souls of other beings. They are born in a land of sin, live on evil thoughts, and are the embodiment of absolute depravity. A report so detailed it was terrifying was faithfully delivered to the Haze commander. Along with the teleportation came the pitiful screams of these legions on the verge of death, and the horrific images of those corrupted by demons. Both the sound and the visuals are enough to drive any normal, sane creature insane. But what was being observed was a dark creature, a Haze commander who injected himself with several times the amount of chemicals every week to suppress his emotions. It sat in its seat, using its device to rapidly scan the transmitted data before it. Finally, after reviewing all the information, Commander Haze stood up again in everyone's eyes. It's unclear when it started, but some of the images and audio coming from the northwest began to quietly circulate within the military. Every Haze warrior with even a modicum of curiosity has managed to obtain some information about that battlefield through their own means. But, after they have actually seen all the images and sounds, even chemical agents could not suppress the fear emanating from the hearts of these soldiers. The enemy they face is not life itself. Those enemies who laughed and tore their comrades apart were all embodiments of death and depravity. The Haze soldiers, being rational beings, naturally felt fear. However, the Haze race, born from harsh environments, has an incredibly strong military tradition. Even in fear, they will grit their teeth and obey their superiors' orders to the death. Therefore, all the soldiers at Haze Forward Base focus their attention on their commander. Its decisions will determine the fate of these soldiers. We won't leave. The commander calmly stated his conclusion. We cannot leave. We have already expended too many resources to come into this world. Our original world was inherently resource-poor. At least most of its resources were no longer usable, so we must take over this world and replenish our mother world. The commander spoke to his adjutant. Contact the command post on the other side of the passage and tell them that we have encountered a powerful enemy's counterattack. A group of terrifying creatures of unknown origin have appeared in this world. I suspect, of course, only suspect, that these terrifying creatures seem to come from another world, and their way of doing things is completely different from the creatures of this world. We now need the support of the Matrix. Understood. The adjutant nodded. But what if we need to tell them to send those legions? The commander closed his blue-purple eyes and spoke without any emotion. First, there are the two strongest army groups, the Deathbringers and the Exterminators. Next, the Venomous Heavy Army Group. And then, the Great Scientist Legion and the Magic Power Envoy Legion, two special legions. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, including the adjutant. Because what this commander specifically requested were some of the most elite armies in their home world. Each of these army groups is capable of easily destroying a small world. However, these are not the main points. The main points are the two special legions, the Great Scientist Legion and the Magic Power Envoy Legion. After saying all this, the Haze commander raised his head and looked up at the sky. At the edge of the sky, a pitch-black star hung there, blending into the surrounding darkness and becoming extremely difficult to distinguish. Where did these creatures come from? Why do they take on this shape? Could it be that this place contains an entrance to another powerful world? Like those doors that resemble spatial passages? An idea popped into its mind. If it's true, then the value of this world will be unimaginably high. Perhaps we can follow that passage to another powerful world and obtain far more valuable resources than this world. Chapter 91: The Game Between Two Gods at the Bottom of the Endless Abyss. The source of all depravity. This is truly a strange creature. Chu Hao looked at the body structure of the dozens of Haze soldiers in front of him, and said calmly. According to the information in the textbooks, this race can indeed be classified as a dark race. Strands of divine fire originating from Chu Hao merged into the body of the Haze soldier before him, revealing its life information to Chu Hao for his analysis. However, the body structure of this Haze seems to be completely different from that of ordinary dark creatures. Their bloodlines are still relatively stable, allowing them to maintain a stable life form, but their internal organs have mutated beyond recognition. As Chu Hao tapped his finger in the air several times, a completely deformed internal organ appeared before his eyes. Their organs, especially the lungs and stomach, have obviously mutated, or rather, deformed countless times. These organs look like the deformities that result from prolonged exposure to harsh environments filled with chemicals and radiation. A glint flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. The next instant, the Haze lungs were completely dissected. The dissected lungs made Chu Hao frown. Chaotic and riddled with deformed tissue, that was Chu Hao's first reaction to this deformed organ. The lungs of the entire Haze tribe have become a tangled mess from the inside out. It looks like a lung, but it's actually an unknown organ that has been mutated countless times and filled with all sorts of useless tissues and tumors. This was the first time Chu Hao had ever seen the lungs of an ordinary creature deformed into such a shape. Logically speaking, lungs like this should have lost their ability to function long ago, or at least their ability to function would have dropped to a terrible level. Even for demons, creatures so chaotic that they defy common sense, their internal organs prioritize functionality over utter chaos. However, judging from their previous appearance, they didn't seem to have been negatively affected by these organs. Chu Hao recalled the combat capabilities displayed by the Haze clan. Although the individuals were slightly weak, they did not seem to be affected by breathing. The clearly conflicting characteristics of these organs left Chu Hao somewhat bewildered. Next up are the brains and eyes of the Haze family. Chu Hao stretched out his hand, displaying the information about the Haze clan's brain and eyes in front of him. For some reason, the brains and eyes of these creatures show no signs of abnormality whatsoever. On the contrary, they gain brains and eyes, but due to some kind of cursed magic, they underwent positive, benign mutations, becoming more intelligent and gaining a stronger field of vision. If the other organs are deformities caused by the natural environment, then these guys' brains and eyes are carefully protected by some powerful being. But what kind of world environment could cause these rat-like creatures to mutate into this form? Or rather, why would the being hidden behind these rat and use curse magic to protect the brains and eyes of these creatures? After gazing at these organs in silence for a moment, Chu Hao pulled the soul of a Haze soldier directly in front of him. Ignite its soul! With his orders issued. A wisp of divine fire began to ignite the soul of the Haze soldier, burning it clean from head to toe. After the other person's soul has been burned away, a wisp of thread remains. A gray line appeared in front of Chu Hao. Chu Hao reached out and pinched the gray thread in front of him. The lines are filled with trace amounts of divine power, which, like parasites, firmly resides in the soul of every Haze creature. In Chu Hao's view, rather than saying that this thing is a seed of some kind of faith, it is more accurate to say that this thing is a trademark left behind by a god in the soul of his creation. It is unknown what form of deity has etched this unique mark into the soul of their creation. Only a true god could do such a thing. But this is the thing that troubles Chu Hao the most, and that he can't understand the most. If these lines are real, then Chu Hao has discovered a terrifying truth. That is, inside the secret world, there is actually a world where nature evolved a deity? Moreover, he is at least a mid-level deity? How is this possible? No retreat. We must hold this place until the last man falls. We must cover the Brain Eater squad until they successfully retreat to the forward base. Fire! A Haze officer, gripping a massive magic grenade launcher, shouted at the roughly 1 regiment Haze soldiers around him. After saying that, it immediately launched the magic-powered grenade at the distant positions of those powerful demons. Once these magic grenades were launched, they unleashed unimaginable and terrifying power across the entire battlefield of the Black Earth. Any lesser demon that is hit by the magic grenade will instantly die a gruesome death. Even demons that haven't reached the legendary stage will be severely injured and temporarily lose their ability to fight if they are hit by these magic grenades. However, such power and battlefield performance were not the focus of this officer's attention at this moment. At this moment, all its attention was focused on a squad whose appearance and attire were completely different from ordinary soldiers. The members of this squad were completely different from ordinary soldiers in terms of their posture and armor. They are not like warriors, but rather a combination of scientists, magicians, alchemists, and divine magicians. They were loading a legendary 4-armed demon, trapped in a magic circle and howling incessantly, onto a huge military vehicle. Their destination was the forward base, hundreds of kilometers away. It is worth mentioning that such scenes are taking place on various positions of the Haze clan. Countless vehicles loaded with demons, abyssal creatures, abyssal plants, and samples of the Black Earth are speeding toward the forward base. It wasn't just Chu Hao trying to understand the Haze clan. Sensing the demon's extraordinary power, the Haze clan also attempted to use technology, alchemy, and magic. Go and learn about the endless abyss and its creations. This is a battle between two races, a death match between two worlds, and even more. A battle of wits between two deities. Chapter 92. The Legion arrives and a dilapidated heavy vehicle rushed back to the Haze clan's forward base at top speed. Although many Haze soldiers sacrificed their lives to cover the vehicle's retreat, its hard outer shell, made of alchemical metal, still showed terrible corrosion marks and impact marks of all sizes. These traces are enough to prove how difficult and terrifying its journey was. But in any case, the sacrifice of these Haze soldiers was worthwhile. Because now, a primal demon captured on the front lines has been made into a sample and sent here. Commander, the Brain Eater squad has returned. A lieutenant named Haze burst into the commander's quarters to report. They successfully captured a specimen of a hostile world creature. The creature's strength is legendary strength. According to the battle reports from the front, this creature's vitality is already considered to be the peak of the enemy soldiers. At the Haze clan's forward base, the commander finally received some good news after going to war with the endless abyss. Upon hearing this, the commander's eyes lit up. Well done, great job! After saying that, the commander immediately put on his clothes and hurriedly headed towards the direction of the Brain Eater squad with his adjutant. When it reached the legendary demon's side, and when it truly saw the legendary demon's true form with its own eyes, even it couldn't help but gasp in shock. What a terrifying creature this is! Within the seal, a 4-armed demon stared intently at every Haze member present with its scarlet eyes. Its scarlet eyes were filled with a savage aura from a chaotic and evil world. From its mouth, it continuously uttered whispers of demonic power, luring the souls of everyone present into the depths of depravity. Even a simple glance into its eyes would cause an ordinary Haze tribesman to feel an extreme sense of unease. In demonic language, little thing, I sense it. The 4-armed demon sensed the commander's gaze, looked at him, and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the commander immediately felt as if his soul had been shattered by ice water, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The commander's pale face was reflected in the demon's eyes. Are you afraid, terrified by the hidden fear in your soul? After calming down, the commander turned his head and looked at a member of the Brain Eater squad beside him, whose chest was decorated with gears and books. What is it saying? Can it be translated using magical artifacts? As a world where magical energy exists, the Haze race possesses the ability to communicate with other species, at least with the vast majority of ordinary species. In the Haze Matrix, magical tools used for translation, though expensive, are not too rare. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing this, the member of the Brain Eater team decisively shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, we've tried to communicate with them, but their language seems to be affected by some kind of world rule, and we can't translate it. What? The commander frowned. To him, this statement was truly unbelievable. What kind of world rules can protect the language of a creature? Sir, although we can't understand it either, that's just how it is. The member of the Brain Eater team, whose chest was decorated with gears and books, spoke earnestly. This legendary creature is our most valuable acquisition since arriving in this world. What we can confirm now is, the aura emanating from this legendary creature is completely incompatible with the world we originally invaded, which means it is indeed a creature from another world. Upon hearing this, the commander let out a heavy breath, followed by an overwhelming surge of complex joy. Can you confirm this with absolute certainty? Not yet, but once we send this creature back to the Research Institute, or any of the research institutions at the Magic Academy or the Alchemy Academy, we can confirm it with 100% certainty. While the two were still communicating, countless points of light began to illuminate in the spatial passageway inside the base in the distance. Da-da-da! The orderly marching began, and all the soldiers immediately turned their gaze in that direction. From the spatial passage, a fully armed army began to emerge. This army wears uniforms completely different from those of the vanguard that have come to this world. Their bodies were etched with bright red alien skull symbols. They appeared. It's the Extinction Army! Someone recognized this infamous and terrifying army, the army that had destroyed countless worlds. And that's not all. On the other side of the second spatial passage, the same spots of light began to illuminate. Another army, whose uniforms were embroidered with blood-dripping blades, emerged from the passage. Their appearance instantly silenced the entire forward base. No one wanted to speak in front of these chemically brainwashed madmen and break military discipline. Yes, it's the exterminators! A Haze soldier trembled as he thought to himself. Meanwhile, in the third passage, one after another, ugly, almost scrap-like heavy alchemical machines were driven out of the teleportation channel. These machines were covered in all sorts of bloodstains and grime, looking as if they hadn't been cleaned in a long time. But everyone present knew that these machines weren't lacking in maintenance. Their filth stemmed from their recent arrival from another battlefield. They didn't even get any rest or supplies before heading to the new battlefield. Each of their machines was tattooed with different types of poisonous sores using blood and machine oil. At the same time, the fourth and fifth passages also lit up, and the Great Scientist Legion and the Magic Power Envoy Legion were about to arrive, but their speed was obviously much slower than the other legions. This is also because the equipment they carry is completely different from that of the other legions. However, after these three armies arrived, the atmosphere in the vast forward base had turned into an extremely terrifying silence. All right, Commander, what you need to worry about most now is how to command these three terrifying legions. The brain-eating squad member with gears and books painted on his chest shrugged and ordered the rest of the team to help push the demon toward the time portal. And we must take these samples and return to our own world. The commander nodded blankly. Watching this team of members from the Academy of Sciences and the Alchemy Institute push one abyssal creature after another, along with samples of the Black Earth, to the entrance of the space-time tunnel. At that moment, he suddenly and subconsciously looked at the legendary demon. This chaotic and extremely evil creature, for some reason, was wearing a strange smile as it looked towards the other end of the passage, towards the world of the womb from which I was born. In an instant, an ominous premonition arose in the commander's heart. Why are you laughing? Chapter 93: A Ridiculous Struggle. Why is it laughing? As the commander watched the four-armed demon about to be pushed into the spatial tunnel, this thought suddenly popped into his mind. In its vision, the distorted-faced monster was grinning greedily at the mother world at the other end of the passage. What exactly is it laughing at? The commander felt an extremely strong sense of foreboding. Commander, the commanders of the Deathbringer Army Group, the Extinction Army Group, and the Venom Army Group have assembled and are awaiting your orders. The adjutant approached the commander and spoke to the pale-faced commander. I understand. Although the commander's emotions were like a raging storm, it still tried its best to suppress them. After all, there were still 2 whole worlds to conquer before him. 3 more legions await his orders too. The commander turned around, sighed, and looked at the officers standing in the distance. He started walking and headed in that direction. But suddenly, I don't know if it's a curse or a meme. Or perhaps it was the blessing of those fallen dark gods. In the commander's mind, a smile, the smile of that demon, suddenly resurfaced. That malice, that longing, was deeply imprinted in his mind. I can't let this guy into my world. The commander suddenly turned around and ran towards the spatial passage. On the other side of the spatial passage, several abyssal plants had already been sent into the mother world of the Haze race. Next up are the living samples from the Black Earth and the most crucial legendary demon. Stop! Suddenly, everyone heard the commander's roar. He stopped the squad that was transporting demons and then said, "Don't send these unknown samples, including this legendary monster, into our world. If we're going to do research, let's start with the world we live in right now." Upon hearing this, the brain-eating team member with gears and books painted on his chest scratched his head and said, "But sir, this world isn't safe, and we don't have the equipment we need. Those are so few in number." "That's an order, soldier." "This is my order, Commander-in-Chief of the Forward Army. As the Chief Commander of the Elder Council, I have this right." A terrifying light erupted from the commander's blue-purple eyes, making him appear like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. "I have the authority to allocate equipment and instruments. As for security, go tell those old fogies that there are Deathbringers and Extinction Legions stationed here, but they won't die." Everyone stared silently at their commander, who had fallen into a berserk state, not daring to utter a word. Although the other party's request does not conform to tradition. However, given the other party's permissions, it is indeed possible to do so. "Yes, sir!" The somewhat frightened member of the brain-eating squad quickly saluted, then, along with the others, put down the sample transport and returned to their home world to report. The commander, however, stood alone before the demon. "Although I don't know what your previous expression meant, I can assure you that you and the world behind you will never be allowed to touch my world." This time, there was no fear in his blue-violet eyes. The demon, however, revealed a condescending sneer in those crimson eyes. "Demon language, this is just the beginning, little thing, it's just the beginning." The commander turned around and continued walking toward the officers who were waiting for orders. "Gentlemen, I will now describe the current state of the war in this world. First of all, we are experiencing something that has never happened before. A